Something Right. Interracial Friends to Lovers Christian Firefighter Romance, The Buchanans, Book 2. Written by Rose Fresquez. Narrated by Carmen Shantz. Something Right by Rose Fresquez. Chapter 1. Heart pumping, lungs on fire, Jake Larson sprinted along the top of a narrow wall until he came to the end. He vaulted over the railing, landing upright on a square platform 6 feet away. From there, he sprang toward another wall, this one 10 feet tall. His right foot smacked the wall 2 feet from the ground, and he used it to propel himself upward. His fingers scrabbled for a hold on the top ledge and missed. He quickly planted his left foot on the wall in a desperate attempt to recover. His backflip failed miserably, and he tumbled backwards onto the thick parkour mat. "That didn't turn out the way I'd planned," Jake muttered, running a hand over his short, black, sweat-drenched hair. "Story of my life." If there was one thing Jake had learned over the last 3 years, it was that things never worked out the way he had planned. 3 years ago, he had had a wife and owned a house. Unfortunately, life had taken more twists and turns than the indoor parkour course, leading him to where he was now, single and living in a rented duplex. Whether he liked it or not, he was learning to keep his plans loose and flexible. He still needed an idea of what he wanted to accomplish and where he wanted to be a couple of years down the road, but honestly, he barely knew what was going to happen tomorrow, let alone 2 years from now. With a groan, he pushed himself up from the mat, feeling much older than 29. That should have been an easy jump for him, a simple warm-up for the class he was about to teach. He glanced across the gym to see if anyone had witnessed his less than graceful finish. But Jeremy was busy cheering on the kids who were tumbling across another mat on the beginner course. Jeremy, his fair skin a contrast to Jake's dark brown, was a war veteran and one of Jake's clients from the advanced parkour class. He had recently stepped up to volunteer in the after-school program Jake had started 6 months ago. Even as an amputee missing one leg, Jeremy worked hard and motivated the kids. Jake had felt that enthusiasm once. Now he just felt tired and discouraged. He limped off the course to stand in front of the large glass window and watch the wind swirl the leaves across an open field. Some leaves bounced against the window, their vibrant color a striking contrast to the violent breeze that had carried them. A happy shout pulled him from his somber mood, and he turned to watch with fondness the preteens' beaming faces as they finished up rope climbing. When Jake had first started the Free Kids program, his only students had been the triplet boys that he had met through the firehouse. They belonged to a single mom whose husband had died in a house fire. The mother and 2 of her sons made it out before the fire trucks arrived, and the firefighters managed to rescue the 3rd boy from the 2nd floor, but it had been too late for the father. Feeling responsible for the family, the firehouse had taken the mother and her sons under their wings, helping with simple fix-it projects around the house. Mentoring the kids was Jake's contribution. Now in charge of over 20 kids, Jake hated turning kids down, but he couldn't handle more. He only did the program twice a week on evenings he wasn't working at the firehouse. The veins in his temple throbbed, and he tried to massage away a dull headache as he walked the kids to the lobby. "Thanks, Mr. Larson," the freckled triplet said, bidding his farewell. Jake responded with a high five. "You're welcome, Sarge." The second triplet nodded his thanks, and the final blonde triplet studied Jake's muscles straining against the tight T-shirt. "How long do I have to do parkour to get 6-pack abs like yours?" Jake laughed and gave the 12-year-old a playful punch on the shoulder. "Your abs are just right for someone your age. Keep this up, and in a few years your muscles will start to show." It was almost 5 o'clock when he finished his last training session. He stifled a yawn. Maybe the kids worked me harder than usual today. He rummaged through the first aid kit in search of pain medicine. Finding none, he tried to take good care of himself so he wouldn't feel this awful. When he returned to his truck, Jake fired up the engine and gave his phone a cursory glance. His brows furrowed when he noticed a couple of missed calls and 2 text messages. A sharp pain jolted through his head when he saw the sender, his ex-wife, Ania. She had been calling for 4 days, but he kept ignoring her calls because he had no idea what to say. By the time Jake got home, his whole body ached, his head throbbed, and a wave of chills swept over him. He concluded that dealing with Ania was the source of all sorts of pain. So much for keeping his plans loose and flexible. After taking a shower, Jake crawled into bed. He was now shaking uncontrollably, feeling hot and cold at the same time. He closed his eyes and hoped he wasn't getting sick. He had no time for illness. He hadn't been sick since he was 13. The sound of his phone ringing startled Jake awake. His heart raced as he stretched his hand out to reach for it on his nightstand, only to knock it over. Unable to answer the call, he rolled onto his side and gave in to the pull of sleep. He was startled awake when his bedroom door jerked open. "Larson!" The frantic, deep voice of his lieutenant and best friend, Ezra Buchanan, sounded. Ezra was the only person who had Jake's spare house key. His tense, muscled frame leaned against the door jamb, dressed in heavy overalls and work boots. He had a wary expression on his blackened face and a familiar scent. Smoke. Jake blinked, his eyes shifting to the blinds, glinting a stream of light. Was it morning already? Why was Ezra dressed for work? Jake's eyes widened as he remembered he was supposed to be at work. How long had he been sleeping? Ezra raked a hand through his tousled brown hair and took a shuddering breath. "Glad you're okay." Trying to lift his throbbing head, Jake winced. "Buchanan?" His voice came out as a croak. "Apparently you're not fine, but at least you're breathing," Ezra said, his shoulders relaxed. "You weren't answering your phone, and since you never show up late for work—" "What time is it?" Ezra's gaze shifted to the alarm clock on Jake's nightstand. 9:30. This was the fastest I could get here. He tossed a hand up in a helpless gesture. "The guys, I told them to wait in the truck." He blew out a breath, and Jake knew they had all assumed the worst. He had slept for over 14 hours. It had been a while since he had slept longer than 8. Even as a teenager, he had never had the luxury of sleeping in, since he had to work when he wasn't in school. Jake shifted his head and grimaced. "Did you take anything for the pain?" Ezra asked. "No." "Can I get you anything besides medicine?" Jake had no idea what he wanted other than getting out of bed. "I'm okay. I don't want you to get sick." "True, but someone's got to keep an eye on you." The firefighters and the Buchanans were the only family Jake had at the moment. "There's so much work to do," Jake mumbled. "Well," Ezra said, "you're just going to have to slow down until you get better." Yeah, like that would ever happen. Now, stuck in bed, unable to move, Jake realized that he wasn't interested in slowing down until he was forced to. Ezra left the room and Jake heard the door slam shut. He returned shortly with a couple of pain pills and a glass of water. No doubt he had gotten the medicine from the emergency kit they kept in the truck. "I'll check on you after work," Ezra said as he left. True to his word, Ezra returned the next morning and placed a bottle of Gatorade on Jake's nightstand. "I left you a Sprite in the refrigerator," he said, leaning against the door jamb. "Renee will be here to check on you this afternoon." Renee Buchanan was Ezra's little sister, the first and only female friend Jake had ever had, his best friend besides Ezra. Jake's dad had always said a person couldn't be friends with someone of the opposite sex and not develop feelings for them, but Jake thought his dad was wrong, since Jake never thought of Renee as anything other than a sister. "Tell her not to come," Jake coughed. "I don't want her to get sick." "Tell her yourself and see if that keeps her from showing up." The Buchanans were some of the most stubborn people Jake had ever known, and the most loving. As for Renee, she had a mind of her own. That probably came from having two older brothers that she had to keep up with. "You better get well soon. By soon, I mean before the next shift. I don't think I can handle another shift with King talking my ear off about all his achievements." Ezra was a good listener and tolerated a lot of people, but Gage King had filled in a few times at the firehouse, and he could wear out a saint with his bragging. A sliver of light appeared through the blinds, and Jake blinked against the brightness. His head hurt when he rolled onto his side. He squinted at the clock on his nightstand. It was 10:20 a.m. A faint memory of Renee crossed his mind. Had he dreamed about her? The empty bottle of sparkling water and diffuser on his nightstand confirmed she had stopped by last night. Moving the comforter aside, he drew in a breath, dragged his feet to the floor, and staggered to the bathroom. Several hours later, the bedroom door creaked open and his eyes fluttered. He lifted his head, and his eyes bore into a pair of soft blue ones. Renee Buchanan stood in his bedroom, appearing taller than her 5 feet 4 inches because of her high heels. Her brown hair hung slightly above her shoulders in silky waves. The ripped knee skinny jeans and a mustard yellow sweater curved around her petite body. She wrinkled her face and walked toward his bed. "Oh, Jakey." She knelt beside him. Jake winced when her cool hand touched his forehead. Memories of when he was 13 rushed through his mind. The last time he had been sick, his mom had knelt beside him with words of comfort as she took his temperature. The way Renee looked at him with genuine concern did something to his heart, creating feelings of vulnerability, that same vulnerability which had led to marrying the wrong woman. But then Renee was not just any woman. She was the sister Jake had never had, and he was so grateful to have her in his life. "Renee," he said between labored breaths, "what time is it?" She glanced at her Apple Watch, a gift from Jake for her 25th birthday 2 months ago. "Almost 5. She smoothed a hand over his tight curls and drew in a slow breath. "You're sweaty, but your temperature is down." She rose to her feet. "I'm going to get a bath ready for you." Jake reached for her wrist when she started to pull away. "Thank you," he murmured. "You're welcome," she said, biting her lip. Without asking, Renee rummaged through his clothes, opening and closing the dresser drawers as if familiar with where he put things. That was Renee, always figuring things out. She retrieved sweats and a t-shirt and held them up for Jake. "Comfy enough?" He nodded, and she left the room. His feet felt wobbly as he pulled himself out of bed. A bath sounded much better than a shower because it involved sitting down instead of standing. Jake was standing, his forehead resting against the wall, when Renee returned. "You okay?" she asked, placing a hand on his back and guiding him back to the bathroom. He was far from it. "I'll be okay." "I'll let you take your bath," she said, once in the steamy room. "I'm going to open some windows in your bedroom for fresh air and change your bed sheets." She left, closing the bathroom door behind her. It took several minutes of standing on the cold bathroom tile to gather the strength to undress. The sound of running water soothed him, and the steam felt good. Renee had explained the scent of oils, but all Jake could remember was mint and something that smelled like cinnamon. After his bath, Jake carried his dirty laundry to the overflowing hamper in the bedroom. He normally had an organized house, but he had slipped this week. Had he known he was getting sick, he would have done the laundry. Enthralled by the bedroom's transformation, Jake inhaled the fresh scent of disinfectant and essential oils that blasted steam from the diffuser on his nightstand. Renee had made his bed and left one corner untucked. After sliding on his slippers and a sweatshirt, Jake lumbered downstairs. The two-bedroom duplex wasn't big, but it was enough for Jake's needs. He got a great deal from the landlord in exchange for taking care of any plumbing issues at the complex and giving his 4 kids parkour lessons. This helped Jake save some money each month in hopes of buying a house someday. Renee stood in the kitchen, the bright light giving her skin a delicate glow. She was barefoot on tippy toes, reaching for bowls out of the cabinets. She was quite the nurturer. "Should I have a fire extinguisher handy?" She turned at the sound of his voice, her smile soft as she gave him a swift once-over. "Looks like someone's feeling better." No doubt the bath had helped. He moved to the small counter-height dining table and pulled out one of the 3 round stools from underneath it. Renee scooped something from a Tupperware container into the bowls. "Are you hungry?" "I'm not sure," he said tentatively and cocked a brow. "You're cooking?" Renee chuckled softly. "You could say that, if you consider microwaving cooking. I hope you're up for soup, because I'm not having a repeat of yesterday." Jake smiled as yesterday played in his mind. She had attempted to make toast for him and ended up burning it. It had set off the smoke alarm, and she had ended up opening windows to let the smell out. She had settled on him drinking sparkling water. "When was the last time you ate?" She placed a bowl in the microwave. Jake tapped a finger on his forehead. 3 days ago, I think." "I hope I don't get you sick." She dismissed his concern with a wave of her hand. "Lila stocked me up with essential oils to boost my immunity. Plus, I'd rather be here than on that blind date my coworker set me up with." When Renee had mentioned the date to Jake, he had hesitantly encouraged her to give it a try. Renee had agreed on the condition that Jake would hang out in the restaurant in case she needed rescuing. Jake winced. "That was today?" She nodded and kept her eyes on the microwave. "I'm relieved. Blind dates are intimidating." She didn't need blind dates because someone would have to be blind not to notice her attractiveness. But Jake wasn't going to tell her that. The microwave beeped, and Renee brought 2 bowls of steaming soup. She placed one in front of him and set one down for herself, then went to the fridge and returned with 2 bottles of water. Jake stared at the steaming bowl, which gave off a celery scent. "What's this?" She took a seat across from him. "Vegetable soup. Lila made it." After Renee prayed over their meal, Jake hesitantly took a spoonful into his mouth. Not bad. Maybe he was getting his appetite back. He placed the spoon back in the soup and rested his chin on his hand. "You're going to eat more than a bite." Renee pointed her spoon at him. "Even if your appetite's off, you need something to stop you from being shaky." "Now you're just being mean," Jake said in a sulky voice, but his smile must have given him away. "Desperate times call for desperate measures," she beamed and turned her attention to her bowl. "You should be ready for some real food tomorrow. I'll bring you breakfast on my way to work." Renee stared at him. "Craving anything in particular?" As much as he wanted to see her again, he didn't want to put her through any more work than she had already done. As if reading his mind, she said, "I'm planning to come regardless. If you don't tell me what you want, I'll bring you oatmeal." She took another spoonful of soup. Jake did the same until his spoon raked an empty bowl. "I better let you get back to bed," she said, while placing the dishes in the dishwasher. He didn't want her to leave. I feel like I've been sleeping for days. He rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. Tell me anything that doesn't involve sleep. That is, if you're not in a hurry. I would like for you to stay a little longer. She beamed. I would love to stay. They moved to the living room where she plunked down onto the second-hand gray tweed recliner. Jake settled on the matching sofa and reached for the soft red throw that was draped over the armrest, Renee's gift to him last Christmas. Renee did most of the talking, but Jake didn't mind. His face turned from smiling to serious. I have an interview with Good Morning America, she said with a wistful sigh. I'm nervous. You? Nervous? She was an amazing interior designer who approached everyone with ease. I think you underestimate yourself. Her eyes sparkled at his encouragement. You did well last time on that 5280 home show, Jake reminded her. This should be much easier. She pursed her lips. You say that because you're on TV every morning. A recording of Jake working out with the kids from the after-school program showed on a morning fitness show hosted by one of their clients. 2 different things. 1, mine is a recording. 2, how many followers does Good Morning America have? Like 1 million. That's a live show with lots of eyes on you. She sighed. I don't know, Jakey. You've got this, he nodded emphatically. She had what it took, and Jake had never met anyone as confident as Renee. She was also passionate and knowledgeable in her field. Just imagine yourself talking to me or any of your family members during the interview. That should help ease the tension. Her smile back in place, she said, Thanks. Appearing relaxed, Renee drummed her fingers on her knees. Now, I want to hear about your time at home. Did you do any soul-searching? Make new plans? She crossed one leg over the other. The last time I got sick, I felt like it was God's way of telling me to slow down, and it was a good opportunity to think about stuff. He nodded slowly. Yep, I did a lot of thinking, good and bad, but I'm grateful to have you and your family in my life. She put a hand on her chest to take a bow. On behalf of all the Buchanans, we would say the same. It's nice to have you, Jakey. Ania called me several times. He normally told Renee almost everything. She nodded distantly. What did she want? Jake scrubbed a hand over his stubbled jaw. I don't know. That was the truth. She left messages for me to call her back. It might be a while before he gathered up the nerve to talk to Ania. He'd have to face her sooner or later. After a brief silence, Jake spoke. I think it would be good for me to get some answers, like closure. He had prayed for an opportunity to ask Ania what he had done to make her ditch their marriage. Now that Ania was trying to contact him, Jake wasn't sure he wanted to talk. Renee sighed and stood up. I hope she doesn't have any hidden motives. She sauntered to the kitchen to retrieve her purse. Was she bored by his choice of topic? Maybe he had said something wrong. You're not leaving already, are you? She pulled a DVD from her handbag. Actually, I brought you a movie to watch when you feel like it. She ripped off the wrapper. Since I'm here, maybe we can watch it together. Renee knew him so well. He had no cable and often watched DVDs. While she inserted the disc in the player, Jake smiled when it turned out to be his favorite old-time Western movie. He had almost forgotten he had a favorite movie. He sucked in a quick breath, considering how she remembered certain details about him. Where did you get this? She gave him a sly smile as she flopped onto the chair. I'm not telling. He doubted she'd enjoy the movie, but when he turned to meet her gaze, she leaned back in the armchair with a wide smile, and looked fully absorbed in the opening credits as they appeared on the screen. Seeing her contentment made Jake look forward to the movie. He couldn't stop wondering how life would have been if he had married a woman as selfless and caring as Renee. A woman he could talk to freely without having to filter his words, and a woman who enjoyed his company as much as he did hers. Being married to someone like that was just a dream, because to Jake, Renee was always going to be his friend, a sister figure. She probably had a line of suitors anyway, although none that she had told him about, except for the blind date she hadn't seemed thrilled about. Good grief, he really needed to get back to work if being stuck at home gave him crazy ideas like that. Pushing the unreasonable thoughts out of his head, Jake forced himself to focus on the movie instead of the pretty girl sitting a few feet away. Jake awoke in the middle of the night and was startled to find himself in the living room. How'd he end up sleeping on the couch? Confused, he ran a hand over his face until he remembered watching the movie with Renee. At some point before the end credits, he must have dozed off. He was alone now, with 2 blankets over him instead of the one he had started out with. The TV was off, and Renee was gone. Since he was comfortable on the couch, Jake closed his eyes, feeling reassured that his friends had made the transition to his new life much better. Maybe he liked changing plans after all. He might not know what tomorrow would bring, but he knew God had brought friends into his life. Friends he could count on. Chapter 2. As his appetite increased, Jake's energy returned, and he was finally able to go back to work 4 days later. A gray duffel bag slung over his shoulder, Jake walked to the 2-story gray brick building with white trim that housed the 3 24-hour shifts of Firehouse 15, their home away from home. He stepped into the open garage, which they called the apparatus bay, exchanging waves with people from the night shift who were leaving work. The bay doors were usually open during this time of the morning, as the new shift arrived and the previous shift headed home. His gaze took in the 2 fire trucks and ambulance which were parked side by side. One wall was lined with equipment such as hoses and ladders, while the other held hooks to hang their jackets. He followed the smell of coffee to the kitchen, which was sectioned off from the dining and front rooms. Loud cheers and clapping hands greeted him from where his colleagues sat around a large 12-seater dining table to the right side of the kitchen. Jake opened his mouth to acknowledge their noisy welcome, but 3 of them had already gone back to arm wrestling for the last chocolate donut. At the sight of the familiar chaos, Jake shook his head affectionately. "Larson, you're here," said a voice from behind. He turned to find Dalton Lynn, their youngest firefighter, with a green duffel bag slung over his shoulder. Dalton slapped Jake on the back. "Missed you." He had missed everybody, too. "Thanks, man." Miguel Ramirez, Shift C's comedian, greeted Jake with an elbow punch as he strode past with a steaming mug of coffee and joined the group at the table. One of the guys sat on a cushy chair in the front room, watching a morning TV show. The front room was their designated living room, and they had each contributed money toward a long sofa and several comfortable chairs. After placing his fruit in the refrigerator, Jake's gaze shifted to Dalton, who stood on a step stool as he fumbled with bags of candy pulled from his duffel bag. Jake gave him an assessing look. "Lynn, what's up with the stash of candy you're hiding in the top cabinet?" Dalton placed a finger to his mouth and peeked both ways. "Shh!" He pulled out another bag of candy and shoved it into the cabinet. "Don't tell Ramirez where I put the Halloween candy." Jake remembered the upcoming party they were hosting for the kids in the community. "You've got my word." Jake grabbed the remaining bags of candy and passed them to Dalton. "Last Halloween, Miguel and Dalton had eaten most of the candy a few days prior to Halloween, and they had run out of treats after only 30 minutes of passing it out. That's why Ezra had suggested they be in charge of making sure there was enough this year. Dalton folded the step stool. Ramirez said he would rather eat the candy than keep track of how much he had to hand out. Dalton's voice faded as the banter rose louder from the table where Miguel and most of the others sat. After putting his duffel bag in the locker room, Jake returned to join his colleagues just in time to see Ezra Buchanan descend the stairs. "Larson!" Happiness radiated from Ezra's face. "Hope you got your beauty rest." Jake's heart lifted, feeling more at home around his colleagues. Ezra clapped his hands. "Okay, guys, let's round up." They went through the morning ritual of raising the Colorado and American flags outside. They also started the saws to make sure they were operable before the first call came in. Their first call of the day was a collision, their second an electrical house fire. The adrenaline rush felt good, reminding Jake what he enjoyed most about both of his jobs. The calls complete, Jake and his team relaxed in the firehouse living room. With the TV jabbering in the background, Dalton shared a prank that Miguel had pulled on one of the new firefighters. Jake laughed along with them. Their laughter was interrupted by the arrival of a surprise guest. Camden, one of the new guys from the engine truck, popped his head into the room. "Someone's here for Larson." Jake frowned. "Who is it?" "Some woman, darker skin, long braids," the husky man said matter-of-factly. Jake wished Camden's announcement was just another prank, because the knots in his stomach told him who his guest was. Miguel and Dalton threw sympathetic looks his way as he marched to his doom. Out in the bay driveway, the crisp air brushed over Jake's cheeks as his gaze collided with the tall, beautiful woman who had once been his wife. His jaw clenched as dread gripped him, and he fought to hide his hurt and confusion. After only 2 years of marriage, Ania had left him for someone else. So much had happened since, and while Jake had every right to be mad, he had begun to focus on the blessings that had come out of the divorce. For one, it had drawn him closer to God, and two, he had made new friends who had become family to him. He treasured the friendships he had never had time to develop while married. Ania folded her arms across her chest, exposing long, bright orange, artificial fingernails. Jake struggled to keep his eyes away from her short skirt. Instead of staring at her legs, he forced himself to stare at her chemically enhanced lips before looking at her pained eyes. "You got a new haircut," Ania said. "You always looked handsome with short hair." Uncomfortable with the compliment, Jake averted his gaze to a squirrel that scurried across the driveway. He cleared his throat, scrambling for a response, but finding none. "You haven't returned any of my texts or calls." Her eyes softened. "I wanted to see you." His gaze drifted around, searching for the best escape route in case he decided to bolt. Ignoring his silence, Ania continued, "I know that I don't deserve your time after what I did to you, but I'll be at the Side Rock Cafe tomorrow morning." She sighed, pursing her lips. "Would you have time to meet me there after your shift? I'd like to talk and sort a few things out." Jake's lips parted. He wanted to tell her not to count on him showing up, but his tongue froze when their gazes locked. He had forgotten how soft-spoken and convincing she could be. Talk things out? Not that he cared to, since he had no intention of reopening an already closed door. After a lengthy silence, she said, "I'm pregnant, and that changes everything." Jake's eyes widened, and he shoved his shaking hands into his pockets. What did her pregnancy have to do with him? A breeze stirred, and he wished he could disappear along with the swirling fire-colored leaves. "Accident at 2346 Canvas Lane. The announcement broke the silence. He gestured to the bay, grateful for Dispatch's interruption. Defeated, she said, "I guess you need to go." He nodded and trotted back to the bay. Jake navigated the truck on the busy street, trying to shove his conversation with Ania back to the past, where it belonged, which proved impossible with Ezra's probing questions. What did she want? To meet. Jake hoped his succinct reply would give Ezra the hint. It didn't. Are you okay with that? Not really. Are you going? He had no idea. Maybe. You've always wanted closure. Maybe you should go, Ezra said. Ezra was right. He was the man who had been there for Jake after the divorce. He had listened to Jake wallow, and he had encouraged him spiritually, which had helped point Jake on the right track, the best route he had ever taken in his life. Seeing no sense in keeping anything from Ezra, Jake blurted out, "She's pregnant." After a brief silence, Jake tilted his head to see Ezra's knitted brows, quickly turning his attention back to the road when he almost ran over a row of cones in a construction zone. "Why's she telling you this?" Ezra asked. Jake had no answer. Later that night, hands tucked behind his head, Jake stared at the white wall in the small bunk room he shared with his colleagues as he contemplated meeting with Ania. Did God want him to get back with her? It changes everything. What did she mean by that? He rolled onto his side. For the first time since the divorce, Jake reflected on the last year of his marriage. Stress, tension, and the dread of going home to Ania's nagging flooded his mind. One afternoon he had come home earlier than Ania had expected him. The TV blared while Ania and their landscape guy made out on the sofa. He had been willing to give her another chance if she agreed to go to counseling, but Ania said she wanted out of the marriage. As soon as Jake moved out of the house, Ania's new guy moved in. He shook his head at the painful memory. Maybe he should meet with Ania and find out what he had done wrong. Perhaps he was the one to blame for her unhappiness. Jake closed his eyes and voiced a silent prayer. Oh God, whatever Ania has to say, please let it not involve me getting back together with her. Right now, he enjoyed his single status, and he was done with women. Period. He rubbed a hand over his temples. The night was filled with snoring and heavy breathing until the buzz of emergency dispatch distracted him from a restless night. "Warehouse fire on Malone," dispatch announced. 4566 Malone Avenue. Firehouse 15 had just come off the heavy fire season a month ago in southern Colorado, and they had needed all the help they could get. Since most firefighters from their house had been trained in fighting wildfires, they had had to take turns 1 week at a time fighting the fires. This had left the firehouse understaffed, so the few who had stayed behind were overworked and exhausted. Jake heard groans from his overworked colleagues as he pulled himself up along with everybody. They hastily slid on their gear and bustled down the stairs to the bay. Jake drove with Ezra in the ladder truck that carried their longest ladder and rescue equipment. Pushing the blaring alarm, they followed the ambulance and the engine truck. He made a final swerve onto Malone Avenue. The smell of smoke hung thick in the air. Thankfully, the flaming building was set several feet away from the other 3 warehouses on the street. They stared at the all-consuming blaze. "Nobody gets inside," Marvin said. "We'll have to hit the flames from the outside." If the fire was not extinguished soon, Jake knew it could threaten the other warehouses. Both Ezra and Captain Curie joined Marvin in barking orders. "Len, get the water line," Ezra said, while Jake helped him get their tower ready. In a matter of minutes, they were joined by the 2 other firehouses in Fort Rock, and they all worked at blasting continuous streams of water at the stubborn fire. The building was already gone, but they stayed for another 2 hours to ensure the smoldering embers didn't reignite. The usual brilliant colors of the early morning sky were obscured by clouds of black smoke billowing from one of the warehouses. By the time they were done, news crews and a few cars had pulled to the side of the road to watch and record the fire and smoke. 20 minutes later, Jake was grateful that no one was hurt and could laugh along with his colleagues as they did their final cleanup before going home. Dalton wrung the mop out into a bucket, then dumped the grimy water into the utility sink. He was the youngest rookie, and he fit right in with the group. Miguel had a way with the practical jokes and was always full of surprises. Then there was Ezra, who was both a friend and a brother in Christ. Jake had no doubt Ezra would dive in front of a bus to sacrifice his life for another. So far, the new people on their team were great and slowly getting acquainted with everyone. "Hey, why don't we shoot some baskets at the gym later?" Dalton suggested. Ezra pulled an empty bottle of ketchup from the refrigerator and tossed it in the trash. "Sorry, I can't play tonight. I need to spend some time with my wife." Jake couldn't blame Ezra. The man was still a newlywed. Even Jake would rather go home and rest, and he didn't have a wife waiting for him. "Get a life, kid," Miguel responded to Dalton's request. "Actually, I have more flexibility to do whatever I want than you married people." Dalton slapped Jake on the shoulder. "Right, Larson?" Despite the flexibility in his schedule, at times Jake didn't find his solitude very fulfilling. All he knew was Ezra was happily married, much happier than Jake had been in his marriage. "You should seriously consider a commitment. Give it a shot." Jake spoke to the 20-year-old. Dalton raised a dubious eyebrow. "Says the man who's divorced." Jake knew that Dalton didn't have family in town, so he took no offense. "Maybe tomorrow I can take in a few hoops." "Well, I guess it's you and me then. Let's let the married people do their planning," Dalton said, moving his fingers in air quotes. "But then your ex-wife showed up out of the blue. Who knows where that will lead?" "Hey," Ezra narrowed his eyes at Dalton. "Do you need a filter for your mouth?" Dalton's eyes widened, and Ezra smiled to ease the tension. "Maybe I'll come and show off some of my hidden skills." "Yeah, me against the old-timers," Dalton said. "That should really be fun." After the stench of smoke, a long hot shower felt refreshing. What didn't was the cup of bitter liquid Jake forced down his throat. Caffeine gave him headaches, but this morning he needed it. "When did you start drinking coffee?" Dalton asked. Before Jake could respond, Ezra stepped in, aware that Jake only drank coffee when something was wrong. He placed a hand on Jake's shoulder. "You don't have to go," Ezra spoke in a low voice. "This can wait another year or two, or never." Jake didn't need to see Ania at all, but the sooner he saw her, the faster he could move on with his life. "I'll be okay," he said, trying to convince himself. Miguel stepped into the kitchen and reached for a mug, raising his eyebrows questioningly. "You're drinking coffee?" Jake forced down the final gulps. "New habit, I guess." A new shift arrived as they walked out of the firehouse. It didn't matter how nervous he was, Jake thought, as he turned on the car engine. Moving on meant fixing his past in the only way he could. Forgive and seek forgiveness, which would be much easier if he didn't have to deal with his past. Chapter 3. Renee Buchanan didn't consider herself a regimented person, but to balance her work and personal life, she had to follow a schedule. Like clockwork, she had her morning routine down, except for days when it got thrown off, like today. She had had to wake up 40 minutes earlier than usual to give herself enough time for a quick morning devotion, shower, and coffee stop before meeting her client at the office. On days like today, some things had to be sacrificed, and for Renee, the gym was one of those things. She wondered why she paid for a monthly membership only to show up 3 times a year. Maybe she should make a different New Year's resolution. Stay away from the gym. Standing in front of her bedroom mirror, Renee cinched a belt around the waist of the knee-length floral dress she wore over leggings. She slid on a cardigan to complete her outfit. Despite sporadic workouts, like an occasional run, Renee's tight control of her daily calorie intake paid off in maintaining her petite figure. Staring in the mirror one more time, she pushed back a few strands of her mid-length hair. It was growing back after she had cut it 5 months ago to support her boss, Karina, who had lost her hair during chemo treatment. "The red highlights are not too bad," she mumbled to her reflection, and slid her feet into her high-heeled ankle boots. Reaching for her teal purse, she headed for the garage. Pressing a button on the garage door opener, she backed out of the driveway in her Corolla as the door closed behind her. She weaved through a couple of quiet streets in her neighborhood, then turned onto the highway to take her turn on the hamster wheel with the rest of the city. Renee had known what she wanted to be since the age of 11, thanks to her dad, Robert, who had always taken her to hardware stores. Working on home improvement projects together had piqued her interest in interior design. As soon as she graduated from college, Renee landed a job with a small interior decorating firm in Parker, Colorado. The last 4 years, Shine Design Team had won awards for being one of the top interior design firms in southern Colorado. Her boss, Karina, who was like a second mother to her, had started the company when she immigrated from England 16 years ago. Renee was grateful to have a job she was passionate about that brought in a decent paycheck. At 25, Renee could say that her financial status wasn't bad. She paid her bills and still had enough set aside each month to hopefully buy her own home someday. But her parents had modeled to her and her siblings that money wasn't the most important thing in life. If she could only apply her business skills to her romantic life, now that would be a great renovation. She didn't lack date requests, but she had a certain handsome dark brown firefighter in mind, one she had had a crush on for the last 2.5 years. Unfortunately, it was going to take more than a simple demolition to crack down the walls and gain access to his heart, since he considered her a sister, not to mention that he was off limits, because she had to keep her brothers in mind. Renee exhaled as she turned off the engine in the cafe's parking lot. There were cars sparsely spread out in the medium-sized lot, less cars than she would normally encounter at 9 o'clock in the morning. Just because she enjoyed coffee didn't mean she could make a decent cup. Ever since she had tasted the Side Rock Cafe's coffee, Renee had realized that she should leave it to the experts. Why go through the trouble when the staff knew their way around an espresso machine? The only downside to the cafe was their lack of a drive-through, but good things called for sacrifices. Once inside the black and neon green building she had designed as a voluntary project, Renee's sense of smell was immediately bombarded by comforting aromas. Coffee, homemade pastries, and bacon, all totally perfect for fall. She should have hit the gym this morning so she could indulge in a lemon cream cheese pastry. Besides the cafe being a local hangout for all the firefighters in the community, it served several locals and was popular for its rich, creamy espresso. Customers were spread out in orange and army green booths, and a couple of people sat at the bar stools. Renee glanced at the random food-related framed pictures in black and white on the tan walls as she marched towards the counter. "Bonjour, Renee," Pascal's heavily accented voice greeted her, and Renee smiled at the restaurant owner. "Bonjour, Pascal. she responded with the only French word she knew as she rested her arms across the glass counter to block her view of the pastries underneath. Pascal's extra weight was a testimony to his savory pastries. Renee would gain a few pounds herself if she had to face the daily temptation of all the yummy pastries and muffins in the glass showcase. "You're early. I don't have your drinks ready yet." Usually, Pascal had 6 hot beverages ready to go for Renee, since she showed up promptly at 9 o'clock to pick up coffee for her colleagues. Whenever an emergency came up that kept her from making it to the cafe, she texted him. Renee waved a hand. "Don't worry about it. I have an early client. I'll just take 1 drink today." "Skinny latte coming up." He reached for a disposable cup from the stack. "Oh, by the way, Jessica got the scholarship to DU." Renee clapped happily. "Yay!" Jessica was Pascal's daughter, a good swimmer who worked hard both in school and at home. The girl deserved the scholarship. "I'm so happy for your family." Renee smiled and pulled her wallet out of the handbag. Pascal placed the steaming styrofoam cup on the counter and capped it with a lid before sliding it toward her. "It's on the house today." Shaking her head, Renee dropped a $20 bill for him on the counter. "Nope, your daughter's news is a good reason for me to buy you a cup of coffee today." She kept cash on hand for small expenditures like coffee, among a few other small purchases. One of the lessons she had learned from her brother Ezra, who had majored in accounting despite becoming a firefighter, was that carrying cash enabled a person to only spend what they had. Pascal opened his mouth to speak, but Renee changed the subject before he could object. "When is your knee surgery again?" She knew the man was having a surgery at some point, but hadn't had the opportunity to chat with him since she normally stopped by when they were busy. "In 4 months." "I'll be praying." "Merci," Pascal nodded, and Renee stepped aside so he could serve the customer who had just showed up behind her. With her purse slung over her shoulder and coffee in hand, Renee pushed open the door. Just as it closed behind her, her watch chimed with an incoming text. Renee glanced down to make sure it wasn't her client canceling their meeting. Before she could identify the sender, her body slammed into a warm, solid chest, nearly knocking the disposable cup out of her hand. A strong hand gripped it, straightening it back into her grasp. Renee's eyes widened at the sight of Jake's familiar face. Jake was 6 feet plus of hard muscles and brute strength, with a body that didn't carry a single extra ounce of fat. For the last 6 years, Jake had been a part of their family and came to most family events. Even though other firefighters in Ezra's unit came to their family gatherings, Jake came a lot more often, especially since his divorce. He and Ezra had become inseparable. Wherever Ezra went, there was Jake. Lately, when Jake came to events, he and Renee ended up paired together for competitive family games. Ezra always paired with his wife, and Andrew, Renee's oldest brother, often showed up with his girlfriend. Despite Jake's obvious lack of interest in her romantically, she enjoyed his company. Not only was he a good listener, but he made her laugh. Her gaze met his warm brown eyes. The pale shadows under his eyes reminded her that he had just gotten off a 24-hour shift and had barely slept. That didn't detract from his handsomeness. He had a clean, simple haircut and stubble beard that dusted his chin and cheeks, accenting a strong jawline. Jake was the kind of guy who was cool, calm, and collected, the total opposite of Renee's fiery personality. She opened her mouth to speak, but Jake's casual gaze silently held hers. She took a step back to create some space, and her heel tumbled over the curb jamb, almost sending her falling to the ground. Thankfully, Jake's fast, skilled hands pulled her back into place and steadied her, his expression unreadable. Renee gulped as she stared at his t-shirt. Although his body weight seemed off from his recent illness, the fabric clung to him, outlining his tight muscles. Jake arched an eyebrow. "Little Buchanan, you okay?" Both his hands were now planted on her shoulders, something he normally did when he needed to knock some sense into her before she made a bad decision, or to calm her down when her temper flared against her brother. Funny, he was back to calling her Little Buchanan. While he was sick and vulnerable last week, he had called her Renee, and she had hoped he would call her by her name from then on. Realizing that Jake had asked her a question, Renee stammered. She had no real answers, so she stated the expected response. "Yes, and I apologize for almost running you over." He peered into her eyes, the corner of his lips quirking into a smile. "Are you really sorry?" She nodded. She had hated seeing Jake sick, but she had welcomed the excuse to spend more time with him. He had surprised her by accepting her help, or perhaps he had been too weak to stop her from doing his laundry or bringing him food when his appetite came back. Now she wondered if it had been such a great idea. Seeing Jake so vulnerable had only stirred up hidden feelings for him. He took his hands from her shoulders, and Renee could finally breathe. "You need to be aware of your surroundings and perhaps avoid electronics when walking across the parking lot." Jake spoke softly with an amused smile. Renee took a deep breath. "Definitely. Where are all the others? You guys move in a pack like wolves." "Yeah, Jake turned his gaze to the neon building's large glass window and then back to Renee. He gripped the back of his neck and blew out a breath. "Meeting with Ania." Sudden nausea hit Renee at the thought of Jake sitting across the table from his ex-wife. He had mentioned something about Ania texting him, but Renee didn't realize things had gotten this serious. She could smell coffee on his breath, even though he wasn't a coffee drinker. Maybe he was as bothered as Renee about this meeting, so he had had to fortify himself with caffeine. She could only hope so, because she had no idea where their relationship would stand if Jake got back with his ex. Renee was all for divorced couples reuniting and getting a marriage back together, but after the way Ania had treated Jake, Renee doubted Ania had ever loved him at all. She had only met the woman twice, both times at family gatherings when all the firefighters had come with their families. Renee had hated how disrespectful Ania had been towards Jake. At one of the gatherings, she had lashed out at him in front of his colleagues, and at the other, she had ordered Jake around like he was a servant. Renee suspected Ania had cheated on Jake, too. The fact that another man had moved in with her before their divorce was final was enough to confirm her suspicions. Knowing how forgiving and kind Jake was, Renee could picture Ania sweet-talking him into getting back together. She opened her mouth to share her opinion, but was reminded that despite what she thought, Jake's dreams of marriage had been shattered, and he might want to reconcile with Ania. She opted for humor. "Would you like me to come with you?" She waggled her eyebrows. "For moral support?" Jake said meditatively. "You can be my backup plan. Just keep your phone handy." He pulled his phone from his pocket and held it up. "I might call you if things head south." She chuckled softly, and so did Jake. Renee lifted her wrist, showcasing the watch where she received texts. "I'll be waiting." She turned to leave and strode a few steps when she remembered Jake's laundry. She had taken it to her house to wash last week when he had been sick. She turned back to call after Jake, but he was still standing in the same spot, staring at her. He dipped his chin when he caught her gaze, and she marched back to him. "I left your clothes at Ezra's house," she said. "Not sure he's told you yet." She had wanted to drop them off at Jake's house, but she had been too busy to match his own busy schedule. "Yes, he did. Thanks again." Jake shoved both hands in his pockets. "I owe you one." His eyes passed over her face, and he cocked his head, studying her hair. Renee's brows lifted. "What?" Jake tugged on a strand of her hair. "I like your new hairstyle, the red stuff." "Highlights," she corrected. Renee had added some red highlights over the weekend to give herself a festive look for the holidays. Jake nodded. "I like it." His voice fell to a whisper. "It complements your blue eyes." They were just simple words she had heard often from her parents, brothers, and friends, but hearing them from Jake warmed her insides. Despite the cool breeze, Renee felt a sudden rise in her body temperature. "Thanks. Well," she waved, "see you around." "See you too, little Buchanan." She had a client in a few minutes, and showing up to the office with flushed cheeks would not be the best way to start her day. Chapter 4. Renee scrolled through her files on her laptop, natural light streaming into the room through the big window behind her desk. Her client, Rambo, lounged on the red square sofa, one of his long dark arms sprawled across the back, while the other held the phone that snagged his full attention. His athletic build was a good indicator of his professional basketball career. This being their third meeting, Renee had already visited Rambo's Victorian house and had made a blueprint of a design layout of most of the rooms. Today, she wanted to share some ideas of how she intended to add contemporary designs, yet still maintain the Victorian look he wanted. If Rambo wasn't in a hurry to grab breakfast, like he had been the last 2 times, Renee hoped they could also go over furniture and color options. "Check this out." Rambo shifted his long legs. His high-top white canvas shoes were comfortably propped up on top of a catalog on the glass square table. "It's only 9, and I've already got about 100 tweets." Renee tilted her head to meet Rambo's wide grin. She had learned he was a year older than her when he talked nonstop about himself during their first 2 meetings. Renee hoped he wouldn't have anything left to talk about today. Not wanting to get off task this time, she responded with a brief nod and returned her gaze to the computer. "Did you figure out what you like and dislike about your house?" "I got some ideas of what I want," Rambo said. "I want to keep the chandeliers, but they're outdated." Renee could have them repolished or replaced with something similar. She told him so. "I would like you to see the whole picture." Renee placed her laptop on the coffee table in front of Rambo. "Here's what I have drawn out." Rambo moved his feet off the table, sending the catalog to the floor. Renee picked it up and set it on her desk before taking a seat next to him. With the computer in front of him, she leaned in to explain each image as she scrolled through the suggestions she had drawn for every room of the house. "There are lots of small rooms that we could transform into one main room. I could take out the wall from this side to create an open living room and adjoin the kitchen." Rambo listened intently. Renee scrolled to the next page. After several minutes of going through the ideas, Renee straightened. "Last time you mentioned how much you like the floors," Renee said. "We can have them polished and they will be as good as new." She leaned forward, waiting for Rambo's response. He sat hunched over with his elbows on his knees, hands dangling between them. "I like all the ideas, but I don't want to make a decision," Rambo said. "Just surprise me. I don't want to mess anything up. That's why I came to the expert." From time to time, Renee had clients who didn't want to make decisions and left everything in her hands. 98% of those clients ended up happy with her work. She hoped Rambo would be happy too. Renee had been handling their big clients since Karina had been forced to step back due to her recent illness. The owner had entrusted her to take on larger clients like hotels, corporate offices, medical offices, and on occasion, mansions. As for Rambo, he had specifically requested Renee. He had seen her on a home improvement channel last summer and felt Renee was the right fit for his project. I understand, Mr. Not sure how to pronounce his last name, or was it his first name? Renee wanted to clarify. He dismissed her concern with a wave of his hand. Just call me Rambo. Okay, Rambo. I understand and will do my best to keep as much of the original house as possible. They moved on to color choices, but Rambo didn't have any idea what colors he wanted. After a lengthy silence, Rambo spoke. See, the thing is, his voice was low as he stared out the window, that house is the only home I've ever known. He drew out a breath. When my realtor told me that the house was for sale, I just had to buy it. When my foster mom died, I didn't think I'd want that particular home. His gaze dropped to the ground and his voice was strained as he talked about the wonderful memories he had in the Victorian house. Renee hadn't realized she had moisture in her eyes until a tear threatened to escape. Sniffling, she stood to get a box of tissues from her desk. Rambo rose and paced back and forth in the room like a caged lion, his black jeans hanging loosely on him. His white T-shirt contrasted with his fierce dark features, and pale eyes sparkled from beneath the Nuggets basketball cap. Renee opted for small talk to distract him from his unhappy memories. So, are you excited about the basketball season? She still hadn't watched a YouTube video of him playing like he had requested. Even worse, she was clueless about sports. She knew a little about baseball since her brothers were fans, but that was as far as her knowledge of sports went. Jake watched basketball from time to time, and Renee wished she had asked him this morning how the Denver Nuggets' last game had gone. Huh? Rambo shook his head. He walked back, more bouncing than walking, shoulders high. I'm going to take a break from basketball next season. I want to get into parkour if I can get a good trainer. I'm going to compete for American Ninja Warrior in a couple of years. Parkour? Renee tapped her fingers on the laptop. She did know a good trainer, but would she dare recommend this guy to Jake? Rambo could use a good friend, given the information Renee had gathered from their past conversations. He had said he wished he had a family member in the crowd whenever he played his games. Renee's heart had ached when he had shared that. I might know someone, but... She placed a finger to her chin and winced, regretting her proclamation. Don't quote me on that. He's the best trainer, but his schedule is super tight. I want him, Rambo said, cutting her off. I'll have to talk to him first. I'll ask him myself. Rambo peered at Renee. I got the money. I can pay him whatever he wants. Jake could use the money, but that wasn't his main motivation for taking on clients. He cared most about helping people. Most of his clients paid him little to nothing, but a paying client wouldn't be bad for him either. He doesn't operate like that. Renee shifted the conversation back to the task at hand by rising from the sofa. Let's go take a look at the furniture in the showroom. She led the way out of her office. Rambo followed her to the elevator that deposited them on the third floor of the spacious warehouse the firm leased after the number of clients had increased over the last 2 years. They had renovated it to house their offices, and last year they added the open showroom on the top floor. By the time Rambo left, they had finalized color choices after Renee's persistent and patient quizzing about his favorite colors and style. He had been picky about furniture, but Renee finally found something he liked online with one of their vendors. She was happy they had made a firm decision and could move forward without delay. Renee spent the rest of the day speaking with the architect to discuss the demolition timeline for Rambo's house. She also met with the rest of the staff to go through their weekly review about the firm's current projects. On her way out to visit one of the projects she was managing, she stopped at the front desk to speak with Shine's graphic designer, who was also in charge of answering their calls and scheduling vendors. Ming, she said, I just sent you an email, and if possible, I would like you to get in touch with some of our suppliers and the contractor before you leave." Ming tilted her head. Jonathan from the hotel left a message. The dark-haired girl had a wide smile on her face as she clapped her hands. "We got that project, too." Renee had submitted a proposal to a hotel in Colorado Springs that needed the guest rooms and lobby redesigned and completed by December 23rd. She smiled at the challenge ahead of her. Wow! She liked challenges, especially the ones in her field. After giving Ming the supplies to order, Ming typed all the details in her computer and stared at Renee with her small, exotic eyes. Renee ignored her scrutiny. "I'm going to stop by the doctor's office to see if they delivered the right furniture." Thankfully, that project was coming to an end just in time for a new project to roll in. She was currently working on a mansion, an office complex, Rambo's house, and now the hotel, which was not as busy a schedule as she normally kept. "Great! Hey, tomorrow's Friday. Remember my boyfriend's brother?" Ming asked. Renee nodded slowly. "He's in town. Maybe we can double date tomorrow. He was bummed to have missed you last time, and he's looking forward to meeting you." That was not the way Renee wanted to meet a guy. Last time she had used Jake's illness as an excuse to cancel the blind date. What if she didn't like him? That would only make things awkward between her and Ming. Her mind was occupied with someone else anyway. It was better to put effort into making sure Jake noticed the way she felt about him than hunting other dates. Renee dismissed Ming with a wave of her hand. "Nah, I'm not ready to date yet. Thanks, though." Ming peered at Renee. "Are you seeing somebody and you haven't told me?" Renee wished that were the case. Purse slung over her shoulder, Renee turned to leave, ignoring Ming's question. "See you tomorrow," she called over her shoulder. Even if she had no idea where things stood with her firefighter, at least she felt confident about what she had accomplished at work. To Renee's relief, she found the right furniture had been delivered to the medical office, saving her from having to make any sudden changes to her deadline. It had been a fast-paced day, and Renee couldn't believe how quickly it had come to an end. She punched the power button above the car to open the garage door and parked her Corolla in the two-car garage. After a shower, she pulled on her flannel pajama bottoms and slipped on her new favorite T-shirt. She had kept one of Jake's shirts after returning the rest of his laundry. Renee swore the guy had the comfiest T-shirts. She had washed several of the soft, dark-colored T-shirts Jake often wore that showcased his ripped frame. Renee told herself she kept his shirt because it was comfortable and nothing more. Her watch buzzed with an incoming text as she microwaved leftovers. Renee's heart hammered in anticipation as she glanced at her watch. She let out a heavy sigh when she saw it was from Lila instead of Jake. Renee loved hearing from Lila, who had become her best friend besides Jake, but not when she was hoping to get a message from Jake. She had expected a text back from him since she had texted him earlier. "Hope you survived your meeting with Ania," she had written. Maybe they were getting back together, and he had decided to keep the news to himself. Her appetite vanished at the thought, and she sank into the navy blue love seat to read her sister-in-law's message. "Lila, will you be available to grab dinner with me tomorrow night? Last-minute changes, and Ezra has to hang out with Jake and some of the guys from work." Renee had no plans. Perhaps Lila could give her a few details on how Jake's meeting with Ania had gone. Ezra would know, but he was pretty private when it came to sharing information that involved his best friend. She could only hope he had shared Jake's details with his wife. Renee wasn't a snoop, but when it came to Jake Larson, she wanted to know everything. She typed her response. "Renee, would love to meet." Lila, "Ty okay?" Renee, "Yes." She put her phone on the table. After dinner, she browsed through a few of her roommate's fashion magazines and caught up on her laundry. 2 hours later, she prayed and slid into bed. She then told the smart Echo speaker with Alexa to play one of her favorite gospel songs. Worship music soothed her, and she found it a great way to start and end her days. After the music stopped, Renee's thoughts drifted to the strong jawline of a man she had no business thinking about. But that didn't stop her from inhaling the faint, sweet scent on his t-shirt as she pulled the covers to her chin and closed her eyes. Chapter 5. Jake pulled the navy blue hoodie over his head. The bitterly cold Friday afternoon had brought a wave of gusting wind, but that hadn't stopped him from jogging the 6 miles to Ezra's house. Running had given him some time to think and meditate. Yesterday's visit with Ania had been quite revealing. 5 minutes into their meeting had confirmed what Jake already knew. Ania had not changed. She never took responsibility, and everything was always about her. "I'd been seeing Lance for a while, and I thought you knew something was going on," Ania had said, as if Jake was a mind reader. Lance had been their landscape guy. Ania insisted they hire a landscaper for the fixer-upper home they had bought. Not that Jake made enough money to afford landscaping services, but he had agreed because juggling 2 jobs didn't leave time for landscaping. Looking back, Jake had seen all the signs, but he had ignored them, like Ania inviting Lance over for dinner twice, which had been out of character for her since she didn't care to have company. "So it wasn't the way I sliced avocado that drove you to end the marriage after all?" Jake had asked her, since that was one of the petty reasons she had used for their separation. "Of course not. You're a fine man, Jake. In fact, I felt guilty for hurting you. But when we got married, your dad had just died and we rushed things." It was true that Jake had just lost his dad when he moved to Colorado, and he had married Ania on impulse. She had said she loved him, and Jake had been dumb enough to think that he didn't have to be madly in love with someone to marry her. He had assumed their feelings for each other would grow over time. "Also, both of your jobs took so much of your time." That was because Ania never liked to work. Jake had picked up extra shifts at the fire station and extra clients for personal training so he could fund her shopping addiction. "I apologize for not being a good husband," he had said. "Oh, Jake," she had rested a hand on top of his. "You were the best. That's why I want you back." For a moment, Jake's heart had warmed at her familiar touch, until she stated her real reason for rekindling their marriage. "Lance's job is so unreliable, and I would like the baby to have insurance and financial stability." Jake instantly moved his hand away from hers and swallowed, assuming he had heard wrong, until Ania added, "I'm calling it quits with Lance." His mouth opened, but no words came out. He rose from his seat before he could unleash the burning anger in his chest. "Rejection hurts at the very core of your being, but try not to take it personally. Oftentimes when you're rejected, it has nothing to do with you and everything to do with the person rejecting you. Take it in stride, let it slide off your back, and move on. It will go a long way toward making you feel better and happier." Those were the last words Jake's counselor had said in their final session. But how could he move on when the 2 most important women in his life had let him down? First his mom, and now Ania. The neighborhood where he worked and Ezra lived was an eclectic mix of homes built in the 70s and 80s of all different colors and sizes, from 2-story brick homes to rambling ranch-style houses with basements. The residents were less diverse, but Jake didn't feel uncomfortable in this mostly white community since he spent so much time there. The cold hadn't kept kids from riding their bikes on the street or jumping through piles of leaves with happy squeals. Jake waved to a bundled-up middle-aged man who had tucked his rake between his knees while he adjusted his hat. Jake's phone vibrated, and he pulled it out of the hoodie's front pocket. One glance sent him spiraling back to his past. It was his mom. "I've had enough of my past within the last 24 hours, Jake muttered to himself and shoved the phone back. He could only handle one piece of his shattered past at a time. He trotted up the steps to the brick home and rang the doorbell. The house was a mile away from the firehouse and close to the gym where they played basketball. Ezra and his wife had bought it 7 months ago after Ezra sold his condo. The wind whooshed and wheeshed as Jake waited for a response. The fall pattern rug under his feet proclaimed welcome, while 2 big carved pumpkins adorned either side of the door. The door swung open and Ezra's wife, Lila, smiled up at him. "Come in, Jake," she said, warmth radiating from her as Jake stepped into her embrace. Once inside, a rush of heated air warmed his skin, driving away the icy chill from his cheeks and ears. A steaming diffuser on the white bench by the entrance blasted cool air with the aroma of cinnamon and clove, smells that Jake associated with fall. The aroma also reminded him of his recent sickness and Renee's care, the oils she had added to his bath. Speaking of Renee, Jake remembered her text from yesterday that he hadn't yet responded to. She had asked how his meeting with Ania had gone, but Jake had not been ready to revisit that, so he hadn't replied. He hoped she wasn't offended by his silence. The last thing he needed was to hurt Renee's feelings. Jake's eyes wandered to the kitchen that adjoined the living room in search of Ezra. As if reading his mind, Lila strode past him towards the kitchen. "Ezra will be out of the shower shortly. Can I get you something to drink?" Jake came here often enough to make himself at home. "No, thanks. Do you mind if I just check the game?" Lila waved him off. "Go ahead." The house boasted an open floor plan with a living room that opened up to the kitchen and a big window displaying the spacious backyard equipped with a deck that Jake and their colleagues had helped build. They had also assisted with the demolition and painting of the house. It took some fixing up, but thanks to Renee's skills, the house had become almost a show home. Ezra's sister had such a flair for decorating and design. Jake grabbed the remote from a basket on the coffee table and sank into the black suede sectional couch. After scrolling through several channels, he settled for the baseball finals to pass the time. Red Sox versus Dodgers. Ezra had tried to talk him into moving into their full-size basement since he knew Jake was saving money to buy another home. At first, the idea had been inviting since Jake had wanted to stay and spend more time with Ezra, but he knew better than to invade a newlywed couple's space. Besides, the thought of sharing his friend's happy place with his wife made Jake anything but joyful. It would only have reminded him of everything he had lost, things like having someone to talk and come home to, all the things he had lost when Ania left. Ezra arrived downstairs with his hair damp, dressed in a blue t-shirt and sweats. "Hey, Larson," Ezra greeted Jake from the kitchen where he stood behind his wife. Before Jake could respond, Ezra's attention was back to nibbling on Lila's neck. She giggled and playfully slapped Ezra. "Honey, go and see if Jake will accept a drink." Ezra gave Jake a quick glance. "He's fine." Jake moved his gaze back to the screen and tried hard not to listen to Ezra and Lila's conversation, but he could still hear and watch them through the corner of his eyes. Lila opened and closed a few cabinets, then opened the stainless steel refrigerator. She pulled out Tupperware containers, giving Ezra food options in case they decided to stay and eat at home. "I also made your favorite dessert," she said. Jake had no doubt it was mint brownies, since she had sent those to the firehouse more times than he could remember. Jake never ate chocolate, so he didn't have to deal with that temptation. Jake liked Lila. She was beautiful inside and out, her smooth complexion a shade darker than Jake's brown. Ezra was one blessed man, and Lila was the perfect match for him. It was hard to believe that Ezra had been afraid of relationships because of his past failed attempt. But once the right woman came along, Ezra had gotten past his fears and tested the waters. Thankfully, he had taken the risk because Lila spoke to her husband's love language. The fact that she put up with Ezra's loud firefighter friends, hosting them often for dinners, on top of letting them drop in whenever they wanted to, was quite a big deal for Ezra with his outgoing personality. Jake was glad for his friend's happiness. The man was good to everybody and deserved happiness himself. Ania had hated hanging out with Jake's colleagues. Those rare times when Jake's busy work schedule allowed him to be home, he had had to forget about having anybody over. She had only made an exception for Lance to join them for dinner. Jake yawned when the Red Sox scored, putting them in the lead. He glanced back toward the kitchen to give Ezra the update, but his friend currently had his fingers in Lila's hair and his arms and lips entwined with hers. Forcing himself to turn back to the TV, Jake scrambled with the remote, accidentally pressing the button for a foreign channel. Over the unfamiliar language coming from the TV, Jake could hear Ezra say, "Love you." Through the corner of his eye, Jake watched as he placed another kiss on Lila's forehead. "Love you too," she said. That lucky son of a gun, Jake thought, jealous of what Ezra and his wife had. Even during his first 3 months of marriage, Jake didn't remember being that passionate with his ex. He tried to shake off his sour mood, his memories of relationships gone bad. What was wrong with him that made his mother marry another man as soon as his dad died and made Ania run off with another man? Something had to be seriously wrong. He just didn't know what it was. It was hard not to assume fault. He'd be better off living a solitary life. "See you later, Jake." Lila strode through the living room and closed the door behind her, not giving enough time for him to respond. Ezra placed a couple of water bottles on the coffee table, and Jake raised his eyebrows at him. "What?" Ezra asked with a wide grin. That kiss earned an R rating. Jake shifted his gaze to the television and lowered his voice. "You need to be careful around little kids." The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. Ezra yanked the remote from his hand. "Shut up, Larson," he said playfully, joining him on the couch. "Why are you watching a Latino channel when you don't know a single word in Spanish?" "Got blinded by the kiss you shared with your wife." He mumbled instead, "High time I learned a word or two." Ezra scrolled through the channels and settled back on the baseball game. "So tell me about your meeting with Ania." Jake started with the most pressing news. "She wants us to get back together." He shrugged and ran a hand across his face. Brows knitted, Ezra asked, "Why?" Jake relayed his conversation with Ania. An insurance policy is very important to her and the baby. Anger flickered through Ezra's expression, and he slapped the remote onto the tiled floor. "Who does this woman think she is?" His jaw clenched. "I'm going to give her a piece of my mind." Grateful for his friend's indignation on his behalf, Jake had no doubt Ezra would follow through. He didn't keep his anger bottled up inside like Jake, but Ania had crooked ways of getting her revenge. Even as he tried to shove her out of his thoughts, deep down he sensed that she was not done with him yet, and the last thing Jake wanted was to drag Ezra into Ania's trap. "Let's just drop it, okay?" Jake said. Ezra ran a hand through his brown hair and softened his tone. "Do you wish you were still together?" Jake gave a mirthless laugh. If anything, he wished he had never wasted 2 years of his life. But then again, sometimes people had to take a fall so they could learn from their dumb decisions. Something good had happened as a result of the divorce. He was now a Christian, and he no longer had to take on extra unexpected shifts at work, which allowed him some downtime with friends and the ability to volunteer in the after-school kids program at the gym. Definitely not. "Did you get the closure you wanted?" Ezra asked. Jake nodded. Hard as it may sound, it really helped. Part of Jake had been blaming himself for the divorce, but after talking to Ania, he was reminded how self-centered she could be. He would rather remain single than to stay in a toxic relationship. Jake's gaze fastened on a hot pink chair in the room. Ready to change the subject, he said, "I see you finally found Lila's chair after all." Thankfully, Ezra didn't push the issue. He responded, "Yeah, Renee gave it to her as a housewarming gift, if you can imagine." The mention of Renee reminded him of running into her on his way to see Ania, and how she had been a breath of fresh air, a calm before entering the hot flame. Setting his encounter with Renee aside, Jake stared at the wall. Most of the hanging pictures were framed photographs that had been taken by Lila. A photo of an old withered tree with a small sprouting tree beside it caught Jake's attention. Underneath, written in bold letters, was a Bible verse. "If anyone is in Christ, he is a new creature. The old things passed away. Behold, new things have come." 2 Corinthians 5:17. He had seen the verse several times when he had been there before, but it had never grasped him as it did now. Jake made a mental note to remember that verse. "I like what you've done to your house," Jake said, gazing at the pallet board wall above the dining table. "Lila keeps up with the decor. I like it too." Ezra took a drink of his water. "Speaking of houses, the one across the street is getting ready to go on the market." Jake had expressed an interest in buying a house after he had let Ania have his previous home. He had wanted nothing to keep him tied to her. "Lila could put in a good word for you," Ezra told Jake. "She tutors the guy's grandson. I know you have good credit." Jake's dad had instilled in him the habit of saving at 12 and had encouraged him to apply for a credit card at age 18. He had paid off the balance monthly just to build credit. If the house was move-in ready, Jake didn't stand a chance at qualifying for a mortgage. After giving up his house, he had still had to pay Ania's monthly alimony for an entire year, which had dented his savings. What's wrong with it? The house is not in the best shape inside, which might work in your favor. The renters let their dogs rip the place apart, and there are all sorts of holes in the house. Ezra lifted his shoulders. Not sure what caused all the holes. They just never took care of it. Anyway, I know you wanted a house at some point. Not sure you're still interested. Wondering how long it would take for him to own a house given the increase in property value in the Colorado Front Range these days, Jake assumed even a smaller house than Ezra's would be great. The house in question looked bigger than Ezra's house, and for that reason alone, there was no sense in entertaining the idea of buying a big home for a single guy like him. "You want me to order pizza?" Jake suggested, changing the subject. Ezra shook his head. "My wife made dinner," he said. "You don't even like pizza." "But you do. I ate enough pizza during my bachelor years." "You're getting quite spoiled for someone who used to eat only frozen meals," Jake said. Ezra reclined on the couch. "You know, back then I didn't have much of a choice. It was either frozen meals or takeout. Thankfully, your slow cooker dishes at the station saved me from having too many TV dinners." The background echoed with television noise from the game and cheering. They had originally planned to play basketball, but Dalton had texted, saying he had come down with the flu. Miguel had to coach his son's soccer team tonight, so it was just Ezra and Jake now. We could still go shoot some baskets if you'd like, Ezra suggested, but Jake didn't feel like it after all. I want to see how this game ends, if you don't mind. He leaned back into the couch. Plus, he didn't mind Lila's dinners. They had to be more nutritious than pizza. The duo talked over a chicken parmesan dinner with spinach strawberry salad, with Ezra giving reasons why Jake should consider approaching the homeowner across the street. When all was said and done, it was almost 9 o'clock by the time Ezra drove Jake back to his house. After his friends had left, the Bible verse from Lila's picture came to Jake's mind, giving him something different to think about, something to boost his hope. If anyone is in Christ, he is a new creature. The old things passed away. Behold, new things have come. Chapter 6. A week later, a chilly breeze stirred the mid-morning as the ladder truck finished with an accident scene on the freeway. They watched as the ambulance vanished and the wailing siren faded. A couple of people had been taken to the hospital in the ambulance with mild injuries. Thankfully, nobody had died. After cleaning the shattered glass and other debris from the road, Jake navigated the truck onto the highway. He thought of Renee as they neared the exit to her workplace. After leaving Ezra's house, Renee was the first person Jake had wanted to discuss the possibility of buying a home with. He had sent her a text asking what she thought of him buying a house across the street from Ezra. Instead of texting back, she had called him, enthusiastically encouraging Jake to approach the homeowner. She said she had faith and confidence that he would get the house. Jake admired her constant optimism. He smiled as an idea formed. "Hey, do you think I can make a quick stop?" Jake turned to Ezra, who rode shotgun while Dalton sat in the back. Ezra frowned. "Of course you can. You're the driver. Where to?" Jake took the next exit, figuring there would be a store in the small shopping center. He had never officially thanked Renee for bringing meals and doing his laundry. Many of his clothes still smelled like Renee because she had used her laundry detergent. Lately, Jake's mind had been too occupied with his past. It was high time he lived in the present. Flowers for Renee would be a nice gesture. At least she would know he appreciated her. "It will be 2 stops, actually," he said as he parked the fire truck at the end of a parking lot. The small shopping center had several stores. The building he chose was to the side, towering over the other little shops. Bold letters proclaimed, "European Market for Flowers and Gifts." "I need to get flowers for your sister. I never had the chance to thank her for doing my laundry when I was sick." "I don't see any problem with that, unless we get a call," Ezra said. "You'll make her day. You know how she makes a big deal over little things." 10 minutes later, Jake walked back to the fire truck, carrying a wide arrangement of colorful flowers in a glass vase. He had also picked up a box of Belgian chocolates, since Renee loved those. The chocolate and flowers had cost Jake a little over $100, not the ordinary price most stores would charge. Renee Buchanan was anything but ordinary. "What kind of jobs do these people do?" Dalton asked, leaning between the seats to peer out at the shiny sedans with letters for names and several fancy SUVs in the Shine Design Team's parking lot. "Normal jobs like us," Ezra responded. Jake parked the fire truck at the end of the half-full lot and slid out of his overalls. With his navy blue Fort Rock Fire t-shirt tucked into his navy blue pants, he felt presentable enough for Renee's workplace. Ezra handed him the flowers and chocolates. "See you in a few." According to Renee, the square building used to be an old warehouse that had been renovated into a modern showroom. Glass covered 70% of its exterior, and the remaining 30% was light gray stacked stone and siding. It had 3 levels, and based on what he had been told, Jake knew the showroom was upstairs and the warehouse was downstairs. Bypassing the elevator, he took 2 flights of stairs to the second floor, which was their main level. The few times he had come with Ezra, they had been on duty and Jake had waited in the truck, so he was surprised by the expansive space adorned with a wide-arched front desk. "Hi," the dark-haired woman greeted him from behind the desk, her small brown eyes warm. He cleared his throat. "Can I see Renee Buchanan, please?" Judging from the crowded parking lot, she was probably busy. Never mind. Could you please give these to her?" He placed the flowers and the chocolate box on the tall glass counter. He didn't need to see her, really. The woman gave him a speculative look, then her eyes shifted to the logo on his shirt. She smiled mischievously. "And you are?" "Jake." "Oh, nice to meet you." She stretched out her hand to shake his. "I'm Ming." The name sounded familiar, since Renee often mentioned the names of the people she worked with. It was nice to put a face to the name. Maybe he had met her at Renee's Christmas party, which he had attended last year, but he had been introduced to so many faces that day, it was hard to remember who was whom. "She's with a client, but I'll let her know." Jake opened his mouth to object, but Ming was already on the phone with Renee. "She'll be here shortly," Ming said, and put the phone back. Jake studied the interior. To the right was a long hallway where people in business attire popped in and out of doorways. No wonder Renee liked the lit rooms. Her workplace was radiant with light streaming through the big glass windows that dominated the building's interior. The open seating area in the center had 3 sections of seating arrangements, where people sat browsing through catalogs and fingering fabric swatches as they waited. One area had yellow wavy-shaped chairs and a black round table. Another section had lime green recliners and a black sofa. And the third section had orange and black sofas and recliners. It was hard for Jake to believe that mismatched furniture could look this good. In a matter of minutes, Renee emerged from her office. Her face beamed at the sight of him, and Jake smiled back. Her bouncy curls barely brushed her shoulders, their red highlights a striking contrast to the royal blue, short-ruffled sleeves. A narrow belt cinched the flared jumpsuit around her waist, showing off her petite, curvy frame. He had been staring at her intently, maybe a little too intently, he realized when she blushed and lost her balance with her almost 4-inch black heels. Out of instinct, Jake reached out to steady her. Renee swallowed without meeting Jake's gaze, and his heart quickened. Bothered by the effect she had on him, Jake took a couple of steps back. "These are for you," Ming said, pointing at the flowers and chocolates as she stared at Renee. Renee sauntered to the table and carefully picked up the clear glass vase. She held it up to her nose and sniffed the bouquet before putting it back on the counter. Her blue eyes sparkled, and her lips formed a silent wow. She stared at Jake, who was now leaning against the wall. "Chocolates, too?" Jake gave a silent nod. Ming's attention was back on her computer, while Renee embraced him. Jake's body tensed as his breath caught for a second before he wrapped his arms around her, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. He had hugged Renee several times and held her hand. She had even cried on his shoulder a few times. Yet never before had he been affected by her touch. What was happening right now was new, and he felt his defenses go up. "Thank you so much," she whispered after the embrace. "No," he cleared his throat. "Thank you for taking care of me when I was sick." "Would you like to come see my office?" she asked. He winced, wishing he didn't have to turn her down. "Sorry, I gotta run. I thought you were with a client." "Oh, yeah," she nodded. "Right. The guys are waiting for me out there." She probably knew that, since she knew his schedule. He peered into her eyes. "Maybe next time?" She nodded. "Yeah, next time." Renee insisted he take a bottled water that she pulled out of the refrigerator next to Ming's desk. She walked down the stairs with him. I spoke to the house owner, Scott, 2 days ago. Jake kept his hands in his pockets to avoid touching her. Renee smiled, intrigued. What did he say? He was a firefighter, too. Once he found out I'm one, he said he's willing to sell me the house if I skip getting a home inspection. It was quite a dangerous step, but Jake had taken that into consideration. They had both stopped walking, having reached the front door. Oh my gosh, Jakey! Her eyes widened, and she placed a hand to her chest. We need to get it. Jake didn't miss the "we" part. I asked him to give me a week to think about it, or rather to pray about it. Prayer was something Ezra had encouraged him to do during his discipleship year as a new believer. I'll pray too. That would be great. Jake held one of the handles to the double glass door. See you soon. See you. Tell Ez and the rest of the guys that I said hello, she said, and Jake walked back to the truck. When Jake backed the truck out of the parking lot, Ezra suggested another stop at his parents' house, which was on their way back to the firehouse. Jake swerved into an old neighborhood in Parker, a mix of brick and random homes spread apart from each other. This side of town was still untouched by new developments. Renee had introduced him to a couple of neighbors who owned horses. Once he and Renee had gone to see a foal when Jake had come over for one of their family barbecues. He parked the truck on the side of the wide street in front of Ezra's childhood home, a second home to all of the firefighters on their shift now. The large garden blossomed with orange, white, and yellow fall foliage. Crystal must have heard the heavy boots stomping across the stone driveway because the door swung open before they knocked. Her gray eyes sparkled. Oh, fantastic! My favorite firefighters have returned, Crystal said. Her brown sweater brushed the top of her jeans as she stretched out her arms to meet Ezra's embrace. She planted a kiss on his forehead, then did the same to Jake and Dalton. Her warmth reminded Jake of Renee, except that Renee was outspoken, while Crystal was laid back. Once they made it inside, Crystal offered them coffee. Your dad can make you some omelets. Mom, we can't stay long. We're working, remember? Not even time for a snack? She asked. I have time for a snack. Dalton gave a sheepish shrug when Jake shot him a look. Hey, boys! Robert's booming voice sounded as he emerged from the stairs to the kitchen. His gray streaked hair tucked behind his ears, he shoved the plaid button-up shirt in his khaki pants. Having his electrical business gave him the flexibility to enjoy his retirement as a firefighter. Catch anything on your hunting trip? Ezra asked as Robert gave him a manly embrace. Robert shook his head. Nothing this time. Maybe we'll catch something if you join us next time. He then slapped Jake's shoulder. You should come hunting too, son. Jake could barely survive a one-night camping trip in the woods, let alone hunting, which meant staying for several days. No, thank you. But he wasn't going to voice it to Robert, at least not now. Maybe. Robert shook Dalton's hand and was still talking when Crystal returned with a basket overflowing with goodies. The woman was a terrible cook, but her caring heart made up for it. She kept a firefighter basket in her pantry, stocked with each of their favorite kinds of snacks, ready to go whenever they stopped by. That was another reason they all loved to drop in whenever they took this route. Jake, I'm still figuring out a better snack for you than an apple. She handed Jake a package of nutrition bars. These have no sugar. Jake smiled as he stared at the box in his hands. This is great, Mrs. Buchanan. Crystal, she corrected. By the time they left, Ezra had his Coke and candied nuts, and Dalton his Mountain Dew and candy bars, which were a perfect Halloween treat. Perhaps it would hold him long enough to keep away from the firehouse candy basket until the trick-or-treaters arrived. They were approaching the firehouse when dispatch announced another emergency. Jake steered the truck as Ezra got the address from dispatch. "I gotta get the accident paperwork done." Ezra rose with his empty plate. He was required to type a report of each call they attended and the cause of the fire. The more calls they got, the more paperwork that meant for the lieutenant. Jake polished off the last 2 bites of his lasagna in silence, since the 2 new guys sitting next to him had less to say than he did. Their silence was broken by Miguel's and Dalton's argument over the remote. "Can I have the remote, please?" Dalton asked, but Miguel shoved it into his pocket. Dalton sank into one of the armchairs and ran a hand over his face. "My roommate is killing me. I need to find a new place. Ever since the guy got a girlfriend, he doesn't want to do grocery shopping anymore. I can live with that part, but I can't live without watching my own TV shows because his girlfriend wants to watch soap reruns. I mean, who still watches soaps these days?" Miguel scrolled through the channels. "I had the best roommate," he said. "He never liked TV, so I got to watch whatever I wanted. The best part was he also loved a clean house, so he did most of the cleaning." Dalton frowned. "How is this related to my situation?" "It really isn't about you, kid, but I thought it was a good story," Miguel said, and Dalton rolled his eyes. "Do something to make them move out, something outrageous," Camden suggested, adjusting his glasses. "Make up some crazy story so the girl breaks up with him or something like that." Dalton nodded distantly. "But I can't afford to pay rent by myself. Plus, I've never been good at telling lies." Camden cleared his throat. "How much is your rent now?" After hearing how much Dalton paid for rent to have a terrible roommate, Jake felt for the young man. He rose from the table to rinse his plate in the sink. "Come stay at my place." Jake opened the dishwasher and put the plate on the rack. Not that he was looking for a roommate when he'd be moving within 6 months. Shutting the dishwasher, he turned to find Dalton now standing in the kitchen, his mouth hanging open. In case he hadn't made himself clear, Jake spoke again. "You don't have to pay me anything, but we'll need to set a few ground rules." The boy's mouth closed and his face radiated as if he had just been handed a box of candy. "Can you cook?" Dalton nodded. Jake explained to him how long before the lease on the duplex would end. "Hopefully by then you will have enough saved up to lease a place of your own." Dalton sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "Man, you just rescued me from... I don't even know what to say." "Just say thank you," Miguel spoke over his shoulder as he flipped the remote to another channel. Dalton shook Jake's hand. "Thank you." Ezra had helped Jake out when he had gone through divorce and hadn't charged him for 3 months he lived with him. Paying it forward felt good. The firehouse normally opened from 6 to 8 p.m. on Halloween to give trick-or-treaters an up-close look inside the fire station. They decorated the bay with orange and black streamers and set up card tables to hold baskets of candy. Plastic red fire hats and fire truck coloring pages were stacked nearby, ready to hand out to the kids. Jake admired the transformed station as excited chatters rose from each section. The bay was filled with several kids and their parents, and Jake smiled as he studied the costumes. Some kids were dressed as firefighters and others as superheroes. He recognized a few of them under their masks and makeup, like the triplets from the parkour gym. Soon he was showing a group of kids how the ladder truck worked. "Wow," said one of the triplets dressed as Batman. Jake pointed at a tool in one of the truck's compartments. "Who knows what this is?" "Jaws of life," a 6-year-old blurted out. "It opens the stuck doors," blurted another. "You guys are very smart," Jake said. He pointed at the powerful jaws. "This can tear apart anything." He opened 2 more compartment doors, explaining what was in them and answering kids' questions. "Why do you have vests?" the red-haired triplet asked. It was a common question whenever tours were given. "Since we're a fire and rescue team, we don't just fight fires." He passed a hand over the entire compartment. "This is all the water rescue gear: helmets, vests, and shoes. If someone falls in the water, we sometimes have to go under with our ropes and get them out." Jake paused and pointed to a little blonde girl with a restless arm raised up. "What's your name?" "Jenna." "What's your question, Jenna?" he asked. "Can I still be a princess if I become a firefighter?" Her question was met with a couple of objections. "No, you can't." It became a debate when two other boys chimed in, and Jake had to clap his hands to get their attention. "Let me answer Jenna's questions so we can go inside the fire truck." That seemed to bring their attention right back. "Yes, you can be a princess and a firefighter." Jake's gaze went to Dinara, the EMT. She was just making an appearance in the bay, dressed in a princess outfit with her blonde hair swept up in a ponytail. Returning his gaze to Jenna, Jake said, "See that princess over there?" He pointed, and Jenna and the rest of the kids turned to look at Dinara. "She's a firefighter." Jenna's big smile told Jake his answer had been satisfactory. Miguel was guiding 4 kids around the engine truck, while Dalton and Ezra acted as superheroes for those who needed an adventure. Climbing inside the fire engines was always the highlight of the evening for the kids. The parents stood watching from the side while their kids interacted with the firefighters. After the kids had been loaded down with candy, the next group of kids walked in. Jake had settled for wearing a cape. Ezra had donned a superhero mask and cape, while Camden said he was dressed like himself, so he'd stay in his navy blue firefighter t-shirt. "How long am I supposed to wear this thing?" Miguel complained, fidgeting with his mask before finally yanking it off. "Hey, keep that on until 8, Dalton said. By the end of the evening, 80% of the kids had decided they wanted to become firefighters when they grew up. With some candy left and their house back on duty, they lounged at the dining table, chairs scattered, as several of the firefighters gobbled the leftover candy and homemade goodies that had been brought by some of the children's parents. "I really had a good day today," Dalton said. "When I woke up this morning, I didn't expect to have a new place to live." He nodded, his eyes on the empty bowl of candy. "Now that calls for a celebration." Dalton reached for a cookie from the stack on a platter next to the bowl. Jake could only agree with Dalton about today being a good one. He had made 2 people smile today, Dalton and Renee. He made Renee smile often, but Jake couldn't help but wonder why today's smile had stirred up something in him, something that might interfere with their perfectly innocent friendship. Chapter 7. Driving was one thing Renee did often during the day. Between making sure the right items had been delivered to the site she was working on, meeting clients to show portfolios, and mapping out the buildings that had been designated for her to design, she was frequently out of the office. After signing a contract with a new office she was going to help design the interior for, she met her oldest brother for lunch. Since Andrew worked in Arvada, 40 miles from Ezra's fire truck in Fort Rock, the family rarely saw him except for their monthly dinner or barbecues. Whenever Andrew was off midweek and visiting family in Parker, he would make it a point to meet Renee during her lunch hour. He talked about his work and the familiar challenges of firefighting. "I can never get enough sleep," he rubbed his eyes. "There are always injuries for colleagues and people we respond to." Renee gave Andrew the rundown about her current projects. He listened intently, something her whole family did. They were always interested in her well-being, sometimes to the point that she needed to remind them to back off a little. She stirred her tomato bisque and steam rose from it. "What's going on between you and Callie?" Callie was Andrew's fiancée. Bluntness was one thing the Buchanans did best with each other. Andrew hesitated before responding. "Nothing, really." Renee pointed a spoon at him. "Seriously, if it were as asking, you would be spilling the whole story. But as you've noticed lately, he doesn't pay much attention to his surroundings because he's too distracted with his wife." She narrowed her gaze and leaned forward. "I noticed at the Labor Day barbecue that you both seemed strained around each other." Andrew's posture tensed. "It was pretty obvious, since you ignored each other the entire time." She had wondered why Callie had come in the first place. "I'll keep it between the two of us," Renee assured him. Andrew stared at his sandwich and ran a hand through his hair. "She wants to move to Florida," he sighed, "and wants me to drop everything so I can follow her there. Both our families are right here. I will not even entertain the idea, period." Andrew's fisted hand turned white. His agitation was a big deal, since he was the mellow one of the three siblings. Renee took a moment to process what Andrew had just said before she spoke. "Why does she want you to move to Florida?" "Well, thank you," he said triumphantly, pounding his fist on the table. "At least someone thinks like I do. I asked her the same question, and she says her company is giving her a better opportunity to advance her career." He gritted his teeth. "I thought we were past career choices by now." As far as relationships went, Renee had no idea what advice to offer, but she hoped Andrew and Callie would come to some kind of agreement. Renee kept her mouth clamped shut, which was a great idea, since she had no soothing words to loosen Andrew's clenched jaw. Andrew was not one to just move clear across the country unless there was a good reason, but love could change anything. She rose from her chair and went around to hug Andrew. "I'm sure you will work it out." "Thanks." She tried to return to her seat, but Andrew pulled her back. "Don't tell Mom and Dad just yet, okay?" Renee nodded. "I don't need any lectures, and maybe Callie will come to her senses. I haven't told Ezra either," he added. "It would be better if he hears directly from me." She crossed her fingers. "Your secret is safe with me." After a few minutes of silence, Andrew said, "Speaking of relationships, anybody new in your life lately?" Renee took a sip of her soup to delay her response. "If I ever meet someone you and Ez might approve of, I will make sure to let you know." Her brothers were overbearing and had never been content with any of her boyfriends. Andrew gave a coy smirk. "Why do I sense that you already have someone?" Renee thought of Jake for a second. She had sensed something in him that day he had brought her flowers and chocolates. The intensity of his gaze had stolen the breath from her lungs. She shook her head to brush off the memory. Maybe it had just been wishful thinking, because she wanted Jake to feel something for her. Jake had said the flowers and chocolates were a thank you for nursing him back to health and nothing more. When her gaze turned back to Andrew, he was leaning back in his seat with a half-eaten sandwich in his hand, studying her. "You know I'll support you as long as I see chemistry. I didn't notice any with the last two guys you dated." "Oh, yeah?" Renee said. "Let's see, that guy, Mo..." Andrew tapped his forehead. "What was his name?" "Mason." "Yeah, he was still grieving from losing his wife and wanted to move back east and start a new life. That's not exactly what you needed." Andrew took a bite of his sandwich. "I think Ezra took care of that for me when he took it upon himself to demand he leave me alone and handed him a phone number to a counselor. At least Roy didn't have baggage, and he was decent." Andrew snorted. "Yeah, right. The guy was so full of himself." "You and Ez interrogated him." Renee had made the mistake of introducing Roy to her family during a barbecue. Andrew and Ezra had cornered the guy and asked him a bunch of questions. "All we asked him were his intentions in dating you and where he saw that relationship in a year." Roy had voiced his concern to Renee and said he couldn't stand her brothers because they were too overbearing and nosy. And to Renee, her family was her number one fan. Regardless of their intrusiveness, They always had her back, and there was no doubt they did it out of love. Besides, she intruded in their lives from time to time, too. But she wasn't about to admit her poor choices to Andrew. She had gone out with Roy because she wanted to see what it was like being with someone who didn't appear to have problems. Their server returned with the bill, and Andrew snatched it. Renee didn't stand a chance of taking it out of his strong grip. Just because I'm the baby in the family doesn't mean I can't afford to pay for lunch, she said, using the only weapon she had against her brothers. She gave him a sharp stare. You cannot treat me like a little girl all the time, so hand me that bill. She held out her palm. Andrew stared at her unwavering, stern face and placed the crumpled bill in her hand. Okay, you win this time. They walked out to the parking lot. After embracing her brother, she drove to check on the progress at Rambo's house. All the while, she pondered her discussion with Andrew and why her heart was set on Jake, who wasn't much different from Mason, loaded with heartache from a failed marriage. He still hadn't shared how his meeting with Ania went. She had thought they were close enough for him to tell her everything. Maybe it was because they hadn't had a lot of time to talk lately. All Lila had told her was that Ania wanted Jake back and to pray for him. Lila had said she never wanted to put Ezra in a position to reveal his colleagues' secrets, and Renee knew better than to assume Ezra would betray his friend's confidence. Jake probably needed more time to process, and Renee had no idea what his decision would be. All she could do was wait, just like she had been waiting for the last 3 years. On Saturday, Renee joined her friends Lila and Bianca at a new Indian restaurant. The smell of curry overpowered all the other aromas in the restaurant. The place was Lila's choice. The Jamaican African-American enjoyed trying new restaurants. The spicier, the better. Lila sampled the dish she had ordered and sighed with contentment. I guess it was worth putting up with that pedicure to get you to come here, Renee. Guess what? Renee chuckled. I would have come here anyway. Lila's mouth dropped open. Then why did you say you would only come if I agreed to get my toenails done with you two? I just wanted an excuse to see you with a little polish on those dainty toes. You have to admit that color goes with your hot pink cardigan. Lila glanced down at the cardigan covering her white floral blouse, then shook her head in disgust. Bianca laughed, and her wavy dark hair rippled. Her mixed Latina and Caucasian descent gave her skin a lovely light brown tint. Lila, you should have known Renee likes spicy food. She eats what you fix often enough. It was true. Lila was an excellent cook and spoiled Renee's brother Ezra with yummy meals, which Renee also enjoyed on a regular basis. Since Renee only lived 7 miles from her sister-in-law, she often dropped in to visit Lila for dinner. That's right, I won't ever have to learn to cook with Lila living so close. You two are so lucky. You get to hang out together all the time. I wish I could spend time with you more than once a month. Bianca sighed. A single mom and veterinarian, she worked hard to keep up with stressed pet owners and her 5-year-old daughter. Too bad your job only lets you have 1 Saturday off each month, Renee said. I think this girls' time is good for all of us. Renee had met Lila and Bianca 2 years ago on a camping trip she took with her brothers. They had been neighbors at the campsite, and a storm had ruined Lila's tent. Lila had ended up sharing an RV with Renee and her brothers, and Ezra had fallen in love with her. Now the 3 girls had developed a close friendship and utilized their monthly outings for shopping, massages, or manicures. Bianca took a sip of her tea. I know it's good for me. I need a massage. Probably because you're on your feet all day, said Lila. You are too, Renee said. That 2nd-grade class you teach keeps you up. They sure do, Lila laughed and swept her dark ponytail over her shoulder. Let me tell you what happened this week. One of my students came in with a black eye and told me his dad hit him." Renee gasped, and Lila continued her story. "I called the mom, and she explained that her husband was fixing a drawer, and the boy showed up unexpectedly by his dad's side, and his dad's elbow accidentally hit his eye. When I asked the boy for specifics, the story aligned with his mom's." Lila chuckled. "I'm so glad I didn't call social services right away." Renee turned to Bianca to share the laughter, but Bianca seemed more focused on her chicken marsala than Lila's story. Lila and Renee gazed at her in silence until she lifted her head to find them staring at her. "What?" she asked with her mouth full. "You really must be starving," Lila said contemplatively. "Everything okay?" Bianca swallowed and gulped her drink to wash the food down. She shrugged off Lila's question, and Renee noticed her top was a little snug. Had Bianca gained weight? Seeing the need to change the subject, Renee asked, "How's Daisy liking kindergarten?" "Fine," Bianca spoke abruptly, gazing at her plate as she swirled her fork. Lila leaned forward and peered at Bianca. The two had been friends longer, and they seemed to understand each other's moods. "You know you can tell us if anything is bothering you, right?" Lila said. Bianca sighed and dropped her fork onto the scattered rice and mustard-colored sauce on her plate. She rested her elbow on the table and parked her chin on her hand. "Before Daisy started school, I didn't have to worry about answering too many questions about her dad. Now they have all these events set up. Daddy-daughter run, daddy-daughter dance, and daddy-daughter you name it." Bianca's lips trembled. "All she talks about is how she wishes she had a dad to come to all these things with her." Renee stabbed a fork into her chicken, distracting herself from the sensitive topic she had no answer to. She took a bite of the meat and chewed as she looked around the interior of the darkened restaurant. There wasn't as much light as she would prefer, but her dish was mouth-watering. The restaurant had a few people of various ethnicities. At a table to their right, a family spoke a language she couldn't identify. She turned her attention back to their own table. "Hey," Lila said, placing a hand on Bianca's shoulder. "Renee, Ezra, and I are here for you. And if Daisy needs a guy for any of those events, Ezra will do whatever it takes to be there. I hope you know that." Bianca nodded, eyes shimmering. As if he's not busy enough. One more thing to add to his schedule. She grabbed a napkin and blew her nose. "Just tell us when, and we will be there," Lila assured her. Renee had no doubt about her brother's commitment to the ones he loved. He and Lila loved Daisy, and they had watched her several times on weekends. Once, Renee had taken care of the little girl when Ezra had to work, and Lila's dad had been admitted to the hospital. Renee could see Bianca's shoulders finally relax, and felt now was a good time for her input. "I know there are other single moms out there. I'm sure they don't all have an Ezra. I think it's okay for you to go to her dad's place or even not show up at all, depending on how you feel." Bianca blew her nose again. "Thanks, girls," she said. Now that they had gotten past the hard discussion, Bianca talked about her willingness to try a grief share group since it had been almost 5 years since her husband had died. "How often are your grief share meetings?" Renee asked as Lila polished off her lentil dish. "Every other Friday, which will work for me." Bianca shrugged her shoulders. "So we'll see." The olive-skinned waitress collected their dirty dishes. "Would you ladies care for dessert?" Lila patted her stomach. "I'll just have coffee, please." "I'm sorry, we don't have coffee," the waitress said. "Would you like tea instead?" "Sure," Lila said, and the waitress turned to Bianca. "I think I'll try the pudding," Bianca said, pointing to the menu. When the waitress looked at Renee, she shook her head. None of the desserts appealed to her, and she wasn't one to take in empty calories. "Nothing for me, thanks." To take advantage of their time together, They discussed the Thanksgiving menu. Lila was hosting hers and Renee's families, along with a few firefighters at Ezra's station. "Too bad you can't join us for Thanksgiving, Bianca," Renee said. "This year my mom wants to start making a big deal about holidays for Daisy's sake." "Well, you know I can't cook," said Renee, "so I'll help decorate your house for Thanksgiving." "My mom will bring pies," Lila said. Renee hoped Lila's mom, Amelia, would make Jake's favorite pie. "What kind of pies?" "I think blueberry and chocolate," Lila shrugged. "I don't know, but I can ask." Renee dismissed this with her hand. "No worries. I may have to take some pie lessons from your mom sometime." Lila raised a doubtful brow, but stayed silent. Bianca listened with an amused smirk as she ate her pudding. Lila tapped a finger on her forehead. "Oh, the fryer. Did you ask your parents if they have all the pieces to the turkey fryer?" she asked, and ripped open a sugar packet to add to her tea. "Ezra and I thought it would be great to deep fry a turkey. Jake is going to cook it with your dad." Renee didn't hear anything after Jake's name. Her face flushed at the thought of him spending an entire afternoon with her family again. Maybe she would have a chance to have some one-on-one time to talk with him, although with more than 20 people coming, she doubted she would get the chance to say more than hello. She had never shared Thanksgiving with Jake before. "Renee?" Lila's voice shook her back to the present, and she noticed both ladies' eyes fixed on her. She put a hand to one of her flaming cheeks. "Oh, yeah, Jake's a great cook." "You're all lit up," Bianca said. Lila nodded, amused. "Yeah, like a Christmas tree." Renee looked down and grabbed a napkin she didn't need from the table. "Anyway," Lila continued to say, "I just wanted to know if you're inviting anybody else from your office." Thankful for the subject change, Renee took a deep breath. "Not really. Everyone at the office already has plans." "I want to know why you lit up when Lila said Jack's name," Bianca said. "Are you girls keeping me out of the loop?" The subject hadn't changed, had it? Lila had seemed suspicious when Renee kept asking questions about Jake's meeting with Ania. There was no point in keeping it from her friends. Renee fanned herself with a napkin. "Okay, I have this silly crush on Jake." And there it was, her big secret finally out. "I knew it!" Lila slapped a hand on the table with a satisfied grin. "From the day I first met your family." Lila had met Renee's family 2 summers ago. Renee remembered it because that was the first of many times she had had longer than an hour to talk with Jake. That afternoon they had spent a good amount of time walking in her childhood neighborhood. She turned her gaze to Lila, who was smiling knowingly. "Don't you dare say anything to your husband." The last thing she needed was Ezra messing things up before anything got started. Lila's phone chimed and she gave it a cursory glance. The smile on her face told Renee it was Ezra. It wasn't unusual for him to call or text whenever they had girl time. "What does he want?" Renee asked, definitely grateful for the subject change. Lila's lips quirked. "He wanted to see if we're at the Side Rock Cafe so that he could stop by and say hello." They still acted like newlyweds even after almost 2 years of being together. Renee hoped to find that kind of love someday. She waved her hand. "Tell Ezra to not interrupt our girl time." "They can't come all the way to Aurora anyway," Lila said. "It's way out of their work route." While Lila typed a message to her husband, Renee showed them a calorie count app she had found. "Let's try this out at the beginning of the year." Lila leaned forward with her eyes on the phone and downloaded the app. "That will be perfect to go along with the 5-minute daily lunch devotional." "In other words, we feed the flesh and the spirit." Bianca nodded her approval. "Sounds good to me." After saying goodbye, Renee drove home feeling lighter because she had finally shared her secret. Chapter 8. Renee was wrapping up her 9:30 morning meeting with the staff when her watch vibrated. A discreet glance told her the caller was Andrew. She excused herself and answered the call. "What's up, Drew?" "Hey," he greeted in a casual tone, which none of her brothers ever did. "Listen, I was calling in regards to our secret." Renee's eyes widened as she scrambled for some idea of what Andrew was talking about, since neither of them ever kept secrets. "What do you mean by secret?" Andrew cleared his throat. "I thought you were going to keep the situation with Callie and I between the two of us." "Callie?" Renee racked her brain for a second. "I never said any." She smacked her forehead 3 times as she remembered accidentally blurting it out to Ezra. So much for keeping secrets when she had such a big mouth. Except she had forgotten that Ezra had an even bigger mouth than hers. She had told Ezra about her meeting with Andrew, and he had asked how he was doing. Renee had no idea how she had even ended up pouring out the whole story of Andrew's dilemma over his relationship. At least she had emphasized to Ezra not to tell Andrew, but he had. Ezra Buchanan was a dead man. "Renee," Andrew called on the other end, "your silence just confirms it all." Renee raked her hair with her fingers. "Drew, listen, it just came up and as—" "Uh-huh." He definitely didn't believe her. She had to think of something fast to clean up the mess she had created. "Drew, listen, Drew." The line crackled, then went dead. Renee was meeting a couple of clients, one in Castle Rock at 10 o'clock and another for a follow-up meeting in Highlands Ranch at 1 o'clock. With Fort Rock being on her way to Highlands Ranch, perhaps she could drop in at the fire station and throttle Ezra. Her watch vibrated as she stepped into her Corolla. "Lila, what's up?" she asked. "Can you help me deliver dinner to the firehouse? Ezra forgot it at home, and then I meant to take it over on my way to work, but I forgot to." She sighed. "I know you have clients to meet close to our side of town later today. Any chance you can swing by the house to get it, then drop it off?" Renee had an extra key to Ezra's house, and from time to time she picked up her brother's slack by delivering meals at the fire station when Ezra forgot them at home. "Don't stress about it. I'll be glad to deliver the food. I need to see your husband anyway." "Uh-oh," Lila said. "You sound like you're about to unleash something on him." Yes, she wanted to unleash, all right. He has some explaining to do. "Looks like the firefighters will be having a sibling show then," Lila said. "Give him a kiss for me before you throttle him." "I'll give him a kiss," Renee said through gritted teeth. Lila didn't acknowledge her sarcasm when she thanked her for taking the food before they ended the call. Renee felt like punishing Ezra by not taking their dinner, but then she would be punishing the entire group of firefighters too, including Jake. An hour and a half later, Renee stepped out of her car in the parking lot of Fire Station 15. She recognized her brother's truck among the few cars parked there. Renee's gaze shifted to Jake's gray truck, and for a second the thought of seeing him made her forget about throttling her brother. Anticipation and excitement floated through her as she walked towards the open bay to the 2-story gray brick building which housed sleeping quarters, lockers, and 2 small offices upstairs. She had been here several times and knew the ins and outs of the place. It reminded her of the fire station her dad had worked at, only his had been much bigger. The 2 fire trucks and an ambulance were parked side by side in the bay, an indication that the crew was all present. The equipment had been put away, and the bay's floors were spotless. The place smelled faintly of mail, gasoline, and old house. Besides the sound of her heels clicking on the cement floor, she could hear voices coming from the kitchen inside, but she couldn't hear the one voice she was listening for. She hoped she would spot Jake before he spotted her so that she could prepare herself. As if she had just conjured him up, there was a metallic clang, and Jake slipped out from behind one of the trucks. Renee froze. It seemed they had just returned from a call, since Jake was wearing his uniform, and his face was dusted with a light film of soot. He looked too laid back and amazing. He stared at her, and her heart skipped. She made her way closer to him. "Hey, little Buchanan." He dusted off his hands on a rag, then dropped it into a white bucket. "Hey, Jakey." Was that even her voice? His gaze went to the tote bag she had in one hand, then to her teal purse strapped over her shoulder. "It's a surprise to see you at this time of day," Jake said casually, which didn't surprise Renee at all. He always kept his calm. "Yeah, I'm here on special orders from my sister-in-law to bring dinner that Ezra left at home. Lila wanted to make sure you guys don't starve." She was glad to deliver the food if it gave her a chance to chat with the guy in front of her. Not a great idea, since he was going to cloud her mind for the rest of the day, but she would deal with that later. To fill the silence, she said, "My flowers are blooming." Oh, what did she say that for? She shook her head. "I mean the bouquet you gave me. It's still in good shape." Did he need to know about that? She wanted the petals to dry out so she could add some scented oils and keep them in a glass jar. "Good. I'm glad you still have them." His voice came out lower than usual, and he gave her a once-over from head to toe, as if having his own internal struggle. They both turned at the sound of clamoring footsteps. "Hey!" It was the youngest firefighter, Dalton, heading their way, his blonde hair tousled. Jake towered over the young man. Renee had met him a few times at the family barbecues. "Hi, Dalton." "The beautiful lady brings us dinner, and you don't take the bag from her hand?" He stepped between them and took the bag from her. "Hi, Renee. Thanks for bringing our dinner." Jake scratched the back of his head. "You're, he stammered. "Ezra is upstairs if you want to say hello." "Yeah, actually, I will do that." It was better to go argue with her brother than have a staring contest with Jake. Her stomach felt knotted and her feet a bit wobbly as she trudged up the 6 steps to her brother's office. She gave a soft knock on the open door before she stepped into the tiny room lined with white walls. Ezra sat behind a table scattered with papers and open folders, and 2 extra chairs sat across from his desk. Ezra lit up at the sight of her. "Renee!" He stepped away from his desk and swept her up in a warm embrace. Renee couldn't resist the warmth, and she forgot for a moment that she was supposed to fight with him. "What a surprise visit," he said after their embrace. She tilted her head to the tall and handsome Ezra, traits shared by all the Buchanan men. Renee had her mom's medium height, while both sons took after their dad. She took in his beautiful gray eyes, which held only a hint of blue, unlike Renee's and Andrew's pure blue. His charm and looks had brought some girls to their knees, but he had never been captivated with any of his admirers the way he had been captivated by Lila. "You left your food at home and your wife wanted to make sure I brought it. As if you could starve with all the baked items you get from people in the community." Ezra grinned and leaned against the door jamb. "Yep, that's my Lila. Thanks for playing delivery lady today." She arched her brow. "You know you're spoiled, right? It's totally illegal for a wife to spoil her husband the way Lila does." Lila regularly sent him a nice homemade lunch and extra pre-made meals for the firefighters so they didn't have to hassle with cooking. "She spoils you too," Ezra said in defense, and Renee couldn't argue. Besides having Renee over for dinner at their house, Lila sent her freezer meals and leftovers from time to time. Renee remembered the main reason she was here and punched Ezra's strong arm. He flinched for a second, faking the injury. "Good grief, what a way to say goodbye," Ezra said. "One minute you're all smiles, and the next minute you're ready to rip me apart." He rubbed his arm with his free hand. What happened to keeping things about Drew and Callie between the two of us? Renee's smile suddenly vanished. Ezra grinned, causing Renee's insides to flare up with anger. This is a joke to you, isn't it? Renee said. Growing up as the youngest and the only girl, she had never been as close to the two boys as they were to each other. Renee had been more of a bonus baby, born 5 years after Ezra, and that had only made it easier for her brothers to treat her like a baby. Renee had no doubt the boys loved her, but they had confided in each other, done the same sports, and played in the same league. Not that she had been interested in any of their sports, but she had always wished she had a sibling closer to her age so she didn't feel left out. She didn't feel that way now that she was grown up, but every now and then she wanted to be the first person getting information in the family. Hey, he put me on the spot. He was looking all sad, and when I pressed if everything was okay, he got all defensive, asking if you told me anything. Ezra shrugged his shoulders. I couldn't lie to him so. Now he will never trust me again, she snapped. You guys talk to each other all the time. The one time he trusts me with something, I should have remembered your big mouth. Ezra put his hands on his hips. Speaking of a big mouth, now you're the leader in that group, not me. Oh my gosh, you're so unbelievable. She flung her purse at him and he ducked, turned away, and trotted down the stairs. She followed him. Where are you going? I'm walking away before you embarrass me in front of my friends. I'm still talking to you. Renee's face flushed with embarrassment when they came downstairs and she saw 3 of the new guys standing at the bottom of the steps, looking amused. Caught eavesdropping, they retreated to the kitchen, bumping and almost tripping each other in their haste. Ezra went to the kitchen, while Renee turned for the bay to make a hasty exit. Still fired up, she felt the urge to utter one final word. The next time you forget your dinner, you better order takeout, because I'm not bringing it. Larson, can you tell her how unreasonable she is? Ezra said, his words bouncing off her back. She'll be yelling all the way across the parking lot for the entire community to hear the commotion at the firehouse. I can hear you, she yelled over her shoulder. The sound of footsteps from behind made her slow the pace. Little Buchanan, wait up. She stilled. Butterflies stirred in her stomach as she debated whether to turn around or to keep walking. But then again, Ezra trusted Jake to calm her down, and she wouldn't mind staring into his gentle eyes one more time. Please, a soft plea, and her heart melted. She turned to face him, her shoulders tense as she did her best to adjust her mood. So you're here to tell me how unreasonable I am? She asked without meeting his gaze. He placed a hand on her shoulder. No, I wanted to see if you're okay. Staring into his warm eyes relaxed her, and she sighed. You know how my brother is, she mumbled. He can't keep a secret. Jake nodded. Don't be irritated with him. You both know your whole family doesn't keep secrets, period. Sooner or later, something always comes out. She rolled her eyes, knowing Jake was right. She couldn't remember a single time when their family had kept secrets from each other. Her heart felt light, and she softened, giving a half smile. How did Jake always know what to say? Thanks for reminding me, she whispered. Jake put his hand down and shrugged. Well, shooting at 1526 Northeim Street. Engine 15, ladder 23, ambulance, dispatch announced. That was Renee's cue to either step aside or leave. She chose to step aside and watch several firefighters in all shapes and sizes race to the bay. The one thing they had in common was their muscular bodies. Even the stocky guy looked strongly built. The blonde woman, whom Renee had met a couple of times, looked fit and feisty, yet beautiful. "Glad to see you, little Buchanan," Jake said, stepping into his boots. She hated when he called her little Buchanan. Would that ever change? Maybe they could sort out the name thing over Thanksgiving dinner. If not, it would be her New Year's resolution to remind Jake what her name was. "See you on Thursday," she said. He frowned. "Thanksgiving," Renee reminded him. "Oh, yeah." Jake tapped a hand to his forehead. "See you then." He grabbed his coat from a hook and slid it on. Ezra, already in gear, brushed past her and stepped into the shotgun seat of the truck. Jake waved to her before he climbed into the driver's seat. When Dalton strode past, his gear hanging loosely on him, Renee realized the bay would be locked when the trucks left. She trotted outside, and the 3 trucks triggered their sirens shortly after her exit. The bay doors shut, and Renee stood and watched as they all vanished down the busy street. Chapter 9. It was days like today that caused Jake to miss his family. He hadn't experienced the sting of loneliness as much over the last 6 years because he had worked on Thanksgiving and Christmas, making today the first Thanksgiving he would be off since the divorce. Despite the snow covering the ground, Jake had taken a morning run in the neighborhood. Then he showered and ate Cheerios while watching the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, followed by the dog show. It was way more screen time than he normally watched alone. He preferred watching sports with his colleagues so they could cheer and discuss the players. He hit the button to turn off the television. Jake started getting ready to head over to Ezra and Lila's house. Maybe he wouldn't have to think so much about his family while hanging out with the Buchanans. He pulled a red ceramic bowl from the cabinet and began slicing avocados to fill it. His contribution to dinner would be guacamole and chips. The microwave clock showed 12 p.m., 2 more hours before guests were supposed to arrive at Ezra's house. Maybe he could arrive early and make himself useful. He told himself that his early arrival had nothing to do with the fact that he wanted to hang out with Renee, since she was already there helping out by now. He left for the bedroom and slipped on his coat before reaching for his phone on the nightstand. A quick glance showed a missed call from his mom, Sylvia, which honestly didn't help his already homesick feeling. "I'm sorry, Mama," he mumbled to himself as he shoved the phone into his pocket. Strange that she had called twice within the last 2 months, since she hadn't called in a long time, except on his birthdays. The longer he waited to speak to her, the more awkward it was getting to be. Calls from his mom always reminded him about his dad, Kevin. Not only the ache over his death, but the aftermath when she married Kevin's best friend. What would his dad think of him if he were alive and knew that Jake had given Sylvia the silent treatment? A woman can tell a good man by the way he treats his mother. His dad's words echoed in the back of his mind. Was that why Ania had sought out another man, because Jake didn't talk about his family? Come to think of it, Ania had never asked Jake about his family. What a marriage! Well, at least that was in the past. Now that he was done with women, he didn't have to worry about any more complications. Scratch that. There's one woman who kept creeping into his mind lately, the one he had no business thinking about, but that hadn't stopped his anticipation for this day all week long. He shook his head and reminded himself again that the only reason he was excited about this Thanksgiving dinner was because he hadn't celebrated in a family setting for a long time. A hint of sunshine peeked through the gray clouds as he turned onto Lincoln Drive. The unplowed side road was still thick with snow, but that didn't deter the visitors who were stepping in and out of cars, carrying various casserole dishes to different houses. A few homes were already strung with Christmas lights and decorations dotted some yards. How did people think of Christmas before Thanksgiving was over? His thoughts turned to the blue house with white trim across the street from Ezra's, which would be his 2 days from now. Between Ezra and Renee's encouragement, and praying that whatever issues the house had could be fixed, Jake had agreed to buy the house. Based on Robert Buchanan, the wiring was messed up, but thankfully Robert knew how to repair electrical systems. As for plumbing, Jake figured he could take care of that himself. As he parked his truck on the street behind Renee's silver Corolla, his heart warmed, either from comfort or excitement at seeing her again. He had no idea if he would get the opportunity to talk to her with the big crowd showing up, but he was content just being in her presence. Ever since Renee's visit to the fire station last week, when she was all fired up, yet beautiful nonetheless, he had found himself counting the days until Thanksgiving, all the while picturing her sitting across the table from him, laughing while they talked. When did I start thinking about Renee and counting down the days till I could see her again? When he had sworn off women, Renee hadn't been in the category of those women, because she was the only woman he had allowed himself to open up to over the last 3 years. She was animated, fun, easy to talk to, and he liked listening to her. He shook his head in an attempt to brush off whatever crazy ideas his mind was forming, because right now he was homesick and vulnerable. Definitely not the best time for him to think, do, or say anything. He climbed the final step to the front door, noticing the pumpkins had been replaced by 2 large potted plants with yellow, red, and orange foliage. A wreath on the door read, "Give thanks." Even though he could let himself into Ezra's house any time, Jake gave 2 soft knocks instead of using the doorbell before letting himself in. Renee bustled around the kitchen, helping Lila. She wouldn't take credit for any of the mouth-watering appetizers she had arranged on warming trays on the designated hors d'oeuvres table in the living room. She could, however, take credit for the centerpieces she had added to each of the 4 long card tables. She had pinched some rosemary, thyme, and eucalyptus leaves from her mom's indoor herb garden and sprinkled them on beige tablecloths, creating a delightful aroma. For color, she blended in various leaves from fall foliage. A few non-scented candles and pine cones scattered across the table complemented her gorgeous centerpieces. While Lila took a shower, Renee double-checked the tables to make sure she had set out enough silverware and plates for each chair. She stepped back and stretched her neck from side to side. The elegant settings looked perfect, except that there were 2 water glasses missing at one table. She retrieved 2 glasses from the cupboard. "Hello?" At the sound of Jake's familiar voice, one of the glasses fell from her hands, and Renee's heart began a frantic beating. "Darn it," she said, upset at her reaction. As much as she loved the open floor plans, for once she wished Lila's kitchen wasn't adjoined to the living room so she could have some time to compose herself before Jake joined her. She froze, confused, when Jake stood right in front of her, dressed in khakis and a black V-neck sweater with a gray T-shirt underneath. She realized she was staring and dragged her eyes up to meet his, only to discover he was studying her, too. What was it about Jake's chill and laid-back demeanor that stirred butterflies in her stomach? The man was still scarred from his failed marriage and had told her several times that he wasn't interested in ever being in a relationship again. That ought to be reason enough for her to not have feelings for him, to keep her heart from skipping whenever he was around. "If you keep breaking glasses, we'll have none left by the time people show up." Relieved that Jake had no idea on how much he affected her, she covered her confusion with a quick smile. "Hey, Jakey," she said, and crouched to pick up the broken pieces. Much better to be pierced by the glass than to showcase her facial color transformation. "Whoa, definitely not," Jake pulled her up. "You're not touching that glass with your bare hands. I'll go get the broom." They both knew their way around Ezra's house from spending so much time there. Since Renee's mind had gone blank, she bent over and reached for the shattered pieces, despite Jake's warnings not to. "Ouch!" she squeaked when a sharp piece pricked her finger. She rose to assess the damage to the skin near her fingernail. A little bit of blood, but the manicure was still intact. Jake was back, placing his hands on her shoulders and looking her straight in the eyes. "You okay?" Of course, she wasn't okay, but that was just the thing. Lately, she had been off around the guy who had become her best friend. She nodded and mumbled, "Uh-huh." Since when had she been short on words? "I'm so sorry," she said when she regained her ability to speak. "Oh, wait, what did she just say?" Her heart pounded 1,000 miles a minute. A smile tugged at the corners of Jake's lips. Apparently, the whole thing was amusing to him. "Are you sure you're okay?" She nodded, and he reached for her injured finger. "You're bleeding." She dismissed him with a shrug and tried to pull free, but Jake tightened his grip on her hand. "Hold still." He held it and reached for a napkin from the kitchen counter and carefully squeezed her bleeding finger with a soft tissue. "Goodness, little Buchanan, you need to be careful," he said in a gentle tone. "Jake!" They both tilted their heads at the sound of Lila's voice. "Hey, Lila," Jake responded casually, his gaze not wavering from Renee's finger. Lila's eyes went to Renee's finger. "What happened?" Renee shrugged. She picked up shattered glass with her bare hands. "Can you believe that?" Jake answered for her. He gently let go of her hand and pulled out a drawer where he retrieved the first aid kit and pulled out a Band-Aid. He strode back and wrapped it around her finger. Lila squeezed Renee's shoulder, and Renee didn't miss the waggle of her eyebrows as she reached for the broom from where Jake had left it. Lila swept up the glass. Ezra should be back from the convenience store soon. Renee was grateful Lila hadn't pressed about how the glass broke, because she had no idea how she would have explained it. Right now she felt too hot and didn't care how cold it was outside, because she needed to step out and cool off. Was it Jake's imagination, or was Renee shy and nervous around him lately? The thought nagged him as he put 2 water glasses on the table. He had sensed something in the air between them, especially since his sickness. He still cherished the tender way she had taken care of him, and how she had stayed late talking to him until he fell asleep. Somewhere, deep down, in a place Jake rarely dared venture, he had suspected Renee cared for him as more than her brother's best friend. Jake had always found Renee attractive, but he had never allowed himself to wonder about the heated looks he sometimes received from her, or the odd vibe he had experienced from time to time over the last 3 years whenever they were together. Jake had almost been frightened by the intensity of the feelings he sensed from her every now and then, so he had done what any loyal friend would do and acted like none of those feelings existed. He wouldn't have dreamed of entertaining thoughts like that about his best friend's sister until their recent encounters, like when he had dropped off flowers at her office 3 weeks ago and had been affected by her flushed face. In fact, her constant blushes were creating havoc with Jake's insides. He was now suddenly aware not of Renee, his friend's little sister, but Renee, the beautiful woman. He shook his head to dismiss the strange thoughts, because there were several reasons he and Renee would never be anything beyond friends. For one, she was off limits, because dating your best friend's sister could wreak serious havoc. 2, he was a wreck with baggage from the past. He wouldn't do that to her. He liked their friendship and would rather not mess things up. There were all the unknown things that could go wrong. Jake often reminded his parkour students that endurance, self-control, and discipline were huge factors in the sport. He hoped he could apply the same principle when it came to Renee before he was burned. 4, she was Renee, beautiful, and gosh, he liked her, maybe a lot more than he cared to admit. He ran a hand through his short, tight curls as he walked to the living room, because he had more things to worry about than to assume Renee's face turning crimson had anything to do with his proximity. A cold wave caused Jake to turn towards the front entrance. Ezra's head poked through the door. "Hey, Larson," Ezra said. "Can I use your help for a sec?" It didn't matter how often they saw each other, Ezra always seemed genuinely glad to see Jake, and the feeling was mutual. Grateful for the distraction, Jake reached for his shoes by the front entrance and followed Ezra outside. After helping Ezra load the soft drinks into coolers and dump ice over them, the two guys returned to the living room to watch the football game. Jake hadn't realized he had been holding his breath until the cheering from the TV started. He would rather think, talk football, or anything else instead of letting his mind wander to Renee. From the corner of his eye, he watched her scoop a second helping of guacamole onto her plate. Not that he was keeping track. He just happened to notice. She liked his guacamole, so he had made it with her in mind. Against Jake's will, his head turned and was rewarded by the soft sway of her movement back to the kitchen. The burgundy tights and white long-sleeve sweater fit snugly, emphasizing her curves. Had she always had such a slim waist? If he knew any better than to dream, Jake would shift his attention to the plate in his hand before the bacon-wrapped date slipped to the ground. The plate tilted and Jake straightened it and popped a date into his mouth, hoping his friend was not watching him watch his sister. He snuck a glance at Ezra, who was, thankfully, immersed in the game and the hot wings on his plate. Andrew's smile didn't meet his eyes. After Ezra and Renee's scene at the fire station, Ezra had told Jake why Renee had been upset. Something to do with Andrew and his fiancée, Callie. A knock sounded on the door, followed by a blast of cold air as Ezra's parents opened it and stepped inside. Renee embraced her mom, then moved to greet her dad, who swept her off her feet. "Princess." Robert brushed the top of Renee's hair with his lips after the embrace. Jake could see how dearly Robert cherished his only daughter. Ezra and Andrew embraced their mom as Robert and Lila exchanged a friendly hug. "Is my son taking good care of you?" Robert asked his daughter-in-law affectionately. Jake found it hard to believe how smooth their relationship was, since it had started out rocky because Robert had had some reservations about Ezra getting involved with Lila. "Hey, Mrs. Buchanan," Jake stepped into Crystal's embrace. The ruffled brown scarf she wore over her tan floral sweater tickled his nose. Crystal treated him as her own son, another reason he should never entertain any ideas about Renee. "Jake," Crystal said, after the embrace, holding Jake's hands. "I thought we had talked about this. Your family now. Call me Crystal." Robert Buchanan squeezed Jake's shoulder as he went past Jake. "I would do as she asks, son." "Okay, Mrs. Jake began, and Crystal gave him a knowing look. "Crystal," he rephrased. Robert clapped his hands and called for Ezra, who was now in the kitchen. "I need to take a look at that breaker box." The noise level in the house picked up. Between the happy chatter from the guests, the soft gospel music Lila had been playing on the Echo Dot speaker, and the football game on the television, Jake could tell it was going to be a fun and chaotic afternoon. The front door opened again, and a tall man entered, followed by a young woman about Renee's age. "Oh boy, didn't know Laura was coming," Andrew whispered in Jake's ear. "Hey, Steve." Crystal was always first with a warm greeting. The siblings greeted him with less enthusiasm. Crystal introduced the man as Ezra's uncle and the young woman as their cousin, Laura. When Renee's gaze met Laura's, her normally vibrant face went flat, and the two exchanged an edgy nod. Whatever was going on between them, Jake chalked it up to family dynamics. Every family had them, right? Since Jake had told the Buchanans he had run a deep fryer before, they put him in charge of the 3 turkeys, along with some help from Robert. All the guys joined him on the back patio as they waited for Lila's family to arrive. The snow sparkled like white diamonds in the dim sunlight. Crystal snapped a couple of pictures while the guys lowered the first turkey into the bubbling peanut oil. An hour and a half later, they were all feasting on turkey, ham, mashed potatoes with gravy, sweet potatoes, various vegetables, and several dishes that Jake didn't get the chance to try. His stomach could only take a certain amount of food in one day. The sound of clinking silverware and people chattering filled the room. Going back for seconds, Jake considered more of the delicious caprese salad, but decided on more sweet potatoes instead. He carried his heaping plate back to the table he shared with Andrew, Ezra, and 6 others. One table over, Renee sat with several people, including her dad and the uncle and cousin Jake had just met. The hostility between Renee and Laura was evident, even from across the room. Renee's uncle appeared heated, and whatever he was saying made Renee's face contort with distress. Her lips quivered. An uncomfortable silence descended on the room as people began to notice the tension. Renee had frozen with a fork halfway to her mouth, but she now dropped it onto her plate. Renee bit her bottom lip. Jake could tell it was taking all her might to keep from exploding and putting her uncle and cousin in their place. Jake was proud of her for holding back, but he had to fight the urge to stand up and remind the skinny man and his daughter that they were guests at someone's house. He realized he wasn't alone when he saw that Ezra's hands were balled into fists, and Andrew was sending a sharp gaze towards the other table. All eyes in the house were now on Renee's table. Renee pushed back her chair and stormed out of the room, and her brothers jogged after her. Jake fought the urge to follow, but he'd wait until the siblings returned. Despite the earlier tension, Jake could honestly say that this was the best Thanksgiving he had ever had. He hadn't eaten so much in his entire life. When Renee's cousin and uncle announced their departure, Crystal suggested they take a group picture. Lila set the camera on auto and placed it on a tripod in the living room. They all assembled in front of the fireplace, and the camera snapped a few shots. 30 minutes later, more people had left. Jake worked alongside Andrew and Ezra to fold the tables and chairs and hauled them to the garage. Though it was only 5 p.m., a glance through the window revealed a dark sky. Andrew stretched his arms over his head and yawned. "I gotta get to bed." He was staying the night in one of the spare bedrooms at Ezra and Lila's house since he had to work early tomorrow. Lila rested her head on Ezra's chest as the two cuddled on the black sectional couch. Renee nibbled on leftovers as she wiped down the kitchen counters, probably still hungry since she had barely touched her food during dinner. Jake continued to sweep the already clean tiled floor in the kitchen. "Hey, guys," Lila called out from the living room. "Enough with the cleaning. Come and rest." Jake didn't feel like resting. Not next to the romantic couple. He could go home, but he didn't want to leave any work to their hosts either. As long as Renee was still working, so would he. He joined Renee, who loaded dirty dishes into the dishwasher. "I'll rinse, you load," he suggested. "Sure." They worked together in comfortable silence until Jake spoke. "So, did you decide whether you're going Black Friday shopping tonight?" He handed her a dripping plate. "I'm too tired to hustle an ambitious crowd." Renee pulled another plate from Jake's hand. "I can get better deals online for Cyber Monday." "Have you ever done Black Friday shopping before?" Jake chuckled softly, and Renee smiled. She did have a beautiful smile. At least Jake always thought so. "I just don't have patience when it comes to shopping." She put a hand to her hip and arched a brow. "Really? You're the most patient person I know." She shoved the dishwasher closed. Jake brushed off the compliment with a shrug. "If you think I'm patient, maybe you don't know me that well." Yet, if anyone knew him, it was Renee and Ezra. although Renee remembered more details about him than Ezra did. She dried her hands with a kitchen towel, then handed it to Jake to use. There was no need for him to linger. He opened his mouth to wish Renee good night, but she gestured him to the dining table. Renee handed him a glass of water while she sipped a glass half full of some thick, creamy liquid. Milk? Or was it cream? As if reading Jake's curiosity, Renee sat on the chair next to him. It's eggnog. Want to try some? He was too full to tamper with his diet. Nah. You steer away from sugar and eating healthy all year long. I'm sure you've never tried this before. She shoved the glass in front of him. Come on, try a sip. It's Thanksgiving, the one day we don't keep track of calorie intake. Knowing Renee wouldn't let him off easy, Jake picked up the glass and carefully tilted it for a small drop to touch his tongue. Just as he had imagined, real cream, way too sweet. He squinted. Renee smiled. What do you think? The worst taste ever. Good. She elbowed him softly. Liar. Her touch jolted him, and Jake grasped for something to say to hide his reaction. I noticed you and your cousin are... Girl drama, she interjected and gave a bitter chuckle, confirming what Jake already suspected. Family dynamics. Jake had never had a sister, so didn't know what girl drama was all about. He had watched the way Renee and Ezra pressed each other's buttons. Renee liked to speak her mind, and while Jake preferred her honesty, some people could easily get offended. Is it something you two can resolve? She drew out a breath. We used to be really close until 7 years ago. I told her that her boyfriend was a jerk, and she shouldn't go out with him anymore. The guy thought it was a good idea to hit on other girls while dating Laura. Why would that create tension? Jake leaned into her. By other girls, you mean you're the other girl? She nodded, her voice low. They broke up a year later when she caught him cheating on her, but she blames me for the whole thing. I guess I shouldn't have said anything to her. Ever apologized? Jake needed to make a few apologies of his own, but he knew a simple apology went a long way, whether you thought you were right or wrong. No, I guess pride got in the way. My mom told me to do the same, but... She shrugged a shoulder as she stared at the wall. Jake had no idea how to respond. A change of subject was in order. I have a final walkthrough of the house tomorrow. You want to come with me? The words slipped out, but if anybody needed to walk through with him, it was Renee, since she was going to be his interior designer. That is, if she wasn't busy. Her smile widened as she placed a hand over his. I would love to come, Jakey. I'm so happy you got that house. God takes care of his children that way. That's true, which leads me to my next question. He straightened. Would you be available to give me some guidance on how to properly redesign and fix the house? As far as space, design, and all that stuff goes. She tilted the glass of eggnog to her mouth, then put it back on the table. Of course, I was counting on being your designer, whether you asked me or not. Thankfully, she was Jake's one and only choice. He had seen how she had transformed her old childhood house into a model home, then her work at Ezra's house, and the pictures on the company website of all the properties she had worked on. You're the best designer I know, he added shyly. I was hoping maybe we can work out a payment plan of some sort. Renee's face turned crimson. Jake pretended not to notice, tilting his water bottle to his lips to take a few gulps. Thanks, she said in a quieter voice. We won't worry about payment just yet. She was quiet for a second and then continued. The project might take us 3 to 4 months since we will be working on weekends, or when you have time off. Much cheaper if we do most of the work ourselves. Doing the work himself was Jake's plan, hopefully with the help of his colleagues and Renee guiding them on what needed to be done. Jake nodded. Sounds good to me. spending time with Renee on house projects for 3, 4, or however many months it took, the reality of that didn't escape Jake. "I can't wait," she said, bringing him back from his daze. And Jake couldn't wait either. Whether he would survive it was another thing entirely. Chapter 10. "Yes, Jonathan, I'm aware the deadline is approaching," Renee assured the man via video chat. "I know you're concerned about the hotel in Colorado Springs, but the project is progressing right on schedule. I have no doubt we'll make that deadline." "The furniture," Jonathan began. Renee smiled. "The furniture should be delivered a day earlier than anticipated, too." They ended the chat and Renee stretched. Thankfully, it hadn't been a busy day, and she still had 30 minutes before her workday came to an end. She clicked the message icon on her laptop to check her emails. A soft knock at the slightly ajar door pulled her attention to the entrance, where Karina had stuck her head in the door. "Do you have 15 minutes?" Whenever Karina asked for 15 minutes towards the end of the day, it ended up being twice as long. Being like a second mother to Renee, Karina always had more things to discuss than just work projects. Renee hoped they would skip the chit-chat today. She had informed Karina of her reason for getting off work an hour earlier. "Sure." Renee grabbed 2 water bottles from the small stainless steel refrigerator next to the bookshelf. She then joined Karina on the sofa and handed her one of the bottles. "Thank you, dear," Karina said, twisting the cap off. Her golden hair had grown back vibrantly after enduring 6 months of chemo treatment. Keeping it cropped made her look 3 years younger than 60. Even her skin had almost returned to a healthy glow. After a sip of water, Karina looked at her wristwatch. "I know you have to leave soon, so I'll get straight to the point." Renee nodded and twisted the cap from her bottle. "You've been doing a great job, and I must say that you're ready to run this company without my help." Renee wasn't sure about running the company, even though she had enjoyed taking the lead on some of their bigger design projects. She sipped her water to allow Karina to keep talking. "I'm stepping down, and I want you to run the company." Renee choked on her water. She definitely seemed to have lost her hearing. What did the woman just say? As if reading her mind, Karina leaned forward, her brown eyes peering into Renee's. "I want to make you a partner. I will maintain 40% ownership, and you would have a 60% share. After coming so close to death, I really need to spend more time with my family. You're still young, energetic, and single. No doubt you enjoy what you do, and I'm confident Shine will be in good hands with you as CEO." Karina had had her first child at a later age. Her oldest daughter was a junior in high school, and her youngest was still in 4th grade. Renee ran a hand through her hair. Karina rose from the seat and planted a kiss on Renee's forehead. "You can think about it, love, okay? I will let you get to your appointment." Speechless, all Renee could manage was a weak nod. Minutes later, her mind reeled from her conversation with Karina. She had no idea if she could handle running a company. She decided to focus on what she could handle as she drove to meet with Jake. He had his own challenges, but she was willing to take a shot at those. It had been a week since they had done a walkthrough of the house he now owned. They had gone to a movie with Ezra and Lila 3 days ago. Since then, Renee had gone through the last 70 hours in anticipation of this day. She had been busy all week contemplating plans for Jake's house. She handled much bigger accounts, but being Jake, she wanted to go above and beyond. Today's meeting was to take another walk through the house with Jake so that she could draw the plans based on his suggestions. More than anything, she was excited to see Jake. Renee turned her Corolla into the familiar community on Lincoln Road, where homes were uniquely designed, most of them brick exteriors with quarter-acre lots. Her heart skipped as she parked her car beside Jake's truck in the two-car driveway. The afternoon held a gentle breeze, warm enough for Renee to wear her short-sleeved shirt. It had been a sunny day for the first week of December, which was no surprise with Colorado weather. It could be 60 one day, then snowing, and 10 degrees the next day. She closed her car door and tucked the front of her shirt into her skinny jeans while glancing across the street at her brother's brick house. It was hard to tell if anyone was home. She placed her iPad under her arm and adjusted her teal purse as she climbed the front steps. It swung open before she knocked. Jake must have been watching for her. His smile showcased a bright set of white teeth. His gray parkour t-shirt read, "Begins with the end in mind." That's exactly what she had on her radar, him in mind, and hopefully at some point during the project, they would end up being more than friends. "Little Buchanan." Jake gave her a side hug and stepped aside for her to enter. He smelled fresh, a familiar scent from his spicy soap. "How was your day?" Renee asked, following him. "It was good. Yours?" Renee didn't miss the tension in his voice. Was he going to talk in one-liners all afternoon? She was here for business, so she decided to focus on the matter at hand. Jake's house was a ranch style with a basement, like Ezra's, but Jake's had no flow to it. The 3,500-square-foot home had several walls, curves, and corners that made it feel like a maze. There were less windows than at Ezra's, and the white paint on the walls was starting to peel off. Too plain for Renee, and maybe too bright for Jake. Renee had spent enough time with him to know what made him happy or sad, his favorite colors, and plenty of other things she couldn't think of at the moment. She knew Jake's tastes, but since he was her client now, she wanted to hear his own ideas out of courtesy. She had no intention of taking a penny from him, but she wasn't going to tell him that just yet. After turning through a couple of narrow corridors in complete silence, Jake stepped aside to let Renee lead them to the basement. "I hate that the house is like an obstacle course," he said. She typed a note on her iPad. "Remove the maze." She switched on the light. There were several boxes scattered across the floor and a bookshelf, random chairs, and several mysterious items they would be getting rid of. The basement held an odor that smelled like a combination of pets and mildew. She was surprised people had lived here recently. She stilled and typed on her tablet under the expenses, "Detail house cleaning." Renee ducked when a spider web tickled her forehead. Jake was right behind her, so close it made her heart pound. "What are you writing?" he asked, with his mouth close to her ear. "Just taking notes." She moved to the opposite side of the basement to put some distance between them. The unfinished basement would give her the freedom to be creative. As for the flat boxes, they would come in handy to stand on during the painting phase. Renee jumped over a bucket and almost tripped, but Jake was right there to catch her. "Careful," he said, and steadied her. Now that her hands were shaking, she had no idea if she could still manage to type. The cold basement was now warm. She had seen enough. They climbed back to the main level. Having not heard any comment from him about the basement, she asked, "What would you like to do with the basement space?" Jake scratched his head. "I'm not yet sure. I've never had a house this big before. The last one..." His voice trailed off. He probably didn't want to discuss anything about his old house that he had left to Ania. "We'll talk about it later," Renee said, trying to steer away from anything that might ruin the afternoon. They moved back to the narrow corridor, and Jake yanked open one of the doors, revealing a room with carpet that used to be pink but was now faded and stained. The room across from it was in similar condition. Renee made notes on her tablet so she could revisit them when she drew more plans. "This toilet is way too close to the sink," Jake said while they surveyed the bathroom. Renee typed, "Safe distance between the toilet and sink." He was the kind of man who was cautious about a toothbrush falling in the toilet. Her eyes still on the tablet, she asked, "What would you think if we broke down this side of the wall to make a double sink?" Given the nature of the tiny bathroom he currently had in the duplex, a walk-in tub in the new house might not be a bad idea. "I don't need 2 sinks really, but if you think I have the room, you're the genius." She received compliments from clients often, yet Jake calling her a genius made her feel flustered. "You think?" She wrinkled her nose. "I know so," he said in a low voice, before turning to swing open the door to the master bedroom. Renee slid her tablet into her purse and pulled open the heavy sliding doors to the small closet. Her eyes scanned the inside, tapping her manicured fingers on the door as she pictured her several pairs of shoes and countless clothing. "What if we made this a walk-in closet? There's another small room next to the bedroom. If we break the wall, we could expand the bathroom and the bedroom." Jake smiled in disbelief. "You think I have enough clothes for a walk-in closet? If you ever marry again, your wife might have lots of shoes and clothes, and this closet will not be sufficient for a woman's wardrobe." She had to listen to her own statement. Was she hoping she would live in this house someday? Jake chuckled softly, which sent her blood to a warm boil. "I doubt I will ever get married again, little Buchanan," he said. "I had my shot, and I think I'm not cut out for marriage after all." His gaze moved to the wall. She put her hand on her hip and lifted an eyebrow. "Well, you sound so certain that you will never marry again." Renee hoped he would change his mind, since she saw him in her future, or at least a date with him soon. They moved to another room, and Renee tugged at a dusty, sticky door in the tiny room, but it was stiff and wouldn't budge. "What's this door?" She gave it another good yank, a fruitless effort that sent her elbow crashing into something hard behind her. Jake's chest, she realized when she turned. "Ouch!" He winced and placed a hand to his chest. "Oh my gosh!" Renee gasped. "Are you okay?" She moved to assess Jake's injury. Overcome with concern for him, she placed her hand on his shoulder. "I'm so sorry." Jake burst out laughing. "You think you can hurt me with your soft elbow?" Of course she hadn't hurt him, since his body was solid muscle. Renee sighed and playfully punched his chest, amused that he had played this game. That was the kind of game Renee liked to play. Jake must be slowly picking up on them, too, because the Jake she knew seemed more serious, at least since his divorce. "You stinker, you scared me." "Goodness, Renee, if that scared you, then I don't want to know what really scares you." Harboring feelings for him scared her. He was crushed and done with relationships, which should steer her away from him. Instead, her insides melted just looking at him, especially lately. He didn't seem to have the same reaction to her, of course. That's why he called her Little Buchanan. She wanted a serious relationship, but he wasn't interested in ever being involved with anyone again. Who could blame him? If there was a medicine she could take to keep her face from coloring, she needed a double dose right about now. Jake just called her Renee and not Little Buchanan. She turned her gaze to her purse to reach for her tablet, and Jake yanked open the door in one try with no effort at all. They walked to the kitchen, which had lots of loose electrical wires dangling through the walls. "Don't touch anything." Jake blocked her hand with his so she wouldn't walk any further. "Electrical fixtures," she added to her notes. "Thankfully, we have an electrician in the family." Her dad would handle that part. Whatever plumbing issues the house had, Jake was the expert in that field. By the time they were done looking at the rest of the house and the backyard, it was a little past 5 o'clock. "We could go say hello to Ez and Lila," Renee suggested. "He and Lila were taking your parents out to dinner," Jake said. Renee remembered she had been invited but had declined because of the house appointment. "I would like to buy you dinner," Jake offered. "Anywhere you want to go?" "I'm starving," she said instead. "Why do you think I wanted to stop in and say hello to Ez?" Jake opened the door for her, then locked it behind them. "I would like to try the salad place you keep raving about," Renee said. "But you hate salads." That was true, but if it meant getting to know Jake better, she was willing to implement some of his healthy eating habits into her lifestyle. She shrugged. Maybe it's time to try new things. That included trying to find a way to crack down the walls Ania had built. "We'll discuss the budget and see how we can go from there," Renee said. "Sounds good. Want me to drive you there?" She was tempted to ride with him just so they could have more time with each other, but she thought better of it. "I'll drive my car, then I can go home from there." The strangely named restaurant was newly renovated in a style similar to the modern look favored by Renee's company. If it weren't for Jake, Renee would never have walked into a place with the word greens in its name. She listened to people chattering and watched those with eyes glued to their phones as they waited in the winding line to place their order. The wait didn't seem very long since she was chatting with Jake. They were soon seated at a corner table by the big window with their eco-friendly disposable plates. Jake had recommended the grilled steak and potato salad for Renee, since the only greens it included was spinach. Jake's plate looked so beautiful to eat, like a rainbow with its array of colors, like tan grains, rice, chicken, avocado, tomatoes, and several other healthy items that Renee didn't recognize. After praying over their food, she found herself stabbing a purple vegetable on Jake's plate with her fork. He smiled and nudged his plate towards her. After they had eaten a few bites, the conversation turned to the renovation. "About that budget," Jake began, sounding worried. "The structural engineer would be quite expensive. Can we omit that?" He put a fork in his chicken. "I think that's the one area we have to pay for, unless one of your friends is a structural engineer," Renee said, and reached for the avocado off Jake's plate. Despite her dislike for most vegetables, she liked avocados, and she was enjoying Jake's choice of food. Jake shook his head. "I don't know a single engineer." Renee explained, "We need a professional. It will save us time if we clear any complications before we start. We want to check the walls to make sure electrical, plumbing, or any utility lines are not in the walls." Jake nodded. "Okay, how's our schedule going to look, since we have to work around our jobs?" "I'm available most Saturdays," Renee said, "unless I have clients to meet, which happens once in a while." Jake set his fork on his plate and leaned back. "You know how my schedule changes from time to time. Weekends are not a guarantee." Renee knew Jake's schedule enough to be his PA. "Since you're off this Saturday, let's start the demo." She would plead with Shine's engineer to find a couple of hours in his schedule within the next 3 days to come and take a look at the house. "As soon as you bought the house, I went ahead and asked our engineer to get the necessary permits to renovate your house." Jake's eyes widened. "I'm glad you're ahead of the game, but it's such short notice to round up the guys." Renee waved his concern away with her fork. "You and I can do it." Jake raised his eyebrows as if she had just announced she was doing one of his parkour vaults over a building. "You? Demolishing?" He looked at her hair, then at her manicured nails. She straightened. Though she might look dainty to Jake, anything that involved home renovation was right up her alley. "Just say yes, and I'll gather the needed tools and supplies." Jake shook his head and gave an intriguing smile. "I'll get the supplies and tools. Just tell me what we need." Speaking of budget, Renee sipped her water to wash down the steak. With all the clients Jake trained for free, this might be a good time to tell him about Rambo. "There's a client of mine who's looking for a parkour trainer. He wants to try out for American Ninja Warrior." Jake leaned back and ran a hand over his face. "I don't know. I told him you're the best trainer I know, and he wants you." He smiled. "Thanks for your confidence in me, but I'm too busy to train someone who wants to enter such a big competition." "You trained an American Ninja contender last year," Renee reminded him, "and you do all those local competitive leagues." "Yes, but now I have a house to work on. Last thing I need is a guy to add pressure to my already tight schedule." "Okay, I won't push you," Renee said. "At least not today. I'll think about it some more, and maybe I can put him in free running in January to see if he likes it." Changing the subject, he said, "How was work for you today? I never even bothered to ask." That was true. He had been acting odd, talking in monosyllables when she showed up. Her meeting with Karina was the kind of news she would have texted Jake if they hadn't planned to meet. "Karina wants me to take over the Shine team. She's stepping down." Jake chewed his salad and studied her face. "You already lead it. I know without a doubt that you can handle it." He said it with such confidence that her insides turned to mush. He said softly, "I hope you're planning to pray before you commit to anything, though." By the time they were done with dinner, Renee realized maybe she didn't hate salad as much as she had thought. At least she was willing to give healthy food a try, if it meant enjoying Jake's company with it. Except she had eaten most of his food, and he had ended up polishing off her grilled steak salad. Well, she had eaten 2 or 3 spinach leaves from her salad, just on principle. Chapter 11. Saturday morning took forever to arrive. Jake woke before dawn and jogged to the nearby high school, then terrorized his body by scaling the walls of the 3 buildings, leaping off and vaulting over railings spread around the campus. By the time he ran back to his house, the sun revealed the promise of a clear blue sky, unusual for December. A perfect day for demolition and working on his house. His glee had nothing to do with the fact that he was spending almost an entire day with Renee. After showering, he put on black basketball shorts and headed for the kitchen, pulling a gray t-shirt over his head. The clock on the microwave showed it was only 7 a.m. His anticipation was charged with adrenaline, and he had to force himself to eat a container of plain Greek yogurt. Just to give himself something to do, he pulled the ground coffee from the cabinet and started the coffee maker. Despite his dislike of the brown liquid, he could make a decent brew for his roommate, who was still sleeping. Maybe if Jake arrived 30 minutes early, he could wait in Renee's driveway. Since she didn't make her own coffee, a pit stop at the Side Rock Cafe might be in order. He was soon turning onto a street in a neighborhood with identical 2-story homes painted light blue with white trim. The first time he had visited Renee's house, everything looked so similar that he had gotten lost. He parked his truck in the empty driveway. Renee's was filled with plants. A few hardy plants that stayed green all year stood alongside the wilted rose bushes and other plants Jake couldn't recognize. As soon as he closed the truck door, Renee stepped out, a yellow handbag strapped to her shoulder. She smiled at him. "Morning, Jakey." "Hey," he responded as he took in her faded black skinny jeans with holes on the knees and a white t-shirt she had tied in a knot on one side. Blue lettering on the t-shirt read, "Paint the Sky." She looked as adorable as they came. Jake squinted, studying her. Trying to figure out what was different about her appearance today, he realized it was her tennis shoes. They gave her a normal height, unlike the heels she usually wore that made her seem taller. Renee raised the garage door, then turned back to find him staring at her. She wrinkled her nose in confusion. He squeezed the back of his neck and said, you look beautiful. I mean, did he just say she was beautiful? Truth was, she was beyond beautiful, no matter what she wore. Seeing her in casual clothes showed a different side to her, one he hadn't seen before. She raised a skeptical eyebrow. You mean I look short? Jake had forgotten she could read his mind, too. Not sure how to respond, he walked across the colorful rug that adorned the garage floor. I'll get the ladder. Anything else you need me to take to the truck? He pulled the ladder down from the hook, careful not to knock the Corolla parked nearby. Beside the car was a big snowblower and a tool bench along the wall where Jake knew she liked tinkering with projects from time to time. We'll take that box, she said, pointing to a box next to the car before walking toward the front door. Renee was already in the truck by the time Jake finished loading the box and ladder in the back of the truck. The engine roared to life, and Jake pulled the cup of hot liquid from the holder and handed it to her. Skinny latte. The smile she gave him was reward enough to last him an entire month. Thank you. I was going to ask if we could make a stop, she said, and took the first sip. Just the way I like it. Jake grinned, his chest rising as he backed out of the driveway. When Renee had agreed to help Jake work on his house, he hadn't expected her to be involved with the physical labor. He had expected her to give him instructions on what to do during each step of the project, especially when it came to demolition. She had given Jake a list of tools needed for the project, and he had borrowed most of them from his colleagues. 30 minutes later, Jake spread a plastic drop cloth on the floor while Renee used sharp utility blades to mark the areas of the walls to be removed. They had agreed to use a drop cloth even though they planned to replace the flooring because the carpets were too dirty to stand on. Electricity and water had been shut off on the main level, but there was enough natural light streaming through the windows once they opened the blinds. Ezra and Dalton showed up at 9 a.m. Renee briefed them and insisted they wear the orange work helmets along with the masks she had brought in the box. I don't need a helmet, Ezra said. For safety reasons, she insisted. Ezra put his hand on his hip as if ready to argue, but then seemed to think better of it and reluctantly walked to the box and grabbed a helmet. Jake let out a sigh, relieved not to start the day having to referee a sibling argument, which would end with him having to choose sides. Dalton, can you work here? Renee pointed to the wall in the living room, leaving him in charge of a sledgehammer. Be very careful not to hit the wall framing, she told him. Jake couldn't stop staring at Renee in this new unfamiliar role. He had seen her confidence and knowledge when she spoke on television, but hadn't known she could actually break through walls and name the different tools and their functions. Jakey? He swallowed and met her gaze. Do you mind using the reciprocating saw to cut the nails on the framework after Dalton knocks out the drywall? Bossy, he teased. His voice sounded funny. Tell me about it. Ezra carried the second sledgehammer and moved to work on the bedroom wall. Being outnumbered leaves me no choice except for being bossy, Renee smiled at Jake and put on a dust mask before following Ezra. After 2 hours of busting out old drywall, they were all thankful when Lila called them for brunch across the street. We needed this break, Renee sighed, stuffing a wild berry-filled crepe into her mouth. Lila, these are the most delicious crepes I've ever tasted. They're great, Dalton said, his eyes on the clock. But it's already 11:30. I need to head to work. And Ezra and I have to leave for the outdoor church group, Lila said. Jake was also supposed to be attending it. but he had decided to get the house project done instead. "Renee, you have the spare key," Lila continued. "You guys can come have lunch here. There are some leftovers in the fridge." Renee and Jake started in the basement after lunch. Renee's strength and knowledge captivated him as she stood on the ladder operating the reciprocating saw. Jake panicked when Renee began yanking the drywall off the walls, still standing on the ladder. He dropped his utility knife and stood guard, ready to catch her if she fell. "Be careful, little Buchanan." She handed him the saw that she had placed on the ladder's tool shelf and put her hands on her hips. "You know, this is not the first time I've done this," she said. "Can you hand me the utility knife, please?" Instead of working, Jake watched her work. His admiration for her increased even more. His mouth went dry as he watched this beautiful, intelligent, and hard-working woman. "Let's take a break," Jake suggested, because he needed a break from watching her. Fresh air, even. "You go ahead." Jake figured working on the main floor by himself would be much better than being distracted by the fierce petite woman. 30 minutes later, he felt ready to call it a day. Maybe he could finish the walls during his next 48 hours off from the fire station. "Jakey?" Renee's voice sounded weak and shaky, and it seemed to come from the main floor, not the basement. Blood pounded in his ears as he followed her voice, praying she wasn't hurt. He raced frantically around 2 of the maze-like corridors, only to end up back where he started. He gritted his teeth and tried another turn. He couldn't wait until they got rid of the maze. The last thing he needed was to get lost in his own house. He found Renee lying on the floor in one of the rooms, her feet buried under debris. Her helmet had fallen off, and her head was face down. Was she breathing? Jake rushed forward and crouched beside her. "Renee? Oh no, what if something horrible happens to her?" No, he was overreacting. Of course she would be okay. Just as he reached for her hand to check for a pulse, Renee lifted her head and burst into a fit of giggles. Of course she thought the whole thing was funny. He opened his mouth to tell her that she had pulled the worst prank, but then clamped it shut. "Come on, Jakey, don't be mad at me," she said playfully. "You know what they say, all work and no play." "Come on." He reached for her hand to pull her up and out of the debris. Accepting his help, she climbed to her feet, but the movement dislodged a tall door that had been propped on the wall behind her. Jake tightened his grip on her hand and tugged her with him as he leaped out of the way of the falling door. The door crashed to the floor, narrowly missing them, at the same time that Renee's foot caught on something. She stumbled, and Jake grabbed her and spun her around, hoping to cushion her fall. They landed on the floor with a hard thump, with Renee on top of him. She was so close that he could see the dilation in her blue eyes and her crimson face. Frozen in place, Jake swallowed hard. She seemed to be in a trance herself. The stunned silence was broken only by the loud drumming of his heart. He cleared his throat to remind her she needed to move. "Oh," she said, and instantly scrambled off him. They needed more people to work with them, otherwise the next few weeks would be hard for Jake. What was he supposed to do with his growing attraction to a woman he couldn't have? "Let's call it a day," he suggested, looking at the stained white wall. "You go ahead," she whispered, dusting off her jeans with her hands. "I need to finish the demo today." Jake went back to using the reciprocating saw to cut the nails along the walls where the drywall had been broken out. Done with one section, he pulled his phone from his shorts and checked the time. It was 2:45. "Can you help me get the insulation off this exterior wall?" Renee's voice came from the room next to where he was working. He moved to work beside her to rip out the dirty yellowed padding. "Are you still mad at me?" she spoke softly. Jake kept yanking rusted staples out of the wall, avoiding her gaze. If anything, he was mad at himself for the strange reaction he was having around her. "Why would I be mad at you?" "I'm sorry if I scared you," she whispered. Forgiven. The last staple released its hold on the insulation, and Renee yanked it out. "You could loosen up a little," she said in a playful tone. Jake tossed the ripped batting onto the growing pile of debris. "You think?" A soft smile formed at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah." He went back to smooth out the edges where they had broken out the drywall, staying close enough to hear her. They worked in silence until Renee said, "Remember 4 summers ago when I pushed you into the pool on July 4th? He didn't have to strain his memory that much to remember. As much as it had been the highlight of his summer, it had also created a big fight between him and Ania. They had been at the Buchanan's July 4th barbecue in the blazing heat of summer. Jake had been standing near the pool, wishing he could cool himself off, but he had come with Ania, and she didn't want to swim, so he had decided to watch all of his colleagues and a couple of their wives splash around in the pool." He chuckled at the memory, and so did Renee. Jake straightened, leaning against the wall and crossing his arms. "I remember you said it was an accident." "Actually, it wasn't." Renee stood to face him, leaving only an inch between them. "I just wanted to see you loosen up." Jake smiled. She had said oopsie after the accident, but he knew she had done it on purpose. She had been a handful ever since he had met her. "So you thought shoving me in the pool wearing my street clothes was the right way to relax me?" Now, feeling light, he grinned at her mischievous smile. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Your shirt was already drenched in sweat from the water gun fights. I had so much fun watching you guys get silly." Her smile was radiant at the distant memory. "So yes, my trick worked. At least until—" She trailed off, her smile replaced by sadness as her gaze drifted to the wall in front of her, and Jake knew what she was thinking. Ania had seethed at him with curse words in front of everybody and said how foolish he was to get in the pool wearing his clothes. She had even gone so far as to say all his friends were acting like a bunch of foolish kids. She had driven off without him because she didn't want him in the car with dripping clothes. Their marriage had already been falling apart, and it had nothing to do with him being silly with his colleagues. "I'm still plotting my revenge," Jake said. To escape the unpleasant memory, he turned to leave. "Let's take a snack break." They strolled across the street to Ezra's house, where Jake retrieved the bottled water, trail mix, and apples he had brought in his backpack. Once they were seated at the kitchen island, Jake pulled the lid off the Tupperware container. Renee reached for the trail mix and popped a few nuts into her mouth. "So how did you get to be so good with house projects?" Jake twisted the cap off his water and took a swig. She washed down the nuts with a sip of water. "My dad used to take me with him when he helped the widows at church. We also did several house projects, and I built the shed with him when I was 8. She spoke fondly. He would let me hammer things and was patient enough to let me fail. "Can you believe that we repainted our house every other summer just for the fun of it?" Jake smiled at how passionate Renee was as she shared that part of her life. "My first job was at Home Depot. I worked in the paint department, and I loved helping people who seemed undecided on color combinations. I would help them pick a color scheme. Mixing was my favorite." "That explains how you ended up in your field," Jake said, and she nodded. No wonder she knew her way around color coordination. Her talent showed in the fashionable way she dressed, too. Jake tried to picture her as a teenager. Had she always dressed up in high heels at the paint store? Or had she been as casual as she appeared right now, with a little dust on her face? Had she been a feisty teenager, or had she stayed away from trouble? No doubt she had had a sheltered life growing up, given the protective nature of her brothers. He wanted to know all about her. What was it like growing up as the only girl? She chuckled. "I played my fair share of baseball and tackle football." Amused, he pushed the container to the side and leaned forward. "That's so." She nodded and told him funny stories about fights she had gotten into with her brothers, stories that made Jake laugh. He ached when she told him of the gymnastic injury that disqualified her from making it to the state competition. Jake held her hand long enough to ask another question. Did you have lots of friends in the neighborhood? Her gaze grew distant. Not really, except for my roommate, Carol. She grew up next door to us, and we used to play together. She wrapped her hand around the water bottle. She was 2 years older than me. She had a friend, Molly, who was a bully, and that limited our time together. She took another sip of her water. My parents never let me hang out with them, especially after dark. But one day I did something so outrageous, I still regret it to this day. Jake's heart raced, and he regretted asking, was it something he cared to know? Molly was always poking fun at me, calling me a sweet little girl who always did what Mom and Dad said. I wanted to prove to her that I was all grown up. One day after school, Molly brought an R-rated movie. She knew very well that I hated horror movies, but I watched it anyway to spite her. Jake could feel himself finally breathing. Thank goodness it wasn't anything worse. He leaned back to listen to the rest of the story. The worst part was I was only punishing myself. While we watched the movie, I felt the urge to stand up and leave, but I stayed. I knew the right thing to do and chose not to do it. When I got home that night, not only did I feel so convicted for doing something I shouldn't, but I had nightmares for a whole month. From that day, I vowed to God and myself to never do anything just to prove myself to anybody. She took a deep breath. I can still picture some scenes from that movie that... She placed both hands over her face. Another explanation why I'm scared of the dark. Jake noticed goosebumps on her arms. To distract her, he said, I think this break is about over. Let's get back to work. Back at Jake's house, they hammered through the final walls and smoothed the edges. Working with Renee was fun. Interacting with her created desire in Jake, the temptation to allow himself to fall in love again. But he didn't want to get back in the game, because even if he did, it couldn't be with Renee. But he wanted a woman with her qualities. It didn't matter how much he was drawn to Renee, Jake couldn't have her. Not only did he not want to ruin their friendship, but the Buchanan men would throttle any man who showed interest in Renee. Still, it was nice to fantasize about what it would be like to fall in love with his friend. Because a man was allowed to dream, right? Jake dropped off Renee at 5:15. They had finished demolition and hoped to get the debris cleared away sometime next week. He had offered to take her to dinner or call for takeout, but she had objected and said she just wanted to get home and take a long bath. Not that he blamed her, because the girl had worked herself hard. He had shoved a check in the back pocket of her jeans since she was refusing payment. By the time he got home and showered, Dalton had returned home from his other job with dinner. A great perk to his restaurant job was the gourmet meals they enjoyed every now and then. Jake stared at his roommate's plate as he ate all the meat and set the greens to the side. Why didn't you get yourself a burger or something? Your healthy eating habits are starting to grow on me. Dalton rested his fork on the disposable container and straightened up. So who did most of the demolition? Dalton asked, and reached for the can of Sprite, downing some of it. Jake frowned, wondering what Dalton was talking about. I mean, after Ezra and I left you guys. Did the fire demolish the house for you? Still no clue. I think you've lost me, man. You better use your words. Well, Dalton peered at Jake. It was hard not to notice the heat exchanged between you and the lieutenant's sister. That heat was enough to start a fire and demolish the entire house. Dalton stabbed another piece of meat with his fork and shoved it in his mouth. Just glad the house is still standing, he mumbled with a mouth full. If Dalton had noticed, had Ezra? What do you know about relationships? Enough to tell when two people have a thing for each other. Pleased with his response, Dalton crammed another forkful of meat into his mouth. There's nothing going on, Jake said defensively after a brief silence. "Renee and I are just brother and sister, right?" Dalton air-quoted with his fingers. If only Jake could convince himself of that, too, because lately he did not feel very brotherly toward her. 20 minutes later, Dalton went to his room where he normally settled and played video games. Jake started folding his laundry. The doorbell rang and he dropped the unfolded shirt back in the basket to answer the door. The sky had darkened, but the porch light shone on the bald man in a brown uniform who waited on Jake to sign the electronic signature before handing him a stiff manila envelope. Staring at the address piqued Jake's curiosity, and he tore open the slim envelope before going back inside the house. Herman Law Firm. Why did the name sound familiar? His hand started shaking as he continued to read the words. Dear Mr. Larson, our client, Ms. Ania Bennett, has informed us that you have violated the terms of your divorce settlement, specifically line 12B, which states that all income and property jointly owned at the time of your divorce was to be divided equally between both parties. The F-150 truck registered to you is valued at $40,000. Therefore, Miss Ania Bennett is entitled to receive 50% of the value, or $20,000. You are bound by the terms of your agreement to pay $20,000 as a lump sum, due 30 days from the receipt of this letter. Failure to remit this amount will result in immediate legal action against you. Jake slammed the door and sank onto the couch, letting the letter slip to the floor as he buried his head in his hands. What did Ania want from him? He had paid her half his paycheck for the first year after their divorce, and had also left the fully paid house in her name, hoping she would leave him alone. As for the truck, Jake had bought it after they were separated, since he had left her the Kia Optima. He had had to buy a new truck. What had he been thinking? Wishing he had the strength to voice a prayer, he closed his eyes, but his heart was too troubled to form the words. He needed to run or jump over some walls. In spite of the threat of snow, Jake stepped out and sprinted to the street. The dark sky suited his mood perfectly. The next day, Firehouse 15 was run ragged by one call after another. Halfway through his shift, Jake's unit was called out to an electrical fire at an apartment complex. After evacuating everyone from the building, the firefighters extinguished the blaze before it could spread beyond the first floor. Grateful it hadn't been worse, they dragged out the smoldering furniture and mopped up as much water as they could. When Jake and his colleagues left the building, a short, frazzled woman was babbling to the captain. I just turned my back for a second, and there were flames everywhere. I tried to beat it out with a towel, but couldn't control it. Jake didn't have the patience to say something consoling. Don't you know you can't use a propane grill in the house? He held back the edge in his voice and hoped no one noticed his near outburst. They drove to the station in silence. Jake worked off his frustration at the station's tiny gym while everybody else enjoyed their dinner. After knocking down walls all day Saturday, followed by a restless night, then a hectic day today, Jake was drained. He didn't plan on drinking coffee, at least not until 2 hours later when he looked at the clock and realized his shift wouldn't end for several hours. Knowing he wouldn't be getting any sleep that night, he brewed a full pot. The blaring television provided a noisy backdrop to the room as Jake carried his steaming mug to the dining table. With the busy day they had had, Ezra had a lot of paperwork to catch up on in his office, while Miguel, Dalton, and a couple of other guys watched TV. Jake massaged his forehead with one hand to offset a forming headache. Last time you drank coffee, you were meeting with your ex, Miguel yelled from his recliner. Jake ignored him. A few minutes later, Ezra strode towards him. A frown creased his face as his eyes darted to Jake's steaming mug. "Hey, talk to me, Larson," he said. "You're off your A-game today." Jake didn't think he had acted strange except for snapping at the woman at their last call. But if he was going to talk about divorce-related details with anybody, it was Ezra. "Phew!" Jake downed the rest of the bitter brown liquid. "I'm gonna need a lawyer, that's what's happening." Ezra's brows knit with concern, and he pulled out a chair to sit across from Jake. "Why?" "Ania is suing me." Jake told Ezra the details from the letter. He didn't realize the TV had gone silent until he looked up to find Miguel and Dalton standing by. "Do I need to go throw rocks at her car for you?" Dalton said. "We're in this together," Ezra assured him. "I'll talk to my dad and see if his company lawyer will help." Ezra had suggested the same idea 3 years ago when Ania had hired an attorney for their divorce. He had not seen the need for an attorney for himself since he intended to simplify things by letting Ania keep whatever she wanted. He nodded slowly. "Thanks." "Do you need to take the rest of the night off?" Ezra offered. "I can easily call some guys around to take—" "Nah, thanks, man," Jake interrupted. "I would rather be with you guys and fight off fires." The last thing he needed was to be alone at home, drowning in sorrows. Chapter 12. Renee climbed the final step to Ezra and Lila's house. Before pressing the doorbell, she couldn't resist a glance at the house across the street. Jake's house. 3 muscular Latino guys were dumping debris into a garbage bin in the driveway. Since she had an extra set of keys to Jake's house, she had hired Shine's office custodian's friend, whose landscape business was slow during the winter, and so he was willing to work for Renee at a bargain rate. He had brought 3 of his men to help him. She wondered if Jake would show up this afternoon to work on his house. She smiled when she imagined what his reaction would be when he showed up ready to clean the debris, only to find it all cleared out. Despite his obvious lack of interest in her, Renee couldn't help wondering if, deep down, Jake felt something for her. His embarrassment when they had gotten tangled up on the ground, trying to dodge that falling door, had hinted at something beyond brotherly concern. Shaking her head, she pressed the doorbell. She could hear a child's giggles coming from inside. Were they babysitting? With a twist of the knob, the door swung open, and Ezra stood there with a cute little girl clinging to his hand. Bianca's daughter. "Hey!" He stepped aside to let Renee enter, then closed the door. After a warm embrace from her brother, she turned her attention to the soft brown curls. "Daisy." Renee crouched to the 6-year-old's eye level. With arms open wide, Daisy stepped forward into a hug. Renee had once watched Daisy at the last minute when Lila had an emergency and Ezra had had to work. "I like your hair," Daisy said, as her little hands playfully felt the strands from Renee's head. "You're so pretty." It was the same thing that Daisy had told Renee the last 3 times they had seen each other. "You know who's even prettier?" Renee stroked the wide-eyed Daisy's soft face. "You are. Daisies are pretty, just like you." Daisy beamed. Renee rose and linked fingers with the little girl, guiding her toward the table where Lila sat with scissors and papers. A diffuser on the kitchen island scented the house with essential oils. Renee was now familiar with oils, too, since her sister-in-law had introduced them to her and Crystal. "Hi, Renee," Lila greeted, tilting her head. "Sorry, I thought I'd have this done by the time you got here." Renee pulled out a chair to sit beside the island she had helped design for them. Daisy sat next to her, touching and admiring Renee's manicured nails before pelting her with questions. "Are the houses you work at very big?" "Yes, honey, they are." Daisy's face lit up. "As big as Uncle Ez's house? Can you take me to one of those big houses?" Renee nodded. "There's one I'm working on across the street from here. I can take you sometime soon." "Promise?" Renee intertwined her pinky with Daisy's. "I promise." Ezra and Lila watched the exchange with fondness. "Uncle Ez, can I have my piggyback ride now?" "Anything for you, Princess." Ezra followed Daisy to the open living room, where he dropped to all fours and neighed like a horse. Lila handed Renee some papers and scissors so she could cut out the Christmas crafts for her class. Passionate about teaching, Lila went above and beyond for her students. "What project are you working on now?" Renee asked. "Templates so the kids can make a giving plate to take home before Christmas break." "I think I could teach," Renee said as she guided her scissors over a tiny circle on the paper. "But all these crafts and cutting stuff out would drive me crazy." "It's high time you paid us back for all the free dinners," Ezra spoke, settling into the chair next to his wife and across from Renee. "Look who's talking. I have yet to see a single meal you've prepared in your own kitchen." Ezra wrapped an arm around Lila. "I cook with my wife." He winked at her. "Don't I, honey?" Lila nodded. "Yes, indeed." "I'm sure you would burn down the kitchen if you attempted cooking without supervision," Renee said. "Hey, I can make Lila's Jamaican chicken stew with my eyes closed," he said. "Honey, did you tell Renee that you can make the kale soup too?" Lila chimed in, coming to Ezra's defense. Renee lifted a brow, pointing her scissors at the couple. "So you two are going to gang up against me?" "We're a team." He grinned and kissed Lila's forehead. "Let me get Daisy her bath and get dinner ready." Lila rose and left with a stack of finished paper cuts. Renee turned to face Ezra. "You're good with Daisy." Ignoring Renee's compliment, Ezra ran a hand through his hair. "She's fun, which makes it easier." "Are you guys thinking of having a baby anytime soon? You would be a great dad." "I don't know about being a great dad." "I know, because I'm your baby sister, as you constantly remind me. All the protection and love I get from you is enough for me to reach that conclusion." Ezra dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "Whatever. Remember that time you came to pick me up from piano lessons and we got into some silly argument and I refused to get in the car with you?" He leaned back and crossed his hands over his chest. "You did a lot of things like that. It's hard to remember one in particular. Anyway, you slowly followed me the whole 5 miles back from home." She leaned forward. "Behind that tough-looking mask of yours lies a soft and gentle spirit." The corners of his lips curled into a smile as he shook his head. "You're insane, and that's why I'm not ready to have a child yet." "He'll most likely carry his aunt's stubbornness," he said fondly. "I just want to enjoy more time with my wife before we get into that crazy phase of life." Having given her brother enough praises he wouldn't accept, Renee changed the subject. She told him about her conversation with her boss, leaving out the CEO part, because those 3 letters made it a much bigger title than she cared to add to her name. "Jakey thinks I can handle leading Shine." Ezra leaned back, raising a questioning brow. "How many times have I told you the same thing over the last 2 years? Karina has been hinting, letting you hire people, deal with business accounts, and every aspect of your company. You pretty much run everything these days." Ezra shook his head. "But then Jake says it, and all of a sudden it finally makes sense." Renee shrugged. "No offense, but your opinion could be a bit biased, being my big brother and all. It's hard for me to believe all your compliments. You've yet to approve of any guy I date. How am I supposed to know what's real?" "Hey, a guy better be something special if he thinks he can date my sister." He said it lightly, but Renee knew he was very serious. Renee rolled her eyes and pointed her scissors at Lila, who was back, gathering up the scraps of paper for the recycle bin. "Your husband is still a work in progress. You know that?" Lila kissed Ezra's forehead. "I love my work in progress." Soon they were laughing and talking as they dined on rice and beef stroganoff. After Daisy excused herself to do puzzles in the living room, Ezra shared an adventure from his shift at work that morning. They had rescued a blind man from an apartment fire, but had almost lost his guide dog to the blaze. We had pretty much given up hope because the whole building was up in flames. But Jake scaled 3 stories to get to the dog. The poor thing was barely hanging onto the balcony railing, and the flames were closing in on it. But Jake managed to grab the dog and leap to safety. His parkour skills come in handy at times like that. Listening to Ezra's story, Renee felt warm inside. She always did whenever Jake's name came up, but this time it was different. Her growing attraction for him sent a warm glow all the way down to her toes. She had seen him in action before on news footage from major fires. Sometimes she had catched the daily 3-minute parkour segment on a TV fitness show featuring Jake and his after-school kids program. When she wanted to torture herself, she had even watched his parkour training sessions in person. Ezra swallowed a mouthful of rice. Speaking of Jake, his serious tone grabbed Renee's attention. Food lodged in her throat as she grew anxious to hear what Ezra was about to say. Ania is suing him. She wants more money. Ezra relayed the details from the attorney's letter and told them how shaken up Jake had been. Renee dropped her fork onto her plate, abandoning her dinner. She wasn't hungry anymore. Jake's happiness was important to her. He was her friend and a very kind man. She just wanted him to be happy, and getting sued was far from achieving that goal. Poor Jake. He probably wouldn't show up to work on his house today. She took a deep breath as her body tensed. What does that woman want from him? Ezra looked surprised at the sharp tone in Renee's voice, and Lila stared at her with concern. But she would be just as furious if her brother was in that situation. Nobody knows, not even Jake. He rested his fork on the half-eaten meal. Anyway, I already talked to Dad, and he's going to ask his friend to represent him. It's probably best that he gets a lawyer, Renee said. If he pays the woman money, she'll come up with another lawsuit against him somewhere down the road. After helping with the dishes, Renee went across the street and locked up Jake's house before driving home. All the while she wondered how Jake was feeling. Why he hadn't bothered sharing such disturbing news with her was another concern altogether. She pulled into her garage as her watch vibrated with an incoming call. It was Jonathan from the hotel. "Hey, what's up?" "The furniture arrived," Jonathan said. "That should be great news. So why did he sound so hesitant? But we got gray for the lobby." Gray and brown were not even close to each other. "What do you mean, gray?" Heavy silence followed, and Renee's stomach tightened into knots as the words sank in. "Can you call your suppliers and work something out?" He hung up, leaving Renee with a load of panicked thoughts. They were clearly not willing to consider gray for their grand opening, which was in 2 days. What was she supposed to do? She blew out a breath and banged her forehead twice on the steering wheel, startling herself when the horn sounded. With no idea who to call for furniture on such short notice, she went inside and paced around the house. Maybe a hot shower would calm her nerves. After the shower, she dressed in her comfy clothes, Jake's shirt. He probably hadn't noticed it was missing. Renee sank onto the leather love seat with her iPhone and toyed with the idea of texting Jake. She opened Facebook instead and scrolled and liked a few posts here and there. Reading everyone else's success stories didn't make her feel better about her own unsuccessful day. She turned to her emails instead. The email that caught her attention was from one of the 2 kids she had sponsored through Compassion International. The organization sent regular updates on the 10-year-old's progress. Some of the money she had sent last month had gotten him new shoes and a uniform. The rest went toward food and tuition. When was the last time Renee had to worry about food or clothing? Never. She pondered her own question long enough to realize that whatever problems she had were nothing compared to the problems of kids who didn't have a family and had no idea where their next meal was coming from. Her thoughts shifted to Jake and what he might be doing right now. A glance at her watch showed it was 8:30 p.m. He could be sleeping on a normal night, but this was not a normal night for him. After working up the energy to pray and read her Bible, she climbed into bed, hoping the gospel songs playing on her smart speaker would calm her. Still too worked up to sleep, she jolted out of bed and pulled on a sweatshirt, then retrieved her ID from her purse and shoved it in the sweatshirt pocket. She grabbed her keys from the tray on the kitchen counter and marched to the garage. A drive was in order. Where she was going, she had no idea. Or did she? Because 20 minutes later, she found herself parked in Jake's driveway. Except for an occasional car driving down the street, the chilly night was silent. Afraid the doorbell would wake Jake's roommate, Renee slipped into the backyard to grab a few pebbles from the garden. Chapter 13. Jake laid still on his bed, hands tucked behind his head, gazing at the white ceiling as he contemplated the phone conversation he would have with the lawyer tomorrow. A tap sounded on his window, then another. He ignored it until two more sounded. This wasn't something he usually experienced in the city. The lit alarm clock on his nightstand showed 9:30 p.m. When he rose and pulled the blinds, he saw a familiar petite figure through the illuminating light on the back porch. What was Renee doing in the cold of the night in his backyard? It caused Jake's heart to beat double time. Without thinking, he slid the window open and swung his legs over the edge, dropping straight through to the ground. He did a 180 spin in midair to slow his fall and landed on his feet, knees bent to absorb the shock. He allowed himself to roll, then popped back to his feet in front of Renee. "Show off," she said. She had pulled the hood of her zip-up sweatshirt over her head and was rubbing her hands on her shoulders. "It was the fastest way to get down," he said. "What are you doing here, little Buchanan?" "I wanted to see you," she breathed. Jake had never needed to see her more than he did now. She was such a balm for his sore heart. He wanted to sweep her off her feet and get lost in her warm embrace, but he was going to limit physical contact with her. The sibling feelings had disappeared since she had sent his body temperature soaring. Shouldn't you be in bed? Jake should have been sleeping too, but that wasn't going to happen when he was being tortured by worries about legal fees and whatever else Ania had planned for him. "I'm mad at you for not telling me about your lawsuit." She pressed her lips together. Jake found her pout adorable. The frosted grass stung his bare feet. He stood on tiptoe as he reached for her hand and clasped it in his. "I was going to tell you, but I was still processing," he said. He wasn't as quick with texting as she was. "Let's talk about this inside." He realized he was locked out. Being with Renee messed with his mind. If he had just thought about it before making his exit, he would have remembered that Dalton was still at work, and Jake had left his house key inside. There was only one solution. "Ever climbed through a window before?" She shook her head. "Never, but I guess there's a first time for everything." He crouched in front of her and pointed to his back. "Hop on." He had never scaled a wall with someone riding piggyback before, but Renee weighed hardly anything. Her giggles broke the silence. He tried to ignore the tingle in his body when her hair brushed against his neck as he helped her through the window. He then climbed in himself, landing lightly on his bedroom floor. He led her to the living room. "You know, you could have just climbed back inside yourself and let me in through the front door." Renee pulled off her hoodie and placed it on the couch armrest. He groaned and gripped his neck. Why didn't I even think about that? He knew why. Because it was hard to think with her around. She sank onto the couch. "Can't complain. I loved the piggyback ride." He stared at her shirt, which looked familiar. Her gaze met his curious eyes. She winced and tugged at the t-shirt. "Soft and cozy," she said. "Sorry, I kinda borrowed it when I did your laundry." Jake joined her on the couch, smiling at how comfortable she appeared in his shirt. "I get it. Guess you had to pay yourself for taking care of me." "Talk to me, Jakey." She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and leaned forward, hand on her lap. "About the lawsuit." Jake told her everything, beginning with his meeting with Ania 2 months ago. "She wants me to be the father to her unborn child." The light was bright enough for Jake to see Renee's fingers ball into fists as she closed her eyes for a few seconds. She took a deep breath before opening her eyes. That's a lot to take in. Jake could only agree. "Do you still have feelings for Ania?" she asked in a low voice. He had mixed feelings, between regret that he had been rejected and relief that he was free from a miserable marriage. It's just," she put her hands up. "You don't have to answer." They sat in thoughtful silence for a while before she spoke again. "Wasn't there a guy in the Bible who received a threatening letter from his enemies and he had to lift the letter to God or something like that?" she asked. Jake was grateful for the subject change. The story sounded familiar since he had just finished reading through the entire Bible with Ezra. He had started a month after he became a Christian. He scratched his jaw, trying to remember, then he smiled. Hezekiah? He was being attacked by the king somewhere. Renee grabbed her sweatshirt from the armrest. Retrieving her phone from the pocket, she searched Hezekiah and the letter. Using the search engine's reference, she activated the Bible app and scrolled through the pages to find the passage in question. "Here it is, in 2 Kings, chapter 19, starting in verse 1, she announced, as excited as if mastering a stunt. It says, "When King Hezekiah heard their report, he tore his clothes and put on burlap and went into the temple of the Lord." She paused and highlighted a verse. "Look here," she pointed. Jake leaned closer so he could see the tiny electronic words as she continued. Then it says here in verse 14, "After Hezekiah received the letter from the messengers and read it, he went up to the Lord's temple and spread it out before the Lord." Their heads were close together as they studied the words, speculating about the implications they held for Jake's situation. "That's what we should do. Pray," Renee declared, and clasped his hand in hers as they knelt on the floor to pray. Jake's spirit lifted after the prayer. He had been too overwhelmed to consider prayer for the last 2 days. He had no doubt Ezra and Lila had already been praying for him. "Thanks for reminding me. I haven't felt like praying since I got the letter in the mail." Renee put her phone back into her sweatshirt. "I understand. Been there myself." She told Jake about her messed up furniture order. 2 days, Jakey. In 2 days, I have to come up with something." Jake pondered her problem. After a brief silence, an idea came to mind. "An Amish buddy of mine, Moses, owns a furniture shop. Maybe he'll have a temporary fix. He makes all the furniture in his workshop." "Really?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. "That might be the best alternative. Our showroom only has random pieces of furniture. Otherwise, I could have used that." Jake gave her the shop's name and Renee looked it up on her phone. After browsing their website for a few minutes, she smiled. "Oh my gosh, you will not believe this, but they have 2 different sets of brown in stock. Jakey," she turned her gaze to him, "this will actually work." Jake was glad to have been a part of the solution to her problem. "I'll call the hotel first thing in the morning and see if they can use this for their lobby, at least until we get their correct shipment in. I'm happy to deliver it in my truck if you need a driver." She placed a hand over her heart. "You're the best." Jake thought she had it backwards. The truth was, Renee was the best when it came to stepping up and helping others. He yawned and ran a hand over his eyes. "I better let you get to bed," Renee said as she stood. "Promise me you'll get some rest tonight. I can tell you're exhausted." Jake hoped to catch up on rest, otherwise he might injure himself at the parkour training sessions tomorrow. "I promise." He felt much better after talking to her and reading God's Word together. She grabbed her sweatshirt and Jake rose to help her slide her arms into the sleeves. "By the time I'm done with Ania, she will regret ever opening a lawsuit against you." Her voice was so soft that by the time the words registered with Jake, she was at the door. Jake knew one thing about Renee. She was a no-nonsense kind of girl who would attempt to fix what he had just shared with her. He remembered how she had dealt with Angie, the girl whose irrational crush on Ezra had almost cost him the love of his life. Whatever Renee had said to Angie had led the woman to step down from volunteering at their fire department. Renee involved herself in the matters of those she cared for. At least Jake was aware that Renee cared a lot about him, too, which would mean his business was hers, too. He pulled her hand from the doorknob, then nudged her up against the door and tilted her chin up, staring down into her eyes. "Okay," he said. "Just to be clear, what are you planning to do? You said she will regret what?" She gave a coy smile, licking her lips. Not sure." "You just used a question mark," he said. "Before you leave, I need you to promise me something." "I don't make promises." Renee was not one to make promises lightly. "Says the girl who just got me into a promise 5 minutes ago." "Okay, what's that?" "To stay out of this. I have a feeling you're up to no good, and Ania is not someone to mess with." Renee rolled her eyes and tried to wiggle out of Jake's hold. He realized he had used the wrong words when she arched an eyebrow. She wasn't one to be scared off by a threat. In fact, she liked anything that involved challenges and risks. He cleared his throat, knowing he had better try a different approach. "Please, for me, don't do anything," he whispered. "Let's leave it in his hands." Jake was close enough to feel her heart racing as fast as his own. "After praying, we have to take action," she croaked and bit her lip, kicking up his heart rate a notch. He was now conscious of his proximity. "Think about it," he murmured, his gaze lingering on her full lips, which gave him all sorts of ideas. "I don't think, Jakey," she said in a wavering tone. "I just do things. Otherwise, I would never get anything done." Jake was vulnerable, and having Renee within kissing distance was not the smartest idea. If and when he kissed her, he had first make sure he considered all the consequences before crossing that line, because too much was at stake. "I will do my best," she said. He nodded and took a step back from her, taking a deep breath and running a hand over his face. "Good night, little Buchanan," he said in a strained voice, his heart pounding as if he had just leaped over a cliff. She turned and twisted the doorknob, swinging open the door as Jake moved to hold it for her. "Good night, Jakey," she whispered. She climbed into her Corolla and backed out of his driveway. Cold wind whipping at his cheeks, Jake stood on the front porch and watched her car until it vanished. If he had met Renee 7 years ago, before carrying all this baggage, Jake would go for her without hesitation. She was everything he had ever wanted in a woman. If and when he finally slept tonight, it would no doubt be to dream about a future with a girl he couldn't have. The closer it got to Christmas, the less busy the gym was. That was okay with Jake, since January brought in a rush of people meeting their resolutions for the new year. Only 5 out of 10 showed up for Jake's advanced parkour class that day. Thanks to another 40-degree morning, Jake could use the outdoor equipment, which was set up in the field several yards away from the gym where the advanced classes normally practice parkour moves. The field was dotted with staggered walls and platforms of various heights, while metal railings jutted from the ground. "Today we're going to practice monkey vaults and cat leaps," Jake announced to his 3 beginner students. One of the students griped, "That's baby stuff." "You have to master the basic moves before you attempt the more advanced stuff," he said. "Let's start with a monkey vault." He jogged toward one of the 4-foot-high bars. Just before he reached the bar, he threw his arms forward and planted his hands wide apart on it as he swung his legs into the air, tucking his knees. He cleared the bar, thrusting his legs through his arms to land gracefully on the other side. The trick is to tuck your knees to the chest so you won't clip the bar on your way over. He demonstrated once more, then asked, "Ready to give it a shot?" The students responded by racing for the bars. Jake watched them practice, but his mind was far from the field, wandering to where it shouldn't, to a feisty brunette. Beneath the manicure and high heels was one hard-working girl, full of spiritual encouragement. He smiled at the memory of her saying action was required after praying. She sure was a handful, and a distraction he probably didn't need, yet liked nonetheless. So much had happened over the last week. Jake had demolished the house's interior with Renee distracting him and survived. Last night, when she had shown up at his house, well, he had barely survived, since he had almost done something stupid, like kissing her. There was no mistaking the way she felt about him. At least she wasn't trying to hide how her feelings for him had changed from friendship to something deeper. If he had ever needed to exercise self-control, it was going to be from now on when he was around Renee. Otherwise, the whole thing could create havoc before the house was halfway done, since they would be seeing each other more often than usual. He intended to clean debris at the house this afternoon. There was no rush to the house project, since he had impending legal fees to pay. Even though Jake's attorney said Ania didn't have a case, they still had to go through the lawsuit, and Jake got billed for that. "How's that?" Jeremy's voice jolted him from his daydreaming. It was a good thing the war veteran was volunteering today, because Jake had barely noticed what they had done. He needed to remember not to daydream during an amateur class. Yeah," he ran a hand over his head. "As long as they did it 4 times so they can get familiar enough to avoid injuries. I think one more round with the cat leaps and you guys can be done, unless you want to stay in practice." Not wanting to drive back home in a sticky shirt, Jake showered at the gym. On his way out, he glanced through the window and noticed his boss in his office by the hallway. Mark's salt and pepper head was bent over the computer. Mark was the reason Jake was in Colorado. He had been Jake's dad's lifelong friend in Texas. Mark had owned a gym with obstacle courses and martial arts training when Jake was young, and Jake had taken any classes Mark offered. After Jake competed on American Ninja Warrior years later, it had created paid opportunities for him to travel throughout the country. He was on a campaign for young people to stay active by joining the parkour movement. At 19, Jake had joined the Fire Academy to follow in his dad's footsteps. After Kevin's death, when Jake was 24, Jake had a disagreement with his mom and stepdad. Mark's invitation for Jake to move to Colorado couldn't have come at a better time. Jake poked his head through the open door. "Hey, Mark." The dark-skinned man who had been Jake's father figure for as long as he could remember turned to face him. He took off his glasses and placed them on the table. "Hey, son." Mark gestured for Jake to take a seat on the sturdy brown chair across from his table. "How's Millie?" Mark smiled. "She's hustling with Greg trying to get his driver's license." Mark had married a single mom 5 years ago. As many hours as he invested in the gym, it was no wonder he hadn't pursued romance until recently. "I'm so proud of you, son, and how you've managed to start over with your life. Mark rubbed his eyes. "Have you called your mother yet?" Jake gripped the back of his neck. "Pretty soon." He had said the same thing for the last 6 months. "Don't wait too long," Mark said. Probably sensing Jake's discomfort with the topic, Mark changed the subject. "You better enjoy December. January will be here before you know it." Even during their busy times, Mark always worked around Jake's schedule. The only thing the old man required from him was 30% of Jake's earnings as the gym's head coach. "Summer will be here before we know it," Jake said. "Been practicing my golfing skills for it," Mark winked. The two enjoyed golfing together in the summer as a break from their usual parkour training. At times they golfed with the Buchanan men. After a little more small talk, Jake wished Mark a great afternoon and left. In the gym's long hallway, Jake recognized his friend's long strides and the duffel bag slung over his shoulder as he exited. He quickened his pace, calling to Ezra's retreating back. "Buchanan!" Ezra turned and waited. "Larson." Ezra taught rock climbing lessons at the gym, but these days he only filled in occasionally since he didn't want extra work to put a strain on his marriage. Smart thing, if one asked Jake. "You're leaving this early?" Ezra asked as they walked toward the parking lot. "I had a private one-on-one session at 3, but they canceled, which gives me some time to haul debris." Ezra frowned. "Didn't Renee?" "Renee what?" Jake's face wrinkled. "Oh, never mind." Speaking of Renee brought the close encounter yesterday to mind. It left Jake feeling like a traitor for having romantic feelings towards a girl who should be his sister. "Talk to Renee about staying out of Ania's way," he said bluntly. "When did you see her?" Ezra asked. Jake didn't want to go into detail about how she had come to his house late at night, or how he had almost kissed her, the girl whom the whole Buchanan clan assumed was a sister to Jake. He gripped the back of his neck. "She asked me about the whole lawsuit thing." "Yeah, she was pretty upset when she left my house after I told her about it." Ezra swung his hand in dismissal. "I doubt she'll do anything, especially talking to Ania, if that's what you're worried about." Jake raised his eyebrows. "Do you know your sister? Because she's the kind who would step up to any challenge. Remember how Renee handled the whole thing with Angie?" "You know my sister well enough. No one tells her what to do. Plus, if anybody is going to talk some sense into her, it would be you. We both know she will do the very opposite of what I say." Ezra lifted both hands in surrender. "Sorry, can't help," he continued. "And if she gives Ania a piece of her mind, I think I would back her up on that. I've wanted to do the same myself, but again, it's better for a woman than a man to go knocking on Ania's door. This is one crazy family." Jake could only hope Renee was sane enough to have taken his request seriously last night. The click of Ezra's car unlocking with a press of the fob caught Jake's attention, and he realized he had walked all the way to Ezra's car. Since Ezra was no help, Jake waved goodbye and walked to his truck. For now, he could head over to his new house and haul debris while pretending that Renee Buchanan was not a constant temptation. Chapter 14. Renee's watch vibrated with several incoming texts just as she stepped into her Corolla in the garage, filled with mostly sedans and a few media vans. She had just finished her interview with Good Morning America. She turned the keys in the ignition and scrolled through her texts, stopping at Jake's message. He had sent her one before the interview this morning. "You've got this," he texted. And now a follow-up. "You nailed it." A smile curved her lips as memories of the last time they had hung out together resurfaced. She shifted the gear into drive as she pondered. She had enjoyed being carried on his back while they climbed through the window like teenagers getting home after curfew. Her mind had been clouded with visions ever since Jake almost kissed her. He was a thinker, and Renee was sure that was why he had held back the kiss. She couldn't blame him. Not only was he hesitant to start a relationship, the Buchanans considered him family. Both were good reasons to think before acting. Unfortunately, since then, her fantasies of kissing him had only increased, and she was already anticipating the next time she'd see him. Shaking her head, she focused on the 1-hour drive to check on Rambo's house. She had received a message that they had encountered a setback due to unexpected waterline problems in the basement. 2 hours later, after checking on Rambo's house, she sat in her car and called him. "Yo, Renee, what's up?" he responded after the first ring. "We ran into a slight problem." She explained about the unexpected expenses, which would exceed their designated budget. Clients hated when more costs came up. "We can meet at the office to discuss affordable alternatives for countertops so we don't go over the original budget," she said. "I also have a chandelier that just came into our showroom I wanted you to see. It would be perfect for the dining room." "Can we meet somewhere and talk about it over dinner or something?" Rambo said. "I'm free in 2 hours for lunch." She hoped giving him such short notice would discourage him. "Name the place and I'll be there." Of course he would. Side Rock Cafe. After hanging up, Renee pulled up the address, then followed the directions to the last place she should be going. She knew a bully when she saw one, and Ania was just that bully. Renee had learned long ago not to do something just to prove herself. Defending those she loved was the right thing to do. Even if thinking took too much time, today, for Jake's sake, she was thinking. That was the only reason she was sitting in her car instead of walking across to knock on Jake's old house where Ania lived. Renee lowered her window and stared up at the clear azure sky with a single puffy cloud. Still a sweet treat to enjoy a 40-degree day in December. No doubt it was going to be a sunny Christmas. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel while the engine idled. Should I drive away and stay out of this whole thing, like Jake requested? For Renee, that old saying, "think before you act," was backwards. She acted first and then thought later, with repercussions, of course. "I had better drive away and pretend this never happened," she mumbled to herself. Just then, a slender figure slipped out of the house. Renee watched as the woman retrieved her mail and went back inside. Was this considered stalking? Renee was not a stalker, and at that thought, she turned off the engine and stepped out of the car to cross the potholed street. The street was lined with old ranch-style homes, at least one of which sported broken windows. Loud music blared from a couple of parked cars. A man with his cap on backwards smoked a suspicious-looking cigarette as he leaned against a black sedan, his eyes wandering up and down the street as if he was expecting someone. A beer can crunched under Renee's foot as she crossed the road. The overgrown lots, like the street, were strewn with empty soda cans and crumpled food wrappers, including Ania's yard. Renee passed a dented white Kia parked in the cracked cement driveway as she made her way to the front door. Since there was no doorbell, she knocked hesitantly. While waiting, she studied Ania's detailed landscaping, an odd contrast to the ramshackle house with chipped peach paint and white trim. Ania's landscaper boyfriend had left his mark. After a few seconds, Renee knocked again, louder this time. Still no response. Must be her cue to take off. Or maybe not. The door swung open, and behind it stood a familiar, dark-skinned lady who wasn't as slender as Renee remembered. A belly bump poked through a soft pink, long-sleeved T-shirt as the woman stared at her with a guarded expression. Renee forced a smile. "Hi, I know who you are," she interrupted, pushing the pink hair extensions out of her face to reveal a frown. Ania looked Renee up and down, from her dark hair to her yellow 5-inch stilettos. "The fireman's sister," Ania said flatly, stepping aside. Renee assumed it was an invitation to enter, but wanted to play it safe. "Can I come in?" "You already know Jake does not live here." Ania walked across the scuffed linoleum floor to sit on a tattered brown sofa. Renee settled for the stained plastic lawn chair that had once been white. The house smelled of mildew and stale cigarette smoke. "Why are you here?" Ania's sharp tone was going to make things much easier for Renee. She was good at changing her mood to fit circumstances. "You need to drop the case you filed against Jakey," she said bluntly. "He doesn't need any of that right now." Ania frowned, and her hand moved to rub her stomach up and down. "He goes by Jakey nowadays?" She laughed sarcastically. Renee ignored her sarcasm as she tapped her foot. "You just don't understand, do you?" Ania said. "Please help me understand why a man you left, yet was still kind enough to leave a fully paid house in your name, paid you half his paycheck for an entire year after your divorce, when you were living with another man and cheated on him." She bit her tongue before the bitter reminder could slip out. Ania's gaze shifted from indifference to hostility, which should have scared Renee off, but instead an alarm went off in her head. Defense mode. She stared back, unwavering. After a moment of awkward silence, Renee held both hands palm out to placate Ania. "You know Jake better than I do. You were married to him for 2 years. But in this case, we can both agree that you're taking advantage of him." It sounded strange saying Jake instead of Jakey. Ania's jaw tightened and she gritted her teeth. "I'm pregnant, and the father of my child doesn't even have a job and couldn't care less about finding one. Now I have to worry about insurance and stuff. So yeah, I kicked him out of the house." Renee couldn't believe people like Ania still existed, who felt like everyone owed her something. Renee was about to explode, so help her Lord. She had heard about people like Ania, but had never come face to face with one. Renee had a boatload of words ready to unleash at her. Instead, Renee inhaled a slow breath and tried to count to 5 in her mind. She hoped she could manage to be firm yet gentle when she spoke. "Think of Jake. Think of Jake." She tilted her head to meet Ania's piercing glare. "So," she placed her hands on her lap to compose herself. She was still at Ania's mercy and needed to tread lightly. "Here is the thing. Sign up for a welfare program. Sell the house. Whatever you have to do to get help. Jake shouldn't be punished for your choices," she continued. "He's just a firefighter, for crying out loud, and now he has to pay for the attorney fees from Ania suing him." Apparently, she had forgotten that someone needed to pay attorney fees, whether they were innocent or guilty. "Where do you think he will get all that money? He's not the father of your child, and your pregnancy should not even be his problem." "Why do you even care? He's not your brother or anything," Ania snapped, arms crossed. "It's none of your business." Renee rose, her blood boiling with fury as she moved towards the door. Turning, she gave Ania a glare. "I care, and it becomes my business when someone comes after the people I love." Ania stood too, hands on her hips, and eyes blazing with fury. Renee twisted the doorknob. "Jake is a good man, and I just can't stand back and let you take advantage of him." Ania laughed bitterly, then jabbed a finger at Renee, her voice rising with each word. "You know, you have some nerve barging into my house and insulting me. I ought to call the police and have you arrested for trespassing. As a matter of fact, I think I'll—" "Sue me?" Renee interjected. No wonder Jake had warned her that this woman was not one to tamper with. Renee had never dealt with a lawsuit before, but she would cross that bridge if she had to. Ania pointed at the door. "Just get out!" she screamed, and Renee did, slamming the door behind her. What a humiliating waste of a trip. Renee raked a hand through her hair as she crossed the street back to her car. She dropped her head into her hands once safely inside. That didn't go so well, did it? Jake had told her to stay out of it, but being Renee, she had still done what Renee always did, rationalize. She wished she could have remembered Lila's advice before she threw herself into trouble. Lila always emphasized praying before acting on things. Renee hadn't even taken a moment to pray before showing up at the woman's door. Whatever was done, it was too late now to undo anything, she thought as she drove off. Regardless of the outcome, perhaps Ania would come to her senses. Maybe that was the end of it. But she wanted Jake to be left alone and free from lawsuits. She may have to send Ania an engraved thank you someday for walking away from her marriage, but for the time being, Jake could not move forward if his ex kept creeping back into his life. This December had been one of the warmest since Jake moved to Colorado. With the gym less busy for Christmas, Jake had taken the rest of the week off from parkour training. Today, he had been able to watch Renee on Good Morning America. It was hard to reconcile the fashionable girl in front of the camera with the tough woman hauling debris from his house. When Jake had gone to haul debris, he had been surprised to find a clean house. When he had called Renee to ask, she said she had gotten extra help. Since he couldn't do anything more to the house until the drywall was done, Jake had joined his small group from church at 11:30 to serve food at a homeless shelter. After serving the food, the church members called it a day, while the firefighters met for lunch at the Side Rock Cafe, their local hangout. There was something for everyone on the menu, since the place offered a wide variety, from all-day breakfast to burgers, pastries, and salads. They shoved 3 tables together in the corner for their rowdy group of 12. After placing water glasses in front of each person, the patient waitress took their muddled orders. They bantered noisily, mainly talking to the person on either side of them. "Hey, Larson, you should totally go out with Becca," one of the guys in their group said. "She's so into you." Becca was a girl in their small group who kept inviting Jake to join her in the singles group, and had also asked him to join her for a coffee twice after their service projects. Jake had kindly declined. Renee was the only woman he went out with, and the only one he wanted to have a relationship with. "I'm good, man." He picked up his water glass and took a sip. "You know, you've been single for 3 years, one of the guys said. "I think you should consider getting yourself back out there." Thankfully, the waitress returned with her food because Jake was done with that conversation. The discussion turned to forming a competitive league of some sort against the other firehouses until Dalton said, "LT, you gonna say hi to your sister?" Ezra frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" "There's Renee." Dalton pointed to the opposite corner. Jake choked on his hamburger and washed it down with a gulp of water. His gaze followed Ezra's to where Renee sat in the corner booth. Unfortunately, she wasn't alone. A tall guy sat with her. "I'm sure it's one of her clients," Ezra said it dismissively, and Jake told himself he was going to focus on his burger and league talk. "Basketball or bowling," Jake said, his mind far from his own companions. "I'd say basketball instead of bowling," Dalton said with a mouthful. "Can't we do indoor soccer?" Miguel suggested begrudgingly. "Ramirez, we are deciding between the two, and if we add a third sport to the mix, we will never narrow it down," Curie chimed in. "I will play anything to keep us in shape," Ezra said. Jake's attention was somewhere else, and he hadn't bothered to throw in further opinions. He was busy nibbling the raw carrots on his plate, fighting to not sneak glances at Renee's table. The debate between basketball, bowling, and maybe soccer grew even more animated. "Okay, guys, let's stay focused here," Ezra said as the waitress refilled their drinks. Jake liked seeing Renee anytime, any place, as long as she didn't have a guy with her other than her brothers, especially when the other guy made her laugh like she was laughing right now. The man, whose skin was darker than Jake's, also seemed closer to her age. What if he isn't a client? He questioned himself, since he had no business asking Ezra or Andrew. If her brothers weren't bothered, Jake shouldn't be either. Despite his effort to keep his eyes on his plate and the table where it belonged, he found himself staring again. For crying out loud, that was Renee over there. She was bossy, sassy, and young, yet pure, loving, and caring. She deserved someone with a clean history and with no baggage. The last thing Jake needed was to drag her in the middle of his mess. That was apart from the fact that she was Ezra's little sister, and that meant Jake was practically her brother. He wouldn't do that to Ezra, the guy who had been there for him from the beginning. When Jake had just moved to Colorado, he had met Ezra, who taught rock climbing at the gym where Jake started teaching parkour. Having lost his dad in a fire, the last thing Jake had wanted to do was fight fires. Ezra had encouraged him to go back to firefighting, and they had been friends ever since. Robert Buchanan had made a few calls to arrange for Jake to work at the same station and on the same shifts as Ezra. His family had accepted and loved Jake as family, no reservations, so messing around with Renee Buchanan was a bad idea. Then why did he feel more drawn to her than he cared to admit? More upset about his own emotions than about Renee being with a guy, Jake bit into his burger fiercely. Against his will, his eyes drifted back to the corner, and he found Renee staring at him. Their gaze held for a second. Then she smiled and waved. At least she was glad to see him. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before forcing his attention back to the company in front of him. He had no idea what the guys were talking about anymore. Thankfully, nobody noticed his absent-mindedness, or so he thought, until he caught Andrew's sharp gaze. Oh boy, Jake was so busted and slowly going down. After lunch, several guys left. Ezra, Jake, Andrew, and Dalton stayed a while longer so Dalton could finish his dessert. Finally, he popped the last bite into his mouth. "Hey, guys." Renee stood by their table, flanked by her guy friend, who topped her height by a few inches. Why did he look familiar? "Just thought I'd say hello." "Renee," Ezra called, arms crossed over his chest. "Are you going to introduce your friend?" Andrew asked as both brothers scrutinized the guy. "I wanted to introduce him to Jake." Renee glared at Andrew, then at Ezra. Honestly, Jake was just as curious about Renee's relationship with this guy who sported a box haircut that looked like a propped obstacle course. "You've probably seen me on TV or something," the guy interrupted. "I also just signed a contract to do commercials for Marco's Pizza." After a thick silence, Renee spoke. "Rambo, these are my brothers." She stared at her siblings. Andrew and Ezra voiced a hello, but Rambo only nodded his response. "Hey, Jakey," she turned to him. "I want you to meet my client, Rambo." The brothers excused themselves and Dalton followed them. "Meet you at Ezra's later," Andrew said. Jake shifted his attention to the couple. He bit his cheek in an attempt to not flex his jaw when Rambo draped his arm over Renee's shoulders. What kind of name was Rambo anyway? Jake stretched his hand to shake Rambo's, but the guy nodded instead. "Hey, how are you doing?" Choosing to ignore Rambo's rudeness, Jake grabbed his glass and gulped the rest of his drink. "This is the client I told you about," Renee said, wiggling her eyebrows at Jake as if they had a secret code. "The parkour guy, remember?" He couldn't get himself to remember anything when all he was tempted to do was haul the guy out through the nearest exit so he would find something else to touch besides Renee's shoulder. When he was finally able to focus, a faint recollection of the conversation about her client came to mind. Jake opened his mouth to remind her that they had never come to a definite conclusion about the situation, but Renee seemed to read his mind. She slipped out of Rambo's hold and was instantly at Jake's side, elbowing him in the ribs. Turning to Rambo, she said, "So anyway, this is the trainer I told you about." Rambo grinned. "Oh, hey, bro." His face softened and he stretched his hand out to Jake. "Renee here has been real good to me." She's good to everybody. Jake almost rolled his eyes, but instead did the noble thing and accepted the guy's belated handshake. As for Renee, she would pay for this later. Putting him on the spot like this, he tilted his head down to give her his best warning glare, but he drowned in her soft blue eyes. It was like she knew something about him that he did not. He felt drawn to her in a way he had never experienced before. The feeling belonged to her and her alone. He swallowed. Rambo drew his attention back, stepping in front of Renee. I'm Ray. Jake frowned. Renee stepped aside and stared from Jake to Rambo. From the Denver Nuggets. Guess Renee forgot to mention that. Oh, that's where he had seen the guy. Basketball. Jake didn't follow professional basketball like he did football and baseball. What was the guy's name again? Ray Moblino? Why did he call himself Rambo? Was that his ticket to win girls over? And no, Renee hadn't mentioned it, because it wasn't customary to introduce someone by their career. January 3rd is the first free running class, Jake said. You can come try it out, see if you like it. He then turned to Renee and tugged gently at her wrist. Could you please excuse us? He said to Rambo, who was now leaning against the table. To Renee he said, A word with you, please? He had no idea why he marched her to the corner of the glass pastry counter, except for the fact that he hadn't been thinking. Or was he jealous? Ugh, what a rookie move. They both rested their hands on the counter with their backs to Rambo, far enough away that he couldn't hear what they said. Pascal, the cafe's owner, who Jake thought could use some free running classes himself, gave them a curious glance before he continued transferring pastries from a tray to the glass case. Jake stared at Renee. She looked gorgeous in the elegant V-neck black dress. Great job on the show, by the way. She blushed, which affected him in every way. Thanks for the texts, Renee said. Returning to a safer topic, he said, You didn't tell me your boyfriend was a professional basketball player. He's not my boyfriend, and you know it. She playfully thrust a finger to his chest. He's my client, and I didn't think knowing his career would be such a big deal for you. Renee told him almost everything, and none of this was a big deal. He had trained American Ninja Warrior contenders and popular figures before. He liked teasing Renee and maybe wanted to be certain that she was still single. Just so you know, he leaned close to whisper in her ear an excuse to inhale the clean scent of her hair. Whatever shampoo she used, he liked the smell. You're gonna pay for this. She shrugged and smiled shyly. He doesn't have anybody, and I think he needs a nice guy friend in his life. I know you're the perfect guy to mentor him. Overcome with compassion for Rambo, Jake nodded. He had had complications with his own family, and he was far from home, but Jake now had another family in the Buchanans and the firefighters. No matter how he felt about Rambo, or whatever his name was, he would give him a chance, if for no other reason than the fact that Renee trusted him to do it. Chapter 15. 2 days later, Renee stood beside Jake in the firehouse kitchen, scooping avocado into a bowl under his supervision. She had insisted he teach her how to make his guacamole. She rarely prepared food for Christmas get-togethers, which made her efforts more special. Jake handed her the odd-shaped utensil. Renee started to press. Keep the texture slightly chunky, Jake told her as he grabbed the sea salt grinder. Adding salt to the dish, she did her best to not turn as mushy as the guacamole. Don't forget a dash of lemon juice. He handed her the small yellow bottle before grabbing 2 spoons from a drawer. Here, let's sample your work. He scooped up a bit of the green stuff and put it in his mouth. Eyes closed, he groaned. You did pretty good. Renee tasted a small scoop of guacamole. She couldn't agree more. It was her first real homemade meal. Not necessarily a meal, but she had never made anything from scratch. "What do you think?" Jake asked after she tasted. She smiled. "Exactly like your guacamole. Now you know how to make guacamole." He squeezed her shoulder and left the kitchen. On the other side of the counter, Lila poured dressing into a big salad bowl while Ezra stirred the contents with a wooden spoon. The counter was lined with Lila's peppermint brownies and homemade pies brought by neighbors. Near the table, Crystal stood adding ornaments to the lit Christmas tree in the corner. "The tree looks great, Mom." Renee's compliment was probably lost in the cheerful banter that rose from the guests. Her dad, Robert, was talking with Rambo and a couple of other guys in the living room. Renee had invited Rambo to join them since he didn't have plans for Christmas Day. A couple of toddlers played with toys in the corner of the living room, while two preteens sat on the area rug, fully immersed in their tablets. After Crystal initiated a family FaceTime call with Andrew, who was working at a different firehouse, Renee sat in the living room with Lila and Rambo, talking to a couple of firefighters. Whenever her brothers were scheduled to work over the holidays and there was no family in town, Renee and her parents came and shared dinner with the firefighters at Station 15 and their families. The smell of turkey and gravy wafted through the room as by the dining table Robert entertained an eager audience of a few guys, including Jake, whose rich laugh didn't go unnoticed by Renee. Her mom waited patiently with a cell phone in hand, getting the rowdy group's attention so she could snap their picture. Renee turned her attention to Dinara, a tall, strong-looking female EMT. Dinara's beautiful accent, if not given full attention, was hard to understand as she described Christmas traditions from her home country, Russia. "We celebrate Christmas from December 31st to January 10th. My favorite tradition is the kutia." "What's kutia?" Renee asked. Dinara stared off into space, a nostalgic smile on her face. "Kutia is a dish which is eaten from one common bowl to symbolize unity." She grew more animated as she recalled her country's holiday foods. "Beetroot soup. She inhaled as if savoring the aroma. It was to die for. For a change, Rambo listened, his gaze intent on Dinara's radiant face. When she ran out of memories, Rambo nodded at her. Then he retrieved his phone from the black sport coat he had draped over a chair. He scrolled through the screen. "Dinara," he said, eyes on the phone. "It means precious, sensitive, and independent. Good organizer, likes having things under control." With a self-conscious smile, Dinara pressed her palms to her flushed cheeks. Renee could hardly blame her for blushing. Rambo was a handsome guy. Speaking of handsome men, Renee steered her attention to the dining table. Amidst all the commotion, her gaze found and held Jake's. She smiled, aware that no one was looking, and he smiled back, just as Lila reclaimed her attention. "Can you monitor the potatoes on the stove? I need to make a quick run to the store for some items." Renee assured her friend that she had the potatoes under control. As soon as Lila left, Renee moved to the kitchen. The digital clock on the stove displayed the time, 12:45. "Are we going to burn down the kitchen?" She turned at the sound of Crystal's voice. "Mom, it's just potatoes, and Lila should be back soon anyway." Renee hoped so. "Besides, we're at the fire station. What could go wrong?" "I hope you're right." Crystal opened the oven, wrinkled her nose, and closed it. Not that either of them had any idea what a burnt turkey smelled like. Renee assumed it would turn black if it got to that point. Crystal leaned against the counter and crossed her arms, her gorgeous gray eyes peering into Renee's with uncharacteristic gravity. "What?" Renee asked. Crystal shook her head. "What kind of mother am I?" Renee frowned, puzzled. "I never taught my children how to cook," Crystal said. "A girl should know how to make a decent meal." "You taught us that there are more important things in life than just cooking, like time spent with others." She held out her arms to her mom. I can always count on you to be there for me whenever I need you, and the boys would say the same. The moisture in Crystal's eyes mirrored Renee's. She wrapped her arms around her mom. I love you, Mom. I love you. Attention! Engine 15, ladder. The dispatcher's urgent voice jolted the ladies out of their embrace. The kitchen was suddenly filled with firefighters rushing to the bay. A wailing toddler clung to his dad's foot until the mother snatched the child away. Dalton froze on his way through, his suspicious gaze landing on Crystal and Renee. Are you guys in charge of dinner? Renee shoved him to the bay. Sliding his long arms into his firefighter jacket, Ezra peeked through the kitchen. Dad, he called across the table, can you make sure these two don't burn our dinner? His gaze never wavered from Crystal and Renee. Hey, Crystal said, I fed you for 20-some years, didn't I? On microwaved frozen dinners, he said. Renee elbowed him. Shut up. With the firefighters gone, the firehouse was silent with only Renee, her parents, and Rambo, who was engaged on his phone. At least her dad knew his way around the kitchen, in case Lila took forever to return from her errands. An hour later, the crew returned, and Renee watched the strong, dusty men stride past into the kitchen. Renee's heart skipped when Jake stepped in with Ezra right behind him. A woman with 3 boys who all appeared to be the same age joined them in the firehouse. A woman with 3 boys who all appeared to be the same age joined them in the firehouse. These must be the triplets Jake and the rest of their house took under their wing after their dad died in the fire, Renee thought. Everyone pitched in to get dinner on the table before the next dispatch call came in. Robert Buchanan carved the turkey while Jake handed Renee the heaping plates. Their hands brushed and they froze, staring at each other with unspoken emotion. Jake's clenched jaw told Renee that he felt the undeniable current too. After dinner, most of the kids followed Jake and Ezra to hang out by the fire trucks. Dalton and Miguel thumb-rustled for the last peppermint brownie, while Lila explained her recipe for caprese salad to the captain's wife. Renee and Crystal tried chatting with the triplets' mom, who responded in bored monosyllables. Daenerys' laughter sounded from the living room, probably from something Rambo had said. The happy sound was a welcome relief from the awkward silence in Renee's little circle. When dispatch sounded again, the firefighters stormed from wherever they had been and rapidly made their way to the bay. During the fast-paced action, Jake turned and waved to Renee. His smile had such genuine affection that it stole her breath and clung to her for the rest of the week. Since Lila was on Christmas break, Renee met her for lunch at the Side Rock Cafe. Renee Buchanan, is there a Jake update that you need to share? Lila dropped her hands on the table. Sitting across from her, Renee sighed. I wish. Lila wagged a finger. There's no denying that Jake has a crush on you. The heated looks between you two on Christmas Day were hard for anyone to ignore. Renee sighed. Maybe he likes me, but I'm not sure he'll do anything about it. Lila shrugged, leaning back in her chair. You once told me that Ezra was one of those guys who needed a little push in romance. She wiggled her eyebrows. Maybe Jake needs a push to steer him in the right direction. Renee waved away the suggestion. I'm having a hard time hiding my feelings for him, and he definitely knows how I feel. She could only hope he did, but her brothers were the last people who needed to know. Does Ez suspect anything? Lila shook her head. He doesn't pay attention to things like that. Plus, he knows you and Jake are like best friends. Renee sighed. Jake was her best friend. Lila continued. He wouldn't read anything further into your friendship. I'll eventually have to confess how I feel about his friend. Renee drew a slow breath. In the meantime, there's nothing to say. The waiter returned with their check and Lila grabbed it. It's my treat this time. Renee didn't argue since she paid for Lila and Bianca's meals from time to time. She glanced at her watch. It was noon. Sorry, I need to run. I'm supposed to meet a potential client at 1:00. Lila pulled herself up and shoved the chair back in place. I need to get Ezra a peppermint latte. Renee walked with her to the takeout counter. I still can't believe you're almost Shine's CEO. Renee couldn't believe it either. Keep those prayers coming, just in case God doesn't want me to take on such a huge responsibility. After a warm embrace, Renee left for her appointment. Renee normally took off work on the last day of the year, but today she had a furniture delivery to see through. She made a brief stop at the office before hitting the road. After buckling herself in, she retrieved her phone from her purse to send a quick text to Jake. Say a prayer for me. I'm off to the Springs for the furniture delivery. She clicked send. The chime came through the phone and her watch immediately. We'll pray. Drive carefully. Storm's coming in. She intended to be back as soon as the delivery and setup were done. Thanks. Should be back by 5. The mid-afternoon sky was a gloomy, dark gray as she drove to Colorado Springs. She wanted to be there when the furniture arrived and hoped the order was not messed up this time. 2 hours later, brown sofas were being moved from the truck to the hotel. After helping with the setup, she added her finishing touches. She decorated the lobby with several natural potted plants from a local florist, a gift from Shine to the hotel. She had also bought a custom-made centerpiece from Jake's buddy, Moses. By the time she left the hotel, it was dark, foggy, and snowing. A glance at her watch showed the temperature had dropped to 25 degrees, and it was already 5:30. Cold air nipped beneath her sea-green sweater, and Renee shivered, wishing she had remembered to grab her pea coat from the office. She ducked her chin and crossed her arms over her chest as she trotted through the full parking lot. She hadn't realized how much snow had accumulated on the ground until she started driving. After turning the heat to full blast, she flipped on the windshield wipers to keep the snow from blocking her visibility. Thanks to the heavy traffic, her progress was slow. It took 40 minutes to reach the highway, which was only 5 miles from the hotel. Conditions on the highway were even worse, with cars sliding and skidding across the road. Despite the new tires she had bought in the fall, the climb ahead on Monument Hill would prove to be a test for her front-wheel drive Corolla. Her nerves were a wreck. Her headlights cut through the darkness and reflected off fat snowflakes as they lazily fluttered down to hit the icy pavement. This had to be the heaviest snow so far this season. Suddenly, she felt the back end of her car skid to one side. She gasped, tightening her grip on the steering wheel as the car began to spin. Heart racing, she forced the brake pedal to the floor, but it only caused a strange sound as the car continued to spiral towards the concrete barrier. She slammed her eyes shut, not wanting to see the impact. Without warning, her Corolla came to a shuddering halt. Was she dead? No, she couldn't be, the way her heart pounded and every nerve in her body tingled. She forced herself to take a breath and slowly opened her eyes. The front end of her Corolla had landed in a snowdrift, killing the engine. With shaking hands, she shifted the gear to park. For the first time in the last 2 hours, she took a deep breath and leaned back in her seat, pressing a hand to her racing heart. When her all-wheel drive Audi had caught on fire a year ago, she had replaced it with a basic used car, so she wouldn't deplete the savings in her house fund. Enough saving up money for a house. She was buying a reliable vehicle before next winter. What good would the house be if she crashed? She watched as a few tow trucks hauled cars from the side road, snowplows roaring louder as they drove past her on the highway. Savoring the warmth in her car, she yawned and scrolled through her watch to call for help. The one thing Jake didn't like about winter was shoveling snow. The white flakes were such a beautiful sight whenever he gazed through the window, but not when it required him to haul it off of his driveway. He had only done a couple of parkour sessions today before they'd had to close the gym because of the weather forecast. Since Dalton had shoveled during the day, Jake was taking his turn and was on his third round. Steam blew from his mouth like smoke as he hung his jacket on a peg by the door. Exhausted, Jake yanked off his dripping boots and placed them on the mud tray. A hot shower should warm his chilled bones. Thinking was a habit, especially in the shower. He wondered if Renee had made it home. The last time she had texted him, she was leaving the hotel. He would text her as soon as he got out of the shower, not only to make sure she was home safe, but to get an update on how the delivery went, since she had been nervous about the order getting messed up again. As soon as he pulled on his pajamas, his cell phone rang. He reached for it from the nightstand. Renee. His pulse raced as he answered. Little Buchanan. Jakey, I need your help. Her voice was low and shaky. The Renee he knew was loud and confident. That was the same Renee he had seen on television a few days ago, seen at the firehouse on Christmas Day, and hadn't stopped thinking about since. Little Buchanan, where are you? You sound... Are you okay? Would you please come and pick me up? My car is... I don't think I can get home. Panic flooded his mind when he remembered the last time he had received a call that involved Renee being in an accident. He shuddered at the memory, but at least today she sounded fine. I'm interrupting your sleep, aren't I? She said after a brief silence. He was already pulling on his jeans and throwing a winter coat over himself, then reaching for his winter hat. Are you in a safe place? I'm off to the side of the highway, she breathed through the phone. Monument Hill. I'm on my way. Jake popped his head into the extra room where his roommate slept. Dalton. Dalton had turned out to be a decent roommate since he had moved in 6 weeks ago. When they weren't on duty at the fire station, Jake worked at the gym while Dalton waited tables at a 5-star restaurant, leaving both of them with little time to hang out at the house. Dalton was wearing a big set of headphones, his attention glued to the TV and a game remote in his hand. Jake had to walk right in front of the TV to get his attention. I'm going to help Renee. She's stuck, he said when Dalton took off his headphones. Oh, okay. He clapped the headphones back on. Jake's windshield wipers worked hard to swish off the snowflakes, and he could see the ground was covered with several inches of snow. Thanks to the all-wheel truck he had just paid off before Ania sued him, his tires had good tread on the treacherous highway. As anxious as he was to get to Renee, Jake forced himself to control his speed so he wouldn't join the many cars that were stopped haphazardly on either side of the road where they had slid. Dodging the tow trucks that were slogging through the snow was like riding on a racetrack in slow motion. As he neared Monument Hill, he drove around until his headlights picked out Renee's car. He pulled the truck right next to hers and left the engine running as he stepped out. When he approached her car, he saw her sitting in the driver's seat, hunched over the steering wheel. Was she sleeping or praying? Not wanting to startle her, he tapped lightly on her car, which still caused her to jerk up in fright before she realized it was him standing there. She climbed out, but as soon as the door closed behind her, she shivered in the bitter cold and wrapped her arms around herself. You're freezing, Jake said, yanking off his coat to wrap it around her. He took her hand and led her to his truck, then opened the door for her. The heated seat feels good, she said as she buckled herself in. He wondered why someone who had grown up in Colorado didn't carry a jacket. We'll get your car first thing in the morning, but right now we need to get you home. After he had said that, he wondered whose home. Should he drive her all the way to her place on the dangerous roads, or to his house, which was much closer? As if reading his thoughts, Renee asked, Can I crash on your couch tonight? She yawned and leaned back, her speech slurring. I've been in the car for the last 3 hours. Before Jake could assure her he could get her home in no time, she was already asleep. He parked his truck in the single-car garage, contemplating what to do with the sleeping Renee. How would she feel if he carried her inside? Thankfully, her eyes fluttered open when he unlocked the passenger door. While Renee showered, Jake changed the bed sheets and texted Ezra to let him know about Renee's emergency and that Renee was staying the night. That was one of the 2 forms of insurance he felt he should use. Now that he had feelings for her, he needed to let a family member know that he and Renee had nothing going on. He just needed to remind himself the same. It was almost 11 o'clock by the time Renee finished a bowl of tomato soup. She was dressed in Jake's sweats and a t-shirt underneath a hoodie. The clothing hung loosely on her, but the sweats had a drawstring to tighten them around her waist. Seeing Renee curled up in a ball and wrapped in the soft red throw on the couch, Jake wished for the first time that the duplex had a fireplace. Renee could probably use the extra heat. Dalton joined them in the living room with a bowl full of various kinds of packaged M&Ms. Want some? He placed the bowl in front of Renee. I just brushed my teeth, but I will have some in the morning, she said. To Jake, he said, I won't bother asking you. Dalton sat on the couch next to Renee and ripped open a yellow bag of M&Ms. Jake sat in the recliner, and the 3 of them chatted idly while they watched the ball drop in Times Square on television. After wishing them a Happy New Year, Dalton rose and stretched his hands over his head. I need to get to bed. He grabbed the bowl of candy from the coffee table. Glad you're home safe, Renee. Thanks, Dalton. She wrinkled her face. It's a bummer that you guys have to work tomorrow. Yeah, it stinks. Dalton rubbed at his eyes. Despite the thick snow cover and several workplaces closing for the day, fires still happened and people still had injuries. In winter, there were often calls due to people slipping on ice. The firefighters had no choice but to show up. Jake turned the TV on mute after Dalton's departure. You can sleep in my bed tonight, and I'll take the couch, Jake offered when she stretched her feet out on the couch. This was the first time since Jake's sickness that he and Renee were back in the same place. Except Renee was the one on the couch this time, and Jake on the chair. I'm definitely not taking over your bed. She pulled up the covers to her chin. If I can just borrow one of your pillows, I'll be fine. Renee's stubbornness was not to be reckoned with, so there was no sense in arguing with her. Jake went to his room and grabbed one of the 2 pillows from his queen bed. She was rubbing her eyes when he returned. Jake was just as exhausted. Happy New Year, Renee, he said, handing her the pillow. She gave him a sweet, warm smile that melted his heart, but her eyes held a mischievous glint. Do you realize that you just called me Renee? Jake rubbed a hand over his bleary eyes. Calling her little Buchanan was another form of insurance to remind himself she was off limits. Oh, I didn't. It's okay. I like it, she said. Happy New Year, Jakey. Since she was afraid of the dark, he wasn't sure if she slept in a bright room or with just a nightlight. He didn't have a nightlight. Would you like me to keep the lamp on? Can you stay with me and talk a little longer? She yawned, and Jake doubted their conversation would last longer than 10 minutes. He was surprised when she slid out from under the blanket and patted the couch for him to join her. Thank you for coming after me. Was she kidding? He would do anything for her. Any time. Remember last winter when I called you after I got rear-ended and my car caught fire? Jake gave a shuddering sigh. Thankfully, right after you had exited. She could have died. Jake nodded distantly. It's a reminder of how God protects us. He turned the tense memory to humor. Glad I didn't have to face EMTs today and watch you argue with people who want to help you. She winced. That's not what I did. Jake gave her a knowing smirk. When he had arrived at the scene, she had been arguing, and at the sight of Jake, she had dashed to him and threw arms around him as tears of relief poured down her cheeks. Jake had ached at seeing a strong woman like her coming undone. I let them take my blood pressure and check my eyes. After a serious pep talk, after letting her cry on his shoulder for a few minutes, he had persuaded her to get checked, since they thought she might have had a concussion. You're the best friend anyone could ever have. She was his best friend, but Jake decided not to tell her. He shrugged instead. Tell me something, Jakey, something I don't know about you. Jake cleared his throat. You know everything about me. At least all she needed to know. The bad stuff he kept to himself, yet a part of him wanted to share some of his hidden past with her. He just needed to choose what he felt comfortable sharing today. I don't know much about your family or your childhood, Renee insisted. Jake sat, leaving a comfortable gap between them. I had a brother. Jake's mind wandered farther to the brother who had always been on the run, in and out of jail. His heart ached at the memory. She must have noticed his distant thoughts, because she inched closer, and her warm, soft hand wrapped around his rough one with assurance. What about him, Jakey? His name was Blake. He was 10 years old when my parents adopted him. Jake had told Ezra he had lost a brother to gang activity, but had never mentioned that Blake had been a criminal himself. They adopted him before I was born. He was 10 years older than me. The 3 times I remember him playing with me, we played cowboys and Indians. That was one of the best memories I have of him. Renee's eyes were fastened on him as she listened, giving him the courage to share the next part. Unfortunately, he chose a different path in life, started stealing, and got involved with gang activity. He ended up getting shot by another gang. Jake wondered how his life would have been different if his brother hadn't died. How old was he when he died? 19. What's the other memory you have of him? Her voice was soft. Jake sighed. He used to take me to this donut shop in our neighborhood once a week. Divine Donut House. Jake smiled as he remembered. They made the best cake donuts, but, well, that's life. One day you have everything, and the next day it's gone. He swallowed. It must be hard for you to have lost your brother, and then your dad, too. It was much harder knowing his dad had been struck by a heart attack while putting out a fire. My father never took good care of his health. He exercised, but he had terrible eating habits. Despite all that, he was a very good man. A good dad. He started sweating. Maybe Renee could feel the moisture in the hand she was holding, because she squeezed it tight. I'm so sorry about your dad, and your brother, too. She spoke barely above a whisper. Too bad he hadn't been able to save his dad or brother. Jake drew in a slow breath and cleared the lump in his throat. Yeah, me too. I thought coming to Colorado would give me the chance to start over. I'm so glad you came to Colorado, Jakey. Funny, when his mom called him Jakey, he rolled his eyes. Yet it sounded just right coming from Renee's lips. So, any New Year's resolutions? He asked, steering the conversation from his tragic past. She winced. Gym, maybe? But you hate the gym. That's why it's a resolution. Come do running classes. She wagged her head. My physique is not cut out for parkour. Same response she gave whenever he asked her to do parkour. Plus, I prefer watching instead. I was counting on you to come watch one of Rambo's sessions since you enrolled him. Thanks for agreeing to train him, she said. He doesn't know that he's lonely, but he is. She told him about Rambo's foster background. You can see why I'm not suited to be his main go-to buddy, she sniffed. Sweet and caring, that was Renee. Jake cleared another lump in his throat. I'll do my best. The old things are passed away. Behold, new things have come. The words rang in the back of his mind. I would also like to join you on that nature trail sometime, Renee said, bringing Jake back to the present. The trail was 10 miles from his house. He ran and leaped over some ragged rocks once or twice a week, if there was no snow or rain. Whether anything would ever go beyond friendship between them, Jake liked the idea of running alongside Renee. I would love that. Her attention shifted to the TV. Oh, I love this movie. She pointed to the black and white movie that was playing. Have you ever seen It's a Wonderful Life? Never even heard of it. Jake reached for the remote from the square coffee table and kicked up the volume, settling on the sofa. Renee shoved the other corner of the blanket at him so he could cover his feet. The throw was long enough they could still keep a couple of inches between them. Several minutes into the movie, Jake ran a hand over his heavy eyes and leaned his head against the back of the sofa. Renee yawned, and Jake doubted they would make it through the movie. His arms draped over the couch, and he lost the battle to keep his heavy eyes open. Sometime in the night, Jake woke. He squinted at the bright light in the room. Something heavy pressed on his shoulder. He glanced down to find Renee sound asleep there. He rubbed his eyes and blinked at the sound of the blaring TV. The clock on the wall showed 3 a.m. He carefully shifted her head onto the pillow on the couch and pulled the throw snugly over her shoulders. He stared at her a moment and fought the urge to shove the escaped strands of hair from her face. Was her skin as smooth as it looked? Questions set aside, he turned off the TV and the main light before he ambled to his bedroom, only to be jolted out of sleep by the sound of a smoke alarm a few hours later. The smell of something burning permeated the tiny house. Jake and Dalton collided on their way down the stairs. They heard clattering sounds and sprinted into the kitchen. Renee was opening and closing drawers, a dish towel slung over her shoulder. "What are you cooking?" Dalton asked. Renee put her hands on her hips. "Breakfast." She turned off the stove, which showed 5:30 a.m. "Your smoke alarm is way too sensitive." Dalton held back a laugh. "You burn water with spectacular flair." She glared at Dalton. "Seriously?" Dalton raked his hair and yawned. "I'm gonna go turn off the alarm now." Self-conscious of his appearance all of a sudden, Jake ran a hand over his face. He grinned sheepishly when Renee stared at him. "Thanks for making breakfast." His gaze moved to the oft-white grain splattered across the floor and the stove top. "Is that oatmeal?" He pointed his chin to the steaming dark brown glop in the pan. "The fact that it still looks like oatmeal," she placed the kitchen towel on the fridge handle, "means I must have done pretty good." Jake's smile widened. "You must be starving." He retrieved the half carton of eggs from the refrigerator. "Would you like to help me make some omelets?" Her stomach growled in response. She winced. An omelet is more filling than oatmeal. They were soon seated at the table, and Renee laughed softly at Dalton's jokes. Jake handed her a steaming cup of coffee with cream, just the way she liked it. Thankfully, Dalton liked cream too, and kept the refrigerator stocked with it. "Thanks, Jakey." She tilted the cup to her lips before Jake prayed for their meal. The three of them enjoyed the spinach omelets as Renee chattered, making them laugh. She had a way of brightening up everyone's day. Jake was driving with Dalton to work, but they first needed to drop off Renee at her house. In her driveway, Jake held open the passenger door for her. "I'll call to have your car towed." He wished he didn't have to work so they could watch a movie and cook together. Dalton could be involved in the cooking too, if he wanted, as long as Renee was with them. "I have AAA, she said as she tugged at the black coat she had borrowed from him. "I'll call and have them bring it to my house. Thanks for offering, though." She retrieved a small black remote from her purse and pushed the button to raise the garage door. After she had said goodbye to Dalton, Jake took her hand and walked her the short distance to the garage. Her heeled ankle boots were covered in snow even though he had parked the truck as close to the garage as possible. "Thanks for everything," she said when they got inside the garage. He grabbed the snowblower. "You're welcome." She waved him off. "You need to go to work. I will shovel in a bit. Plus, I help my elderly neighbors with their driveway, too." "Not on my watch." "I got it." He trotted out. Having the machine allowed him to clear Renee's driveway and sidewalk quickly, and both driveways on either side of her, since he couldn't remember which home belonged to the elderly lady. When he returned the snowblower, Renee embraced him. He hesitated briefly before wrapping his arms around her. His heart pounded. Hugs had always been normal for him until recently, but now her touches affected him in ways he had never expected. "Be careful driving back," she whispered. He realized his mouth was still open after their embrace and wondered if he had responded. He closed his mouth and gripped the back of his neck as he walked back to the warm truck where Dalton waited, watching the whole exchange. Renee stood in her garage, still wearing Jake's clothes. She waved to them as they backed out of her driveway. Her smile spoke volumes, and Jake still had no idea how much of that volume he could handle without giving in to his feelings. Maybe he was just developing a silly crush on her because he hadn't been in a relationship for too long, and Renee was the only woman he spent time around. Chapter 16. After a 24-hour shift at the fire station, Jake was back at the gym, leading the first free running class. He normally allowed no more than 14 students in the beginner class, but he made an exception to include Rambo. After the 15 students signed liability forms, Jake asked them to take turns introducing themselves. "I'm Dean," said a stout man with gray-streaked hair. "I'm a veteran. I want to learn parkour to get in shape." "Roxanne," said a blonde woman. "I'm an admin at St. Anne's Hospital. I just want to try a different workout. Maybe compete in some parkour." "Same here," Rambo interrupted, stretching his arms overhead. "I want to be done with training in 2 months." With that outburst, everybody was forced to listen to Rambo. "I bet you've all seen me on television." Rambo rested his hands on his hips. "No need to introduce myself." An awkward silence followed while the rest of the students stared at Rambo without recognition. "Pizza commercial, basketball." His hands flew up in frustrated resignation. "Come on, people." "Sorry, I don't watch TV," Dean said. "Yeah, I've seen you." The guy with the colorful mohawk squinted. "The Avalanche?" "Nuggets," Rambo corrected sharply. Cringing inside at Rambo's humiliating intro, Jake shifted his gaze to the window to study the dark gray sky and the light snowflakes floating in the air. He tilted his head to glance at the wall clock. Only 3:15, 30 more minutes before the class was done. The other students shifted impatiently, tuning Rambo out. "Anyway, you should all watch a YouTube video of me. I play for the Denver Nuggets and—" "Maybe you can share more details after class," Jake politely suggested, then nodded to the guy with the mohawk. "Why don't you tell us about yourself, sir?" After all the new members had introduced themselves, Jake reminded them of the schedule he had printed out for them before they committed to the class. "I'm just going to teach you rules this afternoon, then you'll be coming twice a week. Parkour is very easy to understand," Jake said, "and extremely fun if you're not too set on winning or competing. That's why this sport is different from other workouts." "But I want to compete," Rambo interrupted. Jake ignored him so he could address what he needed to. "We need to master the 5 basic steps before we attempt any major leaps or climbs." Jake lifted a hand, fingers spread to emphasize the 5 steps. "That's what we'll be learning for the 8 lessons this month." A high wall stood to one side of the red and blue floor mats. A high wall stood to one side of the red and blue floor mats. Next to it were stacked several large wooden boxes, painted bright green and brown, Minecraft style, which were used for jumping drills. We'll start with landing and sticking today. To demonstrate landing, Jake ran, leaped over a bar, and landed on both feet without stumbling. You're always taking drops in parkour, so proper landing is very important. After explaining the technique, he leaped effortlessly from one wooden box to another. This is what you'll be able to do once you master the basics. You'll see you can jump farther than you think. Rambo, Jake pointed. You go first. Give us a practice run and show us a safe landing. Land and stick, Rambo repeated as he set himself for a go. Great job, Jake encouraged when Rambo landed successfully, if a lot less gracefully than Jake. I'm a natural at this, said Rambo. Jake rested his hands on his hips and called the oldest member in the group. Dean, you're up. After everybody had taken several turns and gained confidence, Jake noticed he had gone 5 minutes over, and the kids in the after-school program were lounging around, waiting to use the gym. He rounded up his group for a final word. Dean was panting. His face was glistening with moisture, while another guy crouched on the floor, taking deep breaths. You guys did great today. I can tell you have natural talent for this, Jake encouraged. Tomorrow we'll work on a safety vault, then we'll transition to other moves. If you need extra practice, come during the open gym. He pointed to a Vietnamese man who was spraying the prop walls with disinfectant. Coach Tao will be here. When do we start doing the harder stuff, like leaping off buildings and all? Jake was not surprised at Rambo's question. Many enthusiastic beginners were tempted to skip the first steps. Jake had probably felt the same. When you're ready. I'm ready, bro, Rambo smirked and looked around at the other students. You still need to work on upper body strength. Rambo scowled. I play basketball. What more upper body strength do I need? Ignoring Rambo again, Jake dismissed the group. See you tomorrow. A few students called out goodbyes and thank yous as Jake walked away. It was going to take a lot more work on his side to connect with Rambo. Hey, yo! Rambo's voice sounded from behind as Jake walked down the narrow corridor that led to the locker room. What's up? Jake asked, keeping his tone neutral as he faced him. He was doing this for Renee, he reminded himself. Actually, for God, came the small voice within. What do you mean I'm not ready? I don't have time, and it's game day tomorrow. Then you should be going home to rest before the game. Jake let out an exasperated sigh. If you want, go sign up for rock climbing classes at the front desk. That'll help develop your upper body strength. Rambo frowned, and Jake went to his small office, leaving Rambo in the hallway. He should have explained to Rambo further, but he doubted the guy would be up for any advice that didn't involve him being in the advanced class. Rambo would thank him later when his upper body got toned, Jake thought as he drove home. He tried not to think of Renee as he settled on the couch. Ever since she had stayed the night, it was hard for him to sit here, watch TV, or lie down without memories resurfacing. Her falling asleep on his shoulder, then making breakfast together. How domestic and natural it had felt. As crazy as it seemed, since she had used his shampoo, his clothes, and his soap, he could still smell her scent in the house and on his clothes. Some complicated mixture of femininity and fierce determination. The rest of his 48 hours off flew past, and way too soon Jake was back at the firehouse. After tending to a call about a discharged carbon monoxide alarm, the firefighters headed to the grocery store. Whenever Jake and his colleagues left the station for anything besides duty, it became a fun adventure. They were like high school kids on their lunch break away from the school grounds. They split up in the store so they could make an efficient and precise stop in case they got called to a fire. On several occasions they had had to leave everything in their carts. Ezra partnered with Miguel and Candom to pick out the fresh produce, while Jake and Dalton went for condiments, cereal, and spices. At the cereal aisle, Dalton dropped a box of marshmallow cereal into the cart. "Do you ever read food labels?" Jake asked when Dalton reached for another colorful box of cereal. "Hey, I spend hours working out on the job. At least I can earn my sugar intake." Jake shook his head and reached for a box of Cheerios. Dalton pointed at the box in Jake's hand. "That's way too boring for a firefighter and trainer." They continued to another aisle, and Dalton tossed a bag of chips and chocolate bars into the shopping cart. He had already promised to pay out of his pocket, since the firefighters had a limited grocery budget. Everyone in Shift C pitched in for groceries except Ezra, because his wife often sent pre-cooked homemade meals. "Think fast!" Dalton tossed a bottle of ketchup to Jake, but Jake caught it midair before it whacked the lady right behind him in the condiment aisle. The red-haired woman, unfazed by their antics, swept an admiring gaze over Dalton. Dalton was all but glowing as he waved at her apologetically. "Did you see how she looked at me?" Dalton said when they left the aisle. Jake rolled his eyes. What happened to that whole speech about staying single? "To be more exact," Dalton wrinkled his face, "I said no marriage. I didn't say I can't have a woman. Big difference." The other guys joined them, and they all headed to the cash register. "That's Renee Buchanan on the cover." Miguel pointed to a magazine at the checkout stand. Ezra and Jake strode forward to take a look. The minute Jake scanned the magazines, Renee's picture stared out at him as if she were smiling directly at him. Hiding his reaction, he stepped away and watched the cashier scan their items so he could pay for their groceries. Renee is on the 5280 Home Design magazine cover. Ezra grabbed the magazine from the stand and handed it to the cashier while Jake and two other guys loaded the grocery bags in the cart. "Did you know she was making a magazine appearance?" Ezra asked Jake, who pretended not to hear him. Renee had mentioned her magazine interview to Jake when they discussed alternative drywall contractors whose prices were reasonable. Turning to Dalton, Jake said, "Hey, Dalton, grab that last bag, would you?" "That little stinker," Ezra grumbled as he pulled out the bills to pay for the magazine. Jake wanted his own copy of the magazine for his nightstand, but he would have to come back for it later. That afternoon, as Jake stepped into the kitchen, the uncharacteristic silence caught him off guard. Not a single person lounged in the living room, and the TV screen was blank. Some of the guys were probably catching their daily workout in the gym, and the rest must be studying for their tests. Jake stepped into the deserted living room and paused at the magazine rack. With a quick glance around, he reached for the 5280 magazine Ezra had bought earlier. Taking advantage of the solitude, he sat on the sofa and studied Renee's picture on the cover before flipping to the related article. The picture inside showed Renee standing beside 3 of her team members. Jake wasn't interested in the team members. His focus was on Renee and her tight olive green jeans topped by a beige flowy top. Stylish and fashionable in her high-heeled ankle boots, Renee perched on the edge of a bar stool with one foot on the ground, the other resting on the bottom rung of the stool. His thoughts went to the last time he had seen her on Good Morning America. Her confidence and knowledge of her field, her excitement about coordinating colors, and how Shine approached each project differently. It was no wonder her company stayed busy. Jake had no doubt Renee was the reason for Shine's growth. After studying her picture for several minutes, he read her bio, then shifted down to the tips she had shared about choosing the right colors for your home. "Do you read all magazines with such concentration?" Jake jumped and tilted his head to face Miguel, who slid next to him, a bag of chips in his hand as he scanned the page Jake had been gawking at for God knows how long. Dalton made an entrance, his shirt and hair damp. He smirked at the magazine in Jake's hands. "You read sports magazines." Jake couldn't argue. "This is an interior design magazine," Miguel pointed out. "I'm renovating a house, in case you didn't know." Jake absently reached for a chip from the bag in Miguel's hands. "By the way, I will be taking sign-ups for a painting party." He remembered he didn't eat chips the moment it was in his mouth. It had been a long time since he had had chips, and he wondered how the taste had turned so awful. He frowned as he forced himself to swallow. "How do you guys eat these things?" He closed the magazine and pulled himself up, stacked it on the shelf, then strode to the kitchen for water to wash down the surly taste. He needed something to do besides think of Renee. He could go lubricate more saws in the bay. "What do you think of Renee?" Jake straightened instantly, dropping the can of lubricant. Dalton picked up the bottle with one hand and put it on the workbench. "What do you mean?" Was Dalton interested in her? Jake took a deep breath before answering flatly. "She's Ezra's sister." "I mean as a girlfriend, you know?" Dalton made air quotes with his free hand, clutching a half-eaten bag of Skittles in the other hand. Jake forced a response. "I think she would be good for you if you're serious about relationships, but if you're just looking for someone to boost your ego, I would advise—" "Not for me, silly. She's not my type." He popped a handful of Skittles into his mouth and talked around his mouthful. "I mean for you, man. When are you going to ask her out?" Jake was silent, unsure he could share his feelings for Renee with anybody. Dalton shrugged. "She's gorgeous, no doubt, but she's too confident and vocal for me to handle." Jake couldn't argue about Renee being confident or vocal, but only to those who didn't know her. Despite all of her blustering, she had a deep heart underneath. Jake thrust his hands in his pocket. "She's tough on the outside, but she's tender and mushy inside," he said in a soft voice as he stared at the cement floor. After a brief silence, Jake tilted his head and was met with Dalton's arched brows. "She's Ezra's little sister." "So you keep telling yourself." Dalton held out the bag of Skittles to Jake. He shook his head. "What happened to your new healthy eating?" Discussing health was a good diversion from admitting his feelings for Renee to the young man. "I said your healthy habits are starting to catch up with me. I didn't say I was giving up candy." He shoved his hand in the bag and pulled out another handful of Skittles, popping them in his mouth. Jake chuckled and shook his head. "Accident on California Street," dispatch announced. Probably another accident due to the icy roads, but Jake was relieved to get called to another emergency. It was way better than thinking of or discussing Renee. Whether he would ever be able to do anything about his feelings for her was another question altogether. Chapter 17. Renee stepped out of her car onto the parkour gym's snow-covered parking lot. The dark sky above her promised more snow tonight. She was glad January was almost over, since she had had a busy month as Shine's new CEO. Besides taking a couple of business trips out of state and hiring and training 3 new designers for their team, another architectural firm had called them in on some of their big projects. Today was the first day she had managed to get off work at 3 o'clock so she could watch Jake's class. She had promised him and Rambo that she would come at some point. Once inside, she settled on a leather bench by the expansive window that streamed natural light through the room. She had been at the facility before to watch her brother teach rock climbing and to see Jake teach an advanced class. She dropped her purse onto the bench beside her and watched Jake lead his class in some warm-up exercises. The group was a mix of men and women wearing gray T-shirts embellished with the word "Conquer" in blue letters. Jake was a natural teacher, which was another reason she looked forward to running more often with him once the weather warmed up, instead of renewing her gym membership this year. She stared at the vaulted high beams and then around at the yellow metal bars surrounding the area and the platforms of various heights which formed different elevated obstacle courses. Returning her attention to the class, she watched in fascination as Jake demonstrated various ways to do vaults before allowing his students to try the maneuvers one at a time. "Would one of you like to demonstrate a turn vault for Rambo since he missed the last 2 classes?" Jake asked. A blonde woman with a tight ponytail volunteered. She stumbled at her landing, and Rambo clapped his hands. "Epic fail," he laughed. "Man, I can do that even if I wasn't around for the class." Jake ignored Rambo. "Thanks, Roxanne. That was a great try." Jake encouraged the woman before calling on the guy with a mohawk to take his turn. The wall run is essential in a chase. Jake ran across the top of a wall and jumped off at the end, turning in midair. It's the easiest way to divide space and great for obstacle courses. He placed his hands on his hips and asked his students to try the maneuver. Each time Rambo's turn came, he looked at Renee to make sure she was watching him, as if seeking her approval. She waved at him a few times and gave him a thumbs up. She felt Jake's eyes on her and waved at him, too. Rambo returned her wave at the same time as Jake. Jake immediately turned back to his class and explained the next step. "This is our finale." Jake smacked his hands together, pulling Renee's attention away from Rambo. "Just for fun," Jake added with a grin. Resting her chin on her hands, Renee watched in amazement as the students completed the obstacle courses with wide smiles. Or was she watching their coach? "So, how'd I do?" Startled, Renee dropped her arms at the sudden voice. "Rambo." "Great. You've got this down." The fact that he was having fun was the important thing. "Is this what you thought parkour would be?" He shrugged. "I'm overqualified for this class, but your coach friend hates my guts." He flexed his muscles. "He thinks I need upper body strength." "This class is for people who have never done parkour before, and that qualifies you for that category," Renee explained. "Jakey doesn't hate you. He doesn't hate anybody." Her gaze went back to Jake, who was immersed in his students. "He wants you to be safe when you get to the..." "Strangely, he asked me to shoot baskets with him and his firefighter buddies." Renee's heart lifted at Jake's attempt to get Rambo involved with their group. "It's not strange. That's how friends do life together." He shrugged. "I happen to know a few self-defense moves in case they're planning to jump me or something." Renee chuckled, and her eyes drifted to the activity on the map. Jake's eyes found hers, and she struggled to listen to Rambo. "Hey." "Oh," she shook her head. "You fall asleep or something?" Rambo turned to look at the class, then back to Renee. "I can tell he likes you, man. I bet he's jealous of me." Renee frowned. "Jake? Jealous?" She would sort of like that, but knowing Jake the way she did, he would just wish Renee the best. Even if Jake liked her, those walls he had built around his heart kept him from pursuing the relationship. "I don't think so," was all she said. "Yo, you seen how he looks at you? If I was your boyfriend, I'd be pretty mad." "You better go back and finish the finale," Renee suggested. He tossed his hands. "I know all that stuff, but I guess I better go show him how it's done." He trotted back to join the others as they did stunts for their finale. Renee watched in admiration as Jake rolled over the bars and ran over the walls with ease, beaming from ear to ear and more handsome than ever. When they finished, Rambo handed out autographed pictures of himself to the students. A few accepted his picture, smiling politely to hide their lack of enthusiasm. Jake ended his class by reminding his students, "Sign up for level 1 at the front desk if you'd like to continue with parkour." After a few handshakes, waves, and nods to his students, Jake walked over to Renee. Her breathing quickened, and without thinking, she fanned herself with her hand. "Hey," he said through labored breaths, his high-performance T-shirt clinging to his damp skin. The scent of healthy male sweat didn't ease her nervousness. "Looks like, your students had a blast." "I hope so." He wiped his glistening forehead with his hand. "Glad you made it." "I almost missed the entire season." Wanting to talk more, she suggested, "You want to grab a bite when you're done?" "Yeah." "A bite sounds great after that crazy workout," interjected a male voice from behind Jake. They both tilted their heads toward Rambo. Then Renee turned her gaze to Jake with an unspoken plea, and after a brief hesitation, Jake nodded. "Daisy's so excited about the upcoming daddy-daughter dance," Bianca said. "I'm so grateful to Ezra for doing all these things with her." "It's still several days before Valentine's Day," Renee said, just as the waitress showed up with their food. A sizzling skillet with sweet potatoes, vegetables, and an omelet were placed in front of her. Lila got a Cobb salad, and Bianca got a breakfast burrito. After praying over their food, Lila wiggled a fork into her salad. "How's the grief share group going?" Bianca lifted her glass of root beer and a toast and nodded. "Pretty good. There's this cute guy who asked me out." Lila placed a hand to her chest. "No way." Renee raised her water glass in a toast. "Congratulations." Bianca shook her head. "Okay, guys, I haven't agreed to go out with him." "I hope you say yes," Lila said. Not to change the subject, Renee told Lila, "I called your mom and she agreed to teach me how to make a peach cobbler." "Really?" Bianca asked with a dubious look. To avoid the scrutiny, Renee stabbed a fork into her omelet and took a bite. She stopped mid-chew. Not as tasty as Jake's, but it brought back memories of making omelets together. The guy can surely cook. Renee's mind wandered back to their times at the restaurant with Rambo. Rambo had dominated the conversation, but Jake's listening skills had compelled Renee to listen too. She was glad she did, especially when Jake asked Rambo how he had acquired his name. Rambo said it had been given to him by his foster mom, who he referred to as Big Mama. She had combined Ray and Moblino and come up with Rambo. By the end of the evening, they had been laughing with him as he shared some funny things that had happened in some of the group homes he had lived in. Lila's phone chimed with an incoming text, and she retrieved it from her hot pink purse. No doubt it was her husband, judging by the sparkling smile that lit up her face while she read the text. "Ezra and the guys are on their way over." Lila shoved the phone back in her purse. Renee's heart beat double time at the thought that Jake might be one of the guys with Ezra. Before she could reply, 3 handsome men in navy blue pants and Fort Rock Fire Department T-shirts strolled into the Side Rock Cafe. Renee took a moment to take in the fit guys, one in particular. Dalton strode to the counter while Ezra's long strides carried him to their table. The one who held Renee's interest still stood by the entrance, studying the place with his feet apart and his muscular arms crossed over his chest. Oblivious to the other people in the restaurant, Ezra and his wife shared a sensual kiss. Renee rolled her eyes. "You just saw her 6 hours ago." They both ignored her as they finished their passionate greeting. Bianca kept eating. "I'm working all night," Ezra finally responded. "Too long before we see each other again." He draped his long arm around Lila's waist as they walked to the counter. Renee wouldn't have minded getting that kind of kiss from the handsome chocolate man standing by the door. She stared at him until she caught his eye, then motioned for him to join them at their table. "Hey, little Buchanan." He slid next to her in the booth. Renee shook her head at his insistence on calling her Little Buchanan. Her body tingled when Jake's shoulders brushed hers. He quickly scooted over, leaving an inch between them. Maybe he had felt the tingle, too. "You're going to scare off customers if you stand like a guard at the door." I'm supposed to be standing guard in the truck right now since I'm the driver." His gaze shifted to Bianca and he voiced a greeting. He had met Bianca a few times when she came to Buchanan family barbecues and at Ezra's house. When Bianca excused herself for the bathroom, Renee turned back to Jake and found him looking at her teal-colored manicured nails. She had just had a manicure done with her friends before they came to the restaurant. "Nice color," he said. She dismissed his compliment by shoving her half-eaten plate in front of him. "Would you like to eat my veggies?" Jake grabbed her fork, stabbed a couple of diced sweet potatoes, and popped them in his mouth. "That was so sweet of you to include Rambo on your basketball team." He swallowed. "Did you just call me sweet?" Renee smiled at his soft tone. "He thinks that you're plotting an ambush on him with your friends." "I'm going to need lots of prayers for patience as I adapt to his personality." If anybody had patience to tolerate Rambo's personality, it was Jake. "You're doing an amazing job." He shrugged off the compliment and asked instead, "So, what house ideas did you want to show me?" He swiped a pepper from her plate. She had texted him yesterday, wanting to share her new ideas and to discuss color options. "You first. What other colors do you have in mind?" "I thought more about the bedroom, and I still like gray." He rested the fork on the plate and leaned back. "I can't think of any other colors. Got any suggestions?" "Red is the only other color you have in your house." Jake frowned. "Red?" She tapped her chin. "You have 2 red mixing bowls in your cabinets," she reminded him. "The only colorful things you bought on your own." He nodded. "The red stools at your dining table," she had helped him choose them. "The throw on your couch." She had bought it for him. He scratched his stubbled chin. "I hadn't even noticed that I sort of like red." "That's why you have me as your designer." She covered his hand with hers. He cleared his throat and she moved her hand back to the table. "There are several tones of gray. Maybe we can go to the paint store and pick out a few different samples. Then we can test them on the wall so you can choose the one that you like best." That would give her extra time with him anyway. "I'll text you this evening." He took a bite of broccoli. Renee had a good idea of what she wanted the house's exterior to look like, and she had no doubt Jake would love it. She shared her plans with him. Jake shook his head. "I have no idea. It's hard for me to visualize." She rubbed her hands together. "Do you trust me?" He looked at her. "With my life." His voice was soft. Her breath caught in her chest. "You do?" she whispered. He gave a brief nod, his gaze on her more intense than she had ever seen from him. Renee's throat tightened and she reached for the glass of water to moisten her lips that had suddenly gone dry. Looking away, Jake gripped the back of his neck and cleared his throat nervously. "I stopped by the house yesterday and found a guy working on drywall." He managed a half smile. "Thought we had decided to hold off." Glad for the subject change, she wrinkled her nose. It was true they had agreed to take a break from renovations for the month of January, but Renee had hired a drywall contractor and added a couple of rooms to his basement. She was willing to face Jake's wrath if necessary, but she doubted he'd get that upset over a few house projects. The man was gentle as a dove. "Sorry, but I need the house finished by May and not next year." Jake winced. "I'm not sure how well negotiations are going with Ania's lawyer. That's why I thought I should hold off." He trailed off, and Renee laid her hand over his. "I have some money set aside that my grandma left me in her will. Both her brothers had bought homes with their money. I'm going to use some of it." His mouth parted to speak, but Renee cut him off before he could object. "You can pay me whenever. I don't need it right now. It's just sitting in the bank." He ran a hand over his head. "If I say I don't want to borrow from you, would you be okay with it?" he asked with a half smile. She smiled and shook her head. "I happen to have the extra key to your house, and if you change the locks, I will have the door busted to get access." Defeated, he lifted both hands and shook his head. Speaking of which, he put both hands back on the table. The checks I wrote you haven't been cashed. I just haven't had time to cash them yet. She was lying, and from the way his brows wrinkled, he knew it. Lila's laughter drew their attention, and they both turned to watch Lila and Ezra head back to the table. Ezra, balancing 2 styrofoam cups, grinned from ear to ear as he and his wife stared into each other's eyes. When they're together, they act like no one else is around. Renee looked at Jake wistfully. Yeah. The radio on Jake's hip crackled, and he pulled up instantly. I better get back to the truck. He surprised her when he crouched and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Stay out of trouble. Suddenly feeling lighthearted, she gasped with exaggerated innocence. Who? She pointed to her chest. Me? He shook his head, walking backwards. Be careful, she called. She longed to embrace him goodbye, but with her brother in the same room and Jake's apparent discomfort with hugs lately, she settled for waving at him before he made his exit. Love you, Renee, her brother called as he followed Jake. Love you too. She never stopped worrying about her 2 brothers and now Jake when they went out on a call. Bianca chose that moment to return from her extended bathroom break. Renee suspected the dark-haired woman had stayed away to give Renee some time with Jake. If only they could have more time. Chapter 18. Ezra Buchanan jumped out of the fire truck before Jake could put it in park. Jake was right behind him, clapping his helmet onto his head. Shrill sirens and flashing lights shattered the afternoon's peace in downtown Fort Rock as the engine truck and an ambulance screeched to a stop behind them, followed by the fire chief's red vehicle. Frazzled men and women milled around outside the office complex, their dress clothes rumpled and dusted in soot. In spite of the thick black smoke billowing from an 8-story building, the crisp winter air smelled fresh because of the recent snow on the ground. We've got smoke showing on 3 and at least 1 possible on 1, Chief Marvin announced as the firefighters yanked gear from the trucks. We got 2 separate calls, a fire on the 8th story and an unknown situation on the 7th story. Make sure both are evacuated. He gestured at 2 buildings that were directly across from each other on Commercial Drive. Smoke from the 3rd floor, Captain Curie confirmed, pointing at the off-white 8-story building. Seeing that Jake and Dalton already had their 70 pounds of gear strapped on their backs, Ezra ordered, Larson and Lynn do a primary search on the 8-story. The pair trotted off, and Ezra pointed at a stocky Latino. Ramirez, grab the Halligan bar. You're with me. Don't forget the roof. Curie yelled after them as the rest of the team bustled around him, hooking the heavy fire hoses to hydrants. When they reached the 7-story building, Ezra pushed open the door with care, not knowing what awaited them. A rush of cold air indicated the heating system wasn't working. Enough natural light filtered through the glass door to allow him to find a light switch. Flipping the switch confirmed the reports. Power's still out, he announced through the radio. Proceed with caution, the chief's voice crackled back. Using their headlamps and flashlights, Ezra and Miguel clambered up the dark stairwell to the 2nd floor. Is anybody still in the building? Ezra called. It's the firefighters. Anybody in here? There was no response, so they re-entered the stairway to trudge to the next floor. Only the clanking of their heavy boots and Miguel's panting broke the silence. The hair on the back of Ezra's neck stood up as a cold chill rushed through his body. Not only was the building getting darker the higher they climbed, but his sense of uneasiness increased as well. He pushed open the heavy door that led to the 4th flight of concrete stairs. Why did I come with you instead of Larson? Miguel grumbled as he leaned on the railing, gasping for air. These stairs are killing me, man. You're doing great, Ezra encouraged. We're almost to the top. Miguel groaned and followed Ezra to the next level. When they investigated the 6th floor, Ezra thought he heard faint, labored breathing. He held up a hand, and they both stilled in the office, where an L-shaped table served as the front desk. "You hear something?" he asked Miguel. After listening a moment, Ezra bent to search underneath the table while Miguel followed the labored breaths around the office. "It's coming from this door." Miguel pointed at a door in the corner of the spacious office. With a sense of foreboding, Ezra trotted to the door and twisted the doorknob. "It's locked." He took the Halligan bar from Miguel, who stepped aside to let Ezra pry open the door. He succeeded on the first try, revealing a supply closet. The sound grew louder. Ezra's eyes widened in horror when his headlamp landed on a woman lying in a pool of blood. His heart hammered inside his chest. "Oh no!" Miguel gasped and staggered backwards when he saw the victim. Ezra's hands trembled as he queued up the radio. "Found a victim, 6th floor, possible shooting. Send the EMTs." "On it," Chief responded. He crouched and moved the woman's blouse aside to find the source of bleeding, while Miguel searched for something to staunch the flow of blood. Ramirez returned and shoved a wad of clean paper towels into Ezra's hand, and he pressed it firmly to the wound on the side of her abdomen. The woman's eyes flickered open, but couldn't focus. "What's your name?" Ezra asked the woman, who appeared to be in her early 30s. She gave a weak moan, and her eyes rolled back in her head. "Try to keep your eyes open," Ezra urged. "Help is on the way." He folded his free hand over her icy cold ones and closed his eyes. "Lord, please let this woman live." A new possibility occurred to him, and fear crept down his spine. Had the shooter already escaped, or was a murderer still in the building? Soon he heard the EMTs clattering up the stairwell. Dinara and Cole hurried to check the woman's vitals, then strapped her onto the stretcher they had carried up. It seemed to take forever, and Ezra let out a slow breath as he held the heavy metal door open for the EMTs. "Ramirez, escort them," Ezra said. "I don't think it's safe in here or out there. But I need to check the rest of this floor in case there's anyone still in the build." He stopped mid-sentence as heavy footsteps from behind made his blood run cold. "If I can't have her, nobody can," came a low guttural growl. Ezra shut the door Miguel had just exited before turning to face the fierce-looking, red-eyed man, praying the medics were almost out of the building in case there were more intruders. "Who?" Ezra stalled, assessing his chances of taking the deranged man down. At least Ezra had the height advantage, and the psycho had no gun. Squelching his fear, Ezra tried to get the man talking. "What's your name?" "You're gonna regret," the man slurred as he drew back a fist. Ezra managed to sidestep the attacker's blow without moving away from the door. "Give me back my girlfriend," Psycho snarled and lunged for Ezra. Ezra caught the man's hands to keep them from going around his neck. "She's been shot. We need to take care of her." He stalled, knowing he didn't need to explain. "Nobody treats her. I want her dead," Psycho growled, his veins bulging as he wrestled to get past Ezra to the door. "You won't stop me." He tore at Ezra's firefighter jacket to drag him from the door. It took every ounce of Ezra's strength to stand his ground. The heavy gear on his back helped anchor him, but the extra weight would make it hard for him to run if he had to. The man was strong for his size, and the stench of stale alcohol on his breath turned Ezra's stomach. For a moment, he lost his footing. It was just long enough for Ezra's unsuspecting colleague to barge through the door. "They made it down." Both men's heads whipped towards Miguel's voice. Shoving Ezra aside, the psycho lunged toward Miguel with a snarl and yanked a handgun from his cargo pocket. With a devilish chuckle, Psycho pointed the gun at Miguel's head and cocked the trigger. Ezra scrambled to his feet. "Let my guy go." His voice was firm, but inside he was trembling. For the first time, it occurred to him that they could die at this lunatic's hands. after you bring back the woman you stole from me." Psycho showed no signs of relenting. Miguel, pale and trembling, kept his back to the wall and sent Ezra a pleading look as the gun dug into his sweating temple. Ezra put his heavy gear down and lifted his hands in surrender. "Take me instead." He took a tentative step toward Miguel and Psycho. "Just let my guy go." "You don't get it, do you?" Psycho aimed the gun between Ezra's eyes, then pointed it back at Miguel's head. "One twitch of my finger, and I can drill a hole in each one of your heads. Now move!" He swung his gun to the left. Ezra obeyed quickly, hoping to deflect Psycho's attention from Miguel. The man had kids waiting for him to return home at the end of his shift. A wife. Speaking of wives, Lila. Ezra's muscles felt numb at the thought of Lila becoming a widow. They had only been married a little over 18 months, and she was everything to him. "Buchanan, do you copy?" The radio sputtered as they started up a flight of stairs that must lead to the only remaining floor. "I have to answer this. If I don't, you—" "Tell them to give me my girlfriend," the man snarled. As calmly as possible, with a gun to his head, Ezra spoke. "We have a hostage situation." He swallowed. "The man wants his girlfriend back, then he'll let us go." Psycho knocked the radio out of Ezra's hand, sending it clattering down the stairs. Ezra's hopes of being released crashed down along with it. Heart hammering against his chest, he waited for a chance to make his move. The man led them to a closed door on the 7th floor, and Ezra tried to look like a passive victim. Psycho reached for the doorknob, carefully angling his body so his back wasn't turned to them. But for the briefest moment, the gun pointed away from them. Seizing the opportunity, Ezra spun, slamming his elbow into Psycho's head. Psycho fell hard against the wall, dropping the gun. "Ramirez, leave! Run!" Ezra cried. Psycho straightened, looking angrier than ever. Miguel hesitated. "I'm not leaving you here." "Obey your LT," Ezra growled as he dodged a punch and captured the fist in his hand. Psycho roared in frustration. That was enough to send Miguel scurrying away. Ezra jerked Psycho's arm behind his back and smashed the man's face to the wall. He couldn't hold the struggling man for long. There had to be some way to subdue him without using his own gun against him. He should have told Miguel to grab the gun on his way out. The door suddenly burst open, revealing another tall man almost Ezra's height, his face distorted by the shadows. He held a gun in each hand. Ezra could smell the alcohol on his breath and his rancid body odor. Staring into the newcomer's evil bloodshot eyes, Ezra realized his worst nightmare had just gotten worse. "Ha!" The man let out a devilish sneer. Recognizing the battle was hopeless, Ezra released the first Psycho and raised his hands in surrender. He closed his eyes and thought of Lila's beautiful laugh, one of the things that had captured his heart. Jake. Ezra's best friend would take good care of Lila and his baby sister, his brother, and his parents. Yes, Jake would take care of his family. Oh, Lord, let this day turn out fine. A rough hand clasped his shoulder, and Psycho snickered. Something thunked on Ezra's head, and everything went black. The fire in the 8-story building had been easily controlled, and Jake and Dalton had found no stragglers in the smoky hallways. Yellow tape sectioned off the building, and office workers had been sent home, or at least shooed away to hover from a safe distance. Jake was removing his gear when Miguel stumbled from the other building and gave a garbled report to Captain Curie. The news about the hostage situation hit Jake hard. Why hadn't he gone with Ezra instead of letting him take Miguel? He and Ezra had always been partners going into blazing buildings. They knew how to watch each other's backs. Yet here he was, safe outside, while Ezra was being held hostage, and all he could do was pray. Despite the chilly temperature, sweat poured down Jake's face. Had they at least come up with a plan to get Ezra out? He scanned the circle of tense faces for a sign of hope. Chief Marvin was communicating on his radio with someone from the marshal's office. Captain Curie, his brow furrowed, stood by with 2 officers questioning Miguel. Jake inched closer to hear the discussion. The arson investigators assumed that the electrical fire in the other building had been set purposefully. That weirdo had probably started the fire in one building as a diversion so he could shoot someone at the other. He balled his hands into fists, then opened them. His heart beat so hard it threatened to rip out of his chest. He couldn't wait another minute. He asked Captain Curie, "What's the plan?" "We're waiting for more SWAT officers to arrive. For now, they're trying to assess the best way to get to the assailant, or at least figure out a way to communicate," Curie said. "Let me go in there," Jake said. "I'll take Dalton and—" One of the black-vested officers shook his head. "Nobody goes in. We have to wait for orders." "But—" "Stay away from the building, Larson," Curie interrupted in a firm voice. Jake placed both hands on top of his head in frustration and walked away. They were wasting time. By the time the SWAT team went through protocol, Ezra would be dead. Ezra's wife. What would Jake tell Lila if he let something happen to Ezra? With a conscious decision, Jake strode back to the building they had just extinguished the fire in. He slipped around to the back side of the building where the spectators couldn't see him. More importantly, where his supervisors couldn't see him because they would try to stop him. Renee. Her bright blue eyes came to mind. How could he face her if Ezra died on his watch? Her words rang in his ears. "I don't think, Jakey. I just do things. Otherwise, I would never get anything done." He tried the back entrance, but as he had expected, it was locked to keep out curiosity seekers. A locked door wasn't going to deter him, though. He ran his fingers over the wall until he found a handhold in the bricks. Pulling himself up step by painstaking step, he scaled his way to the roof of the 8-story building. He clambered over the ledge and dropped onto the asphalt roof, gasping for breath. Looking across to the building where Ezra was being held, he gauged the distance. Could he make the jump? This wasn't the same as leaping from the 2-story buildings at the school he practiced. If he failed here, he would plummet to his death. Closing his eyes, he prayed, "Lord Jesus, I don't have any idea what I'm doing. I don't know how to help Ezra, and I don't have time to think, but I want to be there with him. Please give me the strength to help him." Even if Jake died today, he hoped he would at least save Ezra. Ezra had more to live for than Jake did. He had a wife and his family waiting for him. As for Jake, well, he did have Ezra's family, but still. He backed up several paces so he could get a running start. Taking a deep breath, he sprinted toward the 1-foot ledge, planted his right foot on it, and propelled himself into the air. He sailed toward the other building, letting his arms swing back and praying he would make it. He did, barely. His foot brushed the ledge as he reached the rooftop, but he kept his balance and landed feet first before he dropped onto his shoulder and rolled to spread the impact. He sprang to his feet with a sigh of relief, then surveyed the roof for a way to get inside. There! An access hatch for maintenance workers stood open near the center, with a metal ladder leading down into the building's top floor. The ladder ended in an empty hallway, and he stopped to listen when he stepped off the last rung. An eerie silence hung in the darkened building. Jake crept to the first door he found. It was locked. The second door opened into an office kitchen with an oversized window, which allowed in enough natural light for Jake to make out a meat mallet on the counter. He grabbed it. Not the best weapon, but it was better than nothing. He crept past several locked doors in the deserted hallway, then froze suddenly when he saw one of the doors standing ajar. He held his breath when he heard muffled voices from the room. Without making a sound, he peeked around the corner and saw two stringy-haired men, both holding guns. Ezra lay crumpled on the floor behind them. Was he dead or alive? Ezra woke with the worst headache he had ever had, and the cold, hard floor made his entire body ache. He almost groaned, but swallowed it when two heated voices reminded him how he had gotten here. "Idiot," said a harsh, low voice. "Why did you have to let this guy see you?" I heard him say Cindy was still alive. Groggy as he was, Ezra still recognized Psycho's voice. "That chick chose your brother over me. I want her dead, but they took her away." Ezra opened one eye and focused in the dim light to see the two shaggy men arguing by a door. "Look, man, I want her dead too," the bigger guy said. "My brother got everything. He got the looks, a great job, and now the family estate. Why should he get the woman too? But I don't want to go to jail for it." "We won't go to jail," said Psycho. "We just keep him until they send Cindy back in here. And we'll finish her off and get out of here. This guy don't know who we are." "They're not going to send her back, idiot," said the tall one. "Our best bet is to hope she dies anyway and get rid of this dude." Get rid of him? Ezra needed a plan, and fast. He had no idea how he could fight off two armed men, but he had to try while their backs were to him. He tried to stagger to his feet without making a sound. Both men whirled to face him, and the Psycho aimed his gun straight at Ezra's head. "Okay then, let's get rid of him right now." "Lila, I'm sorry." Ezra stared down the barrel of the gun, determined not to die like a coward. Suddenly, from behind Psycho, a man appeared like a dark, avenging angel waving a meat mallet. It was Jake. Jake smashed the mallet into Psycho's head. Psycho dropped like a rock, and his gun went flying. The other guy was already aiming at Jake, so Ezra threw himself against him, and the shot missed Jake's head by an inch. Enraged, the big man shook Ezra off and took aim again, but this time Jake was ready. He jumped out of the way just as the shot rang out, and Ezra tackled the man's legs, knocking him off balance. Dropping the mallet, Jake joined the effort, and together they wrestled the man to the floor and wrenched the guns from his hands. Breathing raggedly, Jake sat on the man's chest, pressing his forearm against the man's throat. In his other hand, he held one of the man's guns. Ezra held the other, but was too dazed to know what to do with it. "Ezra, get that gun out of the way." When Ezra had pushed the third gun out of reach, Jake eased himself off the big guy, keeping the gun trained on him. "Okay, get up and start walking. We've got a lot of stairs to climb." Without a weapon to give him courage, the big guy whimpered like a baby as he struggled to his feet. Jake nudged him out the door and toward the stairs with the revolver at his back. "What about this one?" Ezra asked. Jake looked at Psycho, still sprawled unconscious on the floor. "We're not going to carry him down. Let's tie him up, and the EMTs can get him." They used the other thug's belt to secure Psycho's hands, then made the painstaking trip down the 7 flights of stairs. When they reached the ground floor, Ezra held the door open, while Jake marched the thug out the door. Several police officers rushed forward and handcuffed the criminal. A crowd of onlookers erupted into cheers, and several reporters snapped pictures, held back only by the yellow police tape. Jake's heart raced as the events of the past few minutes caught up with him. He inhaled the fresh, cool air, such a relief after the musty air inside the building. He had barely taken a breath before he and Ezra were surrounded by paramedics from a different firehouse. "Come on, let's get you checked." "I'm good," Jake said when the medics tried to get a blood pressure cuff on him. But, Buchanan, you need to be checked. I just need to see my wife, Ezra said, but with a little encouragement from Jake, he finally allowed them to do a quick examination. While the medics worked on Ezra, Jake told the police about the other criminals still in the building and answered a few questions. Thankfully, Ezra had no serious injuries, other than a mild concussion and bruised neck. While the police took down Ezra's statement, Jake said, I'll meet you at the truck when you're done. As Jake walked toward the truck, he was accosted once more by the media. A reporter waved a cell phone at him. Sir, is this you? To Jake's dismay, the phone showed a video of him scaling the wall, then leaping across to the other building. Someone had seen him after all, and had already posted a video online. Questions flew at him from all directions along with offers for interviews. He heard someone call him Spider-Man. Jake just shook his head. I didn't do anything special. We all take care of each other on the job. But it was God who kept us safe tonight. He held up a hand to indicate he was done and locked himself in the truck, mentally and physically drained. Realizing they had gotten all they were going to out of Jake, the reporters slowly drifted away. A few minutes later, Ezra rapped on the window. Their ragged breathing filled the silence on the drive back to the firehouse. Both were in shock and exhausted from their ordeal. As they neared the firehouse, Ezra turned to Jake. Man, you saved my life. Ezra shook his head and blew out a breath, his voice faltering with heavy emotion. Jake didn't respond. Ezra had saved his life and the lives of several other guys in ways more important than a gun situation. As he turned into the driveway, Jake saw Lila pacing back and forth in the parking lot. Renee leaned against her car, her face buried in her hands. Ezra reached across to honk the horn, causing both ladies' heads to snap up. Before Jake could put the truck in park, Ezra hopped out. The two beautiful women sprinted to meet Ezra halfway. When Jake had parked the truck, Lila threw her arms around him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Thank you for watching Ezra's back. He could feel her trembling in the embrace. God gets the glory. God had kept Ezra from being shot by the insane men, and only God kept Jake from making a terrible landing. Lila went back to her husband, who trailed kisses across her face, saying, Lila, oh, Lila. The two left the bay, holding on to each other, leaving a couple of guys to hang up their gear. Jake blew out a breath and closed the truck door. The corner of his eye caught someone dashing toward him. He turned, and his gaze met Renee's. Her arms flew around him, and she rested her face against his chest. An electric current zipped through his body, cooled only by her cold sweater when he wrapped his arms around her petite frame. Oh, Jakey, are you okay? Her silky hair brushed against his jaw. His heart raced, and he let out a shuddering breath. I'm okay, little Buchanan. She backed up and stared at him from eyes rimmed with moisture. Through quivering lips, she whispered, Thank you for saving my brother, and for not dying in the process. A tear spilled over and crawled down her cheek, which made Jake's throat tighten. His thumb grazed her soft cheek to swipe away the tears. She wrapped her arms around him again, and he felt the day's tension melt away instantly. Resting in her warm embrace, he inhaled the sweet scent of her conditioner. Gosh, he loved this woman. Or was that the fear talking? Right now could be the turning point in their relationship if he was in his right mind. All he would have to do was confess his feelings, then seal his confession with a kiss. Unfortunately, he wasn't in his right mind because he was vulnerable. If he had learned anything from his past mistakes, it was never to make decisions when vulnerable. I love you so much, Jakey. Renee's shaky voice brought him to the present. I don't know what I would have done if anything had happened to you or Ez. Jake understood what she meant. Something different from the brotherly kind of love, because he felt it too. He swallowed and stiffened in her embrace. Suddenly remembering he was still at the fire station, he looked around. It was just the two of them left in the bay. "I'm coming to church with you tomorrow," she said, and bit her lip. He lowered his chin and stared at her. Something in her eyes went deeper, as if the sparks between them were inevitable, almost igniting. Jake sensed she saw the same emotions in his eyes. He cleared his throat. "I'd like that." As much as he loved her, his future was unpredictable, since his past still loomed because of Ania's cunning schemes. Could he be the spouse Renee deserved? Could her family, especially her protective brothers, ever accept her dating a divorcee? That evening, Jake thanked God for their safety and for friends like Renee and Ezra. Despite his past mistakes, Renee felt so right for him. He was drawn to her for so many reasons beyond just her physical appearance. She was selfless, transparent, and humble, and she made him laugh, really laugh. The complete opposite of Ania. For the first time, he was willing to give romance a second chance, but he was terrified that admitting his feelings for her might jeopardize their friendship. Would friendship be enough? Or would he live to regret not admitting his feelings for her? Chapter 19. The bright morning sun warmed Renee's face as she stepped out of her car in Jake's driveway. She had left home an hour earlier than usual, so she could surprise Jake for his birthday before she left for work. She opened her trunk to grab the non-stick pan she had brought. Memories of the tumultuous weekend lingered in her mind as she strode to the door. The thought that she could have lost Jake or Ezra pierced Renee's heart like a sword. Even though a video of Jake's heroic actions had gone viral, he had insisted that any of his colleagues would do the same for him. Instead of ringing the doorbell, Renee retrieved her phone from her jeans pocket to text Jake. "You've got a package at your doorstep." Her phone chimed a response. "How do you know?" She smiled and typed, "Open the door and find out." When she had gone to church with Jake, the same church Lila and Ezra attended, her parents had joined them and they had gone to a steakhouse for lunch after the service. Robert had insisted they celebrate the safety of his boys, Jake and Ezra. Whenever her dad referred to Jake as one of his boys, it further decreased Renee's chance of ever having a romantic relationship with Jake. The brass doorknob turned and the door swung open. Her heart fluttered at the sight of Jake's widened eyes. "A package, huh?" He shook his head and shoved his phone into his sweatpants pocket before taking the pan from her. "You're insane. You know that." "You drive me insane." "Happy birthday, Jakey." His smile lit up his eyes. She strode past him, breathing in the scent of his sandalwood soap. His gaze flickered to the pan, then back to Renee before he kicked the door shut. "When was the last time you had dessert for breakfast?" She retrieved silverware and 3 porcelain plates from the cabinet in his small kitchen. "A peach cobbler my mom made." He trailed off, which he normally did whenever he spoke of his mom. Not wanting to stir up bad memories, she said, "It's your lucky day. You're 10 again." He set the pan on the table she had helped him pick out a year and a half ago. She had encouraged him to get something colorful, and he had ended up buying the square gray table with 3 red stools. Placing his cell phone on the table next to a glass of green liquid, Jake pulled another stool from underneath. "Where's Dalton?" She scooped some dessert onto the first plate. "He's working a 36-hour shift." He settled on the stool, his curious stare on her. "Is this?" He pointed to the pan. Peach cobbler, and homemade, too. His mouth dropped open. Where? It closed and opened again. When? How did you know it's my favorite dessert? She gave a satisfied grin and placed the plate in front of him. Remember that day when my apartment got broken into? He nodded. Yeah, your parents were out of town, and Ezra had the flu. That was the first time she had called him for help. I wanted to move out that night, but you told me if I moved out because of fear, you would always be driven by fear. She had arrived home at 3 p.m. and found a mess in her apartment, and the TV and all her electronics were gone. When Jake arrived, she had been waiting in the lobby, pacing frantically and terrified of her own place. A smile crossed her lips at the memory of throwing her arms around him, crying tears of relief at the comfort of his warm embrace after having her privacy invaded. A year later, she had moved in with her current roommate. Jake being there for her that day had given her a whole new perspective about him. Jake's moan jolted her from her thoughts. His eyes were closed as he chewed slowly with an ecstatic look on his face. He swallowed and opened his eyes, pointing his fork at the plate. This is the best cobbler I've ever had. Renee's eyes brightened. As good as your mom's? I can't even remember what my mom's cobbler tasted like. Renee straightened and gave a smug smile. I'm happy to know that I finally cooked something and succeeded. Jake coughed and covered his mouth. He reached for his glass and took a swig of his smoothie. You? How? She rolled her eyes, but honestly, why would he believe her? Lila's mom gave me some lessons, 3 to be exact. She had driven 37 miles to Colorado Springs 3 times to learn how to make cobbler so she could surprise Jake for his birthday. Yesterday she had left work early so she could fiddle with the crust, since that had been the hardest part to prepare. She took the first bite. Not bad. When she returned her gaze to meet Jake's, he had just scooped another bite into his mouth. They chewed their cobbler in contented silence for a few moments before Jake spoke. Renee Buchanan. He shook his head. You're... His unspoken words said it all. The kitchen was heating up again, or was it her face? She grabbed his smoothie and tipped the glass to her lips to hide her color transformation. Her face wrinkled at the bitter taste. Could you have at least added some fruit to sweeten up your veggies? She replaced the glass on the table. I added a Granny Smith apple. Seriously, she said dramatically. You had to use a tart apple? He let out a low chuckle. If you had texted me before showing up, I could have added chocolate syrup, maybe. She smiled at his gentle teasing. Since you know so much about me, he said, tell me something I don't know about you. She sighed. Since I do most of the talking, I think you already know everything about me. Except that I've had a huge crush on you for like forever. He studied her, his face creased with a smile. She tapped her fingers on the table. So, how'd you get into parkour? He startled at the sudden change of subject as he dropped the spoon onto the empty plate. Only thing I've done since I was 3, he said. Mark was my coach, and by the time I was 12, he was paying me to lead kids' classes, under his supervision, of course. Did Mark grow up in the same neighborhood as your dad? He nodded distantly. Yes, and they stayed in the same neighborhood as adults. They were really close friends. He and another friend, Will. Renee didn't miss the way his jaw clenched at the mention of Will. Jake's cell phone rang, and he gave it a cursory glance, then silenced it. What time are you going to work? He asked. Renee arched a brow. Tired of me already? He chuckled nervously. You can stay as long as you like. I don't have to be anywhere until noon. She had a busy day ahead, otherwise she would stay longer. She remembered the St. Patrick's Day party invitation. How would he react if she asked him to be her date? There's this party I'm invited to in March, a client's housewarming. She pursed her lips. It's formal, I think. I was wondering if you would accompany me. He rested his chin on his hand as he considered her request. He cleared his throat. You mean come as a date? Renee had invited Jake as her +1 to the work Christmas party last year, using the excuse that she wanted to discourage their engineer who had been persistently asking her out. Jake had made it clear he was coming as her big brother to make sure that Shine Design Team's engineer didn't bother her. And he had lived up to the brotherly role by keeping his distance at the party, interjecting his presence only when the engineer spoke to Renee. When the dancing started, Jake had suggested they leave because it was getting late, and he needed to take her home so he could get to his own house and get to bed early. Renee waggled her brows. Would there be a problem with that? Truth is, I'm much older. Older like my father? She interrupted. You had me when you were what, 5? Jake threw his head back and laughed. You're not as funny as you think you are, Renee Buchanan, he said when he could breathe again. His hearty laugh was contagious, and Renee couldn't hold her smile back. At least I made you laugh. Just so she wouldn't be doing all the pursuing, she threw the ball back in his court. You can come as a brother or date, whatever you want. Think about it. After she had confessed her love for him, it was up to him to make the next move. Or had he read her words to mean that she just loved him as a brother? His phone rang again, piquing Renee's curiosity about who could be so anxious to talk to him. Jake had no girlfriend that she knew of. She had seen a girl flirt with him last summer when she had joined their church's kayaking trip, but Jake had been oblivious to the flirtation, or had chosen to ignore it. A mischievous idea formed in Renee's mind. Looks like a secret admirer wants to wish you a happy birthday. She poked her head into his personal space and reached for his phone, with no real intention of invading his privacy by looking at the caller ID. The urgency on his face to reach the phone first was all the encouragement she needed to make a game of it. She snatched it right before his fingers closed on it and ran, knocking her stool over in the process. The house was too small to play cat and mouse, but she was going to try anyway. With Jake in close pursuit, she ran into the living room. He leaped over the recliner to close the gap, and she slipped behind the couch. Renee, he called, reaching out with his long arm. She dropped to the floor behind the couch to evade him and quickly crawled to the end, where she popped her head up. When he stretched his arm out again, Renee squealed happily and dashed back to the kitchen, dodging the 2 stools to dart around the table. She couldn't help giggling. Jake followed and leaned against the wall with crossed arms, his smile wide as he stared at her. Oh, is that how this is going to be? Renee laughed and ran past him toward the front door, where she swung open the closet door. Finding what she had hoped for, she pulled out a step stool and hopped onto it. With a triumphant smile, she taunted him from her new height advantage, waving the phone above her head. You can't get it up here. Jake stared at her, his smile still intact, before he lunged toward her. Oh, no, she squealed when he approached her. Where could she stash it so he couldn't easily yank it away? She shoved the phone in the back pocket of her skinny jeans and leaned against the door. Yeah, at least he would shy away from touching her. She liked the idea of watching Jake run for the hills now that she had the phone behind her. To her surprise, he closed the distance between them, leaning both hands against the door above her shoulders. You think I can't get it now? He asked in a strained voice. Standing level with his tall frame didn't slow her pounding heart, nor keep ideas from creeping into her mind. Would he bolt if I kiss him? No, she wouldn't do that, after determining that it was his turn to pursue her. His smile was replaced by an intense stare, and he tucked loose strands of hair behind her ear. Why are you playing games with me? His darkened gaze lingered on her lips, which parted against her will. It's my mom calling, in case you were wondering. His voice was barely above a whisper. She bobbled a nod, her knees trembling. She would be falling off the stool any minute now. Suddenly his hand brushed behind her pocket. If she hadn't been so busy staring at his lips, she would have known that he was still aiming for the phone. Got it, he said, and lifted the phone to her face as he slowly backed away. He turned and sauntered back to the kitchen. If anybody was messing with anyone, it was him messing with her. Between his overthinking and self-controlled mind, he must still have doubts about falling in love again. But one thing was certain, Renee hadn't imagined that very unsibling-like tension between them, nor was it going to disappear any time soon. After saying goodbye to Jake, she drove to Rambo's house to inspect the last coat of paint. Seeing the warm colors in Cavern clay and comfy beige reminded her that she would be seeing Jake in a few days, when they would test different tones of paint on designated corners in his house. She went back to the office for the routine staff meeting and prepared a client proposal. It was almost 6 p.m. when she returned home. She pulled her winter hat over her ears as she trudged to the mailbox to retrieve her mail. Once inside, out of the stack of store ads and random mailers, a return address from the police station caught her attention. She ripped open the letter before making it to her bedroom. Her jaw dropped. A temporary restraining order. The letter warned her to stay at a designated distance from Ania or face charges. Of course, what did she expect after showing up at Ania's house? Her emotions were a strange mix of panic and calm. In hindsight, she should have anticipated that Ania would file a restraining order. She had no intention of going back to that woman's house anyway, but where would that leave Jake and the threatening lawsuit that Ania had against him? It's none of my business, she thought as she stripped off her clothes to get in the shower. Jake is my business, she said aloud. Now that Ania had filed a restraining order against her, it was a good time to consider another visit. She wouldn't. But this was a fight, an attack, and Renee knew one when it showed. Skipping dinner for bed, she pondered under her covers with a war raging in her heart. Never back down from a fight. Turn the other cheek. She had read that Bible verse before. She threw off her covers and reached for her phone from the nightstand to scroll through the Bible app. After reading the verse, she closed her eyes and prayed. Lord, at what point do you fight back? I don't mean with a weapon, but when someone comes after you for no reason and crushes your spirit. She pondered in silence before voicing her prayers again. What can I do? Jake turns the other cheek, and this is what he gets. Did Ania ever love him? Why does she treat him like the villain of her story? She tossed and turned in the silk bed sheets. Turning on the echo speaker for some gospel music, she texted Lila and Bianca, asking for prayers. Another name occurred to her, Keaton, the detective and Carol's brother who had harbored a crush on Renee years ago, but had since become a good friend. Perhaps he could help Renee run a background check on Ania. That might be a more straightforward approach, rather than attempting another unannounced visit to the woman's house. She would call Keaton first thing in the morning. As she buried her head deeper into the pillows, she closed her eyes and thought of Jake. How close he had been to kissing her today. The determination she had seen in his eyes, and the hesitation that had draped over them like a curtain. There was definitely an inner battle in him, but it was still good to close her eyes and imagine his lips against hers instead of Ania's legal document. Jake paced back and forth around the empty house, clenching and unclenching his fists. Thankfully, the twists and turns had all been knocked down, or he would have found himself breaking through a wall right now. What was Renee thinking going to Ania's house, he thought. Had she lost her mind? Of course, he didn't need to ask himself that question because he knew the answer. Renee was way too much for him to handle, the most stubborn person he had ever met. When Ezra told him that Renee had received a restraining order from Ania, Jake hadn't been that surprised because he had expected Renee to do something. What angered him most was that he had begged her to not tamper with Ania. The sound of the creaking door caused him to turn. Before he could be swayed by her familiar smile, he unleashed his frustrations on her. "Why did you go to Ania's house?" He tried to keep the sharp tone out of his voice, but failed terribly. "Oh," she said. "Do you always have to get whatever you want?" Jake smashed his fist into a wall. "Darn it, Renee." Still refusing to look at her, he continued. "I asked you to—" He paced a few steps away from her as his blood boiled. "You're not used to anybody telling you no. That's why you're bossy and—" "Self-centered?" Jake turned when she spoke, and his eyes finally fell on her parted lips. The usual spark in her soft blue eyes was replaced by something else. Hurt. His shoulders slumped and he sighed. She was the most selfless person he had ever met, always caring and faithful to a fault to those she loved and defended. For crying out loud, this was all happening because she was defending him. "Never self-centered," he said, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. "You're a lot of things, Renee, but self-centered isn't one of them. That's why I'm falling in love with you." Regretting his sharp words, he slumped and ran a hand through his hair. Jake rarely got angry. He got irritated and impatient at times. But this was different. Renee was different. She evoked all sorts of emotions in him, emotions that Jake was good at masking. At least he had thought so until Renee's acceptance of him freed him to be himself. She crossed her arms over her chest, bumping her green purse from her shoulder. "You done?" Jake had no idea what to say. All he could do was stare at her blue eyes and hope their radiance would come back. "I get the point that you're all perfect and disciplined in everything you do." She drew in a breath. "You can control your feelings when you need to, but for some of us, it just doesn't happen naturally. I have to work so hard to stay away from a fight." If she only knew that he wasn't perfect, but how would she know if he hadn't told her how he had lost his temper once and ended up breaking his stepdad's nose? That incident was why he had learned to bottle up his feelings and keep his anger inside. "You're strong and heroic," she snapped, "yet you act like a coward sometimes." He opened his mouth to object, thought better of it, then shut it again. She was surprisingly calm compared to the fire he had seen directed at her siblings. That fire had never been directed at Jake. "You run at the first hint of trouble so you can take the easiest way out." Like he had when he had left his mom. "You gave everything to Ania because you wanted peace, yet she's still coming after the little you have left. She knows you'll give her whatever she wants." Renee ran a hand through her hair. "It's my weakness that I fight back, especially when someone attacks my family." Her voice wavered. "My best friend." Her lips trembled and he felt tempted to reach out and hold her, to apologize so they could move on to painting the samples on the wall. But his tongue couldn't move. "Call me whatever you want, but I don't get what I want whenever." Her hand flew to her forehead. "I'm in love with a guy who's still hung up on his past." She stared at the wall. "I know I can't have him until he decides to—" She trailed off. Whoever that guy was, Jake didn't want to hear about him, because he felt a sinking feeling in his stomach at the thought of her in love with someone else. She hadn't said anything about being in love with any guy, yet he had a slight suspicion that the guy just might be himself. He could only hope. "I choose to have a skinny latte," she continued. "Yet, every single time I walk up to the Side Rock Cafe, all I want to order is a white mocha and the lemon cream cheese Danish." She stared at him, her eyes watery. Then she swung open the door, stepped out, and slammed it behind her. He wanted to go after her, but Renee in a temper could be too much for him to handle. Instead of watching her drive off, Jake turned to the nearest wall and banged his head on it several times. Only when the pain started to register did he stop. He rubbed at the sore spot on his forehead, wishing he could turn back time to 4 days ago, when he had been tempted for the second time to kiss her, when she had baked a peach cobbler to surprise him for his birthday, when he had played cat and mouse with her, enjoying her cheerful giggles. His groan echoed in the empty house. He already missed her, but it hurt not knowing how long it would be before things would get back to normal. Chapter 20. What was the difference between loving someone and being in love with someone? That question hovered in the back of Jake's mind for 8 days while Renee ignored him. He had stayed busy with both jobs and tried hard not to think about her, yet only managed to think about her even more. What would his life be like without her in it? All this had brought him to the conclusion that he didn't just love Renee, he was in love with her. But he hadn't reached out to apologize because he hoped keeping his distance would put an end to whatever feelings he had for her. If only that had worked, he would just have his friend back. Truth was, he missed her big time. A shrill whistle jolted him back into the game, a fierce basketball competition between the firefighters and the Fort Rock Police Department. With the firefighters in possession of the ball, Dalton passed it to Jake. Jake dribbled, then passed it to Ezra, but the police stole the pass. The groans from the stands alerted Jake that he had made a lousy pass, and his team no longer had the ball. It was an easy layup for the police. Cheers erupted, followed by Camden's voice announcing the score over a loudspeaker. Richards scored a three-pointer, tying the game at 102 with only 12 seconds left. The firefighters called for a timeout. "You're off your A game, man," Ezra said to Jake as they walked to the sideline. "What's up?" He wasn't about to tell Ezra that his sister was occupying his mind. "I'll pick it up," Jake said. He managed to stay focused for the remaining seconds. The ball landed in his possession again, and he dribbled it before passing it to Rambo, who scored a three-pointer. "And playing a comeback," Camden announced on the microphone. Rambo's three-pointer puts the firefighters back in the lead, 105-102. Ezra slam-dunked and scored 2 more points for the firefighters, and another three-pointer from Rambo put the score at 110-106. Loud cheers exploded from the stands, which were filled with firefighters, police officers, and their families. The game ended with both teams shaking hands. "I was worried we were going to lose the game," Rambo griped to Jake as they walked to the locker room. "You fallen asleep with the ball or something?" "We still won," Jake said. "Barely," Rambo grumbled. "When's the next game anyway?" No doubt Rambo enjoyed shooting hoops with the firefighters, not only because he dominated the court, but he liked the companionship while he was practicing for his game day. "We haven't decided yet." "Practice will be in 2 days," Ezra responded from behind. "You're a great asset to our team, by the way." Rambo gave a satisfied nod. "Yeah, I know." Ezra was really feeding the man's ego. After cleaning up, Jake and Ezra stepped out of the gym carrying duffel bags. The February sky was gray. just like it had been for the past several days. The dark clouds matched the way Jake had felt lately, but he was ready for spring. A little sunshine couldn't hurt. He unzipped his bag and pulled out a receipt. "I got you and Lila an early anniversary present." Ezra frowned. "Whoa, our anniversary is still another 3 months away." "I know. You can celebrate early or wait, either way. It's a new resort in southern Colorado. A client of mine told me about it. He and his wife loved it." Ezra took the receipt from Jake and studied it as they reached the parking lot. When he explained all the outdoor activities the resort does, it sounded like something you and Lila would enjoy. "Thanks, man." Ezra gave him a manly embrace. "I should be the one giving you a present for saving my life." After coming so close to losing his friend, Jake felt compelled to cheer him up. This vacation would force Ezra to take some time off from work and relax. "We're going to be neighbors, and I think I'll be dining at your place more often," Jake teased. "Consider this a way of paying you back in advance." "Pick you up at 4?" Ezra asked as they parted for the cars. Ezra had informed Jake that his dad needed a major plumbing repair. "Sounds great." Once home, Jake retrieved his mail and ripped open a few envelopes. He frowned at the mounting fees on his lawyer's bill for telephone consultations. Even though Jake kept his phone calls to the attorney no longer than 15 minutes, Ania's lawyer obviously didn't keep that in mind whenever he contacted Jake's attorney. There had been no word from Ania's lawyer since their last negotiations. At first, Jake had considered paying Ania to end the madness and have her sign a waiver stating that she would never meddle with Jake again. After Renee's words about him being a coward and running away at the first hint of trouble, Jake had called his lawyer and asked to cancel negotiations. He wanted to prove to Renee that he was walking away from cowardice and to Ania that he would not yield to her demands anymore. Maybe it was time to go to court. That would surely cost more money than paying Ania the $15,000 she wanted. But it was time for him to take another leap of faith. When Jake's doorbell rang, he didn't have to look to know that it was Ezra. He was surprised at how fast the 3 hours had gone by. He stepped out, ready to go to the Buchanan residence, which was 20 minutes away. Ezra had to maneuver around several cars parked in the street to pull into his parents' driveway. Maybe the neighbors were having a party of some sort, because the street was more crowded than other times Jake had come over. Jake led the way, with Ezra lagging behind as he typed something on his cell phone. Jake rang the doorbell. The moment it opened, gray, red, and white balloons flew out of the door and into his face before rising toward the sky. Loud cheers and greetings followed as he stepped inside to be surrounded by several familiar faces. "Surprise!" a chorus of voices rang out. "Happy birthday, son," Mark greeted Jake with a warm bear hug. "Happy birthday," said Andrew, licking sauce off his fingers, a plate in his hand. More familiar faces popped out from the kitchen, with wide smiles and cheery waves. Never in his entire life had Jake experienced this kind of attention, and he was left speechless. It didn't feel awkward, though, because he was surrounded by people he knew and loved. He could see and feel the love and warmth from everybody. Among the people standing and sitting in the living room was Rambo, Robert Buchanan, a group from church, and colleagues from both the gym and the firehouse. Steam rose from the mugs people held in their hands, filling the room with scents of hot cocoa, coffee, and a hint of cinnamon. While Jake talked to Jeremy from the parkour class, a hand slapped on his shoulder. "Ezra. Happy birthday, man." "You said we were doing plumbing?" "Nope," Ezra grinned. Jake shook his head and mingled with a few people before Robert's booming voice sounded over the chatter. "Feel free to hang outside, too. We have outdoor heaters on the deck and a bonfire." Robert's prayer over their meal included thanking God that Jake was a part of their family. Jake's throat tightened with emotion as he followed a group of people through the sliding doors to the backyard. "Hey, Jakey!" A familiar voice called, "Renee." He turned to respond, but before he had the chance, a male voice called to him, "So, Jake?" He tilted his head. It was his group leader from church, Alex. When he turned back to Renee, she was strolling toward the grill, which was being manned by a handful of guys. The scent of propane and barbecue filled the air as people bustled to tables with heaping plates. Jake listened to Alex half-heartedly, distracted by Renee. Now that he had lost her in the crowd, Jake gave the dark-haired guy his attention long enough to hear he was planning a ski trip to Winter Park. When Renee strode past them and slid open the glass doors, Jake found himself following Renee's every move. He didn't hear another word after Winter Park. "Anyway, I have an extra ski pass. My wife and I are going in 2 weeks. Would you like to join us?" Realizing that Alex must have asked a question and was waiting for a response, Jake scratched his chin as he struggled to form an answer. "Yeah, that would be great." Even as he responded, he had no idea what he had just agreed to. As long as it didn't involve him skiing, it would be fine, because he had never taken the time to learn the sport. Some people ate around the fireplace on the east side of the deck. A few chatted away in the house, and several others surrounded the bonfire. Snow crunched under Jake's boots as he made his way to the bonfire. He admired the trees with withered branches, and snow wrapped around them like cotton. The cool breeze whipped his cheeks, and he shoved his bare hands into his coat pockets as he slid between a couple of his friends who stood in front of the warm, dancing flames. Folding chairs around the bonfire were occupied by people bundled in hats and jackets, or with blankets over their laps. Some sipped hot cocoa, while others roasted marshmallows and hot dogs. The sensational smell of fire blended with cinnamon, and winter comfort filled the casual setting. Now that he had observed the crowd at the bonfire, where was the one person he longed to see? Since Jake didn't care for marshmallows or any of the hot drinks, he strode back to the deck in search of Renee, hoping for an opportunity with her to apologize. "Hey, you want a pet?" Andrew asked, just as Jake stepped on the deck. Who was he kidding? Jake wasn't going to talk to Renee, not today, with people at every turn. Frowning at Andrew's sudden question, Jake sank in the outdoor chair across from Andrew. A Great Dane, belonged to a colleague. Andrew's legs were propped up on a cooler, crossed at the ankles. It reminds him of his ex-wife. As much as Jake would enjoy a pet, he had no time to care for another living thing. Maybe in the future? "Larson," Ezra interrupted, joining them with his brows pinched together. "Alex says you're going skiing with them." Jake winced. "Oh, that's what I agreed to?" Andrew let out a loud laugh. "Oh boy, you just agreed to skiing?" Jake fumbled with the zipper on his coat. "I wasn't paying attention." "Because I was gawking at your sister." Andrew slapped Jake's shoulder. "Now that I'm single and have some time, I'll be happy to take that ski pass off your hands." Jake sighed. "Thanks. I'll apologize to Alex." His words died on his lips when Renee showed up with a plate of food in her hand. She handed it to Jake without meeting his gaze. How did she know he hadn't eaten yet? Had she been watching him, too? "Thanks," Jake said. "Uh-huh," she responded. Monosyllabic responses were not Renee's style. Even though she stood just a few inches from him, it pained Jake that he felt so distant from her. The plate held a hamburger, no mustard or ketchup, and a side of salad, just the way he liked it. Renee usually fixed his plate whenever he came to these gatherings, except she would bring a plate for herself and sit beside him, or would nibble off his plate. "Your wife is looking for you," she spoke to Ezra. The red in Renee's hair was gone, replaced by her natural dark brown with bouncy, silky curls that hung down to her shoulders underneath a burgundy winter hat. Ezra grinned. "I better go find her." "Hey, I wanted to know when you plan to come by the house. Renee kept her gaze on her brother. Ezra winced and looked from Jake to Renee. You're sure you don't want to ask Larson? He does all our plumbing work, including all your projects. Why me, all of a sudden? Jake always took care of all Renee's plumbing and random projects that she dreaded dealing with, at least before he had messed things up. Ezra glanced at Jake. Water is coming up through her bathtub drain. I can easily fix that, he said automatically, forgetting for a moment the tension between them. No, I want Ez. Her voice was stern enough that her two brothers exchanged curious stares. Her hands flew up in the air. Never mind, I'll just call Keaton. No, both brothers spoke in unison. Keaton had grown up next door to the Buchanans. Given his history of being a ladies' man and having had a crush on Renee in the past, Jake didn't want the guy anywhere near her either. She glared at Ezra, then Andrew. Andrew lifted both hands. Don't look at me. I don't know a thing about plumbing. Ezra sighed. I'll call you on Monday or Tuesday when I'm off. He studied her face and wrinkled his brows. Your face is all flushed. Are you sick? He reached out to touch her forehead, and she smacked his hand away. I'm just cold. She wrapped her arms around herself. I don't understand why you insist on not wearing a coat in winter, Andrew said. Jake knew she hated wearing winter coats, surprising himself with all the little details he knew about her. She snorted. The sooner you both realize that I'm an adult and I make my own decisions, the better it will be for everyone. She turned to leave, and Jake stole a discreet glance at her sway. The tight-fitting red sweater over skinny jeans emphasized her curves. Everything okay with you two? Ezra's question dragged Jake's eyes off Renee. He looked suspicious, and Jake hoped his friend hadn't read anything into the exchange. At least not yet. Not really, I guess. What did you do to deserve her wrath? Barked at her and tried to change her personality? Jake shrugged, said something about the restraining order. He doubted her brother suspected anything, since she had always been cheery and friendly towards him. Finally, trouble in paradise, Ezra grinned. Welcome to my world. Must have been bad, since you're always on her good side. He slapped Jake's shoulder. You want me to talk to her? Nah, she'll come around. He hoped so, because he was having a hard time dealing with the no-speaking terms. Maybe if she stays mad until family game night, Lila and I will have a shot at winning word memory. He turned to Andrew. Right, Drew? Andrew nodded. Yeah, when Jake and Renee pair up, they always win. Maybe I'll ask Renee to be my partner since she's the champ. When Andrew asked Ezra if he was in need of a pet, Jake's attention was averted to Renee. He watched her through the window in the house. Her head leaned back as she laughed with Lila. He found himself unable to glance away. What he wouldn't give to trade places with Lila right now. When he brought his attention back to the two guys, only Andrew was there, brows up as he studied Jake intently. What's the deal with you and my little sister? Jake's eyes widened. He didn't miss Andrew's emphasis on the word little. And I don't mean the lover's quarrel you two have going on. Had he been that obvious in the way he stared at Renee? Andrew had been keeping a close eye on him lately. Jake's hands formed moisture even in the cold. Andrew must have sensed his discomfort and lifted his hands up. Don't sweat it, man. It's obvious that she likes you and you like her. Jake swallowed and gave a sigh of relief at Andrew's relaxed reaction. He studied the shoe prints and the patches of snow as he tried to think of a reasonable response. Andrew saved him the trouble. I know my sister. You probably confronted her and she didn't like it. Usually you confront her, she attacks back, and that's the end of it. In your situation, you probably fought back, and she's still mad at you. Do you want to know why? Before Jake could form a response, Andrew answered himself. Because she cares about you. Your approval is important to her, so your confrontation cuts deep. Andrew was getting ahead of himself, since Jake wasn't ready to define his relationship with Renee, and she had no idea how he felt about her. We're not... Then what are you? Andrew peered at Jake. It's just that easy. You either like her and you do something about it, or you don't like her and drop the vibe you have going. Jake stared at the untouched meal in his hand. Well, I have some baggage. Then leave the baggage where it belongs, in the past. Don't drag her along if you won't see this through. After a brief, tense silence, Andrew spoke again. You better not hurt her. His face serious, he rose and walked away. Andrew was better at keeping his temper in check than his siblings. Jake had had a few disagreements with Ezra, but they had always worked things out before the day came to an end. As far as he knew, Ezra didn't hold a grudge against anyone. His mind replayed Andrew's words as he forced down his salad. Was he willing to see things through with Renee, or should he walk away before things between them got more complicated? More importantly, was he bold enough to confess his feelings to her? How had he ever asked Ania out? Or had she asked him out? He couldn't even remember when his first date with Ania had been like. That's if they had ever had a first date. With Renee, he was going to be in his right mind because she was not at all like Ania. The gray sky gave way to darkness, and people urged Jake to open his presents. Most of them were gift cards to home improvement and furniture stores, except for one physical gift from Renee, an Apple Watch. The last time he had seen her was when she was laughing with Lila. She must have left shortly after, but Jake didn't have the nerve to ask any of her family members about her, not even Lila. He had ridden with Ezra, and the decision about when to leave was not up to him. Otherwise, he would be leaving the party right now to go and find Renee. Since that wasn't an option, he put on his best smile as he said goodbye to his departing guests. While the Buchanan boys caught up with their mom, Jake straightened the wicker furniture on the deck. "Hey, son." He startled at the abrupt voice of Robert Buchanan. "Can I have a word with you, please?" Okay." Jake panicked, and his palms grew sweaty as he followed Robert to the abandoned bonfire. He had never pulled Jake aside for a pep talk. Had Robert noticed the way Jake stared at his daughter and now planned to throw him in the fire? "Thanks for the party," Jake said, breaking the silence. "Actually, my daughter organized it." Jake should have known it was Renee's idea. "So what intentions do you have toward my daughter?" Robert jolted him out of his thoughts. Typical Buchanan bluntness. Jake gripped the back of his neck so tight it hurt, staring at the fading fire as if seeking an answer from it. I know you like her, but are you in love with her?" Thankfully, he had spent enough time mulling the difference between loving and being in love, and he couldn't lie to Robert, especially when Jake's gaze collided with Robert's. The bright lights strung above the pergola highlighted the man's raised eyebrows, daring Jake to give a false response. "I love her more than anything." He realized after the words left his mouth that it was the first time he had confessed his romantic feelings. Robert had a way of getting answers from people. "Where do you see this heading?" Well," he stammered. The whole family was open-minded and practical, but how would Renee and Ezra react when he confessed his love? As if reading his mind, Robert said, "There are always complications along the way, son." He slapped Jake on the shoulder. "That's what makes the journey exciting." What did he mean by that? Robert studied him for a moment before finally extending his hand. "Be good to her when the time comes. Renee has always been sure of what she wants, and she's devoted to those she loves." he trailed off, then continued in a shaky voice. She will always be my little girl. He cleared his throat and squeezed Jake's shoulder. It will all work out in the end. Jake's tongue froze, unsure of what to say. Robert had said when the time comes, not if. The man believed there would be something between Jake and Renee. Could things be this easy for him? Maybe he could have a relationship with Renee after all. He had been more afraid of Robert than of Ezra. Overwhelmed by the blessing Robert had given him, when his tongue untangled, he said, "Thank you, sir." He sighed with relief. 2 of Renee's protective family members knew his feelings for her, and they hadn't throttled him. Did Ezra know, too, and was waiting for Jake to come clean? Ezra wasn't one to stay quiet. There was one way to find out. "If it's okay, I'll take over your plumbing duty at Renee's," he told Ezra on the drive back home. Ezra appeared relaxed, not suspicious. "Making amends, eh?" Jake blew out a breath. "Yeah, I gotta." "You're going to need lots of prayers. There's a chance she'll slam the door in your face, but persistence will pay off," he said. "If she slams the door, keep ringing the doorbell. She'll eventually give up and let you in." Even if she didn't let him in, Jake was willing to camp on her doorstep all night. Ezra must still be in the dark about Jake's feelings for Renee. Jake had forgotten how clueless his friend could be at reading romantic cues. It was almost 10 p.m. when Ezra dropped him off at home. The urge to drive to Renee's house was strong, but she was probably sleeping by now. He would just have to endure another 36 hours without her, since he had to work at the firehouse tomorrow. Is this what being in love felt like? He was already falling apart at the risk of losing her friendship. How would he survive if he couldn't have her at all? Chapter 21. Renee dragged herself out of bed and headed to the shower. Ever since Jake's party, she had been berating herself for acting foolish. She had observed his every move from afar, noticing that he hadn't eaten while everyone else enjoyed their meals. She had come up with an excuse to remind Ezra about fixing her bathtub, just to have a reason to bring Jake dinner and see him as well. She should have known better than to get too close to Jake, realizing that her body would inevitably weaken and surrender. To make matters worse, Ezra had blurted out her color transformation. Unable to endure the embarrassment, she had left the party much earlier than she had planned. She shook her head to brush off the humiliating memory as she dragged stretchy red jeans over her hips and tucked in a black top. Flinging her purse over her shoulders, she grabbed her keys and headed for the garage. She navigated the highway traffic on Monday mid-morning, grateful for the clear blue sky. What a perfect way to start March. Except it was not a perfect day. Today would be the 10th day of not talking to Jake. Renee realized how wrong she had been, thinking she just had a crush on him. It was official. She was in love with the guy. If it was a crush, her mind wouldn't still be wrapped around a man who had no interest in pursuing a romantic relationship. She joined the breakfast crowd filing into the cafe, inhaling the scent of bacon, pastries, and coffee as she waited in line. Seeing someone ahead of her savor the deliciousness of a Danish tempted her to indulge, but thankfully Pascal had her regular order of 4 coffees ready to go when she stepped forward. "Bonjour, Renee." She smiled and reached for her wallet. "Bonjour, Pascal. Your surgery is just around the corner." "I'm nervous, but they rescheduled it for May." He placed the beverage tray in front of her. "Your drinks are already paid for." "No," Renee handed Pascal a $50 bill. "You need to save money for the surgery instead of giving me free coffee." He set a brown bag on the glass counter. "This has all the information about the person who paid for your coffee." She frowned, confused, and put the money back in her wallet. Picking up the tray and bag from the counter, she opened her mouth to ask, but the man cut her off. Pointing at the bag, he said, "All in there." Anxious to know who paid for the coffee, she ripped open the bag as soon as she got in the car. A smile curved her lips when she found a handwritten note in the small bag. "You deserve a white mocha and a lemon cream cheese Danish." Jake! Forgetting all the reasons why she never ate in the car, she unwrapped the Danish and bit into it. Mouth-watering. Her mind whirled in several directions as she drove to work. She needed to see Jake tonight and apologize because it was her fault he had raised his voice. It was nice to see that side of him. She wanted her best friend back. Besides calling him for fix-it and plumbing problems, she called him whenever she needed to laugh or vent. She missed giving him recaps of her projects and hearing about his determined parkour students. She arrived at the office and pushed thoughts of Jake out of her mind. After a couple of meetings, she went with a junior designer to present their proposal to a client. From there, she went to Rambo's house to oversee the furniture delivery. After adding the accessories and finishing touches, Rambo's house was move-in ready. She drove to her next stop to finish a battle she had started. Despite the restraining order, Renee had thought long and hard and even prayed about her next visit to Ania. She could get in trouble with the law for trespassing, but she had to take the risk. Thankfully, she had prayed because instead of being angry at Ania, she felt compassion for her. How does God see Ania? That had been the question she had discussed with Lila and Bianca. Whether Ania believed in work or not, and whether she sued people for no good reason, God loved her as much as he loved Renee or anybody else. There was also a child involved who might grow up without an active father. For those reasons, as well as the lawsuit, Renee was back knocking at the woman's door. The latch sounded and the door swung open. The sharp glare behind it was enough to cut through glass. Renee stared at the woman's bulging stomach instead. "What do you want?" Ania asked sharply, and Renee tilted her head to meet the knotted brows. "I just wanted to see if you changed your mind about dropping the case against Jakey." Ania placed a hand to the side of her stomach. "You're not supposed to be here." "I know." The woman started closing the door. "Does Colito's store in Urich sound familiar?" That caught Ania's attention. She opened the door wide and stilled, her face pale. Taking a deep breath, Ania moved her hand to her lower back. "What do you want from me?" Renee's friend, Keaton, had discovered that 7 years ago, Ania had worked at a country store and stolen money from the owner, Urich. He had not pressed charges since they had had a relationship. "Well, Urich went through the footage after he had dropped charges and saw something between you and the other employee on your shift." Renee winced. "He's still mad that you cheated on him. There's a chance he's willing to reopen the case based on the new evidence from that video." The part about Urich reopening the case was Renee bluffing. She still had to ask for God's forgiveness, since guilt was gnawing at her for investigating the woman's background. She could only hope that God used the situation to put an end to Ania's bullying. At a loss for words, Ania clenched her jaw. Since her main job was done, Renee delved into her purse for a business card with her church's pregnancy center contact information. She held the card out to Ania. "Should you need help with the baby, here is a number you can call for support with formula and diapers. They also offer free childcare for the baby's first year if you decide to go back to work." Ania stared suspiciously at the card in Renee's hand as if it might bite her, then back to Renee's face. "Why do you want to help me?" Her face had lost its hard edge. "To let you know that there are other ways to get help besides manipulating people. Just take the card and think about it." Ania yanked the card out of Renee's hand and slammed the door in her face. Whether Ania dropped the charges or not, Renee felt she had the upper hand this time, unlike her first visit. She could only hope and pray this was the end of this battle. She took a deep breath as she drove to meet her dad for a late lunch. The bright blue sky was replaced by gray clouds as she crossed the parking lot to the deli. She spotted Robert's silver-streaked hair. A wide smile crossed his lips when he turned and met her gaze. He met her halfway and wrapped his thick arms around her. "How's my little girl doing?" With his hand on the small of her back, he led her to their booth. Since it was past lunch hours and too early for dinner, Renee and her dad were the only customers. "I'm not a little girl anymore." Robert chuckled, the deep laugh she found comforting. "You will always be my little princess." "Did you get that sink installed?" Her dad often did fix-it projects for the widows from their church. "Finally got it done." The server brought their menu. "I will have a decaf and your Reuben sandwich," Robert said without studying the menu, since this was his favorite lunch spot. Feeling starved and not wanting to browse through the menu, Renee said, "I'll have water and a Reuben, too." After her dad filled her in on the other projects he had going for the widows, he rested his forearms on the table and peered at her intently. "Why did you leave in such a hurry on Saturday?" "I had to call Laura." That was partially true because being home early had given her the opportunity to make amends with her cousin. The server brought their drinks. Inhaling the smell of coffee made her crave a cup, but she had already had one this morning. "I'm proud of you for apologizing to your cousin." "I'm so glad I called. We had a good talk." After chatting for an hour with her cousin, they had made plans to meet for coffee next week. She reached for her glass and sipped the ice water through a straw. "I noticed how you went out of your way to avoid talking to Jake at his party." "Nosy dad." "Oh." She had told her mom about her feelings for Jake because she wanted her opinion on how their family would react towards Jake if she was in a relationship with him. She should have known that Crystal would tell her husband. Robert was waiting for her response. "Yeah, What was she supposed to tell the man who seemed to always see through her? She cleared her voice. "What do you do if you love someone but they don't even know? Or they do but won't do anything about it?" Her dad studied her. "Especially if they are too close to you, like a brother?" Her lips parted. "Dad, what are you trying to say?" "I know my daughter very well, and I have fallen in love before. I've seen the way you light up when Jake's around, and the way you jump to his defense if anyone hints at accusing him of something." Grateful that her dad knew and didn't seem bothered, Renee felt her stress level drop. Maybe her brothers would approve of her relationship with Jake. They all loved Jake, which should make things much easier. "But it's complicated," Renee said. "You like complicated. Always have." "This is different. He's Ezra's best friend, and he treats me like a little sister." She sighed. "He still calls me Little Buchanan, Dad." Her dad gave her an assuring touch. "Honey, Jake sees you as much more than a sister. I can assure you of that." Robert tipped the steaming cup to his lips and set it back on the table. Renee gave her dad a questioning look. "How do you know how Jake feels about me?" "I've seen him steal a glance or two when he thinks no one is watching." He shrugged. "And the way he pays attention when you're talking. That's why I had a word." He placed a hand to his forehead. "Never mind." So typical of her dad to interfere in his kid's business. Renee's cheeks grew hot with embarrassment, but she was curious what her dad had talked to Jake about. Reading her mind, he lifted his cup to her. "I'm not telling you what we talked about." He took another sip of his coffee. "Would you be upset if I ended up with him?" "I tried that with Ezra, and if he had listened to me, he would have missed being with the love of his life." He cleared his throat. Your joy is everything to me, but I don't think any guy is ever going to be worthy of my daughter. Jake, however, is decent enough." He winked. "You've always known what you want, and that's reason enough for me to trust your decision." Renee sipped her water to clear the lump in her throat. It's unfortunate that Jake had people in his past who let him down, because it may take a long time for him to believe that you're in his life to stay. But if anybody can reach the core of his heart, it's going to be you with your heart of gold. Tears stung Renee's eyes. "Oh, Daddy." She placed a hand over his strong arm. "I love you so much." He squeezed her hand. "I love you too, sweetheart," he said hoarsely. The server brought their sandwiches, interrupting their tender moment. Robert gave the blessing over their food, then got in one last shot. "Just remember that you're too good for him." Renee laughed. "Daddy, if anything, he's too good for me." "I would argue that any given day." With a boost of confidence from her dad, Renee left the restaurant. On the drive home, the drumming of rain on the Corolla's roof drowned out the hum of the engine. She got home in time to help her roommate choose an outfit for her date. Carol was in town for a week before she left for another 6-week photo shoot in Hawaii. Several pairs of shoes were scattered on the floor in Carol's bedroom. "We have some serious work to do," Renee said as she assessed the several outfits sprawled over the bed. Carol ran a hand through her tousled blonde hair, opening and closing her dresser drawers. "I just can't find my purple leggings." Ignoring her roommate, Renee strode to the walk-in closet and sifted through the hangers, determined to speed up the process by suggesting colors that would make Carol's blonde hair stand out. "It would be much easier to find what you're looking for if you had your clothes organized by color." She pulled out a dress and handed it to Carol. "Start with that baby blue." Carol stared at the dress fondly. "I haven't worn this dress in forever." She carried the dress to the adjoining bathroom. "Do you have a mint green dress?" Renee hollered to Carol. "Be right out." Renee laid 2 other outfits on the bed and returned to her own bedroom. "Well?" Renee looked toward the doorway. She plopped onto her bed and stared at her roommate's luxurious blonde hair. "Gorgeous," she nodded. "That mint green brings out both your hair and your eyes." "You think?" Carol walked in front of Renee's full-length mirror and twirled. "You look good in anything, Carol. Just go, and don't keep the guy waiting." "You know what I think." Carol tucked in the loose strands of her hair. "It's high time you and Jake got your happy ending." Optimist that she was, Renee still expected a happy ending, but it was going to take more time than she had expected. "I need to go see him," if for no other reason than to get her friend back. "You've had a crush on this guy as long as we've lived together." Renee had only lived with Carol for 1 year. 3 years, actually, she admitted, staring at the wall. "You better let him know how you feel, too," Carol added. "He's probably one of those who can't read cues." "He can read cues, but he has a lot to consider before he makes that step. If he ever stops overthinking." "Okay, I've got to go." Carol's voice brought her back from her thoughts. "Have fun," she said. The house went back to its normal silence after Carol's departure, and Renee jumped in the shower. Standing in front of her closet, Renee tapped her finger on her chin as she scanned her collection of dresses. She told herself that her extra care in selecting an outfit had nothing to do with her plot to apologize to Jake and ask him to go on a friend date, if there was such a thing. In honor of spring, she settled on a green knee-length dress. Adding a pair of thin earrings and black stilettos, she applied a layer of lip gloss. The doorbell sounded as she slipped on her watch. It was 5 p.m. Did Carol forget something? Out of caution, she looked through the peephole. Her heart leapt at the sight of Jake standing on her doorstep, a tool belt strapped around his waist. Excited as she was to see him, she wasn't about to show her eagerness. She undid the locks and opened the door, leaving the screen door closed. The earlier rain had stopped, and a car splashed through puddles as it drove past. "What do you want?" she asked, trying to stay firm and hide the excitement in her voice. "I'm here to fix your bathtub." His shoulders were so tense she could see his stiff muscles through the black T-shirt that read, "Challenge." "Ez was," her voice wavered. "If he can't make it, I don't want you to call Keaton," he said sternly. Keaton was in a happy relationship with his girlfriend, but the guy still got bothered by her friendship with the detective. "Jakey, I don't need more brothers telling me what to do. Don't you think I'm too old for that?" His shoulders slouched and he sighed. "I wanted to apologize. That's why I came in Ezra's place." "Okay." Her insides felt mushy, and she stared at him through the mesh screen. His skin glistened in the late afternoon light. "Maybe not here?" He looked towards the neighbors on both sides and lowered his voice. "There's an old woman staring at me from next door." She nodded, imagining her 76-year-old neighbor peering at Jake steadily. "That's just Gabriella." She unlocked the screen door. "She likes to keep an eye on things in the neighborhood." Jake gave her a swift once-over when he stepped inside, his eyes a mix of awe and curiosity. "You look great," he said. "Got a hot date?" Renee didn't miss the edge in his voice. She shrugged. "Maybe. Hoping you would be my date. I was coming to your house." "You were?" She sighed, to make amends. A faint smile crossed his lips and his shoulders relaxed. Renee closed the door and gestured him into the dining room, where he removed his tool belt and gently placed it on the white marble tile floor. "Can I get you some water?" That's all he ever drank, even when he was sick. Renee had taken him some Gatorade to give him energy, but he had complained about how sweet it was. "Water would be great, thanks." She left for the kitchen, feeling Jake's eyes on her as she filled 2 glasses from the ice and water dispenser in her fridge. She returned and set them on the table. He took a sip of his water while she sat down in the chair across from him. Jake set the glass on the table and ran a hand across his face. "I'm sorry, I crossed the line," he said. "I shouldn't have dumped all my anger and issues on you, and—" "It's okay, Jakey." Her heart felt light at their reconciliation. Yet she deserved his wrath after he had pleaded with her not to interfere with Ania. He held up his wrist. "And thanks for the watch. It will help me keep in touch with you more often." "You're welcome." Was now a good time to tell him about her visit to his ex? "I went to see Ania again." Her gaze flew to the table. "I had to finish what I started." She tilted her head, expecting to meet a furrowed brow, but instead she met amusement in his face as he shook his head. "Aren't you mad?" "I just have to accept you as you are." He leaned back in the chair. "If I've learned anything over the last 2 weeks, it's that I don't want to go through another day of you being mad at me." "Me too, Jakey." "The last 10 days have felt like the longest days of my life," she added in a whisper. "I missed you." She hadn't planned on admitting that last part, but it was the truth. "I missed you too," he said. "I would still like to accompany you to your client's party if the invitation is still open, as long as I don't have to wear a tie." "Yes." Her eyes sparkled. "I would love for you to come, and I don't expect you to wear a tie because I know how you dislike them." "I don't want you to call Keaton for any handyman work," he said, catching her off guard. "Call me any time." She could tell him that Keaton had helped her put an end to Ania's demands, but that would wait for another day. She didn't want to ruin their evening. She shrugged. He's a friend, and nothing more. Jake already had her heart. "I'm glad you came," she said instead, and rested her hand over his long fingers that rested on the table. "Glad we're in sync," he said. They were in sync more often than he thought. except for that little issue about her visit to Ania. I'm sorry for going to Ania's when you asked me not to. In fact, you're always so easygoing. Your outburst caught me off guard that day. He was the kind of guy who could put up with anything. He did more listening than talking. She had never heard him raise his voice until that day. Always simple and predictable, just one of the many reasons she was so drawn to him. Loved him, in fact. She tilted her head and their eyes locked. Let's put all this behind us, she said, running a fingertip through the condensation on her glass. I can be a little stubborn sometimes. A little, he chuckled. That has to be the understatement of the century. When their eyes met again, he held her gaze, and she wondered what was going on behind that mildly amused expression. Was her own expression giving away her thoughts? Because right now, she wanted to kiss those lips of his. But how was she going to do that across the table? She was done beating around the bush. This was as good a time as any to clarify her feelings for him. Her heart pounded as she pushed back her chair. Standing with her glass, she sauntered to the sink. She felt his gaze on her. To lighten the building tension, she took a jab at him. I think you can be a coward at times, though. She dumped the water in the sink and put the glass in the dishwasher. Is that so? He followed her into the kitchen and placed his empty glass in the dishwasher. Renee leaned against the counter and crossed her arms. Yep. Jake stood across from her and gripped the edge of the counter as if trying to keep his hands from reaching for her. I'm not a coward. Why do you call me Little Buchanan, she asked, and not Renee? He scratched his jaw but said nothing. Coward? Not? Prove it. She was really playing with fire, she realized, when she saw his darkened, intense gaze locked on her mouth. Her heart raced, and she turned to leave the kitchen, but Jake stepped toward her in 2 long strides, grasping her wrist and pulling her back to him. Last time, he cleared his throat, you said you're in love with some guy. Is there a possibility that I'm that guy? You already know the answer to that question, she whispered. He closed the gap between them. Renee moistened her lips, her eyes glued to his as he wrapped her in a warm embrace. It was the first time he had held her beyond just friends. She had fantasized about this moment, and now she was shaking. Could he hear her heartbeat? You still think I'm a coward? He murmured against her lips. Her mouth dried up instantly, and her mind went blank. She shook her head, then nodded, not sure what he just asked. He cupped her jaw and lowered his head. They shared a breath for a beat, just long enough for the anticipation of what was going to happen to wash over her. Warm lips brushed hers, and his body trembled. He stiffened and broke off the kiss. Heads touching, he said, Renee, You're not my brother, Jakey, and you know that. I see it in your eyes every time you look at me. Her voice choked, surprised she could speak. But she needed to, if she was going to get the kiss she had waited for the last 3 years. You mean the world to me, and I don't. Nothing's ever going to ruin our friendship, she said. I've been in love with you for the last 3 years, and you mean everything to me, Jakey. He swallowed, and Renee's hand curled around his neck. You drive me crazy. He smothered her lips with his, and his long fingers threaded in her hair as he deepened the kiss. He smelled as fresh as spring rain. She made a sound, and her body melted into him. He tasted like chocolate, only much better. Renee closed her eyes to savor the deliciousness of his slow and mesmerizing kiss. She could hear the sound of her heartbeat and feel her knees shake. He gently broke the kiss and murmured against her lips, Am I still a coward? Did he just ask a question? Eyes still closed, she couldn't even remember her own name. Renee, he whispered, and she lazily opened her eyes to meet his heated gaze. A smile curved his lips. I have to fix the bathtub. He drew away much sooner than she wanted, leaving her floating on air with her insides humming. She leaned against the counter to catch her breath, her mind whirling in unknown territory. Her hand flew to her trembling lips. Jake Larson, she sighed. The man knows how to kiss. She had kissed one person before, but this felt different. Jake's kiss had left her wanting more. Unable to keep the experience to herself, she moved to the living room. With shaky hands, she texted Lila and Bianca. Jake kissed me. 2 responses chimed back instantly. What? Did you kiss him back? For the next several minutes, she answered her friends' pressing questions. All done with the tub. She startled at Jake's voice and her eyes flew to his. She was thankful for his steady smile. The last thing she needed was him regretting their kiss. A silence followed. I would like to take you to dinner since you're dressed up and all, he suggested. She wasn't hungry. That kiss did it for her, but she liked hanging out with Jake. Maybe we can go appliance and home furnish shopping afterwards, she said, excited for their first date, or at least their first going out as a couple. He lowered his chin and stared at his t-shirt. I hope I'm not underdressed. I can wear the t-shirt I borrowed from you so we can match. I don't remember ever lending it to you. He smiled and held out his hand to her. I like what you're wearing. Her dream was finally coming to its finest form of reality as he wrapped his long fingers around her smaller ones. It felt like a new chapter in her life was unfolding. Chapter 22. At the firehouse, Jake sat alone at the dining table. Tuning out the TV noise and banter from the living room, he closed his eyes to meditate on the last few days. When he had gone to Renee's house several days ago, he had intended to apologize, fix the bathtub, and leave. But instead, he had wound up kissing her like his life depended on it. They said that first kisses were supposed to be memorable. To Jake, however, Renee's kiss had been so mind-blowing that he had forgotten what any kiss before her had felt like. He had been terrified that kissing Renee would mess up their friendship, but the opposite had happened. It was a natural kiss between two people who had finally found each other after all this time. He had seen Renee almost daily this week, except when he had had to work at the firehouse. Between hitting construction sites with her to pick up old closet doors and pallet boards for her projects, Jake had taken her lunch at work a couple of times, and she had stopped by the gym yesterday after work to watch him train his class. Afterward, they had gone out to dinner. Ever since they had parted, all he could think about was how long it would be before he could see her again. His body vibrated with tension as the heated memory of her kisses resurfaced. Man, he muttered out loud, startling himself, and his eyes snapped open. Thankfully, no one else was around to hear him. There were no regrets about the new direction their friendship had taken. The only thing weighing on Jake was the gnawing guilt about keeping Ezra in the dark. He owed his best friend Ezra the truth. The smell of Lila's Jamaican chicken stew simmering in the slow cooker filled the firehouse, reminding Jake where he was. He stared at the watch Renee had given him. It was 1:15 noon, usually Renee's lunch break. Was she still shopping, or was she having lunch? As if he had conjured her up, his watch and phone vibrated with an incoming message. Forgetting he could check messages on the watch, he jumped up to retrieve the phone from his pocket, scraping his chair on the floor. Renee. His heart raced as he read her text. Wish you were here. Jake smiled and stared at the selfies of Renee in formal dresses she was trying on at the mall. He typed, "Me too," and clicked send. Which one of these is perfect for the party? You are, he smiled before hitting send. She sent a goofy emoji. Need your opinion, please. Not that she needed any more outfits in Jake's opinion. Renee had at least 3 outfits for each day of the year. Jake and Ezra had helped her build a shelving unit in her closet, which was 3 times bigger than Jake's. Yet it overflowed with color-coded racks of clothing. That didn't even include the off-season clothing in clear plastic tubs Jake had helped her haul to the basement. He couldn't contain the smile on his face as he leaned back in his chair, scrolling through the pictures. He stared at her in the royal blue dress, the beige dress, and the black dress. "I like all of them," he sent his response. Not the answer she was waiting for, but honestly, she looked gorgeous in everything. His mind whirled to the upcoming party as he pictured her in one of those dresses, and no doubt high heels to go with it. Spending an entire evening as her date was definitely something to look forward to. He shook his head, reminding himself that the firehouse was not the best place to think of Renee, especially when her brother was stepping into the kitchen. Jake wiped off his grin and shoved the phone back into his pocket. "Hey, Larson," Ezra greeted, pouring coffee in his mug. Jake fidgeted with his hands, palms sweating. "Did you finally decide to go out with Becca?" Ezra asked when he walked over to Jake, a cup of steaming coffee in his hands. "Your texting and smiling is alarming." Was now a good time to tell Ezra that he had kissed Renee, and she was the only girl he wanted? Ezra knew his shattered past, and Jake doubted his best friend would be thrilled about his sister getting involved with a divorcee. Jake had been certain he was going to remain single, so what were these strange reactions to Renee? He didn't ever remember feeling like this before. He glanced at Ezra, whose brows furrowed as he waited for a response. Jake looked around. The few guys watching television chatted and ate chips, candy, and other snacks. He gripped the back of his neck. What if Ezra's temper flared up on him? The last thing he needed was an audience when he got scolded. He would be the talk of the house for the entire year. "It's just apartment fire on Sims." He drew in a breath, relieved at Dispatch's interruption because his brain had stalled. Ezra immediately strode to the kitchen and dumped his coffee in the sink, while Jake followed everyone else to the bay. Navigating the truck, Jake's heart thudded as he felt Ezra's gaze on him. Thankfully, Dalton was giving a car seat inspection this afternoon and hadn't ridden with them. Jake had told Renee that he would let Ezra know about their relationship before he saw her again. Images of her smile came to mind, giving him the courage to speak. I... Ezra had never seemed unapproachable before now. "What's up?" Ezra asked. "I like your sister." He winced. That didn't come out right. "Of course you like my sister. She's crazy about you, too." Ezra leaned back in his seat. From the ease of Ezra's response, Jake realized they were talking about 2 different likes. Remembering that his friend was clueless at reading romantic cues, he tried to reword his statement. "I mean, I love her, like..." What was the word? A brief silence followed, and Jake tightened his grip on the steering wheel as he waited for a response. "You mean like marriage and kids?" Jake nodded slowly and kept his gaze on the road. Things seemed to be going well so far, or at least he thought so, until a sharp roar came from his friend. "No!" Another thick silence followed, and Jake took his eyes off the road to look at Ezra. Ezra's eyes were closed, and he pressed a hand to his forehead as if he had the onset of a headache. "It's a terrible idea." Ezra fiercely raked a hand through his hair. Watching him through the corner of his eye, Jake tried to keep his eyes on the road. You're... Ezra sighed, visibly upset. One-liners were all Ezra could seem to manage. Jake would rather have his friend yell at him than this cold, dead silence. Jake chose silence to keep him from saying the wrong thing as he concentrated on the longest 10-mile drive of his life. He parked the truck with no more conversation between them. At that moment, Jake knew his relationship with Ezra was never going to be the same. He had just let his friend down, which would make things awkward around the entire family. What had he just done? There will be no touching or kissing, Jake reminded himself as he approached Renee's front door. He was here to fulfill his commitment to accompany Renee to the party. To get the night off, Jake had traded shifts with someone who would be riding with Ezra. Jake had already told Ezra about the party long before he had confessed his feelings for Renee. He rang the doorbell, and his breath caught when Renee stepped out in a form-fitting red dress with a bone-melting smile that made his knees weak. Jake shoved his hands in his pockets to keep from touching her, because that would lead to something else, kissing. "You look stunning," he said, shifting his eyes down to her knee-length dress and beige high heels. Her hair fell in waves around her beautiful face. Jake instantly realized that his favorite color was red, and if he still had any doubts about being in love with Renee, those doubts disappeared. "You look handsome yourself," she said, staring at his gray sport coat and the black t-shirt underneath. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and took the beige purse from her. "I got this." At least his dad had taught him to be a gentleman. "I didn't see the red dress in the pictures you texted." Forgetting his resolve not to touch her, he pulled his other hand out of his pocket to clasp her soft fingers that fit so perfectly in his rough ones. "I decided to go with something in my closet after all. I hope this looks okay." "Dazzling. It's my favorite color on you," he whispered in her ear, and noticed goosebumps on her arms. Whether from the late afternoon breeze or his nearness, he would be talking her into wearing his coat at some point this evening. He held open the passenger door of his truck and waited for her to get settled before he closed it, then went around to the driver's side. Tonight was Renee's moment, and he was her date. He was determined she would have a good time at the party, even if he had to downplay Ezra's reaction. An hour later, the couple stood on a balcony inside a home with a vaulted ceiling, the perfect vantage point to watch the buzzing crowd on the main floor below. People descended a winding staircase with fluted glasses in hand, and others stood underneath dangling lights lost in chatter. Men were dressed in suits and formal wear, the ladies in evening dresses and fancy outfits. Classical music played softly in the background, while photographers milled from room to room. Jake stood beside Renee, her hand clasped in his, as she answered people who bombarded her with questions about her work. Ignoring their compliments, she moved the conversation from her work to general topics. A few people circled around the mayor in deep conversation. Among them, Jake recognized a couple of Broncos players. "Jake!" He turned to see a familiar face, his former parkour student Eber, who had done parkour when he had just immigrated from Israel. Jake didn't want to step away from Renee, but she gave him a reassuring smile and motioned him to go ahead as she unclasped her hand from his. Jake extended his hand to Eber. "What's up, man?" "What a small world," Eber smiled. "How do you know the mayor?" It took a brief second for Jake to realize this might be the mayor's house. A big detail Renee had forgotten to mention. "My friend," he pointed his chin to Renee. "She designed the interior of this house. How about you?" "I'm his kid's pediatrician, and I spend a lot of time with his son, who has Down syndrome." An apron server in black and white offered them a tray with hors d'oeuvres. Jake politely declined. "I'll try one." Eber accepted a napkin from the server and scooped up a round tart from the tray. Jake felt a hand slip around his waist and looked down. "Renee." "Sorry to interrupt," she said. "I want you to meet the mayor." Jake's gaze shifted to the bald man holding a shot glass with amber liquid. He extended his hand to the mayor. "Jake Larson." "Richard." The mayor gave Jake a firm handshake. "You have quite a talented girl here." Jake lowered his gaze to Renee and met her wide smile. His heart swelled at having the most beautiful girl by his side. "Yes," he nodded, and placed his hand on the small of her back. "She's very special." "Renee tells me that you're a firefighter?" He squinted at Jake in the dim light. "And a parkour trainer," Eber added, dabbing a napkin on his lips. "This man kept me in shape and helped me make good friends in his class when I was still new in the country." Uncomfortable in the spotlight, Jake redirected the conversation. "Thanks for your support of firefighters and law enforcement in the community. The mayor had allocated funds to ensure that the fire and police departments were fully staffed for the growing community and its increasing demands." "Wait a minute." Ignoring Jake's compliment, Richard fixed his gaze on Jake. "You're that firefighter who leaped a building to save another's life." Renee must have realized this discussion embarrassed Jake because she squeezed his hand. Jake cleared his throat. "We—" Thankfully, a flash of light and the clicking of a camera interrupted. They all turned, and Jake squinted in the bright flashes from the photographer's camera. An announcement for dinner came through a speaker at the same time. 2 more people joined their circle and bombarded the mayor with questions, freeing Jake and Renee to take their designated seats. 2 hours later, with full stomachs, they walked across the wide cobblestone court to his car. Having passed his coat to Renee, the spring breeze sent its chill through Jake's shirt. Still amazed at the complex interior, Jake asked, "How much of this house did you design?" "I worked with the architect who designed the building, and I just did the interior work." "Just the interior work? As if it were nothing?" "The interior is astounding." He held open the passenger door for her. "How come you didn't tell me we were coming to the mayor's house?" She waggled her head. "Like I needed to give you an excuse to turn my invitation down. I would have come regardless, or maybe not." She strapped on her seatbelt. "He's down to earth, a regular guy, don't you think?" Everybody to Renee was a regular person. The way she approached anyone with great ease continued to amaze Jake. Jake nodded and fired the engine. "Glad I met him." "So how did your conversation with Ez go?" Just when Jake thought he'd get away without discussing his disastrous conversation with her brother. "Oh," Jake had dodged her question when she had texted him the day he spoke to Ezra. Even though the party was over, he didn't want to ruin her night by giving her the gory details. "Good." Just good? Although he couldn't see her face in the car's dark interior, he pictured her arched eyebrow. There was no need to lie, because she always saw through him. He drew in a slow breath. "I think I just lost my best friend." Renee reached across the center console and took hold of the hand that had been resting on his leg. "You didn't lose your best friend. Ez is always skeptical when it comes to relationships, especially where I'm concerned. It has nothing to do with you. It's more his fear of me coming between your friendship." "It's a terrible idea." Ezra's words replayed in his mind, along with Jake's broken past. "I don't blame him for not wanting us together." She squeezed his hand. "Everything will work out. I just know it, Jakey. Ez will get over it." If only Jake had the same faith. If her brother didn't want them together, there was no way Jake would sabotage Renee's relationship with her family. If only Jake had the same faith. If her brother didn't want them together, there was no way Jake would sabotage Renee's relationship with her family. "I don't want to put you in the position of having to choose between me and your brother." "Hey," she said softly. "Don't worry about me. I'm a grown woman." Family was everything to her, but she had always rooted for Jake. She would choose him, he knew. For that reason alone, he was willing to let her go. As if sensing his internal battle, she said, "You know I want you with every fiber of my being, and I don't care what my brother or anyone else thinks." Then she added, "But I know how you like to think and process things. I'll give you all the time you need to figure things out. I've waited for 3 years. What's another month, or 6, or more?" He shuddered at her words, a lump tightening in his throat. Unable to speak, he squeezed her hand. In that instant, he wanted to forget everything and promise her his love forever, but he couldn't bear the wall between her and Ezra. He drew in a sharp breath and whispered her name. She leaned forward and planted a soft kiss on his cheek, unleashing an electric current in his body. Before he could forget all the reasons he shouldn't kiss her, he shifted the gear into drive. Chapter 23. Renee's mind was a mix of anxiety and confusion as she parked her car on the street in front of Ezra's house. The only reason she was taking a moment in her car and not jumping at her brother was because she had promised Jake she would give him time to think, and that meant letting him work things out with his friend. She had expected Ezra to blow his lid when he found out she was in love with his best friend, but she had hoped if he was approached like an adult the way Jake had done, he would be okay with it. For now, she needed to focus on Rambo's basketball game. Renee and Jake had rounded up several firefighters to go and cheer for Rambo during one of his games. Shooting hoops with the firefighters, Rambo had become comfortable around the rowdy group of men. Renee stepped out of her car. The afternoon sun reflected off the window on Jake's house across the street. She hoped it would be move-in ready for Jake by the end of May. With the basement almost done, there were only minor things left, like painting, roof installation, and vanities. Lila came out her front door carrying a throw rug. Not noticing Renee, she shook the rug, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. "Hey, girlfriend," Renee greeted as she neared. Lila dropped the rug and met Renee halfway on the step for an embrace. "Your brother is not himself," Lila whispered. "You may want to tread lightly with him this afternoon." "Did he say anything?" Lila winced. "Actually, he told me about his chat with Jake the other day, but he somehow read my mind, and I ended up admitting that I already knew about your feelings for his friend. Now he's not talking to me." Renee felt awful for being responsible for her friend's marital fight. "I'm sorry. I should never have told you anything." Lila shrugged it off and linked her arm through Renee's. "He'll get over it by the end of the day. We have a pact to never go to bed angry with each other." Renee recognized that verse. "Don't let the sun go down while you are still angry." Ephesians 4:2. Ephesians 4:2. That was our family verse growing up. Lila nodded. "That's right." She picked up the rug and Renee held open the door for her. "Renee!" Andrew bellowed, a cheerful but distorted greeting from the kitchen, his mouth obviously full. "What's up, Drew?" Wandering into the kitchen, Renee reached for a chip from Andrew's plate and dropped it in her mouth. "How's my favorite sister doing?" He straightened. "How many sisters do you have?" "Hey." Ezra strode into the kitchen, his gaze not meeting Renee's when he swung open the refrigerator. "Hi," she responded, trying to read his expression. "What did you do today?" "Not much." He pulled out a can of Coke and popped it open before tilting it to his lips. Lila interrupted, asking Ezra a question, but he responded with a grunt. The tension in the house was thick. "How can I help get things ready?" Renee asked Lila. "I think we're all set." Lila fiddled with the zipper on the thermal cooler. "I have some unopened water bottles in here. Maybe you can help load them in the Jeep?" Jake was originally going to ride with them, but he had decided to drive himself and meet them at the Pepsi Center. Renee could have ridden with him, but Jake would feel awkward because of the tension between him and Ezra. Even though Jake hadn't given her details about his discussion with Ezra, Renee could imagine what Ezra had laid out for him. Ezra drove with Andrew in the passenger seat, while Lila and Renee shared the back seat. The drive was silent, except for the drone of rush hour traffic on I-25 and the occasional blare of a car horn. Overwhelmed by the urge to mend things now, Rather than having an icy time at the game, Renee broke the silence. "Don't be mad at Jakey," she said. "It's my fault that I've had a crush on him for a long time." A crush he didn't know about until recently. "What in the world are you thinking, Renee?" Ezra's knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel. "You can't be having crushes on your brother's best friend." "You know, Ez," she snapped, "I'm tired of you controlling my life, determining who I should and should not love." "Did you have to fall for Jake?" She gave a mirthless laugh. "Like you decide who you fall in love with?" "Guys, now is not the time to argue," Andrew chimed. "Ezra, pull over so I can drive." "No, I got it." Lila remained a silent observer. "That's why I didn't want Jake to tell you, because I knew you would act this way." Renee gripped her seatbelt. "He was respectful enough to seek your blessing before our relationship progressed." "Oh, yeah?" He turned to stare at Renee. "So you, Lila, and Jake are now talking about me behind my back?" He swerved out of his lane a bit, the car vibrating as it crossed over the raised road markers. "Stop!" Andrew's deep voice shook the car. "You're gonna get us killed. You two knock it off right now." "Did you hear that, Drew?" Ezra ignored Andrew's command. "Tell her it's unacceptable to fall for her brother's best friend. Because if she messes up things, where does that leave my friendship with Jake?" "Just get us to the Pepsi Center in one piece already," Andrew said. Renee couldn't see Andrew's expression, but his tone had relaxed and he didn't seem too consumed by the topic. Thankfully, she didn't have it in her to scream at two brothers. Ezra glared at Andrew. "Don't tell me you knew about this too." Andrew chuckled. Ez slammed a hand to the steering wheel. "You've got to be kidding me." "Hey, nobody told me anything," Andrew said. "You should learn to read people's looks, brother." Andrew slapped Ezra's shoulder. "This is the first time I'm hearing confessions." With Andrew's urging, Ezra managed to get them to the game in one piece. The scent of hot dogs and fried food filled the stadium as the cheerful chatter of fans contrasted with the awkward silence between Ezra, Renee, and Lila. By 7:30, the stands were filled with people dressed in the colors of their favorite team, holding snacks or binoculars. Renee's group sported Rambo's jersey number on their shirts. Jake joined them, carrying the large banner he and Renee had painted as a surprise for Rambo. It said, "Have no fear, number 23 is here," followed by Rambo's name underneath. Jake sat next to Renee, while Lila and Ezra sat behind them with Andrew. The rest of the rows in the section were dotted with firefighters. The tension was forgotten as they stood for the national anthem. "And the game will begin," the announcer declared when the song ended, and handheld signs waved across the stadium as Nuggets versus Pistons flashed across the giant screens. "The Pistons take possession of the ball," the announcer called. "Brown passes it to Romani's. Groove passing. Valazia takes it away." After asking Jake to explain some of the plays, Renee lost interest until the announcer proclaimed, "Two-pointer for Moblino." The firefighters and their wives were instantly on their feet, cheering aloud. The Denver Nuggets pulled ahead, but the Detroit Pistons soon tied the game. The atmosphere was tense as the clock ran down. Rambo, with rivulets of sweat streaking his face, crouched for his famous three-point shot. Moblino steps back, shoots as the clock runs out, and it's Moblino with a buzzer beater. Nuggets win 95-92. The stadium erupted into cheers and clapping as Rambo pumped a victorious fist in the air. Renee and Jake joined the cheer, but when their eyes met, his smile was tight-lipped. Even as she cheered, Renee's own heart was far from cheerful. The dreadful thought kept creeping in that all the progress she had made with Jake could have been for nothing. Sitting in a loud sports bar past 10 p.m. irritated Ezra to no end. Why had Rambo insisted on taking them out for dinner to celebrate the win? On any other day, he might have enjoyed it. But today was different because 3 of the most important people in his life were not talking to him. Actually, he was not talking to them. His own doing. He sat in the restaurant's unpopulated room, as Andrew had called it when he had dragged Ezra and Jake there after they had eaten their dinner. The room was a bit quieter, without the blaring televisions in the main dining area, where they had been mingling with the team players. The 3 of them sat in strained silence as they fiddled with their water glasses. Jake had dragged his chair as far from the table as he could manage, while Ezra sat across from Andrew. Andrew glared from one to the other. "You two, what's up?" Both men sat silently, arms crossed and gazes fixed on the muted sports television over Andrew's head, while Andrew tried to play referee. "Look at you," he gestured to their faces, frowning. "You trust each other with your lives. You argue from time to time, forgive each other, then move on. But right now you can't even look at each other for a second." He slapped a hand on the table. "Start talking. You," he stabbed a finger in Ezra's direction. "If not for each other, do it for those being affected by your little fight, because your marriage depends on it." Ezra squinted at the bright light in the room as he processed Andrew's words. Andrew was right. As long as Ezra kept being consumed by Renee and Jake's relationship, it would most likely affect his own love life. But he was not going to admit that to his brother. "I don't have anything to say," Ezra pointed his head at Jake. "He's the one in love with Renee. Did you tell him why you don't want him to fall in love with your sister?" Ezra rolled his eyes at Andrew's ridiculous question. His brother was utterly enjoying this whole ordeal. Jake kept his eyes on the glass in front of him. Ezra was totally overreacting, mostly for selfish reasons. He had seen all the signs, but he didn't want to entertain the idea of Jake and Renee being more than best friends. The 2 spent a lot of time together, not to mention they were both single. Surely they were bound to fall in love at some point. Besides Jake's kindness and patience, he was a friend anybody would want to have. It shouldn't have come as a surprise that Renee fell in love with him. Ezra's only objection was, if Renee broke up with Jake, what would happen to his friendship with Jake? "So," Andrew said, pulling him out of his thoughts, "Jake, is it true that you're in love with Renee?" Jake gave a soft nod and sank further in his chair. "I don't want to argue with you guys. Your family means everything to me. But if falling for Renee creates tension between us," he swallowed and lowered his voice, "I'm willing to let her—" He cleared his throat, and Ezra didn't miss the shakiness in Jake's voice, as if he were choking back tears. Ezra felt a pang of guilt when he looked at Jake's pained expression and slumped shoulders. He buried both hands in his face, too troubled to meet his friend's gaze. No doubt Jake had been in love with Renee longer than just a month. Why hadn't Jake felt comfortable to say something? "Because of my reaction." "You two," Andrew's voice brought his attention back. "Work things out to accommodate everybody involved in this matter. Your marriage depends on it." Andrew's words replayed in Ezra's mind on the silent drive home. There was a lot to think about, starting with making amends to his wife, because they were a team. It was almost midnight when they got home. Since Renee and Andrew were staying the night, they went straight to their rooms. Ezra listened to the water run while Lila showered. He stepped into the shower after she had finished, and Lila was tucked under the covers by the time he was done. After Ezra's cold response to Lila's many apologies, she had probably given up. Her sweet voice called. He was the one who owed her an apology, yet he couldn't figure out how to begin. "I'm going to get some water." He left the bedroom, bothered that he had been upset with his wife for keeping Renee's confidence. Lila had never pressured him to share any of his friends' confidences. He had learned early on that she trusted him enough to not ask for more details than he needed to share so she could pray. The sound of muffled sobs in the dark kitchen had him flipping on the switch instantly. He caught his breath at the sight of Renee, elbows resting on the table, her face buried in her hands. Something in Ezra's chest began to ache. It had always been his and Andrew's job to jump down the throats of anybody who hurt their sister, yet he was responsible for her tears. Raking a hand through his hair, he ambled to the table where Renee sat unmoving. "Hey!" The chair scraped the tile when he pulled it out and sat beside her. She slowly moved her hands from her face and sniffed before staring at him with sorrow-filled eyes. "You should be in bed with your wife." It felt like yesterday that he had been giving her piggyback rides. "But you're hurt." She drew in a slow, shaky breath and wiped her cheeks with the hem of her sweatshirt. "Don't be mad at your wife. I'm sorry I made her keep my secret from you." "Lila and I will be fine," he assured her. "I'm sorry for falling in love with your friend. I love him as, I don't know how." New tears sprang down her face. He had rarely seen Renee cry, and never this hard. Who would he rather have for his sister than Jake? The man had saved his life, for crying out loud. He ran a hand over her back. "It's okay. Everything's going to be okay. After all, it's not up to me to determine who falls in love with whom. Maybe it's because Jakey already feels like family, the way he fits in with us and how he respects me. He kind of reminds me of you and Drew." A smile crossed her lips. "Maybe not exactly like you, since he's not my brother, and he's mellow where you're not." Ezra gave a half smile. "Do you really love him? I mean for real." She nodded, swiping at more tears. "How long have you been in love with him?" She chuckled softly. "Since the day you sent him to pick me up at the airport." Ezra still remembered that day like yesterday. He had been with Jake that morning when Ezra was called to fill in at the fire academy. Seeing Ezra's dilemma, Jake had canceled his own clients that afternoon so he could pick up Renee from the airport. Ezra narrowed his gaze. "Really?" "I was hungry, exhausted, and grouchy, but Jake didn't get offended. He just said he understood what it was like to be tired. Then there was the day my apartment got broken into, the accident, and so many other times he's come to my rescue." Ezra couldn't keep track of how many times Jake had come to Renee's rescue and helped her without reservation. "Wow," was all he could say. "He's so patient with me, and—" She trailed off. His lips formed a half grin. "Don't you dare hurt him just because he puts up with your tantrums." He sighed and closed his eyes, hoping that his sister's love for Jake ran far deeper than a crush. "He's been through a lot, and you know that." "Of course I don't intend to hurt him on purpose, but—" "When did you confess feelings for each other?" He just had to know. "When he came to fix my bathtub." She cleared her throat, her face colored. "We kissed, and as it was so—" As his hands went up. "Whoa, spare me the details, please." He wagged his finger. "I don't want to hear about kisses between my baby sister and my best friend." He pushed back the chair and rose to embrace his sister. "I love you, Renee." "I love you too, Ez," she sniffled. "Please talk to Jakey soon. Your friendship is so important to him." Ezra needed to make things right with his wife first. "Don't worry, Jake and I will be fine." She yawned. "Still going to Jake's painting party?" "Wouldn't call it a party since my wife and I are doing all the cooking." Relieved that things had been ironed out with one of his favorite people, he rushed back to the bedroom, where he slid under the covers, careful not to wake Lila. So much for never going to bed angry. Now that Lila was asleep, he'd have to wait until morning to apologize. He was surprised when she inched closer to him and curled her arms around his neck. "Thought you were asleep," he said. "I can't sleep when you're mad at me," she whispered. He raked his hands through her long, dark hair. "There was no way I was going to fall asleep knowing you were mad at me, too. I'm so sorry for taking it all out on you about—" She cut off his words with a soft kiss. "Did you talk things out with Renee?" He drew in a deep breath, gave her my blessing. "I'm glad to have my husband back," she whispered. "I love you, Leilani," he murmured, using her full name. He kissed her nose, head, and neck, feeling the tension between them melt away. "I love you too, Ezra." For the first time, Ezra appreciated the relevance of the Bible verse's advice to never go to bed angry. He felt a sense of peace wash over him after making amends. He pulled Lila closer and smothered her lips with his, losing himself in her warm embrace. At least he had Lila, no matter how his relationship with his sister or friend might change. Chapter 24. With practically no sleep last night, Jake drove to his new house, hoping to arrive at 6 a.m. so he could start taping the edges and painting the corners before anyone showed up. He had tossed and turned most of the night, replaying his meeting with Renee's brothers. After the late-night basketball game, he assumed his helpers would show up later than 9 o'clock. His roommate had still been in bed when he left. He parked his truck on the side street. Taking a deep breath, Jake prepared to distance himself from Renee. His greatest fear, that their friendship would turn awkward, was becoming a reality. No longer content with just Renee's friendship, Jake wanted a committed relationship with her. Was Ezra coming? He told himself he didn't care if his friend didn't show as he stepped out of the truck. Renee had designed the exterior of his house. Their house, he hoped, with brown siding and rock, which had a mesmerizing effect. It was simple and unique, yet it created a warm reflection of his personality. Renee's efficiency made it hard for Jake to keep up with the progress on his house. His jaw dropped when he stepped inside the house to find Renee mixing paint with an electric blender. He wanted to take back last night's promise to her brothers that he would let her be. The urge to wrap her in his arms was overwhelming, but she wasn't alone. Ezra balanced on a ladder, painting the edges of the corner with a soft blue-gray paint in the living room. Andrew was doing the same in the kitchen, while Lila crouched, taping along the edges. "Morning!" Jake's voice rose over Renee's blender. Renee turned it off, and everyone's eyes turned to Jake. "The homeowner shows up after all the dirty work is done," Ezra grumbled in a light tone before turning back to the wall he was painting. A glimmer of hope coursed through Jake. Ezra was talking to him. At least that was a start. Maybe Andrew's pep talk last night had done some good after all. "Hey, Jake," Andrew greeted cheerfully, and Lila waved. "Hi." Renee's smile reached her eyes. Other than the dark shadows underneath her eyes, perhaps from lack of sleep, she acted as if everything were normal between them. "Hi." His heart quickened and throbbed at the same time. How were they going to go back to being friends after the passionate kisses they had shared? "Jake, if you don't mind, I'm going to trade places with you," Lila said, handing Jake the blue painter's tape. "I need to go and get breakfast ready for all your helpers." Jake was grateful that even with him being at odds with Ezra, his family was not icy around him. "Thanks, Lila." The four of them worked in silence. By the time Jake had taped all the edges throughout the house, Renee had poured the paint into trays and set a paint roller in each one. As each helper showed up, Renee pulled out a list of assignments she had already delegated and pointed them to their station. Speaking of organization, that girl was on top of things. "Time for breakfast across the street," Andrew clapped his hands, rounding up people to head to his brother's house. Excitement rippled through everybody as they made their exit. Jake contemplated staying. "You coming?" Andrew's head poked into the room Jake was painting. "In a minute." He set the brush back on the tray and decided to join them. After gobbling down breakfast casserole and pancakes with fruit at Lila's house, the helpers returned and painted other rooms of the house. With 8 people, the entire house was almost done by the time Lila called them over for a late lunch at 3 o'clock. Jake skipped the lunch break so he could finish the 2 remaining walls in the master bedroom. Despite the cool breeze, he had kept the front door and windows open to let in fresh air to dilute the paint fumes. He reached for the roller from the paint tray and started swishing light gray paint onto the wall. "Your lines are crooked." Jake dropped the paint roller, startled at the nearness of Renee's voice. "Aren't you going for lunch?" Jake asked as he plucked the roller from the tarp-covered floor. "Why are you avoiding me?" she asked, ignoring Jake's question. Jake whisked the roller on the wall, watching her from the corner of his eye. "You told me to stay away from the basement." "True, I still want it to be a surprise," she admitted. "May I remind you that you ignored me at breakfast, too?" "You're very distracting," he whispered. "I thought since we're depending on people's help, it was better to stay away from you." That was just part of the reason. The main reason was her brother. Had he just referred to them as we? She dipped her brush into the paint and whisked beside him. Swish, swish, swish. "I've missed you," she whispered, her warm breath close enough to create an electric current in him. Even though they had just seen each other last night at the basketball game, they had been surrounded by other people. "Missed you too." Wrong words for someone trying to keep his distance. He rolled the paint in the same spot he had already painted, his muscles tense at what he might do should his eyes lock with hers. The silence intensified until she swiped a streak of gray paint across his hand and partway up his arm. "Oopsie," she said in a playful voice. Jake didn't believe her for a second. He turned to meet her mocking face. "Oh, yeah? You are not sorry at all." A smile twitched on her lips as she walked backwards to the opposite unpainted wall. Jake knew he should ignore Renee's playfulness and keep painting, but as far as Renee was concerned, Jake's mind was not his own anymore. He dropped the paint roller to the ground and sauntered to her. She giggled and pointed her brush at him as if it were a weapon. "You know what?" Jake said as he fought to take the brush out of her hand, which wasn't hard at all, but he was enjoying the game nonetheless. Renee leaned against the wall and shoved the brush behind her back. The white t-shirt she wore was already splattered with paint. Jake placed both of his hands on the wall above her, keeping her in place. A smile curved his lips at the goosebumps that broke out on her arms. Her smile vanished and her face colored. "I spoke with Ezra last night," she whispered. "Great," probably reminding her to stay away from him. "You did?" She nodded. "He warned me not to hurt you." Jake smiled, grateful that his friend might be okay with them being together, and was standing up for him as usual. "Chances are you're the one who will get hurt." She arched a brow at him. "You already know how troublesome I can be." "I can live with that." He tucked a loose hair behind her ear. "You're worth it." The good news she had shared about her brother's acceptance of their relationship reminded Jake that his lawyer had left a message on his phone yesterday while they were at the game. Ania dropped the case. "She did?" Renee asked innocently, looking beautiful beyond words. He loved her so much. His heart pounded. Could she hear it? "And all thanks to you." He tucked another strand of hair behind her ear. She shrugged her shoulders. "I would say God intervened." His hand moved to her face, trailing over her soft cheek. She smelled so good, like flowers and spring. She closed her eyes and parted her lips. Jake took that as an invitation to place his lips on hers. Forgetting they were covered in paint, he completely lost himself. His fingers raked through her hair, and he kissed her fiercely until the vibration from Renee's watch forced him to drag himself away. Probably a text message from Lila reminding her of lunchtime. Her eyes closed. Renee seemed oblivious to the phone's vibration. Jake's fingers grazed her chin. "You better go to your brother's house for lunch," he said in a hoarse voice, "just so it doesn't seem awkward that we both stayed behind." She slowly opened her eyes, head tilted, and looked at him like he had asked too much from her. "I'm not hungry." Just staring at her was all the satisfaction he needed. It was hard to believe he could ever feel like a teenager again. Even as a teenager, he had never felt so alive. "Please," he whispered. She sighed in resignation, then gave him a final peck on the cheek before reluctantly walking away. After a 24-hour shift, Jake made a quick stop at the Side Rock Cafe on his way to Renee's house. The clear blue sky made this the perfect day for their first run on the nature trail. Having Renee in his life made him forget most of his problems. Still, he missed Ezra. He had expected to work things out during their shift, but Ezra had spent the last couple of days at the fire academy training and testing students. Even though Renee had told him that Ezra now approved of their relationship, Jake still wanted to hear it from him. Pulling into her driveway, he spotted Renee on the front porch, dressed in burgundy performance tights and tennis shoes, ready to go. "You sure you don't need to sleep first?" she asked, her messy ponytail bouncing as she climbed into the passenger seat. "Not today, at least." He shut the door and walked back around to his side. Once seated, he handed her a coffee. "White chocolate mocha for you." She smiled, tilting the cup for a sip. "You're supposed to discourage me from drinking this stuff." Jake fired the engine and reversed out of her driveway. "That would make me your health coach instead of your boyfriend," he grinned. "I prefer the latter." She swatted his arm. "So much for keeping track of my calorie count." She took another sip of her drink and drew in a breath. "I can't believe that my best friend is my boyfriend." Jake could only agree. It was too good to be true. Was it possible that this could last forever, that she would be his and he hers? "I can't believe it either," he said. "Why did you wait so long to tell me you had a crush on me?" She sipped her coffee, taking her time to respond. "I wanted to make sure you felt the same way about me," she chuckled. "I worked really hard to get you to notice me, though." "Trust me, you're hard to ignore. I knew all along, but I was afraid of so many things." "I know." Of course she knew. "Do you know that it always bothered me whenever you were asked out on a date?" He took his eyes off the road to glance at her. She grinned. "No, it didn't." "I'm just good at masking my feelings." His memory went to the very first day he had had a one-on-one encounter with her. "Remember that day I picked you up at the airport?" She winced. "When I was hungry and grouchy?" "Sassy, too," he reminded her. "You stirred something in me that day. I think I developed a crush on you then, and that's why I decided to call you Little Buchanan, just to remind myself that you were off limits." Her face brightened. "That's the day I knew that I wanted a friend like you in my life." Jake parked in the trail's parking lot, not surprised to see only 3 cars in it. Very few people ventured out on this trail in early spring. It was slightly damp as they ran over chipped rocks and old leaves. The mountains farther west were still capped with snow, and the sun glistened over the peaks. "Don't slow down on my account," Renee spoke in rapid breaths. Jake rarely used this trail for running, instead taking advantage of the perfectly spaced rocks to practice his leaps and vaults. "I like this pace just fine." He was content just being with her, and the slow pace enabled him to appreciate the view. She stopped halfway across the bridge. "This is gorgeous." Jake stood beside her, admiring the scenery. To their right, an embankment of tumbled rocks and boulders sloped steeply to the still frozen lake below. On the opposite side rose a jagged cliff. "I'll beat you to the top," she said as she set off to run farther. Jake laughed and followed her, maintaining her pace, because otherwise he would have reached the summit by now. Once at the summit, they could see the entire Front Range. After they cooled down, Jake pulled 2 water bottles from his light backpack and handed her one. They sat side by side on the flat rock to drink their water. "You call this a nature trail?" she asked after gulping her water. "A nature trail to me is a paved trail with an even surface and minimal climbing." This trail was smooth compared to some much more challenging trails he had been on with his small outdoor group from church. "I can't tell the difference," he admitted. "This trail is not too far, and it's always less crowded. Plus, I like to come here and think sometimes, especially when I'm stressed." He tilted the bottle to his lips and drank as he stared at the vast blue sky. Having Renee by his side was like the promise of sunshine for the day ahead of them. She brought warmth and brightness to the dark recesses inside his soul. Her head bobbed as she looked around. "Which one of these rocks do you practice your jumping on?" Jake hesitated. Would she freak out if he showed her the jagged, sharp rocks? His silence must have told her the answer. "Don't tell me you leap over those 2 cliffy rocks with 100-foot drop." She pointed at the tallest, most treacherous cliffs ahead of them. He smiled sheepishly. Her hand flew to her mouth, and she gasped, "Jakey, that's dangerous." "I try to be careful." She slipped her arm around his waist. "Your job is dangerous enough already. Can you please stop with the dangerous adventures?" He chuckled. It felt good to have someone fuss over his safety. The peaceful feeling stayed with him long after they had left the trail and parted ways. After a nap, he headed to the gym to lead his 1 o'clock intermediate class. Arriving before his students, Jake stood by the oversized window looking out at the lawn. After 3 months of being covered in snow, the grass held a lush, vibrant green, and a few buds were starting to sprout on the big tree. Was it just because Jake felt so alive himself that it seemed everything around him was coming to life too? If he could just work things out with Ezra, the rest of his life would be back on track to a new beginning. "Hey," Ezra's voice sounded from behind, causing Jake to jerk and turn. "What's up?" Jake asked, studying his friend's unreadable expression. "So, you and my sister?" Ezra stepped beside Jake, his hands tucked in his shorts pockets. At least his tone was calm rather than sharp. Jake nodded warily. "Yeah, I care about her. A lot." Silence. Jake raked a hand through his short hair. "I know you don't want any guy with your sister." "You're not just any guy, Larson," Ezra interrupted, his gaze to the window. "You're the perfect guy." At his heartfelt words, Jake's heart lightened. "I promise to take good care of her." Ezra cleared his throat. "I have no doubt you'll take good care of her, and I couldn't ask for a better man for her than you, Larson. You're so good with her." He drew in a breath. "I'm sorry about the way I reacted when you told me. I panicked because I will never be able to complain to you about my sister anymore," Ezra chuckled. "You also know that she's a handful. Just didn't want to see you get hurt." Ezra's kind words left a lump in Jake's throat. "Thanks," he said gruffly. "You just can't come to me when she gets her outbursts," Ezra shoulder bumped him. Jake laughed, and Ezra joined in the laughter. It felt good to laugh with his friend again. The remaining tension faded with the laughter, and relief washed over Jake. Knowing that he could still have both Renee and Ezra in his life, Jake felt he could do anything. With renewed courage to revisit his past, he decided it was time to fix his relationship with his own family. "What's another benefit of small groups?" Alex, Jake's small group leader, asked, his eyes moving around the circle of faces seated in Ezra's living room. The late afternoon light streamed through the window. Besides doing outdoor activities together, the group took turns hosting fellowships in different homes once a month to discuss Sunday's sermon. Jake had never offered to host since his house was too small to hold over 15 people. "It develops deeper friendships," a gray-haired woman said. "I think when people really know you, your life becomes far more transparent, including—" "I listened to the sermon on my phone." Rambo held up his phone, his tone less boisterous than usual. His feet were propped casually on an ottoman. "Your preacher said something from Luke 5:6, I think, about Jesus being everybody's friend and stuff. But then he had his best friends?" His nose wrinkled. "Don't that contradict each other?" Ezra bit his lip, and Jake could tell his friend was itching to speak up. Alex cleared his throat. "That's a very good question, Rambo." He nodded towards Ezra. "Would you like to answer his question?" Opening the thin pages of his Bible, Ezra read Luke 5:6-12, where Jesus appointed his disciples. After reading, Ezra elaborated, "Even if you're friends with everybody, it's important to have an inner circle of people where you feel more comfortable to share your vulnerability, aches, and pains, but also comfortable enough to laugh with them." Rambo bobbed a nod and asked another question. Ezra answered, and the discussion became more lively as more people chimed in with their comments. Rambo had come to their fellowships 3 times, and whenever he didn't have a game, he joined them for their outreach days at a homeless shelter. He hadn't made any professions of faith in Christ, but he seemed to enjoy the fellowship. Jake had slowly learned to accept Rambo for who he was and was trying to see him through God's eyes. He could tolerate Rambo's bragging, which was becoming less and less frequent, when he asked questions about others from time to time. After the closing prayer, people congregated in the kitchen for sodas and finger foods as they chatted with each other. Jake quietly slipped out, closing the door behind him. After he had taken a few strides, the door slammed. Jake turned to see Rambo coming down the steps, shoulders hunched and face downcast. Jake stopped to wait for him. "Everything okay?" Rambo ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "Not the best day, man." He gnawed on his lower lip. "Today is 6 years since Big Mama passed." His voice wavered when he mentioned his foster mom. Rambo trailed off. Seeing Rambo, the guy who always had everything together, come undone, crushed Jake's heart. Now he was torn between letting Rambo spend the evening alone or canceling his date with Renee. He could cancel the reservations, but... "You want to join Renee and me for dinner?" Rambo sighed with relief. "Sure, if your date can handle the extra excitement." 40 minutes later, Jake parked in Renee's driveway, and Jake was pleasantly surprised when Rambo jumped into the back seat to let Renee sit in front. She stepped out through the garage, gorgeous in a burgundy dress. Jake jogged to meet her halfway. Planting a kiss on her forehead, he took her hand in his to lead her to his truck. "Is Rambo coming with us?" she whispered. Jake shrugged. "Tough day. He doesn't have anyone." Renee stopped walking and stood in front of him, her eyes sparkling in the late afternoon light. "That's one of the reasons I love you." She squeezed his hand. "I thought you liked me for my parkour skills," he teased as they approached the truck. Fastening her seatbelt, Renee asked, "Where do you want to eat, Rambo?" Rambo cleared his throat. "There's this place in Aurora where Big Mama used to take us. They make pretty good barbecue." That was fine with Jake. He didn't care where they ate or who joined them, as long as he was with a woman he loved. Chapter 25. The grinding roar of a power saw filled Renee's garage. She shut off the saw and set it on the workbench, then slipped off her safety glasses and tucked them into the chest pocket of her denim overalls. Renee ran her fingers across the board. Way too rough. She flipped on her ventilation system again to collect the sawdust she was about to unleash. Sliding her safety glasses back on, she adjusted her dust mask and reached for the random orbit sander. Attaching coarse 60 grit sandpaper, she set the tool to aggressive mode. She hunched over the board, biting her lower lip in concentration as she passed the sander across it in firm circular motions. Once she had made a couple of passes, she set the sander aside and smoothed her thumb along the oak wood. Far from smooth. Renee switched the sandpaper to a finer grit that would give the wood a smooth finish. Turning the sander to full speed, she gently guided it across the board with even pressure, careful not to dent the wood by pressing too hard. It was going to take her some time to sand all the pallet boards, but for Jake it was worth it, and she wanted it to be perfect. She grabbed another piece of wood from the stack on the floor and repeated the entire process. Several hours later, her stomach growled, a reminder that she needed a lunch break. Leaving her workstation, she trotted to the kitchen. A glance at the clock on the stainless steel oven showed 1:40 p.m. Jake will be here soon. Or should be, since they were supposed to be at Rambo's housewarming party in less than an hour. Foregoing the snack, she darted to the shower. After blow-drying her hair, she rummaged through her closet for something comfy. She settled on some black, wide-leg pants. After tucking in a white tank top, she fastened the knot on her belt. Unless she had missed a knock while she was in the shower, Jake hadn't arrived. She picked up her watch from the nightstand to check her messages. It blinked with a couple of texts, including one from Jake. She squinted to read the small print. "Sorry, I can't make it this afternoon." A one-liner text? Her mind whirled as she punched the call dial on her watch. Why didn't Jake leave a reason for why he couldn't make it? She paced around the house while waiting for him to pick up. Everything was fine yesterday. They had spent an entire day in Denver with Lila and Ezra for the Rockies baseball opening day. "Leave a message for Jake." The voicemail sounded. She grabbed her purse and scurried to the driveway where she had parked her car. After texting Rambo her regrets, she pressed the button to close the garage door. The mess would have to wait. She was on a mission to find the man who had been driving her crazy for a long time and was still doing so. Maybe she was the crazy one. The whole point of getting him the Apple Watch was so we could conveniently stay in touch, she muttered, letting out an exasperated sigh. Had Ania cooked up another scheme? Parking in Jake's driveway, she flung her door open and darted to the house. After pressing the doorbell, she tapped her foot impatiently, then pressed the button again. After 2 more tries with no response, she returned to her car. Without many ideas where to search for Jake, she drove to the nature trail. Heart racing, a memory of their conversation last night came to mind. She had encouraged him to call his mom, and he had said he would do it today. Maybe things hadn't gone well after all. Slipping into her cardigan, Renee scanned the small parking lot, letting out a sigh of relief when she saw that Jake's truck was one of the 5 cars there. The afternoon breeze blew her hair across her face, and she brushed it with her hand as she strode. It hadn't occurred to her how underdressed she was for the rugged trail until her sharp heel sank into the moist ground. She bent and grasped the large flat rock in front of her, pulling her foot out from between the cracked rocks. She yanked so hard that the heel broke. Great, so great. Her heart was still racing from the climb, yet she had barely covered any distance. She turned her head from side to side until her eyes landed on the slim figure in the distance, standing on the edge of some sharp rocks. Renee's hand flew to her mouth as a small gasp escaped. Jake! Was he going to jump? Her eyes widened in horror. She hoped the distance was less than 100 feet, because if he fell, he could land in the icy cold lake, or worse. She looked down at her watch, making sure it was queued up for 911 in case she needed it. By the time she glanced back, he was on the opposite rock. Weak with relief, she sank onto the flat rock beside her and kept a hand on her racing heart. Thank you, Jesus, for protecting him. You okay? Startled, she looked up to find a stranger staring at her outfit, then at her shoes. "I'm good, thanks." There was no sense trying to make the steep climb when her shoes wouldn't make it. She decided to sit and wait for Jake to return. After what seemed like an hour of Renee browsing through photos on her watch, she lifted her head and caught sight of Jake standing at the bridge, not too far from him. His elbows rested on the rail as he stared at the cliffs he had just leaped. Drawing in a slow breath, she rose and limped the short distance to him. News about Jake's mom had left him shattered and hopeless. How many times had he felt like calling her, but not dialed the phone? She had called him, and he had ignored her because he had dreaded that first awkward conversation after the lengthy silence. When he finally made the call, his mom had wept for the first 10 minutes. Then she had told him she was sick, and it was his turn for tears. What kind of son was he? He gripped the bridge's railing and lifted his gaze to the cliffs, considering another leap, anything to avoid thinking. "Hey!" He jumped at the whisper that came from behind and turned toward the soothing voice. "Renee!" "You're okay?" She placed her hand on his damp back. "I just needed to be alone." Shoulders hunched, she dropped her hands to her side. "Oh, I understand. She turned to leave, but he pulled her back and stared at the red, uneven heels, evidence that she wasn't prepared to be on the trail, but had still come looking for him. Stay. As much as he wanted to be alone, she was the one person who could light up his heart any time. He felt better already just having her close. "I don't want to be away from you." They leaned against the railing, gazing over the pine trees in a comfortable silence until he felt ready to speak. "I don't deserve you, Renee." The thought of not leaving her terrified him, but he had to tell her the kind of guy she was getting involved with. "I'm not who you think I am. I appreciate that you see past all my flaws, but you of all people know that I'm not perfect," she said. "Look at me, Jakey." He obeyed and stared at her, his gaze wavering. She clasped his hands in her soft ones. "What happened? Talk to me." "My mom has bladder cancer," he swallowed. "She's having surgery on Monday morning." He pulled his hands out of hers and dragged them over his head. "I'm scared," he confessed, as vulnerability washed over him. "About what?" "Many things weigh on my mind. The thought of his mom not surviving surgery, the uncertainty of his future with Renee, and the lingering question of when she might walk out of his life. After all, nothing lasts forever." As if reading his mind, she said, "I'm not going to leave you, Jakey. Let's be scared together." "You don't understand." His throat grew thick with emotion. He turned back to the scenery he no longer admired, embarrassed to let Renee see the hidden side of him. "I'm so sorry, Jakey." She ran a hand over his back. "You don't have to tell me anything. I like you for who you are, not for who you used to be." If she only knew. He cringed at the memory of the first time his anger had gotten the best of him. Ever since that incident, he had kept his anger bottled up inside. Except around Renee. He could be himself with her and never felt the need for a mask. It was time she knew the truth. He cleared the lump from his throat. "My mom married Dad's best friend, Will, within 6 months of my dad's death. I was so mad at her, and I said some hurtful words because I thought she had been cheating on my dad." He shook his head. "When I asked Will, he said it wasn't my business, so I lost it and punched him. Ended up breaking his nose." He couldn't look at her. "The worst part is, I'm certain that my mom hadn't cheated on my dad. After he died, it was just natural for her to look for comfort from someone familiar." He expected to see shock or disgust in Renee's eyes when he turned back to her. But instead, he saw the same warm blue eyes filled with acceptance and love for him. I don't care what you've done in the past, Jakey. You're not the same person you were 6 years ago. You will always be the kindest and gentlest man I've ever known. Can you please see yourself the way I see you and the way God sees you?" Relief flooded him, and he wrapped his arms around her. Placing a kiss on her soft hair, he inhaled the familiar scent only Renee held. "Why do you love me?" There were so many perfect candidates from her church group she could choose from. Guys who had known God a lot longer than Jake had. Guys who had never been married before. "Why me, Renee?" She gave him an exasperated look, as if he had asked a ridiculous question. "Why not you, Jakey?" she asked. "You make me feel safe. You treat me with a dignity and respect that I don't deserve. You're the one person I can call in the middle of the night and trust that you will drop everything to come and rescue me. I could ask the same question. Why me?" She held him tight, and Jake realized he could either wallow in guilt from his past or accept the chance to be loved and accepted by someone he didn't deserve, the second chance he desperately needed. He peered into her eyes and whispered her name. His vulnerability and desire not to take her for granted pulled his next words from him. "I want to deserve you, and I don't want to rush anything." He didn't want to make decisions while he was so distraught. She was special, that he knew. "I want to be a good husband when I marry you. I want to make sure I'm doing things right this time." She nodded, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Jake continued, "You're so right for me, but I want to be the right man for you, Renee." Her lip trembled, which didn't help his already emotional state. "I've loved you and only you, Jakey. I will wait as long as it takes." His thumb rubbed at the tears on her soft cheeks. "You don't have to wait for me to get my act together if you don't." She stood on tiptoe and silenced him with a hand to his mouth. "I'll wait," she said. His throat tightened, making it too hard for him to form words. Instead, he kissed the top of her head and let out a shuddering breath. "I'm coming with you." He stilled and stared at her. "It's probably best if you don't." Hurt crossed her face. "It's not because I don't want you there, but I don't know what to expect since I haven't kept in touch for such a long time." She nodded slowly. "What hospital?" "MD Anderson, the cancer specialists in Houston." "How can I help?" she asked sincerely, the way she had always done. He squeezed her hand. His throat felt like he had swallowed glass. "Pray," Jake said, surprised he could find his voice. Chapter 26. As Jake walked up the gravel driveway of his childhood home, the evening sun's rays shot to the olive green house, the same color it had always been growing up. He glanced at the swing on the porch, where his mom sat deep in thought, appearing much older than 59. When Sylvia met his gaze, Jake froze, and he dropped his duffel bag. "Jakey!" Sylvia flew from the swing and sprinted toward him. "You've come home to me, baby." She threw her arms around him, happy tears streaming down her cheeks. "I've missed you so much." He returned her tight embrace until she pulled back to plant kisses all over his face. Then she squeezed him again, and her familiar scent took him back to his childhood comfort. He took a deep, shuddering breath, his own tears flowing freely against his mother's shoulder. "Mama, I'm so sorry." All the crushing weight and guilt that had been suffocating him for the last 6 years evaporated. Sylvia released him and waved away his apology, her wide smile telling him it was unnecessary. She clasped his calloused hand in hers. "Welcome home." She stopped to grab his bag, and they sauntered towards the house, arm in arm. Jake sat in the hospital waiting room across from the man he had grown up calling Uncle. They had arrived at 6 a.m. to meet with the surgeon, who explained the procedure of inserting a cystoscope through Sylvia's urethra into her bladder. The doctor had assured them that the surgery wasn't life-threatening, and Jake's hopes had soared. Until he read all the possible complications and side effects listed on the consent forms. He had his students sign consent forms all the time at the gym, but this was surgery being performed on his mom. He shifted in his chair and stared at the muted television mounted close to the ceiling. He wished he could turn up the volume to drown the awkward silence between him and Will. After making amends with his mom last night, Jake had apologized to Will for hitting him. Sylvia had ignored getting the rest she needed before surgery, and they had all stayed up talking and laughing like none of that had ever happened, as if they had never been apart. Now that it was just the two of them, it felt awkward. "Son," Will broke the silence, rubbing his weary eyes. "I'm to blame for your actions. I could have answered when you asked me if I was having an affair with your mom." Jake dismissed him with a wave of his hand. "It's okay." "No, it's not," the dark-skinned man with salt and pepper hair insisted. "I was the adult, and you were a 24-year-old boy who had just lost his dad." He pinched the bridge of his crooked nose, a reminder of the damage caused by Jake's irrational decision. "Sylvia never cheated on Kevin, even though we go way back to before she married your dad. She was my high school sweetheart, but I was young and foolish and broke up with her." He leaned back in the brown chair and rested his arm on the armrest. "Next thing I know, she was going out with Kevin, and I couldn't do anything about it. I married someone else to make me forget about Sylvia, but that only lasted for 3 years. Despite my feelings for Sylvia, I never looked at her in a romantic way while she was married to your dad." "Thanks for explaining." Will gave a soft nod, and before he left, probably to get some fresh air after unloading his own burden. Jake wasn't sure that explanation would have changed anything 6 years ago, right after his dad's death. But now he understood that he had to answer to God for his actions. He also knew what falling in love felt like. He leaned back and rested his arms on the armrest of the middle chair, a single empty seat on either side of him. How he longed for Renee right now to reassure him that his mom was going to make it through this procedure, to pray with him. He groaned, regretting rejecting her offer to come. He fought a yawn and rubbed at his heavy eyelids as he closed them in an attempt to pray for Sylvia. "Lord, I don't deserve your love or your goodness. The doctors treat, but you bring healing. Please let my mother live so that I can spend some time with her." Keeping his eyes closed made it easier for Jake to drop off to sleep. Or maybe not, because he was now running with Renee on the nature trail. She laughed and ran ahead of him. "I'm going to leap over the rocks like you do." Jake raced to catch up to her, but she was too fast as she clambered up the rocks to the top. "No, Renee, I don't want you to jump." "I can do it, Jakey." She stood, poised to jump. "Please, wait," he growled. His heart pounded and his eyes flew open. But wait. Gentle fingers intertwined with his, causing him to startle and leap up from the chair, spinning around. Renee?" "It's me, Jakey. Did you have a nightmare?" She stood up from her chair to join him. He blinked, disoriented. "Where? I'm in Houston, right?" "Yes, you're in the hospital to see your mom." Using his free hand, he ran a hand over his face to brush off the sleep. "I thought you were in Arizona." "No, I rescheduled my client's appointment because I knew you needed me." He swept her into his arms. "Thank you for coming." As much as he had thought it a bad idea for her to come, he was glad she was here now. Renee was here for him because she cared. Overwhelmed with love for her, he took a deep breath. "I love you, Renee," he said in a gruff voice. How could anyone love someone as much as he loved her? Surely he had loved her much longer than just the past 6 months. Her arms around him, she stared up at him, her gentle blue eyes wide with wonder. "Say it again, Jakey." "I love you so much." He lifted her off the floor and kissed her soundly, not caring where he was or who saw. "I love you too," she breathed when the kiss ended. She pulled her hands from his waist and grabbed her purse from the chair. Sitting, she retrieved a box with the familiar logo and held it out to him. "Got you some cake donuts." Jake smiled as he plopped into a chair next to her. A long-forgotten childhood memory of running to the Divine Donut House with his brother came rushing back. "When did you go to the donut house?" "I stopped on the way from the airport. Lucky for me, the taxi driver knew that place." The girl was full of surprises. He shook his head in admiration. "You never cease to amaze me." She smiled as he opened the box, revealing 6 fresh donuts. He handed one to her and started in on the rest. He polished off 4 donuts before she had finished hers. "I'm glad you're not keeping track of calorie count," she teased. "I didn't eat dinner last night or breakfast this morning." He had been too worried to feel hungry, but Renee was a great distraction at the moment. "Oh, Mrs. Lonnie said you used to drink this." She pulled a bottle of Brandol whole milk from her purse. "Mrs. Lonnie, the store owner?" He gave her a sheepish grin. "Of course you talked to her, didn't you?" Renee nodded. "She told me a lot of stuff about your childhood." "Really?" He twisted off the cap and handed her the bottle to take the first sip. "Not bad," she said, and handed it back to Jake. He gulped the rest of the milk while she shared some stories Mrs. Lonnie had told her. The two of them laughed together. They both tilted their heads to find Will standing in the room. Still smiling, Jake rose. "Renee, this is my Uncle Will and my stepdad." Will gave Jake an appreciative smile before he took Renee's hand. "Nice to meet you, Renee." "Nice to meet you, too." She handed the donut box to Will. "Sorry, we only have one left." Her easy friendliness pulled a smile from Will. "Thank you." The surgeon came out, and suddenly all smiles fell flat. Renee stood and grasped Jake's arm. Will stiffened his shoulders, setting the donut down as they braced themselves for the worst. "The procedure went very well," the short man said. "She should be able to go home tomorrow. The nurse will come and get you when she's ready for visitors." Weak with relief, Jake gathered Renee into his arms and whispered a silent prayer of thanks. Jake watched his mom's chest rise and fall. She appeared frail and weak with an oxygen mask covering her face and an IV pumping fluids into her arm. Yet she was strong in every way. At least that's the way he remembered her. Sylvia had always been dedicated and loving toward Jake and his dad. He didn't remember much about his brother Blake's relationship with their parents, but he knew one thing. He had never doubted his mother's love for him. He thought of Renee, who held some of those qualities and more. He had asked Renee to come in with him, but she had said he needed to have a few minutes with his mom first, and Will had agreed. Sylvia's eyes opened slowly, and Jake crouched beside her bed. She squinted, and tears flooded her face when she recognized Jake. He wiped away the tears with his thumb. "Mama, Jakey." Her voice was shaky as she reached up a trembling hand to stroke Jake's cheek. "Mark told me you got yourself a new girl." Sylvia had never met Ania, but Jake's boss had kept in touch with her all those years. "He's such a gossip," Jake teased, and was glad to see his mom's natural smile appear behind the oxygen mask. "I left him no choice. He had to keep me posted on how my baby was doing." I'd forgotten how persistent you can be. He now had 2 persistent women in his life. A knock and the creak of the door opening interrupted Jake's thoughts. He turned his head to see Will and Renee by the door. I want you to meet someone. Jake rose and reached for Renee's hand as Will planted a soft kiss to Sylvia's forehead. Renee held a bouquet of mixed colorful roses in a vase, probably from the hospital's gift shop. Oh, these are for me? Sylvia asked when Renee placed the flowers on the small table. Yes, ma'am. This is Renee, Mama. Without waiting for Sylvia's response, Renee approached and gave her a hug, careful not to dislodge the tubes and oxygen cord. It's so nice to finally meet you, Mrs. Larson. She released Sylvia from the embrace. Oh, I mean Jakey's mom. You call him Jakey? Sylvia coughed a chuckle and glanced at Jake. I like her already. I like you too, Renee said. How are you feeling? Jake offered her the only chair in the room. Knowing Renee, she and his mom would be best friends within the next 2 minutes. If it's okay, can I pray for you? She asked after they had gotten acquainted for several minutes. Of course, Will agreed, and Sylvia nodded in unison. Although Jake hadn't been raised in a Christian household, they had typically attended church on most Sundays. Jake knelt down beside Renee and Will. Renee took Sylvia's hand in hers, expressing gratitude to God for the successful procedure and praying for her swift recovery. By the time they said amen, Sylvia's eyelids had fluttered shut and her breathing was slow and steady, her hand still gripped in Renee's. Jake's heart swelled with love as he looked at the 2 favorite women in his life. For that reason alone, he was glad Renee didn't always take no for an answer, especially when she knew she was doing the right thing. Despite him telling her not to come to the hospital, she had come, and Jake wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 27. Persistent showers dominated much of April, yet on days like this one, the sun managed to shyly emerge, casting its warm glow on early May blooms that added vibrant hues to the Colorado landscape. Turning onto Lincoln Drive, Renee admired the vibrant, colorful trees in pink and purple that lined the street in perfect symmetry. She parked in front of her brother's house. Out of habit, she glanced at Jake's house, which would be her house, too, if she became his wife in the near future. She still believed in happily ever afters, even though there was some work along the way, even though she wasn't getting a newly built house like she had planned. She was getting something far better, the love of her life. She could be happy living in a tent as long as they were together. On top of Jake's house, roofers hunched over rows of newly laid shingles, the steady click of their nail guns splitting the silence of the quiet morning. Renee pulled out her phone to make a video call to Jake before making her way to Ezra and Lila's house. "Missing me already?" he asked with a grin when he picked up. Jake had returned to Houston for his mom's 2-week follow-up appointment yesterday and hadn't been at the house for the last week. "I figured you missed me, too." She turned the phone to zoom in on Jake's front yard with the green grass and shrubs. "That's our yard. Look at those yellow flowers," he said. "I like the purple tulips better," she said. "Isn't it amazing? Just 2 weeks ago we put in the green plants with tiny buds, and now they're in full bloom and make the brown house stand out," he finished for her. "How did your mom's follow-up appointment go?" she asked. "Doctor says she's recovering well, which must be true because she says she doesn't need me hovering over her." Renee noticed trees swishing in the background. "Where are you standing?" "On the front porch. They're both still sleeping." "At this time?" He chuckled. "We stayed up late playing charades with her friends." Renee couldn't hold back her laughter when she imagined Jake playing charades. He wrinkled his nose. "You don't think I can play charades?" She thought about it for a second. I would just love to see you play, that's all." He beamed from ear to ear. "There are still a few of my secrets you don't know about." She smiled. "I can't wait to know all your secrets. Anyway, I better go. It's time for our girls' day thing with Lila." He frowned. "Isn't she sick?" "Yeah, but I don't like to cancel our plans. Plus, Ez could use some rest since he probably just got off work." "Just don't get sick on me now," Jake warned. Renee rarely got sick. "I don't plan to stay long. I have to finish up some projects at the house anyway." "I can't wait to see you at the airport tomorrow." "I can't wait to pick you up," she said. "Love you." "I love you too." With 2 bags in one hand, Renee knocked before letting herself in through the unlocked door. Bianca had bowed out, not wanting to risk getting sick when she had a little girl to take care of. Ez gave her a peck on her forehead. "You're insane coming here. If you get sick, don't say I never warned you." She put the bags filled with soup, sandwiches, and breakfast wraps on the kitchen counter. "Then I can be fussed over and taken care of by all the men in my life. How's she feeling?" Face downcast, Ezra said. "She's throwing up every few minutes." He rubbed his shadowy eyes. "I'm worried about her. She's never been sick for over a week before." Renee peered at his face. "While I'm here, you should eat some breakfast," she ordered. "Then take a nap in the guest room. I'll take care of Lila for a while." "Thank you." Lila lay in the master bedroom with the covers pulled up to her chin, eyes closed. "Hey, girlfriend," Renee whispered as she tiptoed in. Lila's eyes fluttered open. "You're—" She jolted out of bed and skidded to the adjoining bathroom, a hand over her mouth. Renee followed and supported her with a gentle hand on her back as Lila bent over the toilet. Afterward, while Lila rinsed out her mouth in the sink, Renee left to get a glass of water from the nightstand. "You're going to get sick if you stay here," Lila warned through chattering teeth, accepting the water from Renee. "Do you know how long I've been looking forward to our girl time?" Renee followed Lila back to the bedroom and helped her back into bed. "Plus, I thought you could use a distraction from your illness. How are you feeling?" She sat on the edge of the bed. Lila sat up in bed, her face pale. "I just feel so tired, and the constant nausea and headaches." She wrinkled her face and sighed. "Ugh, it's been like this for the last week, mostly in the mornings and afternoons. Speaking of distractions," Lila adjusted the comforter and settled her hands on her lap. "I haven't seen you since you got back from Houston. I want to hear about Jake's mom. What's she like?" Renee told her about her 3-day visit and Sylvia. "She's so sweet, has a great sense of humor, and is so calm. Now I know where Jake gets his calm personality." "I feel like the visit helped our relationship, too. We went to Kevin's gravesite and planted some flowers. Jakey has been so much happier now that he's talking to his—" Lila jolted out of bed and flew to the bathroom again. Once the morning was past, Lila's spirits were up, and Renee laughed and talked about all sorts of things. By 11 o'clock, Lila gobbled 2 servings of the lentil soup Renee had brought. By the time Renee left for her house at 1 o'clock, Ezra was still sleeping, and Lila was ready for a nap. One more day and her garage would be back to normal. Since she had started working on the sliding barn door, Renee had transformed the garage into a workshop. Thankfully, Carol had been gone for over a month. Her roommate hated parking her Tesla in the driveway. The clear blue sky streamed natural light through the windows and the open garage doors. Renee had the lights turned on for additional brightness. She had left work early on less busy days so she could get this project done. She hoped that whenever Jake would relax in his man cave or work out in the basement, her handiwork would remind him of her. Renee grabbed the final pallet board to add to the ones she had already arranged on the closet door that was laid across 2 sawhorses. Biting her lip in concentration, she shoved the weathered wood into place. A perfect fit for that final corner. Humming, she squeezed glue under each board. When she had attached the final piece, she examined the framework. Looked sturdy enough. Renee peeled off her work gloves and tossed them onto the workbench, then put the tools away. With a grunt, she hauled the door upright and leaned it against the wall to admire the rustic barn door effect. She ran a hand over the rugged surface. Perfect. She had already mounted the track at Jake's house, so all she had to do was slide the door in. She couldn't wait to surprise him tomorrow with the finished product. At the sound of a car engine and slamming door, Renee jerked her head up to see a sedan drive off and Jake striding toward her. His broad smile made her knees weak. Jake's determined steps quickened and Renee's feet froze in place. "Jakey, you were in Houston, but my mom didn't need me, and I couldn't wait to see you." "But I was supposed to pick you up." He silenced her by wrapping her in his arms. The scent of sandalwood engulfed her so that she barely heard him explain. "I took an Uber." Torn between enjoying his warm embrace and sharing her surprise, she looked from him to the sliding door. Sighing, she pulled away and stepped in front of the door, spreading her arms to block his view. "You weren't supposed to see this until tomorrow." The minute the words came out, she remembered the only thing missing was the wheels. Realizing it was pointless to hide the door from him, she dropped her arms and stepped to his side. "This is part of your surprise for the basement." She pointed to the door. "I was hoping you would help me mount it tomorrow." Jake was silent, one arm across his chest and the other cupping his chin, staring at the door. Biting her lip, Renee watched his face for a reaction. "I hope... Is this what you made out of those old closet doors and pallets?" He took a step forward and smoothed his hand along the boards. "When did you find the time to do this?" Renee beamed. "Here and there." She ran a hand over the board, too, and their hands brushed. "Do you like it?" "Are you kidding me?" He turned and lowered his chin. Gripping her shoulders, he peered into her face in awe. "It's amazing. You're amazing, Renee." His gaze intensified. "You're the most intelligent woman I've ever met," he said sincerely. "You know what else?" She shook her head, her heart pounding out a staccato rhythm. "You're my best friend, and I'm sorry that it took me such a long time to realize I was in love with you." Renee moistened her lips. "I don't know how I would have gone through these last 3 years without you in my life." "Me either." Her throat tightened, choking off any words. He dropped her hands and knelt on one knee, pulling a navy blue leather box from the back pocket of his jeans. Looking up into her eyes, he opened it. A silent gasp escaped her, and her hands flew to her mouth when she saw a sparkling diamond ring. "Marry me, Renee, so I can spend each day with my best friend, to laugh with." "Yes, yes," she whispered, dropping to her knees beside him. She gazed up at him, tears blurring her vision. "Jakey, I'll marry you." Jake pulled the ring from its satin bed and took her left hand in his, gently sliding the ring into her finger. Dropping the box to the dusty floor, he tilted her chin up and buried her lips with his own. Chapter 28. A 7-Eleven Slurpee was all Pascal requested when Renee visited him after his surgery and asked if there was anything he needed. Renee had no idea what a Slurpee tasted like, but she looked forward to seeing the Frenchman's excitement when she surprised him this afternoon. She squinted at the bright sun as she swung open the heavy door to the convenience store. The crowd inside was sparse. When she asked the young cashier about the drink, he pointed her to a machine spinning with colorful liquid. After filling a styrofoam cup with the orange beverage, she placed a lid on it and marched to the counter, where she waited behind a woman who was asking the clerk for cigarettes. The sudden whoosh of the door opening stopped the clerk's response mid-sentence. and his eyes widened as he looked toward the door. Before Renee could turn her head, a bony masked man appeared next to the clerk. The young man started to fidget, perhaps for an emergency alarm, but the masked man jerked the clerk's hand back into view. "Nobody leaves the store," the masked man snarled, pulling a gun from underneath his black coat. Renee gasped. "Oh, no!" Her hand flew to her trembling lips. "Shut up!" the man barked at her. "Everybody get on the floor, now!" Renee shivered as the man jammed his gun to the slender clerk's forehead. She sank onto the filthy, chilled, cemented floor and stiffly turned her head to see how many people were in the small store. Probably not enough to fight their armed captor. "Open the safe," he ordered the clerk. An olive-skinned man to Renee's right was trembling, and the girl, crouched further down the aisle, had her hands over her ears. With the abrupt intrusion, Renee doubted the clerk had hit an emergency button. She decided to fumble with her watch. She had never called 911 on it, but she spent enough time answering calls and scanning texts that she was able to discreetly press the redial key without looking down at the watch. She could only hope that whoever she was dialing would hear what was happening and call the police. "I still think you should have let the paramedics check you out," Ezra told Jake as they stood in Ezra's office. "You were in that burning house longer than anybody. You inhaled a lot of smoke." "Nah, I'm fine," Jake insisted, although he was feeling a little lightheaded. "At least drink some water." Ezra passed him a bottle from the fridge in his office. "The heat from those fires can really get to you, and you're looking dehydrated." "I'm just tired from flying back and forth to Houston," Jake said. "Now, what was that big news you wanted to tell me?" A moment later, Jake's jaw dropped, shocked at his friend's news. "When did you find out?" 2 days ago. We went to the doctor because Lila's been sick every day. The doctor did some tests, and Lila's pregnant." "That's great news, Buchanan." He gripped Ezra's shoulder. "You'll be a great dad." And Jake meant it. "Can't wait to train the next ninja warrior." "As long as you wait until the baby can walk, I'm good with that." Ezra's face turned serious. "You're the first person I've told. We'll tell the rest of the family this weekend at the barbecue." Jake swelled at being the first person to hear the news. Should he keep it from Renee? As if reading his mind, Ezra said, "You can't tell Renee either. You tell her, and Andrew will hound me for not telling him first. Plus, if she finds out I told you before her, we'll both experience her wrath." Jake grinned. "My lips are sealed." He pulled an imaginary zipper across his lips. Remembering why he was here, Jake asked, "Have you found out when the next search and rescue training will take place?" The vibration on his watch caused him to turn his gaze to it. "Sorry, it's Renee." Ezra rolled his eyes and waved him off, looking amused. "Go ahead and answer. I don't need to hear your conversation. You can come back when you're done." "Where's the money?" An intense male voice growled. "Where else do you keep money?" The demanding tone echoing through the line created tight knots in Jake's stomach. He darted back to the office and swung open the propped door. Ezra jolted at Jake's abrupt entrance. "Everything okay?" Jake's arm trembled as he held the watch out to Ezra. "Listen to this." His rapid breathing made it hard to choke out the words. "I think Renee is in a holdup. I need to call 911. The fear in Ezra's wide eyes must have mirrored his own as they heard a thump, a cry of pain, and a slam. The shaky voice of a young man cried, "My boss took the money to the bank already. I don't have it." While Ezra got on dispatch, Jake frantically looked up the location of the call. "It's a 7-Eleven, he managed to tell Ezra the address before he bolted to the bathroom and lost his lunch. Their rig was set for the call to 7-Eleven. "I'll drive," Ezra insisted. "You're too shaken up to be behind the wheel." Ezra had to be as shaken as Jake, except he wasn't trembling. Maybe his friend was better at controlling his emotions in the midst of danger, something Jake had assumed he was good at, until the most precious thing in his life was at stake. Too rattled to pray, Jake's mind whirled. What was that verse he read this morning? Something about God's plan for his life? "Don't hurt him!" Renee's voice cried. Jake wished that just this once, Renee would keep quiet. "Shut up, lady," growled the fierce voice. A searing pain shot through Jake's head, and he grabbed it with both hands. Ezra and Dalton remained silent. "You can take my money. Here's 50. Just don't hurt him." Renee's pleading voice came through again. How would Jake live if something happened to her? His rapid breathing was shallow, and he was certain his heart was at a stroke level. He clutched at his chest to keep his heart from ripping out. "Hey, Larson." Ezra's voice was strained, his knuckles tight on the steering wheel. "Renee is going to be fine. I just know it. She has to be." Although his words were hopeful, Ezra's voice didn't sound confident as he continued. "She's a fighter. If anything, she'll get the gun from that guy before—" "Ah!" A scream sounded. Renee's. Pop, pop, pop. At the sound of gunshots, Jake jumped from his seat, his stomach clenching so tight he couldn't breathe. "They shot. It's Renee," he gasped. "Don't die on me." His head began to spin and everything went blank. From a distance, he heard Ezra's voice. "Larson!" He felt his hands on him. "Oh no, Dalton, we're going to need another ambulance," was the last thing he heard before the darkness overcame him. Jake's eyes slowly flickered open as he felt a chilly sensation against his chest. His vision was hazy, but he could discern the figure of someone clad in white looming above him. "Renee," he whispered. "You're in the hospital. I'm Dr. Patel," said a gentle, accented voice. Jake blinked hard and stared wide-eyed as the doctor came into focus. Hospital? What? How? A faint recollection took him back to the fire truck and the sound of gunshots. "Where's Renee?" he roared. "Where is she?" Struggling to sit up, he raised himself to his elbows and yanked the oxygen mask from his face. "Relax, Mr. Larson. She's okay." The doctor pressed a hand against Jake's shoulder to prevent him from hopping off the bed. "She's been here the entire time. She just left for the bathroom." Jake shook his head, reliving the memory of the sound of gunshots and Renee's scream. "The ambulance brought you in an hour ago. You passed out. Apparently the stress was too much for you, combined with smoke inhalation, dehydration, and exhaustion." Jake groaned and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to rid himself of the throbbing pain in his head. "Renee!" He threw himself back on the tiny bed, not believing the doctor's assurance that Renee was alive. "Let's check your blood pressure," the doctor said. "I want to see her." Jake shoved the doctor's machine aside and sat up again. "Your heart rate is increasing. If you don't relax, you're likely to pass out again," the doctor warned. Just then, Renee stepped into the room, and Jake instantly rose off the tiny bed. "Jakey!" She wrapped her arms around him, tears flowing down her cheeks. Relief swept over Jake, and he planted endless kisses on her cheeks and neck. He stepped back to stare at her. Renee glanced at the doctor, then to Jake. "You need to be in bed," she said. "I've never felt better." Tears of his own flowed freely. He didn't care if he was called a baby. This woman was the love of his life, and having her alive was a gift he didn't deserve from God. He embraced her fiercely. "I love you so much. You are a part of me in every single way, even if I try to deny it." "I know," she said, and kissed him before helping him back onto the bed. "Not knowing when to remain silent almost got you shot today." She smiled knowingly, the familiar smile he had come to love. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." "The gunshots." "Nobody died," she said, stroking his forehead gently. "The man shot through the roof before he surrendered to the police. You scared me, Jakey. Not as much as you scared me. The doctor finally took his blood pressure. Not stabilized, but that could be because of all this excitement. He gave Renee a pointed look. As soon as the doctor stepped out, Ezra and the rest of Station 15's team on Shift C poured into the tiny room. Somebody sure loves attention, Ezra teased, followed by loud roars and claps from the rest of his co-workers. If he had ever doubted God's presence in his life, today God had proved that he was with Jake every step of the way, and right now he felt God's unmistakable love through his friends. Epilogue. 2 months later. Honey, your shirt's wrinkled. Sylvia smoothed Jake's gray t-shirt with her hands. My shirt is fine, Mama. Jake smiled at his mom fondly, though his eyes drifted to his destination on the back porch. A crowd of friends and family scattered out in his expansive quarter-acre backyard, where card tables and chairs were set for their guests. Robert and Crystal had planned to host a 4th of July barbecue to celebrate Jake and Renee's engagement. But since Jake had moved into his new house 2 months ago, he and Renee decided to combine a housewarming/engagement party. There. Sylvia slapped his shoulder and dropped her hands. She and his stepdad had arrived 2 days ago and were staying with him for the rest of the week. Sliding open the glass door to the backyard, Jake blinked at the bright afternoon sun. He stepped onto the deck and turned his head side to side in search of his fiancée. They had been busy interacting with guests, and he had barely had time to talk to Renee. When he spotted her standing with her family near the picnic table, she smiled and waved him over. He strode to join the circle and clasped her soft hands in his. Andrew cleared his throat and stared at Jake before turning his gaze to the rest of the family surrounding him. With Renee getting married and a new niece or nephew on the way, I've got news too. I've accepted a position as captain at Fort Rock's Firehouse No. 12. Renee wiggled her hand out of Jake's and embraced her brother. Robert nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. Ezra elbowed Andrew. Why did you keep us in the dark about your interviews and training? Andrew grinned. I didn't want to tell anyone until I got the job. Plus, this family can't keep secrets. Congratulations, man. Jake extended his hand to shake Andrew's. Crystal's eyes sparkled. All my kids will be close to home. A ruckus from the crowd interrupted their moment, drawing their attention. Andrew's Great Dane lunged toward Bianca, knocking her to the ground and sending food from her plate, flying in all directions. Uh-oh! Andrew instantly trotted over to the dog. How did he get off the leash? Ezra asked as Andrew helped Bianca to her feet. Once the commotion was over, Jake turned to Renee and clasped her fingers in his. Now that we've talked to everyone, there's an empty bench. We can finally sit and eat. He pointed his head to the wooden bench in a secluded corner of the yard. I'm starving, Renee said as they made their way toward it. A couple of her friends stopped them to swoon over her diamond ring. Jake swatted at a bee's buzzing near his face as he waited. A soft breeze swept through the mature shade trees, stirring the smell of barbecue in the air. Jake's stomach growled, and Renee giggled. We better get you some food. She grabbed the biggest plate from the food table. Jake lifted the top of the grill. Using tongs, he picked up 2 beef patties while Renee put 2 buns on the plate. She liked to share the same plate with him, and Jake didn't mind at all. After slapping the meat onto the buns, Jake held the plate so she could squeeze ketchup on her hamburger, leaving his plain. The drink cooler rested in the shade of a tree with long, narrow leaves. I can't believe we have a peach tree, Renee said. He grinned. I know someone who makes a mean peach cobbler. Renee smiled sheepishly. She swung open the lid and retrieved 2 water bottles from the cooler. Guess the treadmill in the basement will come in handy if we add peach cobbler to your diet. He loved the way she had designed the basement, his man cave, as she called it. The entrance to the workout room had the sliding door she had made. The same door separated it from the main room, which held a flat-screen TV and comfortable sofas. Framed quotes and family pictures adorned the wall. Besides the picture of him and Renee on his nightstand, Jake had framed 2 more pictures of them and hung them on the wall in his man cave. Another one of the rooms in the basement was a guest bedroom. Being alone in that big house made him regret that he had insisted on a year's worth of premarital counseling, a whole year before he married Renee. It felt like an eternity, but he was looking forward to next summer. She would be his wife, and they could sit on the porch and laugh as long as they wanted without her having to rush off at night. "What are you thinking about?" Her voice jolted him out of his thoughts. He cleared his throat. "I know we set our wedding for next July, but I don't want to wait that long to marry you." She tilted her head to look at him. "You're the one who wanted to wait until you get your act together, which I find ridiculous, because I would marry you in a heartbeat." Reaching the bench, he set the plate on it and turned to face her. "I have my act together. Can we get married next month?" She arched her brow. "Not that kind of heartbeat. I'm only getting married once, and I would like to have at least 4 months of planning." She liked her confidence in him and the assurance that she was there to stay and had no intention of walking away from him. He groaned. "Fair enough." Careful not to trample the flowers, he stepped around and held out a hand for her to sit on the bench next to him. "I can't wait for the whole world to know that you're my girl." She rested her hand on his shoulder. "I can't wait either." They shared a comfortable silence, enjoying the activity around them. Across the yard, a handful of kids chased each other with water guns, spraying any adult that crossed their path. Sylvia and Will were immersed in a conversation with their longtime friend Mark, who was also Jake's boss. At one of the tables, Daenerys giggled at something Rambo said, while he handed her a can of soda. They had gone on their first date a week ago and seemed happy together. Rambo had extended his contract with the Denver Nuggets and decided to keep up with parkour to improve his skills and to compete in the near future. For now, he enjoyed leading kids in an after-school basketball program at the local gym. Even though Rambo hadn't given his life to Christ yet, he continued to come to the small group and church. He had a broken past, but he was open to asking spiritual questions. Andrew shared a nearby table with Bianca, who was shoving a mound of food into her mouth. "Is your friend okay?" Jake asked. Renee tilted her head and followed Jake's gaze to Bianca. She frowned. "She seems all flustered." "Andrew is probably apologizing for his dog knocking her over," Jake suggested. A smile crossed Renee's face. "Yeah," she gave a slow nod. "Andrew's charm and good looks can make a girl nervous." "That dog is a handful," Jake laughed as the dog tried to steal a hamburger from Andrew's plate. "I agree." "Time to cut the peach cobbler." Dalton's announcement jolted them. Crystal and Sylvia carried the huge pan with peach cobbler to the table they had set up for it in the yard. Jake and Renee stared at the cobbler. Someone had used icing to create a picture of a ladder and words written at the bottom. She said yes. "Did you make this?" Jake asked. Renee smiled mysteriously. "I had nothing to do with it this time." They held the knife together to cut through the crumbly cobbler as Lila and Crystal snapped pictures. Hours after everyone had left except their families, Jake and Renee enjoyed a lazy afternoon filled with laughter and bugs humming around them as the sun set. They would later attend a fireworks show at the community center that was put on by the city of Fort Rock. Jake couldn't help but look back on his life. Even if things hadn't turned out the way he had planned, he had learned over the last year that the best things in life were the unexpected surprises. It was the twists and turns and the anticipation of the unknown that made life exciting. When all was said and done, as Jake leaned into Renee, he felt a contentment that he had never felt before, and the realization hit that he didn't long for his past life anymore. In that moment, he knew, for the first time in his life, that he was finally doing something right. A note from the author. Thank you for reading Something Right. It's always a blessing to meet new readers. And to those who read First Sight, thanks for giving me another chance and for your reviews and notes of encouragement. I enjoyed tapping into Jake and Renee's lives, and I can only give credit to God for filling my mind with creativity and enabling me to weave in the side characters like Rambo and Dalton, not to forget Ezra, Jake's closest friend. Just like Jake, I found that when we feel trapped by our shattered past and failures, it scars us with doubts and indecision. Something Right is meant to be a reminder that God closes doors because He's ready to move you forward. And without that closed door, without those circumstances forcing you to move forward, you might never take that next step. When you think your story over, God says your journey has just begun because His plans are always better. And without that closed door, it might be hard for you to move unless circumstances force you to. When you think that your story is over, God says your journey has just begun because He always has a much better plan. It's my prayer that you will be blessed through this story. I hope you've enjoyed Jake and Renee's story as much as I enjoyed writing it. I would love to connect with you on Facebook, or you can sign up to receive a monthly newsletter. I hope you will return for the final story in the Buchanan series with Andrew and Bianca's story, Bright Side. You can also connect with me through my blog. God bless you, Rose Fresquez. Rose Fresquez is the author of First Sight, Complex, Recipe for Love, and 2 family devotionals, The 10 Commandments for Kids, and Signed and Delivered. She's married and is the proud mother of 4 amazing kids. When she's not busy taking care of her family, she's writing. You can contact or learn more about all her upcoming books at her website. You can also connect with her on Facebook, Twitter, @FresquezFans. Alternatively, email her at rfresquez@gmail.com. Find Rose Fresquez on Amazon, Goodreads, and BookBub. Rose Fresquez is the author of First Sight, Complex, Recipe for Love, and 2 family devotionals, The 10 Commandments for Kids, and Signed and Delivered. She's married and is the proud mother of 4 amazing kids. When she's not busy taking care of her family, she's writing. You can contact or learn more about all her upcoming books at her website. You can also connect with her on Facebook, Twitter, @FresquezFans. Alternatively, email her at rfresquez@gmail.com. Find Rose Fresquez on Amazon, Goodreads, and BookBub.